even at Arby's. Arby's doesn't have Whoppers. Neither do I, but I know what he fucking orders there, dog. You listen to me and you listen to me well, okay? And if you have to fucking get attacked this on the inside your eyelids so you don't forget it, then do it, okay? He likes the steak bites and he likes Jamocha shakes. You're welcome. You're welcome. And that's why I'm the biggest William Montgomery fan. I mean, if you consider that even, you got your ass whooped. You had to name 15 different fucking colors of his car, which is obviously a silver Volvo. You still don't know where he went to. You still don't know. No. I know. It was your fourth fucking guess. It was your fourth fucking guess. Doug, how do you know that William Montgomery doesn't have a signed glove by Derek Jeter and Ken Griffey Jr. and Mark McGuire? You don't know that. That's the answer to that. Okay, I got another one for you. What has William Montgomery recently been purchasing on eBay? Here is a clue. In order to ship it, it is rolled. Generally, when you ship this item, it is rolled. It is rolled, meaning when you ship it, you don't ship it normal, you ship it rolled. Oh, you think he's been buying T-shirts on eBay? He has not, and T-shirts aren't shipped rolled. Look, dog, he's always buying T-shirts, dog. He's always buying T-shirts. He's always buying T-shirts. Okay, here is a clue. He says that the thing that he bought recently, these things, he's been buying them. He bought like 16 of them, and they smell, and he doesn't like their smell. And I will also give you another clue that these things that he's been buying that are rolled are larger than he is. Excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about your nails, but it's about where you get the fuck out of here with that. No, he's been buying Oreo rugs on eBay. Yeah, everybody knows that, dog. He talked about it with Tony. Tony! Yeah, you want to consider yourself a fucking William Montgomery fan and you don't even know he likes Oriental rugs? I don't have my source of information. Doug, that I would, and I do, because I'm the biggest William Montgomery fan ever. Give me another fucking question. Yeah, I do. I'll give you one. Okay. Explain William Montgomery would do to get himself after Explain that to me. Go on. Explain that. Any true William Montgomery fan would know. As we all know,
Oh, it's not something that normally you would think of. Well, I bet a good guess is it. It involves. I mean, I don't think this is included, but I think we can agree he did some cocaine. But that doesn't necessarily. That's not my answer. And I think he would also listen to music, but that's not necessarily included as well. But I think he still did those two things, or get high, or something like that. With that being said, I will go with he would listen to music. How do you know? How do you know he wouldn't listen to music? Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it. Everybody knows that, though. Everybody knows that. And he'd listen to music, and he's probably high on cocaine. Who knows? All right. Are you ready for this question? His fingers got wrinkly. Yeah, I guarantee his fingers got wrinkly if he was in the dish pit. You didn't say worst thing. You didn't say worst thing. You said explain what happened. All right. Well, perhaps it wasn't enunciated as well as William Montgomery would have preferred. Uh, he he cut himself. No. All right. You ready for this, big dog? Are you ready for this? Are you ready? What is the most recent injury that William Montgomery has experienced that he's discussed publicly? And what caused it? Do you need me to repeat the question? What is the most recent injury that William Montgomery has experienced, and what caused it? Doug, do I have to say this question again? What is the
a lot of things.
No. He has mentioned this publicly. He even missed Kill Tony because of it, and he talked about it in depth.
You got six.
That's incorrect. Already you're wrong.
You got hurt.
Doug, I already said he experienced an injury.
Yeah. He injured his brain.
Dude, that's incorrect. Do you want to lock that in?
Yeah.
Okay, incorrect. He experienced sciatica from his rowing machine. Next question. Fucking hurt his brain. You hear this, asshole? This is a Brendan Schaub apologist, folks. Next, he's going to be saying, well, there are only 4 women who accused Brian Callen of rape. The Los Angeles Times got it wrong. Yo, you're gonna ask me a question? You're gonna jerk yourself off raw.
I like you were asking.
No, I just asked a question about sciatica and you got it wrong. I mean, why should I keep asking you questions that you don't know? Because you're obviously not a big William Montgomery fan.
I asked you a two-parter.
I did too. What was the injury and what caused it? And you need the answer to neither. Well, you're just rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. I mean, you're over here asking me questions about a fucking check number that he got from his previous employer. I remember that he got back pay, and you're like not giving me credit for that. I know that his fucking dog's name's Gator. You say Gator Montgomery. Like, dog, what the fuck?
What does William Montgomery podcast producer enjoy to do during his time?
And finds itself, nestles itself in your backyard for prolonged amounts of time. It just could happen. Yeah, right? So
You want to lock that in? Silent? We can lock it in silent.
Was this? But this is actually a really good question, truthfully. Was this a quiz of William Montgomery or William Montgomery's podcast producer? Because I don't know shit about that motherfucker. I know about William Montgomery. So give me a question about William Montgomery, son.
It is a question about William Montgomery. You really cared about William Montgomery. You would know his producer's favorite
I mean, I think you answered the question yourself. You're obsessed with William Montgomery's podcast producer, and I don't give a flying fuck about that person. I care about William Montgomery.
I can come up with another William one.
No, that wasn't a William Montgomery question. That was about William Montgomery's podcast producer, and that is a different question. And it's a different topic. I'm not here to debate William Montgomery's podcast producer questions. You can know all you want about that motherfucker. Nobody cares about that person. They care about William Montgomery. Do you not understand?
I gotcha. Roger. Let me see if I can think of one.
It's my money. It's my money. I worked for it. I worked very hard for it. I earned it. Why should I give it away? That's
Fair.
you have to have emotional victories. And you have
William Montgomery. What sort of item in the parking lot around 2 years ago?
Well, a lot of them. He pulled out his car keys at one point.
If that's the kind of person you are for others,
Okay.
I'll be there for you as well. Back to straight up.
Which boxy item?
Yeah.
Did he pull out of his? Did he pull out? You said which boxy item did William Montgomery pull out of a parking lot?
Did he like a sample in a parking lot?
The story over here is once you're married to Rothschild, right? Once you're married to Rothschild, you can't marry Rothschild's mother. And if he does so, it's punishable by Sreifa. Everyone said, who's punishable by Sreifa? It doesn't, Rothschild didn't do anything, right?
Yeah, because you didn't even make it a full sentence previously. So please do.
So why does it say that
Which item did William Montgomery assemble in a parking lot a few years ago? It was boxy shape. It's a boxy item.
Was it let me just clarify. Was this an exercise machine?
No.
It was a.
We say that we go ahead and we put the death moving.
Was it a piece of furniture?
No.
Boxy item. A
You'll never guess.
a coffin.
I guarantee.
Okay, well, what is it?
It's one of these cardboard boxes that are like a closet. This bar that goes across.
I know what you're talking about. It's a temporary closet. Yeah. Okay. Nobody would fucking understand that. Wait. That is a piece of furniture.
The cardboard boxes are not furniture.
Wait. No. Are you talking about? He assembled like a temporary closet.
Yeah. If you want to call it that.
That is a piece of furniture, dog.
It's not furniture.
It absolutely is. Dog, get the fuck out of here. What a shitty question. And I got it right. No, ask if temporary closets are considered a piece of furniture. They are. It's like an armoire. The relationship is punishable by death. Rabbi Akiva Savar Yisur Bapar. If you're on the old, it's only in Yisur. That was the only Yisur. It's Asur, but it's not Sreifa. Okay, it looks like that brings to a conclusion our study on Sreifa Shkoyach. Says the Mishnah.
Temporary closets, like portable racks or organizers, are usually never considered furniture.
No, fuck you. They are.
That's not AI.
Are closets and temporary racks considered furniture in some conditions?
If it's movable, and it's not a fixed item, no one considers that furniture.
Wait, yeah, temporary racks, however, are typically classified as furniture because they are movable, freestanding, and not permanently installed. They include freestanding clothing racks, temporary hanging shelves, or portable closet systems. Yeah, they are. That is furniture. And
Okay, so you're saying you got the answer correct? Yes, furniture in a temporary closet that was made out of cardboard box.
I'm saying that he has talked about putting multiple things together in a parking lot, and I didn't know if you were referencing when he put together furniture, which is his temporary closet. Okay? And you didn't give me proper guidance on what you were referencing. First, you said this is something that he got out in a parking lot, which isn't even, and I said car keys, which is correct. Okay, shitty question, terrible question asker. All right, how about this? William Montgomery has a hobby that, dude, I could ask so many questions on this, and I'm going to. William Montgomery has a hobby that he likes to do, and he has a strategy that he follows with this hobby. And I'm going to ask you, when he does the hobby, what does it do? So there are a few questions in here. All right, so if I recall, he says he finds this to be a relaxing hobby. And I'll say it's done indoors on a table. What hobby is it?
or pushes Shimon into
Uh,
the fire, and ultimately
solving puzzles.
Shimon could have
What is his strategy?
he could have gotten up, but he didn't. Who makes any
Oh, so I got it right.
I mean, I gave you the answer. What else is he doing?
You didn't give me the answer. You said done. There's a million things done on.
Yeah, obviously, it's solving puzzles. What is his strategy?
Look at the box.
Incorrect. You want to guess again?
Why? Because Rose said this is going to be a case of drama. This is causation. Because in these cases over here,
No, I don't know.
He puts like colors together.
What happens if we into the snake?
All right.
Unreal.
Here's another question. He recently discussed a puzzle that he completed.
It's the venom that kills Shimon, not
And the puzzle that he did had to do with something you find inside your house. And
this is very interesting.
he named something that you find inside the thing that you find inside your house. And most people find this inside their house in the Western world. And it is, I'll just basically give you the answer, but you won't get the next thing. It is an appliance. What was the puzzle?
A toaster.
Get the fuck out of here with that toaster bullshit. It was a refrigerator. And what was the puzzle of the refrigerator depicting?
And somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone?
Surrounding area.
Incorrect. It had the doors of the refrigerator open, and you could see all the food inside. What is one of the foods that was inside that he describes?
So that's I told you this lotion of yad by Evan and by Ace. So why doesn't it use the same lotion of yad by Barzo?
Incorrect. It's a type of fruit.
Pineapple.
That's incorrect. You want to guess again?
Orange.
That's also incorrect. You want to guess again?
Apple.
That's also incorrect. You want to guess again?
Great.
Incorrect as well. You want to guess again?
Lemon.
That's also incorrect. Would you like to guess again?
Tomato.
Incorrect. And also, botanically considered a fruit, but culinarily considered a vegetable. Not a tomato. Yeah, like culinarily.
Oh. Okay, what's the answer?
I'll give you another clue because obviously you just keep incorrect. Guess again.
I don't know what's my hand.
It's a type of melon.
Cantaloupe.
Incorrect. Guess again.
Water.
That's correct. And how many seeds were shown in the puzzle of the watermelon?
Between 2 and 58.
That's incorrect.
What the fuck? No, it's not.
Oh, it most certainly is, and this was a discussed topic between William Montgomery and none other.
0 to 1.
It was seedless watermelon, which was discussed on stage with
Tony Hinchcliffe, because Tony Hinchcliffe said, "Were you able to recognize the watermelon by the seeds?" And William Montgomery said, "No, because it was seedless watermelon." So I can't even add up how many incorrect answers you gave it. You said toaster, you said blueberries, you missed the amount of seeds. Do you even know who William Montgomery is?
I was just seeing if the answer.
All right. I think we've proven here who the biggest fan of William Montgomery is. And we've also proven that a temporary closet is a piece of furniture.
Now that is most certainly up for this both of those points. We can sever this debate on another day. When I actually have not been up for like 48 hours, 18 hours sleep, I will definitely come back to debate you on this.
Look, I could give a shit about William Montgomery. I know I'm a bigger William Montgomery fan than you are. What I want you to start studying is Brendan Shaw.
I study him. He doesn't even seem that entertaining.
He is.
I mean, like someone said in the comments, he's like the best CTE.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know. Kind of mean.
Here's the thing. It's not so much like his speech. It's the fact that he just blatantly lies, that he runs scammy, grifty contests, that he cheats on his wife, or used to at least, that he's obsessed with his kids' baseball, not because he loves his kids, but because he wants these kids to be pro players, to the point where he says, "I'm keeping track about how much I invest in these kids because when they turn 18, I want them to pay me back when they start making money as pros," essentially along those lines. He
Idiotic thing to do.
Oh yeah, but he even said, like on a recent episode, they talked about some pro player who paid off their parents' house when they went pro, and Brendan Shaw was like, "That's the least you can do. That's the least you can do." I tell my kids, I'm gonna see one
Keep the
more.
lights on for the
Basically, that they don't know how much I do for them. My kid was going to school the other day, and I was dropping him off, and I said to him, now his kid's name is Tiger, like that's his real name. He says, "Tiger, I am gonna ask you, do your friends' dads make them protein shakes?" The kid is 9. He doesn't need fucking protein shakes. Okay? No. Do they pitch batting practice with them? No. And when I'm gone, meaning when I die, you're going to remember all of this and all of these times. And he said that he did it so that his kid would cry before he went into school.
Jesus.
Not only that, he flipped out on his son. He's like, he always talks about this. He says, when my kids are playing a game, I always make sure to remember that, like, no criticism to any child has ever, like, helped the kid, meaning, like, trying to give them advice while they're not doing well, just to let them work through it. But I didn't do it in this one case, and I cussed in front of the entire team. I said the F word, and I had to apologize to all the other coaches and all the other players. These kids are 9. There's no reason why you should be saying the F word in front of them. Like, the mom yells that shit, yells SHIT in front of 9-year-old kids. Like, that's not a good example.
No.
Yeah, exactly. Because the parents
of that league hated him so much that they like downloaded the video from the website that like has it and then uploaded it because they wanted the world to see. You know, you were like, is there anything redeeming about him? Yeah. So there, remember I said they had this like designer baby? She has some issues. Like they um when she was a little baby, or like normally children walk anywhere between like 6 months and a year and a half. It just depends on their development. But their kid was not. They didn't know why. And this is a sad thing. Like I think it was something that is, I could be wrong, but Joe Rogan was having a fight companion or something. No, it wasn't. It was something like that. And like the boys were basically going to be in a hot tub, the guys, like their friends. And it was the night that his wife went into labor, and he wasn't there for the birth, or he came late or something because he was hanging out with the boys, and the wife like basically the baby didn't get enough oxygen, and she has a condition called, I think it's called like hypotomia, something like that. But basically this baby doesn't walk the way that it should be, and she needs braces on her legs. And Brendan really showed concern, and he was working with this kid in the pool and stuff. But usually he's only been focused on the boys. He doesn't really care about the girl. But you know, the fact that she's not walking, he was really sad about it. But on January 2nd, this was really cool. The child took her first steps, and even though it's like really delayed, she's like starting to walk, and it's really beautiful. So, is there anything redeeming about him? Yeah, we want that. Like everybody, those 200,000 people in that community want to see that kid walk. Nobody rips on the kids for being like, everybody's really positive about the kids. They're just like, dude, your parents are absolute garbage. But we want those kids, and I'll, as a spokesperson for the homeless cats, we want those kids to be successful in spite of what their parents put them through.
So according to the only time you're hired for damages.
Well, that's good, I guess.
Yeah, I'll speak on behalf of the community. All right. Do you want any more William Montgomery trivia?
Did you look at the Epstein?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that.
That shouldn't have under those circumstances. So fundamental machlokes. So again,
it's disgusting. There's nothing more disappointing than
Did you see like how the Melania documentary got like really terrible reviews?
Yeah, going back to Brendan Schaub, it's tied with Brendan Schaub's special as the worst thing on IMDb. It has a 1.1. And so does his special Gringo Poppy. Dude, it's all political hate. And especially it came out like the same weekend as that other shit. Absolutely. There's a topic on the Fighter of the Kids subreddit that said like, dude, your special that you put stuff into that's 24 minutes long, it got a 1.1. It's the lowest rated comedy special in the history of IMDb. And this one documentary that basically has half the country absolutely can't stand her just because of who her husband is, and the other people basically don't think it's good. But it's very her results are very skewed. Has the same score as your comedy special. Dude, we should just watch his comedy special one of these days so you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's only 24 minutes long. Like, it's literally dude, let's just watch it. I'll watch it with you right now. It's 24 minutes long. It's not that long.
I'm watching outside right now.
No, I mean, is that my
I can tell What did we talk about during the special? Can you just
Dude, extremely well. So he says, I could almost do it word for word. He says, something like he first welcomes, he does it in Dallas, and he's like, a lot of ladies out here tonight, dicey. Usually my audience is like 18 to 35-year-old dudes. And then he goes into, he talks about, like, I don't remember everything, but like he talks a lot about Mexicans, and like his wife, who is, he says is illegal, said that she's from Guadalajara, and like that he was like on a ketogenic diet, and that he was trying, like, what does ketogenic mean? It means that you can't eat Mexican food, and he says the foods that like they make are like carne asada, but he doesn't fucking pronounce it. He like tries to sound Spanish, and like huevos rancheros, and like something else, a couple other things, and then like he'll be like, his wife said that it was during the pandemic, and like the neighbors moved in or something, and like it would be nice if she made them some like Mexican cookies, and he's like, oh, what are Mexican cookies? Like chocolate chip with salsa on top? Like, that's just like a really weak joke. And then he talks about, you laughed at it. And then he talks about like there, like his big finish is something like it was when he lived in, dude, you fucking love this guy. It was when he lived in he was living in Calabasas, and there was like a mountain lion that was spotted, and he talks about like he was gonna hunt this mountain lion because somebody saw it on a Ring camera, and he got like night vision goggles at the store, and like a gun with like a laser on it, and was just trying to hunt down this cat. And like basically his wife was like, are you gonna be able to get it? And then he went, and he's like, he goes outside to go try to find it, and then he realizes that like it's a mountain lion, like it's a lion of the mountains, and then pushes out, and then runs back into his house, and like just was like, oh, I guess we live in its fucking territory. And then at the end he's like, that's my time, Dallas. I mean, that's like, it's 24 minutes long. It's not that long, and I just did like.
Do you think? No, do you think like an hour long special in person, like chopped it down to like the last 24
That's exactly what happened, because we have other people who were there who said it was originally like an hour and 6 minutes, but it wasn't funny. And so they took the best 24 minutes of it, which includes like a startup song. The startup song goes, thick boy squad, thick boy nation, thick boy squad, thick boy nation, thick boy squad, thick boy nation. And I mean, there's only like 24 minutes of comedy in it. And the background, they like made the background. It's like this, it's made out of like construction paper. Steve-O talks about it. Steve-O's like, I know where they even bought the construction paper. And in this interview, and Tony Hinchcliffe is like, what's this now? He's like, I'm obsessed with it. Like, I found out everything that he did. It was at the Dallas Improv. Like, basically, Steve-O said, like, I got obsessed with it. Like, and he's not the only one. There are people who, like I said, they spent 24 hours watching the special, and I watch them like at least once a week. Watch the special, and they just have it playing in the background for like 24 hours. And well, they only put out 12 hours of it, and the rest is on their Patreon. But at least I watched like this thing 12 hours, and then they interview people who were there, and then they interview some like bigger time UFC people to ask them about their
their opinion on it, but like it's become like a cult classic. And if you watch it, is it the worst comedy special ever? No. It's like might have a joke or two that aren't that bad. But he like what's a joke that he says? This is the best joke that everybody says. He says, "Oh, they talk about the pandemic and how everybody in LA went on lockdown, and LA became North Korea with a beach, and that's like his big joke." And in a lot of ways, I mean, I don't know what North Korea is like, but during pandemic, LA was like pretty strict on stuff. Though I don't know how it was in comparison to Canada.
Has he been? How long have you been doing comedy for the release?
So he says he was doing it for 4 years before he did his first special, but it was really probably only 2 years. But that was a big special. That was on Showtime, but it bombed. It was like Showtime's biggest comedy bomb ever. 1.7 ranking. And then this is another thing that he did. Since it was really, really bad, he had this like CBD company he was working with, and he texts the guy to the CBD company, and this has all come out because the CBD company ended up suing Brendan Schaub over some shadiness that he did. But basically, he texts the CEO of the CBD company, and he says, "Look, my Showtime special has really bad reviews. Is there any way we can use like the customer list of the CBD company to say like, hey, you can get 50% off if you can get 50% off your next order of CBD if you give a positive review of you may be or you'd be surprised, which is the name of his special." So they're like, "Yeah, let's put something together. We can do that." So then they put out like a mass email to their customer base that says, "Hey, if you give this comedy special 5 stars or whatever, 10 stars, like rank it at a 10, you get 50% off your next order of CBD." But then Showtime found out he was doing this and called Brendan Schaub and was like, "Hey, you cannot do this, and I am like, you can't manipulate the numbers." We had people with like when Amy Schumer put her special out, and somebody else put out their special. The numbers were like messed with, and you're not allowed to do that. And so Brendan Schaub had to go back to the CEO of this company and be like, "Oh yeah, Showtime called me and said we're not allowed to do that. So can you email?" It's like, "No, we already sent it out." So it's like, "Well, okay, take down that promotion." But then a lot of people in the reviews put like, "Dude, I'm only here because I was told I would get 50% off my CBD order. So I'm ranking this like a 10, but I've never even seen it," or like whatever it is. And like, so then a few years go by, actually more than that, like a decade goes by, and that CBD company ends up suing Brendan Schaub because Brendan was supposed to do like a bunch of posts for them on his Instagram and never did. And it was a breach of contract basically. And now they're in some kind of legal case, and they served him. They tried to serve him at his house in Austin, but he wasn't there. He was at a pizza joint like down the street or whatever. So he said, "Just serve me here at this pizza joint where he was." So then there's that lawsuit that's going on. So he's got at least 2 lawsuits going on. He's got the one he's suing the small YouTuber. He's got that appeal, and then he's got the CBD lawsuit, and that's all we know about. But like that's more than a person would want. Like he talks about, you were like, what other jokes does he do? He talks about he wouldn't be able to go through another pandemic or another lockdown because he can't stand being around his family. He says that his wife is like he before he married his wife, like his friend was like, "You got to get with a Latina, man. They're spicy." And And then he's like, yeah, you know what spicy means? It means they're assholes. Like he's calling his wife an asshole in his stand-up, and that he can't stand being around his kids during the lockdown. But like, which I understand, but then don't be like, oh, I'm the ultimate family man. I don't know. I just talked about this fucking special for half the time of the actual special, which you could have just watched.
That's true.
But you do. Next time you come, we gotta watch the special, dude. We'd watch both the specials. They're absolutely dog. Doug, I can't even put into words. I think I am like. My man, you don't know the lore. Did you hear Shane Gillis talking about him and how hilarious it is? And Ari Shafir, it's absolutely fucking hilarious. When you get into the lore,
basically mocking him 24/7.
yes, he calls them homeless cats. He says their opinion doesn't matter. It's like they're homeless people. It would be as if it was a cat having a negative impression of him. That's where the term homeless cats comes from.
Okay.
And I would say this. I could really give a shit about his life. It's the fact that this subreddit exists that just, pardon me, shits on him for being friends with pedophiles and rapists. That's ridiculous. Like, if he was smart, he would have cut ties with the bad people. But he's like so and ostracized within the. I mean, what should he really do? He should really go get a job. But he refuses to do that. So he does a podcast thing, and he does these like scams of people, and it's just hilarious that this guy thinks he's. No, he couldn't sell out. He used to do stand-up, and when he would be on the road, he would cheat on his wife. And basically, he got caught publicly cheating on his wife. So then he, and the other issue is he couldn't sell out anywhere. And they actually do an interview of him talking about he was in Oklahoma, and he's got this huge theater in Oklahoma. And it's like 3,000 people. And it shows on the website sold out. So he thinks he's making a lot of money. So it's a little before the show, and he goes to the show promoter. The show promoter comes to him actually and is like, okay, so I'm going to get going, but I'm going to give you your check for the show. And Brendan Schaub's like, okay, great. And he gives him the check, and Brendan's like, it's really small. It says that it's sold out on the website. Why is it so small? And the show promoter's like, yeah, we had to say that so that we could comp tickets to people because nobody knows who you are. They may know who you are in Los Angeles or New York, but nobody in Oklahoma knows who you are. And you have to understand, we had to get the ball moving on these tickets because nobody was showing up. You sold like 18 tickets or something for like 3 out of 3,000 seats. And so you have to understand there are two things working against you. One, it was an Oklahoma Sooners football game that weekend, and two, there was like a tornado or something, warning or something. So like he was supposed to do the show. He was supposed to do the show in front of like a packed house of 3,000 people, but nobody showed up. Only like 12 people showed up, and so he asked if the 12 people would go back to the green room and he could just perform in front of the green room, which nobody would do. And they're like, no, just go out there. You can go out there and give him a hell of a show. That's what the guy said. He said, look, and if you do a good job, maybe a few years go by and we can have you back. Like trying to give him some positivity about this. But basically, he was going around to different cities, and they start with the tickets that, like, for a normal comedian might be like $100, and none of those sell out. and then they get down to where it's two tickets for $5, or it's just a free show. You can come to the show for free, which no comedian wants to have happen. The only thing is, it's like a 2-drink minimum, and he was getting to the point where, yeah, it was getting to the point where his he wasn't selling out anymore, and nobody really wanted him. And not only that, but then he found the Temptations on the Road to be really big because he was cheating on his wife when he was there, and that's not good either. And for as bad a comedian as he is, this is what he's failed at, and this is just what I know. Okay, so he failed. I don't want to say he failed as a football player. He did play Division I football, but what he failed at is saying that he's an NFL veteran. Like he never made an NFL roster. He never even made a practice squad. He says he had a cup of coffee with the Bills. But that's not playing in the NFL. The Bills have open tryouts where you could try out, I could try out, but that's not making the team. But he says that he played that as a professional sport, which is kind of a failure. Okay, UFC, he was totally. He absolutely is. He had the UFC. He was on the UFC's Ultimate Fighter, and he at one time was ranked usually probably in the top 10 in the heavyweight. He went 10-5 and got his shit tossed in his last 5 fights. I think he lost, or something close. Maybe not the last 5, but he lost 5 fights total, but he lost his last two fights or something. And then Joe Rogan has a heart-to-heart with him and says, "Look, you're a funny guy, but you're gonna do a lot of brain damage to yourself if you continue to fight." And that's where he says, if you go and fight this one guy, how do you think you do? And then Brendan Schaub says, "I think you'd be surprised." And Joe Rogan says, "I think you'd be surprised." And it was the number one. And then when he retired from UFC, it was the number one Joe Rogan podcast up until the Elon Musk that he did in like 2018. So it was a really big podcast. All right. So here are his business ventures at which he's failed. He did something called, he's had a ton of podcasts. So he did the King and the Sting, which then became the King and the Sting and the Wing, which then became the Golden Hour, which is still going, but it's not popular. Okay, then he did something called Food Truck Diaries, where he would have fighters come to him, and like they go to a food truck and they talk about fighting. That failed. He did he was on Showtime, and he was on E, and he would do like red carpet stuff, and he got his contract wasn't renewed, or he got fired from that because he was making fun of the celebrities like on camera, which you're not allowed to do. The celebrities like come out with like kind of outrageous clothing. You can't go out and say like, "This guy looks like a doofus." Like, you're not allowed to do that. So he lost his gig with E. He lost his gig with Showtime. Then he did he did have a show on Showtime that got canceled as well. Then he came out with his own whiskey known as Tiger Thick Whiskey that failed. It went from being $100 a bottle to like $70 a bottle to $60 a bottle to $30 a bottle, and then he sold the company, he said, and that's no longer a thing. Then he had something called Tiger Thick Boy Productions, where he wanted to be a music producer, and nobody wanted to sign with him. And so he didn't. They put out like a few songs, but nothing really came of it. Then he put out called Thick Boy Bicycle Club, which was he wanted to get into bicycling, like 2-wheel bicycles. And so he was going to do a bicycle run from San Francisco to LA, and he quit like 1/5 of the way and just gave up. And so like he just stop doing bicycles. He did what else did he do? He's done like another 5 things. So then he had Drive Fast All Gas, which is anti-electric, thing that hasn't posted in 10 months, and nobody really does anything with that. It's like that's just his thing. What else did he do that failed? I mean, you can't hate on him for taking risks and trying, but it's like he's just not really good at anything. He did. What he did something recently that didn't do well. I forget what it was, but he has this. Oh, I know what it was. He has it's called Gearheads Gone Wild, which is his next thing that he wants to do, which is like a play on the Girls Gone Wild thing. But as of right now, he only has an Instagram for it and a T-shirt. Anything else? Yeah, he has one called what is it? Abbott Kenny Fight Club, which is Abbott Kenny is like a really nice area of Venice, California, which is it's the main street, and it's like how would I describe it? It's like very Whole Foodsy, like very very hipster, and they thought it like the opposite of that would be like a fight club, so calling it Abbott Kenny Fight Club would be like really good, but they never started an Abbott Kenny Fight Club. But it's a bunch of t-shirts. That's exactly right. I mean, you get the point. Like everything he does, he basically tries to have the next big idea, and it just he doesn't see it through, and he gives up on it, and it isn't very successful. So then his newest thing is Drive Fast All Gas, and even Joe Rogan can't get the name of it correct, and it hasn't posted in 10 months, but yet he still puts out car content. But it's not even like, hey, we're gonna change the oil on this car today. It's like, hey, I'm gonna get my car modded. He drops it off, and then right before it's done, he'll take out 2 bolts and be like, all right, I helped. And it's like, dude. No, that one, Doug, that one, nobody does undercar work, but doesn't have like one of those rollers, and also doesn't have like a headlamp. Like he's doing it on a clean floor. It's not like what you would normally where you do mechanical stuff. It's just not how it's done. He doesn't know what he's doing. So I think people have added it up. In the UFC, he made something like $400,000 or something, and then when he would tour as a comedian, he would make just short of $1 million. But there were a lot of expenses with that. And then with The Fighter and the Kid, he makes something like maybe $400,000 or $500,000 from that. He's got expenses to that though, but that's with already paying Brian Callen. He pays Chin, his producer, $100,000 a year, and then he. I hate that I know all this about him. And then he has his own show, which does maybe another $200,000, $300,000. And then he has the Golden Hour, which does maybe another $200,000, something like that. And so all in all, he might be making $1 million a year, but there's a lot of overhead in that. $300,000 of that goes to Brian Callen. Another $100,000 of that goes to his producer. And then he's got to pay D'Elia and Eric Griffin, so maybe they're getting $100,000 or $200,000 each or so. I mean, it's not exactly. And then, yeah, so each one of those ad reads that they do is like $5,000. Total scam. Total scam. If you ever watch, they absolutely, yeah. And the advertising company that they're connected with were scams previously, and they went out of business, and then they were acquired by other companies, and now they're running on the other companies that acquired the previous scam companies. It's like the whole thing's a scam. If you ever watch when he posts a video, it starts out with like 7 views, and then all of a sudden goes up to 25,000 views, and then goes up to 40,000 views and stops. All his videos have 40,000 views on it. Like they all, and they used to get like 1 million views. They used to get a lot of views, and they've just, his channels show no growth. I mean, it's just, it's not. Oh, so what else did he do that was recent? Like this summer, he got into boating for a little while. He's gotten into hunting. He got into archery. That's all been in the last year. But he literally went, and as an archery person, they're like, you're such a natural. You're like, usually it takes us like 50 arrows to teach somebody how to shoot, and you were able to do it in like 5. And so he buys all this stuff for archery, and then puts a target in his backyard and never uses it. His neighbors were like, hey, you say you want to go hunting, we're gonna go hunting this weekend, or like it was like on a Monday afternoon, you should come with us. So he's like, okay, well, what do I wear? Do I wear my like Jordans? They're like, no, you wear like boots, and like you already wear camo shit, just wear that. And he's like, okay. And so they go, and it's like basically it's not like normal hunting where it's like the animal has a chance. It's like they put a fence up around the property, and so the animals are basically trapped. And then there was a deer, and not just any deer. It was like an albino female deer, like the least intimidating deer that you could find. And they're like, yeah, that's the one. So he killed a white. I mean, he was like, normally, well, he wouldn't post it because he didn't want any of the backlash of people being like, dude, you killed like Bambi's mom, and not just Bambi's mom, but like an albino Bambi's mom. It's like literally white against like like a forested background. Like how, and not only that, there's like a huge fence around. Like, I mean, they talk about like wanting to go hunting from helicopters and shooting wild boar. Like that's not real hunting. I mean, that's like slaughtering of animals, basically. And then on but you don't want this guy doing that job. And then on top of all of that, one of the people they have on who is a like one of the fill-in hosts when Brian Callen's unavailable is this guy named Tim Kennedy. And Tim Kennedy has been accused by the United States government of stolen valor. So Tim Kennedy was like a Green Beret. Like he was like, that's like a really high, really special force in the U.S. Army. But Tim Kennedy wasn't satisfied with just being a Green Beret. He wrote this book where he talks about killing kids and killing people in like Iraq and Afghanistan and stuff, and how badass he is. And he also talks about being like a Bronze Star with like, it's called like a V device or something, like where it's like a higher level, but it turned out he did not have that, and he just let it go, and he lied about his service, basically. And so there are podcasts, like military podcasts, that go out and spend 4 hours just like reading everything in this guy's book and tearing it down and saying how it's not true. So basically, this guy who has surrounded himself with this military guy who also fought in the UFC ends up being like like not telling the truth either. So there's just a lot of just inconsistencies. Now I can say this: I'm not perfect, and neither are you. None of us are perfect. But if anybody, calls us on the carpet for something, you can say, "Look, I made a mistake," or whatever it is. Like, it was a long time ago, or I had to do it because my life was on the line. Okay, I can understand that, but if you're just embellishing your record, that's questionable. But again,
There was a guy Green Beret.
he was a Green Beret. That wasn't the question. It was the question of, there were a lot of questions in his book that turned out to be like incorrect. Like every chapter had something wrong, and I've seen these military guys like interview people who knew him at these times. They're like, that's not how it went down. Like, if you go, there's like something like you said, like, we went into this like village and we killed all of the women and children there. We just had to do what we had to do. And people were like, so you're basically like talking about like writing in your book about war crimes, like you can be court-martialed for that. And the people who were there were like, it did not go down like that. I don't know why he would like say that he committed war crimes. It's just not how it happened. And then the big one was, he was like, they said that he had this special medal that he did not have. And so the United States government is currently investigating him for it. Now, has everybody ever like basically I don't want to say made up things, but like inflated themselves? I don't think anybody's perfect, but this is just one of those things where he doesn't really acknowledge it. And so the guys who Brendan Schaub surrounds himself with are like this guy who is hated in the military. The military hates this guy. There are podcasts about how bad this guy is. And then it's a rapist and a child molester. Or whatever. It's like, and that's why we say, whatever this guy touches. Exactly. And that's why the thing is, whenever anybody leaves this guy, they become very successful. Theo Vaughn's career skyrocketed after he left this guy. He started interviewing Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and like all these really important movers and shakers. When his producer left, he was in Super Bowl commercials and he was on Saturday Night Live, and he was in like a bunch of commercials recently. He's on commercials for all kinds of shit. And then like his other assistant, like she became like a OnlyFans model, like a clothed OnlyFans model, and makes like hundreds of $1,000s a month. Like anybody who leaves this guy does really well, and anyone who aligns themselves with him, like Brian Callen, gets taken down. Like anyway. And when you're like, you're obsessed with this guy, again, it may seem like an obsession. The guys of the podcast that I watch, those are the guys who are really obsessed. But I'm like in it, like Shane Gillis is in it. It's hilarious to watch the dumpster fire.
These are the people who are put to death. Where the other word for hereg is saif. But again, classically it's called hereg.
All right. With that, Riser, I got shit to do. I've been saying this for 5 hours.
Number one, I don't say someone who murders someone else.
Go watch that compilation that I sent you, and then come back when you're done.
The city is put to death. It's killed by saif. Rotseach Shnika Esre'eu be'evan over Barzal. Or a murderer.
All right. Yeah, go watch that compilation I sent you. No, it's way more than that. It's way more than that. I gave you about 3 hours worth of work.
He holds his friend's head under the water.
Right.
So you go do that. You get your 15 hours of sleep. Yeah, and you get your 15 hours of sleep, and then come back when you're all refreshed. All right. Take care, big dog. Peace.
Thank you for the lecture on Brandon.
There will be very intense things. That absolutely fascinating. 100%. Peace, big dog.
Nachman writes that when one commits an Avera, every Avera always has like a twofold component to it. On one hand, there's the Avera, but there's also the lost opportunity for a mitzvah. Right? In the moment that I could have been doing the moment that I was doing the Avera, I could have been doing something positive at that very same moment. So there's like this duality of loss in the commission of an Avera. It's true interpersonally as well. Right? For every person that I harm, and for every enemy, there could have been a friend. So it's interesting to see that the Torah Dafka first see here Reuven's killing Shimon, he's holding his head under the water, and the Torah calls him Re'ehu. It didn't have to be this way. So there's that duality, there's that abis, that terrible mistreatment, but there's also the loss of perhaps what could have been a friendship. Okay, anyway, so it calls him into the fire. Now we're going to see all of this. And Shimon is unable to take his head out of the water, or he's unable to get out of the fire, and therefore he dies. Chayev, ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be chayev for this. That's an act of bloodshed. Another case. What happens if Reuben pushes Shimon into the water, or pushes Shimon into the fire, and ultimately, again, Shimon could have gotten up. He could have gotten up, but he didn't. Umeis, and he dies. Pater. In those cases, Reuben had Pater. So I said, this is quite fascinating. Even though Reuben pushed Shimon into the water, and even though Reuben pushed Shimon into the fire, since Shimon could have gotten up but failed to do so, Reuben is not liable. If again Reuben goes ahead and incites a dog to go ahead and bite Shimon, he incites him to bite Shimon, or she's as a nachash, Pater. Ultimately, it's Pater. Why? Because this is going to be a case of grama. This is causation. Because in these cases over here, Reuben is creating a force, but he's not the direct damager. It's the dog that is damaging. It is the snake that is damaging. Even though, again, Reuben riled it up. Here's Shekpas and Achash. What happens if Reuben took the snake? Like, literally held the snake's mouth open and put the snake's fangs into Shimon. There was an interesting enough, it's the venom that kills Shimon, not Reuben. What's the halacha over here? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda says, no, in that case, that's direct koach, and therefore Reuben is going to be chayiv. The Chachamim poacher, and the Chachamim on the other hand say that Reuben is going to be pater. I just want to say a lot to talk about in this sugya. Let's see the Gemara. Amar Shmuel, Mipnei Malo Ne'amra Yad the Barzal. So this is very interesting. That look at Rashi. First Rashi in the Gemara, last short line in Rashi. Lo Ne'amra Yad, Kimash Ne'amar Be'even Yad or Be'kli Eitz Yad. So we'll say in the sugyas where it talks about killing someone, the lashon of the pasuk is if Reuben kills Shimon be'even yad, even yad. Now, what that means is literally it could be in a stone that he's holding in his hand. But what we really mean to understand is that yad means that you have the ability to kill someone with that evan. In other words, the halacha is we're going to see that in order to be liable for going ahead and killing someone, halacha l'maisa, the item that you kill the person with has to be capable of delivering a death blow. If it's not capable of delivering a death blow, in other words, if I go ahead and I take a pebble, Reuben takes a pebble, it's like a little pebble, he throws it at Shimon. And somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone? Whatever, they'd get dinged, But it happened to be that it hit Shimon in a way, and however it hit him, and he dies. Reuben's not going to be chayav for that, because what he did not really have the capacity and the ability to cause that. So that's why I told you use lashon of yad by Evan and by Eitz. So the Gemara says, why doesn't it use the same lashon of yad by Barzal? Very interesting. Shabarzal means because ultimately, again, Barzal is different. That when it comes to wood, so ultimately again, when it comes to iron has the unique ability to go ahead and kill. Even in a very small shear. So you says, so Rabbi Omer says, so it was known before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that iron has the ability to kill in even the smallest amount. Therefore, Lefichach lo nitna Torah bo shir. Therefore, the Torah didn't give a shir. I was saying that what's unique about iron? So Rashi points out over here, Shabbat Zolim is Bechoshu is the third white line on the bottom. Ayde Triva Shetochev lo Ma'at Veshet Obelibo. That because iron can stab. So because iron can stab, therefore even the smallest amount of iron has the ability to cause death. Therefore, the Torah doesn't use the Russian of yat. Yat means that normally the item you use to kill someone has to have a shear in order to generate liability. When it comes to iron, because iron is so dangerous, even with a shear, ultimately again there's going to be liability. The Hanimili, the Darjin, but this is all assuming that what? This is all assuming that Halacha one went ahead and pierced an organ that had been fatal. Okay, the Kavash himself in life. Listen to this. I remember the Mishnah said, if Reuben goes and holds Shimon under the water, there's liability for that. So the Gemara says like this. The Gemara says, the Sefer Abu Sakamash Malon. Both the Reish and the Sefer at the beginning and the end of the Brayso, both teach us tremendous lessons. What are the lessons? Here we go. So the Reish Abu Sakamash Malon. In the first case, the Mishnah teaches us a Chiddush. Afagav, the lav iudafo, tevan de inyachal lalos misham umeis chayiv. So we'll say in case number one of the Mishnah, what's case number one? Case number one is where Reuven holds Shimon's head under the water. And again, Shimon dies, Reuven is chayiv. What's the chiddush there? The chiddush there is, how did Shimon get into the water? I don't know, but Reuven didn't put him there, or Reuven didn't necessarily put him there. Right? So in other words, the chiddush in the Risha is, even though Shimon's already in the water, Reuven didn't put him there. But if Reuven comes up, sorry, I'm saying the angel. Right? Reuven didn't put Shimon in the water. Shimon was in the water. Reuven comes along and holds Shimon's head under the water. There's liability for that, even though Reuven did not place him there. Sefer Abu Sakamash, what's the chiddush of Sefer? Afagav the dachfo, kivim b'yachalalas misham umeis pater. The chiddush of the Sefer is, remember what's happening in the Sefer? Reuven pushed Shimon into the water. But now again, and let's say Shimon dies, Shimon had the ability to get himself out of the water and didn't do so, even though he was only in the water because Reuven pushed him there. Reuven will not be liable. It's incredible. Kabash Minoan. They'll say, how do I know that there's liability for holding someone's head under the water or for holding someone in the fire? In other words, that here, I didn't create these circumstances, right? Shimon may already be in the water, or really, Shimon may already even be in the fire. How do I know that if Reuven holds his head under the water, holds it in the fire, then Reuven is liable? It's very interesting. Shmuel Darakra, Pasuk says, Obe'eva. Or if Reuven treats Shimon with animosity or hatred. So Lashon Aveva, Obe'eva hiko. If he hits him with hatred or animosity. The Labos is Hametzamtse. So this goes ahead and includes Mitzamtse. Now, what does Mitzamtse mean? Literally again, constricting. Mitzamtse means holding someone in place. In this case over here, Reuven holding Shimon's head underwater, or Reuven holding Shimon in the fire. There's a tremendous Moshe in this as well. That's interesting. How does the Torah define animosity? What's Eva? Mitzamtse. So what does Mitzamtse mean? Sometimes when you constrict a person, you don't allow a person to move. I don't mean physically, but this is not physically. But sometimes, especially in relationships, we back people into corners. And they cannot be the people they need to be, or they cannot accomplish the things they need to accomplish because someone is constricting them. There's tzimtzum. When you constrict a person, that's evil. That's animosity. So much of life and so much of relationships is allowing people to be who they need to be without trying to make them in our own image. In relationships, there's a natural Yetzer Hara, whether it's in parenting or whether it's in marriage, to make other people in your image. Right? I need my kids to look like this, to be like this. I need my spouse to be like this. That's what relationships are about. Relationships are not about making someone else in your image. Relationships are about forming and creating beautiful synergistic partnerships so that you can accomplish more as a collective than you can accomplish as an individual. And when you're mitzamtzing someone, when you constrict someone, the Gemara says that's eva, that's animosity. Incredible. Hogava. Story. There was a guy in the Tzantzim, So Reuven had Shimon's animal, and what did Reuven do? Reuven tied up Shimon's animal so that it couldn't move and left it in the sun. And as a result, the animal died. Heat exposure, the animal died. So what's the halacha? Ravina Mechayim. Ravina said that the guy was potter. Right? They call him Reuven. Ravach Barav said he was potter. Okay, so what's going on here? Ravina Mechayim. So Ravina says, of course he's chayiv. Why? When it comes to murder or an accidental murder, it's not the same thing as an intentional one. In extenuating circumstances is not the same thing as premeditated. Yet, so we know that when it comes to murder, right, even though again, accidental killing is not the same thing as intentional. Ones is not the same thing as ratzon. Yet I will say, what's the halacha if you keep a person in place? If Reuven keeps Shimon's head under the water, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? He's chayiv. So too again, Ravina wants to suggest that Allah in this case over here, where Reuven tied up Shimon's animal, says Shimon's animal cannot move out of the sun, and that is the result of heat exposure. Reuven is going to be chayiv. So the top of Ayin Zayin, Nezikin, Sha'asam Shogi Kamesiv, but only Kiratzon. I will say, and I remember when it comes to Nezikin, when it comes to damages. Now, what's the look about damages? We'll say, interesting enough, damages, accidental damage is the same thing as intentional. Ones is the same thing as Ratzon. Why? Why is that? Why is that? What's kind of like the operating not phrase, not the operating concept by Nezikin? Adam Muad Viola. A person is always responsible for his actions. So when it comes to damages, they say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, there was an accident." Okay, I forgive you. Pay up. Right? Oh, it was an only extenuating circumstances. I understand. Pay up. You're always responsible for damages. That's the biggest problem, which is very interesting. So that when it comes to taking a life, so where there's a distinction between intentional, unintentional, ones and ratzon, that you're chayiv for confining someone, right? If Reuven holds Shimon's head underwater, he's going to be chayiv for that. So therefore, again, if Reuven ties Shimon's animal in the sun and the animal dies, Reuven's going to be chayiv for that. Vachar says, no, the Jakarta, why? Amr Shasha, my time of the Bua. The Abba, the Potter. So we'll say it's the past itself for the death. For itself with the chayiv lon with something, then Ezekiel lo chayiv lon with something. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Shirshiyas, this is fascinating. I'm sorry. Rabbi Acha's idea is like this. The din of Mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by Nezikin, by damages. Excuse me. The idea of Mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by bloodshed. It's brought up by Rotseach. Ultimately, again, the din of Mitzamtzim is not brought up by Nezikin. Which I want to point out, remember, we just pointed out, the just asked, how do you know that you're chai from Mitzamtzim? How do you know that you're chai for confining someone in a situation which results in their death? So remember again, what did the Gemara base it on? The Gemara says, Ope Eva, he called Viado, Viamos. Remember, learn that from Ope Eva. That's talking about a piece of murder. So Acha will say, the concept of Mitzamtzim is dafka brought down in a case of murder. It's not brought down in a case of Mitzamtzim, and therefore it doesn't apply. Those both said, so this is really quite fascinating. Just to understand that this fundamental focus over here. So according to Rabbi, the only time you're chayiv for damages is when you actively damage someone with your own koach. But if, let's say, again, in this case, where Reuven takes Shimon's animal, ties it up in the sun, and the act can't move and the animal dies, the Vacha is going to say, you're not chayiv for that. It's not good. It's not good. And we don't, obviously, the halacha doesn't condone it, but there's no legal recourse that Shimon has under those circumstances. So fundamental machlokas. So again, Ravina understands that the din of Mitzamtzim applies by bloodshed as well as by Nezikin. Rav Acha, it only applies by bloodshed, doesn't apply by Nezikin. Incredible. Omer Rabbi, another example. I will say now, I'll tell you this as we go along. So halacha l'maisa, the Rambam Pasuk is like Ravina, that we hold that Mitzamtzim is chayiv both by bloodshed and by Nezikin. So therefore, again, if Reuven ties up Shimon's animal in the sun, in a way that the animal is going to die of heat exposure, and the animal dies of heat exposure, ultimately Reuven's chayiv. Now, we have a couple of other pieces we're going to have to qualify over the rest of the stuff. but just understand nugget number one, we paskin like, well, it's not number one, I don't know nugget so far, but nugget number whatever, we paskin like Ravina. Paskin like Ravina, that one is chai for mitzantzim, for confining someone or something, both by bloodshed, by Rotseach, as well as by Nezikin damages. Okay, let's go back to Amarava. Kaf so umes barav, Pater. Very interesting. What happens if Ruvain ties up Shimon, and Shimon dies of starvation? Whatever, 5 days later, Shimon's had no food, no water, I haven't known the person who's have food and water, and Shimon dies. So Rabbi says that Ruvain is Pater. Ruvain is Pater. They both say now, why? What? Which sounds very strange to us. What's the logic of that? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's in the first short line. Kafso meis barav. The bishasha kafso ein kan zvar hariga. V'arav ba me'elav v'holich v'chazak la'achar zman kol shah v'lo dami l'tzamtzei memayim u'or d'hor yuzubah. So let's listen to this. Essentially, right, we passed in that mitzamtzei, holding someone in place and them dying as a result of being held in place is chayiv. That is only if the force which brings about death is present at the beginning of the event. So, for example, Reuven holds Shimon's head underwater, right? So Reuven is going to be chayiv. Why? Because the water, right, which is the vehicle of death, is right there and present. Right? Similarly, again, in the previous case, if you notice, right, Reuven tied Shimon's animal up in the blazing sun. The sun is there. But in a case where, let's say, Reuven creates a reality for Shimon, but there's no death force that's present in that moment, then Reuven will not be chayiv. So, for example, Reuven ties Shimon up. Shimon dies of starvation 5 days later. Okay, at the time that he said okay, but at the time that he tied him up, again, there was no starvation. Right? There was no death force. So because there was no death force, therefore there is no technical liability. That wasn't obviously. I'm sure that Ibn Shalom is not smiling upon Reuven for what he's done. We're talking about in a very technical, legalistic framework. Is there liability or not? Did Beis Din execute Reuven for what he did? So I said this is a very important principle. In order to be chayiv for mitzantzim, for confining someone, the death force has to be present at the time the person was confined. If the death force only comes later, there is no liability. Next, Bamarava, another example. Bamarava, Chavsa b'chama umeis. Let's see no umeis chayiv. If Reuven tied Shimon up, and he tied him up in the blazing sun, right? Or he tied him up in the freezing cold. Ultimately, then Reuven and then Shimon dies. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, still Reuven is going to be chayiv. But on the other hand, so chama lavo, so tzina lavo. Let's say Reuven ties Shimon up at night, and at night it's fine. There's no sun. When the sun comes up the next morning, by the time it gets to the day, Shimon's going to die of heat exposure. So Reuven's pater. Why? Same idea. Why? Because at the time that Reuven tied Shimon up, there was no present death force. So because of that, ultimately, again, Reuven is going to be pater. But Sof Chamalavo, Sof Tzina Lavo, pater. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Rabbi says, Kafsa Livniari. So this is very interesting. If Reuven tied Shimon up in front of a lion, pater. That's quite fascinating. Reuven is pater. They will say now, why is that exactly? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's very cross. Kafsa Livniari pater. Di'inami lo haya kafos. Lo haya yakala hatsa asal minari. They will say, actually, we do not pass in this way. But this is fascinating. Why? Because they will say, clinical tests have shown that your chances of survival with a lion, whether you're bound or not bound, are non-existent, right? Rabbi says your chances of survival are no better if you're untied with a lion than if you're tied up with a lion. So therefore, it's interesting. So Rabbi says, if Reuven put, and it was, and the idea over here is you're going to see this, that Lamaisha, remember again, it was a wild animal. We saw this in the Mishnah about Shisa Baskov inciting the dogs. Those cases seem a lot more like grama, like causation, because it's not Reuven killing Shimon, but rather what is it? It's the lion killing Shimon. It's the fact that Reuven went ahead and tied Shimon up. Okay, you know better how to be untied. Halok Lamaisha, he's part of it. Also happens to be, we're going to see, the Rambam Paskins, and he's like that, you actually chayiv. But again, we'll see it for later. Rambam says, Kasov Nari Pater, with Neyitushin chayiv. This is very interesting. if Reuven ties Shimon up with Yitushin, what are Yitushin? Yitushin are gnats. So I guess he wants to, I guess a person died as a result of prolonged gnat stinging. Yes, something disease or whatever else, reaction. So the next one said, what's the idea of this? Because if Reuven was untied, what could he do? Right, she points out he could shoo it away. The fact that he's tied up now, so again, the fact that he's tied up, that ultimately again results in his death. So as Rashi says, Rashi says no, even with gnats, he's still going to be potter. Why? Because the gnats that he dies from are not the gnats that are present at the time that he's tied up. Once again, the death force is not present. How does it work with the gnats? This gnat chaver comes, this gnat chaver goes. Right? So again, who causes it? It's the collective gnat chaver that goes ahead and causes his death. Again, that force is not present at the time that he is tied up. Incredible. So let's say, so again, negative information over here said it before. In order to be chayiv from the sun, so we've established number one, you're chayiv from the sun, say, both. By Nesikim as well, by Nisa, by Rotseach, as well as by Nesikim. Nugget number two, you're only chayiv from the sun, if the death force is present at the time that you're tied up in the control. Incredible. So let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. If let's say Reuven took Shemite, Reuven took a barrel, he put the barrel over Shimon. Like, not put Shimon over the barrel, right? But he went ahead and he put the barrel over Shimon. Rashi says over here, as you read across to the right, Kavala Pigis, Umes Bahafo. And ultimately, again, apparently the shoe was going ahead and putting the barrel over someone is they suffocate. Over time, they will suffocate.
To North America during the 19th century. Ambitious sweatshop bosses, humble
opens up a piece of the ceiling so that
cutters and
frigid
pressers,
cold
as well
air
as
comes in
wholesalers,
while Shimon
retailers in every corner of the Shemite business.
Rashi says over here,
In all areas of life, Torah and
he opens up the
don't mix
ceiling
warm
and cold air
letting
comes in.
two
So
together is biblical.
ultimately, again,
Prohibition knows
Rabbi
is a biblical prohibition on the shoppers.
Rabbi
Everyone
Zera,
deserves to
one
use
says
such for a
chayiv, one
dry
says
goods
potter.
dealer.
What's going on over here?
There,
This time the Rabbi
for a
no
dry goods
potter.
dealer, this
So
is
say
used
the
into
precious,
significant hardship.
Rabbi
For dry goods dealer,
says
this
potter.
used
What did
for a
Rabbi say
dry
before?
goods
Number
dealer,
Rabbi,
this used to impose
Kafso,
significant hardship.
Umes
Saturday was
Remember,
easily
said,
the
Rabbi
busiest
just
week
said
of the day of the
that
week.
if Reuven ties
Sweatshop
Shimon
workers
up,
also used
Shimon
to
later
find
dies
themselves
of
walking farms with
starvation.
bosses who wanted to
That
keep
Reuven is potter. Why? Because
who
the
wanted
death
them
force
to keep
wasn't
producing
present
every day of the
at
week.
the time
In fact,
of
the running joke
tying up. So
in
again,
those days
the Pashtus in this
was that
case as
Shabbos
well.
was a
When Reuven goes ahead and puts
composite
the
of the
barrel on
word
Shimon again, right now there's
a
air.
composite of the
Right now
word
there's
Shah,
air. Or when he opens up the
Shabbos.
ceiling, right now there's a
Shabbos.
draft. But Lamaisa, again, one could make the argument that
Everyone
that
deserves to be paid
force
fairly
is
and on
not
time
present. And
and
therefore,
not be
you can
treated
talk to this
like
case
a
as well.
shmata.
Fujiwara says not
One
necessarily.
last piece of wisdom the Talmud teaches that God provides the cure even before the illness. Thus, even before you totally become a shmata, you can remedy the situation with a well-placed ladder.
Listen to this. If someone takes his friend, right? Reuben takes his friend into a house made of marble. Now, let's say now again, the Chab over here, Rashi said, "Basic the shisha." A house that is made of marble can be made airtight. So Reuben puts Shimon in an airtight home. And then he goes ahead and he lights a candle, right? And Shimon dies. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Who is in the chayiv? Let's say this is fascinating. Now, why is that? Why is he in chayiv? By lighting the candle, what does Reuven do? What is Reuven doing? He's taking up all the oxygen, right? So think about it. So because he's taking up all the oxygen, therefore he is responsible for the death of Shimon. Now, the Gemara says, the only reason he's chayiv is because he actively lit the candle. Which would be referred to as I did not lit the candle, but he just put Shimon in an airtight home. And I say would not be chayiv, right? Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time that he confined him. To which the Gemara says, "Hamad obviously shraga." The reason Reuben is chayiv is because he lit the candle. How about obviously shraga low? If you would not have lit the candles, you would not be chayiv. You could have been all the rice and flexibility. Rabbi Zera, to which the Gemara says not necessarily. Amri, Shasam, I'm sorry, Lo Amri. Gemara says it's not necessarily compatible. I'll tell you why. Hasam, in the case ultimately again, in the case over here, the low struggle of maskal hafla. In the case of the airtight home, usually Rabbi is apparently the kindling of the candle goes ahead and somehow also tints the air. So apparently the actual act of going ahead and lighting the candle, had you not lit the candle, so Shimon would have been just fine. I mean, for some prolonged amount of time, but would have been fine. But maskal hafla b'shaiti, I'm based. Haha, in the case over here,
in the second volume of Mishnah's
the barrel, I'm sorry, the bias, the low struggle, now you maskal hafla b'shaiti. Suppose I say, interestingly enough,
it's in the book.
Interestingly enough, the Gemara says so the cases are not really compatible. Hasam below struggle of maskavlo without the candle, the putrid air would not have started at the right time. But over here, below struggle not in maskavlo.
Published the first
But
volume
over here,
of
also
the
without the candle, the putrid air begins. So
commentary on
Lavdafka,
the second volume, which
we compare
both
both
volumes
cases.
were
I was saying
reprinted in a single
interestingly
book
enough,
in 1982.
the way we
The book was
understand this
reprinted
case
again
over
in
here.
1985.
So we find out. So
Sherry's
the
of
interesting
the sheet of
what comes out over here is
Hashem,
not focus.
Kabbalah,
Right,
sheet
so
of
Ruben puts the
Matthew,
barrel on top of Shimon,
the book
or
of
right,
Seder.
Ruben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or
1927.
opens up the roof.
Rabbi
Right,
Frankel published a book
so
dedicated
what is the
to
halacha? What is the halacha? So it's machlokas.
Yeah.
And the only machlokas is ultimately who says
The book
what.
was printed
But it's clear that there is a
the book was
fundamental
printed in
machlokas as to
similar
whether or not,
Sylvan
again, there is liability in this particular case. So we'll say, so this case we'll have to see exactly what happens. Because this case is a little bit different because on one hand,
in
the
the book,
death
Rabbi
force
Frankel
is
writes,
present, but the death force is not immediate.
in the
It's
book,
more.
Rabbi
In other
Frankel
words,
writes,
at a certain
that
point
the
in
large
time,
book is actually
Shimon
one of
will
the first
run
writers
out of air in the battle. But right
his
now he has
manuscript
enough. At a certain
on the
point in
subject. Rabbi
time,
Frankel
perhaps
explained
the
that
cold
he
will
could
kill Shimon,
not
but
publish
right
the rest
now
of the
it's not an
manuscript
impact.
at that
So
time.
we'll see this
Either
case in
financial
Hashem.
reasons, furthermore, he
This
expresses
is kind of
desire
like
to publish
a
the
little bit
rest
of
of
an in-between,
his
where
book
on one
in
hand
the
the
future,
death force
as
is
he
present,
previously
but the
reported.
death force is not necessarily
Entitled
present
to
in
the
its
Messiah.
entire
Rabbi
full
Frankel's
amount. So again,
fame
hold on to this case
materialized
and
in
we'll
the
look back. We're
manuscripts
Rambam,
are destroyed.
Ramesh Hashem puts
The
all of
exact
this
date
together in a beautiful
the
panoramic
publication
halachic
of
view
Rabbi
for us.
Frankel's
But we'll just point
entitled
out how
Shabbat
incredibly
Rothschild,
striking this lashon
Shabbat
over here is.
Rothschild,
The
shall
kafale
place
and
up his
kigigis.
document.
Right, this is what happens.
Since
So
the
Reuben is
author
putting Shimon
in his
about right.
introductory
So
book
right, the lashon
refers
was
to his
kafale
1927 book
kigigis.
entitled
Reuben goes ahead and
Horror,
puts a
and
barrel
since the
over Shimon.
1930 edition of
This
the
lashon is very reminiscent.
Shady
Very
refers to
quite
Shabbat
reminiscent.
Lefi.
It's the same lashon that the
We can
Gemara
do
Sefer
use
Shabbos
it
uses for Har
must be
Sinai.
we
Right,
can
the
do use
Gemara
it
says the
most of
beautiful
the
Gemara, the
published in
dramatic Gemara.
1927.
Yishmael who
The
lifted
book
up
was
the mountain over
republished
us and
by
what?
Rabbi
Held it over us
Augustine,
like a
grandson
barrel.
of Rabbi Frankel in
What's
1995.
fascinating about a barrel?
In
You could
1937, only 3 years
don't
pregnant,
fit on the inside of a barrel. Why not?
published his
That's
final
like
work
it's over the
entitled
front. Apparently,
Food Time,
you could
the
suffocate
Horror,
inside of
really
a
great
barrel.
story. Really
Inside of a
cool
barrel.
story.
The Ebola Shanti was telling
Really?
us something terribly amazing.
Even these
Sometimes
are so
a
much
person can
research.
feel like they're suffocating in the inside. It can happen. It can happen. That a person feels overwhelmed. Overwhelmed by the realities that sit up on us. Sometimes the deepness of Torah can ultimately feel overwhelmed. Almost as if I put the parsley is validated. That emotion, we all have moments where I know what I have to do, or I know what I should be doing, but the reality is it feels very overwhelming. It feels very overwhelming, and it feels incredibly suffocating. And the Rothschild was saying, I get it, I understand it. Yeah, at times it could be beautiful, and at times it could be inspiring, and at times it could actually be suffocating. That's the end of the ride. That's the end of the ride. You know, sometimes when someone is struggling with something, called toxic positivity. But what's toxic positivity? Toxic positivity, because we all know people like this, where when you're struggling with something, you always get and what do they say? What do they say to you? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to be fine. And what's often your reaction to that person? I literally want to kill you with my own hands. Right? Like, be quiet. Be quiet. I know it's going to be okay. I know it's going to be okay. I got it. I've been around. I know I'm not going to, I'm going to be fine. But that's not what I want from you. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. Shut up. Right? I know. I understand. I got it. I got it. Sometimes what a person needs when they're going through a difficult time is just some empathy. It's just some validation. That's all. Sometimes I know it's going to be okay. I know I'll make it. I know I'll stand strong. I'll remain standing. But just validate what it is I'm going through. That's all. Just tell me I understand. Just tell me it must be really hard. Or I'm so sorry that you're in this predicament. Or there's something that I can do to help. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. I think most of the Catholics over years, where do we learn that? Where do we learn that positivity is really toxic? And sometimes the best thing to do for someone is just build empathy and just be there for them. Cover and hide your demons. I got it. This other thing, this Yiddish type thing, it's good. It's good. And I got it. Sometimes you can feel like you're suffocating. That's it. No, but you can do it, right? But you'll be great. No, just know, I'm not going to just know that at the end of the day, I'm going to be the problem. I'm the one who's holding the battle. It's not someone else holding the battle. I, after the Sparrow, I'm holding the battle. So because I'm holding the battle, we got this together. And I certainly understand that at times, your responsibilities may feel profoundly overwhelming. All right, let's go back to it. Said the Gemara. Amarella, not on the bar, is very interesting things. Not on the bar, the soon on the bar. Listen to this. Moving pushes Shimon into a pit. Pushes into a pit, and what happens? But there was a ladder in the pit. So remember again, just to see what's happening over there. Now, interestingly enough, remember, a pit also has a heaven, right? A pit, you've seen this before, things like about commentaries, right? And a pit has some type of like noxious fumes inside of it also. So clearly, if Shimmon's going to the pit, he's going to die. The good news is, there's a ladder. There's a ladder. And what happens? The silk goat. And what happens? Now, just understand the comment of events. Reuben pushes Shimon into a pit, but the pit has a ladder. What happened? Now someone else came along. The silk goat. Someone else came along and removed the ladder. Okay. Who? Maybe even Reuben himself came along and took out the ladder. Potter. Ultimately, Reuben is Potter. Why is Reuben Potter? But even though the Shagye Yochalalos, listen, the fact over here is, as long as at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, there was a ladder. There was a ladder. As long as it was there at the time of the pushing, then what? And remember again, this was not an act that could have caused the death of Shimon. So listen, just to even though it's the most traumatic way, imagine for a moment, Reuben standing with Shimon at the edge of the pit, the ladder is there. Reuben pushes Shimon. Before Shimon hits the ground of the pit, Reuben takes out the ladder. Reuben's still not going to be tied. Why? Because everything is determined by the moment of the pushing. Right? Because that was the act. And since at the moment that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was present, therefore, this was not an act that could have caused bloodshed. Because again, when I said the ladder was there, listen, obviously, again, we're talking about the fact that Reuben will not be technically liable. Obviously, Reuben's a bad guy. He's a bad guy, right? And please catch up with bad people. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Kadam is so low, Kadam if you shows that, but even if the Shagye Yochalalos, you should see the Flamas of the Reuben, the Grama Ba'almo. So as I said, since at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was there, even though Reuben himself then took the ladder out before Shimon hit the ground, ultimately again Reuben is not going to be tired. Incredible. So as Rabbi says, similar idea. Zara hates Shishiyado. Let's say Reuben shot an arrow at Shimon. Good news. Shimon had a shield. Shimon had a shield. Uba Achar, but not well. But someone that actually shot the arrow, someone came and took the shield, or even if Reuben himself took the shield, Potter, Reuben is going to be called the why? Because even the Shagye missucked seeking delay. So as I told you, remember, everything is determined at the moment that Reuben shot the arrow. And at the moment that Reuben shot the arrow, what was the Messias? What was the Messias? Shimon cannot be harmed by the arrow. Therefore, this act of shooting the arrow was not an act which could cause bloodshed. Because it couldn't cause bloodshed, therefore, again, Reuben is not going to be tight. Even if, as again, let's say Reuben is lightning fast. He shoots the arrow, and so after he shoots the arrow, he goes and grabs Shimon's shield. So that now the arrow kills Shimon, Reuven's going to be Vater because at the time that he killed Shimon, the arrow could not have killed Shimon. Incredible. Incredible. Gemara says as follows. Another case. Good. Amrava. Dark case is. Let's say Reuven shot an arrow at Shimon. The salmon and the adult. But it's okay because Shimon had the remedy for an arrow. In other words, I guess the arrow was could have pierced him. He had a bandage, he had a set, whatever he needed in order to bandage up the wound, and it would have been just fine. Okay. After the arrow was shot, someone else came along and stole his medication. After the recognition of these words, or Reuven himself came and stole the medication. After ultimately Reuven is really fucking why. The Shadabe, Racham is back on Sabah. Both say all the same thing. In order to be high for bloodshed, it has to be that at the time of the act, the death force was present. But if at the time of the act, the death force was not present. So again, the ladder was in the bit, right? The shield was in the hands of Shimon. Shimon had the remedy for an arrow piercing. Even though it was subsequently removed after he was thrown into the pit, or after he released the arrow, or after he went ahead and shot the arrow. And even if Reuven himself removed it, it's still going to be talking why? Because at the time of the act was not capable of causing the death of Shimon. Terrible. I'm about Rashi. Rashi says, the truth is, even if, right, let's say Shimon didn't have the remedy in his hand, but the remedy was readily available in the marketplace. Right? So therefore, again, even in that kind of case, it's clear that Reuven's act was not one which could have caused bloodshed. What happens if Allah at the time that Reuven shot the arrow, Shimon didn't have the medicinal remedy. But then after he shot the arrow, Shimon came upon the medicinal remedy. What's halacha? In that case, ultimately, again, Reuven is not going to be chayiv. Now, listen, interestingly enough, this is interesting because in this case over here, remember, at the time that Reuven shot the arrow, Shimon did not have the remedy. He didn't have the remedy. But since halacha l'maisa, he did get the remedy before Reuven was brought to the Torah, so therefore halacha l'maisa, Reuven went out to Torah. Rabbi, so have to stop over for today. There's much more. Again, just throwing out all of these cases right now. Tomorrow's dot will really consolidate this into a comprehensive framework. Incredible Gemara. Everyone. The engineer of SCH partakers lectures. His father-in-law, great pride in his son-in-law's scholarly attainments and paid for all tuition expenses and helped facilitate his studies throughout. During his stay in Berlin, his father-in-law encouraged him to become more of a public figure. However, Shearson described himself as an introvert and was known to have pleaded with acquaintances not to make a fuss over the fact that he was the son-in-law of Yosef Yitzchak. While in Berlin, Shearson met Joseph B. Soloveitchik, and the two formed a friendship that remained between them years later when they emigrated to America. He wrote hundreds of pages of his own original Torah discourses, and conducted a serious interchange of Galactic correspondence with many of Eastern Europe's leading rabbinic figures, including Joseph Rosen. In 1933, he also met with Chaim Elazar Spir, as well as with Talmudist Shimon Shlomo. During this time, he kept a diary in which he carefully documented his private conversations with his father-in-law, as well as his Yahwist correspondence with his father, Levi Yitzchak. For the month of Adar, after Elazar split from Germany, the Shearson sent him to Paris, where Menachem Mendel continued his religious activity on behalf of his father-in-law. While in Paris, he took 2 year course in engineering and vocational knowledge. During that time, Yosef Yitzchak granted him a professor and led resident work and focused on the Shearson regarding various religious and political matters and prominent rabbis, such as Aaron Shimon Leibniz and Rabbi Yochanan Hazer Tesler. During Shearson's report, he declared that the month of Adar haba 3 days before Yerusalem to Nazis, the Spears pledged to shoot later to the Nazis. He stated his final mistake from Europe in 1944. And in 1941, Shearson named the European list for war. According to Mr. Archer, Shearson ended up his famous mission with the future of World Trade humanity. During Mushroom, according to the Shah Shah in 1944. Shortly after his arrival, his father-in-law appointed him to chairman of the Trade Law Center of Publications, work assigned on Iona After his creation of the Publication Society, Policy and Economics, Jewish Education, Social Services, and Education Service. Over the next decade, he was the representative of his father in Western and inquired into his son-in-law, leaving Greece for his first visit to Israel. During the 1940s, Shearson became naturalized U.S. citizen, seeking to contribute to the war effort. He volunteered in the Brooklyn Navy Yard, using his veteran engineering background to draw maritime diagrams for the battleship USS Missouri, VA-63, and other classified military work. Which
In
is
1942,
on 76A, 1,
during the
2, 3,
1940s, Shearson became a naturalized U.S. citizen,
5
seeking to
lines
contribute to the
top.
war effort. He volunteered
Last
in the
word
Brooklyn
of the
Navy Yard,
line, so
using
it's
his
number
electrical
again.
engineering background to
We
draw maritime
introduced
diagrams
over
for the
here
battleship USS Missouri, VA-63,
the
and other
topic
classified
of
military
straight
work.
talk.
In
Again, these types
1942,
of
Shearson
relationships
ordered
are
a research
punishable by
program
straight
involving
talk.
the affairs of
And
Jews,
now, by the
critical
way, you
locations
see
across
already
the
the
Mediterranean,
common
serving nations
denominator
to teach
types of infractions punishable by Shaifa, some again are infractions which deal with immorality, which is becoming dominant every week of the year. So again, if you're learning yesterday, exact components, explicitly speaks about two relationships. A man marrying a white woman and is her mother, or a woman and her daughter. So now we're building out the framework from there. So let's see as follows. Mahu Kavas Lasura. Arti Kavas Lasura. So we should say that just as a man is related to his son's wife, so he should be prohibited biblically to his wife's son's wife. So much like others, it's similarly prohibited to his daughter-in-law, his direct daughter-in-law through his son, which is prohibited to his daughter-in-law through her son, which was Amatra, Ishesh and Bilikobi. So the Pasuk says, no, it's prohibited to his daughter-in-law. Why? Because she is the wife of his son. One is chayiv ultimately again because a woman is the wife of his son, but not chayiv because she is the wife of his wife's son. See what you bring over here? We're just trying to kind of figure out parallel relationships. So we know that a man is created to his daughter-in-law. What's the definition of a daughter-in-law? Your son's wife. So that Gemara said, okay, so why do we say the parallel relationship again? Your wife's son's wife should also be asur to you. Look, I want to be clear. All of these relationships are asur. The asur, the shayla is, are they asur d'Rabbanan or are they asur d'Oraisa? So your daughter-in-law through your son's wife is obviously asur d'Oraisa. So the shayla is your wife's son's daughter, sorry, your wife's son's wife. Also asur d'Oraisa. This much you say no, as the process is interesting. So Rabbi says, so notice on like this, we saw it goes back to yesterday, that remember again, the fundamental focus in general, how do you guys think Xer Shabbos? How do you actually Xer Shabbos? We say, don't we know, which means the of us remember that because like the target of the Xer Shabbos, I should say, the defining definition of the Xer Shabbos comes from the source item, or no, don't we know, the Asura, these ultimately the result of the target, the focus is on the destination of the Jewish, or the second half of the Jewish, we'll see inside in just a moment. It's relevant in reality, the Mandala don't know, the Mandala don't know, but the Asra, the Asra, even Rabbi says, which is, you can't really learn out of this prohibition, ultimately of wife's son's wife. Why? Whereas the Mandala don't know, the one that says ultimately everyone in the Shabbat, focus on the initial halacha, and that really becomes the defining characteristics and qualities. So he said this, Mahu Kavas Asura, just recognize, let's just go ahead and take a look, it's like recognize the Rahul. Let's remember again, within Kava, who says Kava, the Kava is his daughter-in-law. Let's remember again, his son's wife. Mahu Kavas Asura, just as Ruben, his daughter-in-law is Asura to him. Akin Kavas Asura, so she says, so too, Rachel's son's wife should also be prohibited to the Gemara says, if that's the case, Mahu is Kila, Akin is Kila. So you can say the same way that Ruben has a relation with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that is punishable by Skila. So to again, if he has relations with his wife's son's wife, his daughter-in-law through his wife, it should also be punishable by Skila. So Gemara says, okay, the Mamzer Amr Skila Kamura Ikra Nisrach, but according to the that Skila is the most common form of death penalty. There's a problem. What's the problem? The first white line, I'm Bob Amidala 76. What's the problem? Again, let's say for believing himself. So remember again, the relationship with his mother, partial by Skila. Toma Dini Shima B'Seifa. So the problem says his relationships don't line up. Right? Remember again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry. And granted, it's a moral symmetry, but it's a symmetry nevertheless. It's a relationship, more like other relationships on his side versus her side. So try to combine opposition to say that just like he can't have relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, so to again on his wife's side, he also spends it to his wife's son's wife. The problem just is. The time just is. We see it. The symmetries doesn't line up. Why not? Take a look at mother for just a moment. If he has relations with his mother, it's Skiba. If he has relations with her mother, it's Shrefa. It's Shrefa, right? That's why we split the sleeping that we saw yesterday. Because you can't go ahead and now you have relations with a woman and her mother. It comes with a Shrefa. So you see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Come on, usually the Shrefa, furthermore, second white line, furthermore again, if this concept of remaining true, it means that if women would have relations with Ruckel's daughter, in terms of Seifa, again, that's an explicit concept, a woman has her daughter, that's Seifa, and yet, again, Kalasa, according to this logic, if you would have relations with Ruckel's son's wife, i.e. his daughter through his wife, and that's Skila. So again, just the punishments don't seem to line up. So which reminds me, instead of problems, we're actually which is the percentage of cash of why, if you got the sale of the Kalasa Skila, we already see that the punishments are asymmetrical. Why? Because if you're going to have relations with his daughter, it's straight up, and yet if you're going to have relations with his daughter-in-law, meaning his son's wife, ultimately that's Skila. Elamahu Rokalaka, both being the equals in the Kalasa, the issue is that, at least from Renee's perspective, what's symmetrical is the condition a generation above and a generation below. Right? So in other words, for example, his mother and his daughter from his son are symmetrical. They both do straight up. So the Mali will collect them both. They know the cover. So the difference for Ruben himself, again, it looks like even when we saw yesterday's that, so much of what we're doing in these forbidden relationships is putting the continuity in generations above and generations below. So when you look from Ruben's perspective, so again, when you look at the condition regarding his mother and his daughter, i.e. his son's wife, the punishments are the same. After Shackles being in the Kalasa. So again, being on her side, it should be the same thing. You should think that it's the same punishment if Ruben has relations with Ruckel's mother, or Ruckel's daughter-in-law to her son. You might say, when the mandala Sripa Kamura, the high question or no, according to the Sripa Kamura, ultimately again, based on this question, we are not able to judge this entire thing. Okay, so that's the first side of this. The second side of this, when mandala, according to this is all loving construct. Remember, we're trying to figure out over here, we're trying to make suggestions that just as Ruben is not allowed to have relations with his daughter-in-law, or as well as defined by his son's wife, he might want to suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife. His daughter-in-law to his wife. And you might suggest that they're not the same because whichever way you dance is there, it's not going to work. And this thing is not going to work. So, for example, Mandala don't know what he does. So, not as a thing that is top over that day. That literally, again, we define characteristics ultimately in the Shabbat because we find out the whole definition of the Shabbat. So, we said this. Now we come up to just as you said, right? You can go over from the thing. You don't have relations with his son's wife. Aki Kalasasura. So, we should say the same thing. You can't have relations. Which is also wife. Really think that as well. And you're like, okay, then let's focus on the destination of that year. Constantly see that. Remember again, if Ruben were to have relations with Ruckel's son's wife, that would be Skila. That is Skila. About Ruckel the Seifa, but over here, he would have relations with his own daughter, i.e. his son's wife, that's Seifa. He's actually a Bima. And he's fine with his mother, because also remember again, on Ruben's side, things are symmetrical. Because remember, if Ruben has relations with his mother, generation up, or has relations with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment, Seifa. He might say, remember, so according to the that says that he is Muhammad, we have the following question. None of the rules should be any of the Skila. Right? So when it comes to Relay, so probably with his mother will be the Skila, Kama Bibi, she will be the Seifa, and yet inherently Ruckel's mother will be the Seifa. No, Mahu Kalak the Bow, Ben Dito la Kalasa, Aki Chaklas Bar Ben Dito la Kalasa. So the same thing that is distinct from the prohibition for Ruvain, between his daughter and his daughter-in-law. So for Rachel's side, there should be a distinction between his daughter and daughter-in-law. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa ultimately is more common than Skila, based on this question, you can't mention the proper halacha. Sreifa was like, interestingly enough, the word does not seem to be able to prove this idea. And remember, it's not the Gemara wanted to say that the same way that Reuben's daughter-in-law from his son, right, his son's wife, is punished by Sreifa, so too, again, his daughter-in-law to his wife, I'm sorry, Reuben's daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife is punished by Sreifa, so it's this parallel prohibition that his daughter-in-law from his wife, Rachel's son's wife, she also punished by Sreifa. So both Abai and Rabbi agree that that is not halacha. Abai says it based on the concept. Rabbi says either way, Zer Shabbat is not going to work. Zer Shabbat doesn't pan out. Okay, so the Gemara adds on. Listen, once again, it doesn't mean it's not prohibited. It's still usher. It's still usher. It just means that the Gemara is suggesting that it may not be a prohibition of Sreifa. Okay, so the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, what's an interesting case? What happens if Reuben violates Rachel? He violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halacha l'maisa, if Reuben has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by Sreifa? That's called bitor me'anasaso. So his daughter, as a result of a woman that he violated, how do we know that such a relationship like that is punishable by Sreifa? The Gemara says, it's Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? Abbas Bito Anish Abito Wakoshiki. It's obvious. If Lamaisa, Reuben is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, Bas Bito, then what? Allah has come to tell all the more so, he is held accountable for relations with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately against the result of violation of violating her mother. So the Gemara says, so if you don't treat that newborn, that you can't create this contract, if you can't create capital homers through a, you can't create capital punishment through a capital homer. Capital punishment has to be understood directly. The Gemara says, no, you're like, even though it's about me. No, it's not even capital homer, it's not this. Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his daughter. It's not like Sreifa. It doesn't really make a difference how this woman is his daughter, whether she's his daughter from a legitimate marriage or whether she's his daughter because he violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter is a daughter, and therefore there's going to be liability for relations with her. Incredible. Rabbi says, I'm going to be Yitzchak Baradini, Asya Eina Ina, Asya Zima Zima. Okay, Rabbi, on the other hand, is using all of that, and it's not what you do in Shabbat, as Eina Eina, Zima Zima. Okay, turning out the water the Rabbi, שלו למדנו, בפתאום מהסוסו, חוץ מהחכות של לומר, ובאס איש כהן. So the Gemara says, because we did not learn Russia, we don't have an explicit Russia. There's no explicit concept that says that if a man has relations with his daughter, who he fathered through violating her mother, and if he has relations with her, he's chayiv straight. But there's no explicit concept that says that. What's the concept? One line is to say, "Bas ish kohen." So the Gemara says, "Ima bas kohen ki b'sreifa." Then all of a sreifa. So this is the short answer. Remember the concept of we were talking about. A bas ish kohen. So again, this is the daughter of a kohen who commits zinus. So remember what we had this figure a while back. This is talking about Easter. This is talking about Easter. So the concept is talking about an arusa. Right? And if a bas kohen is an arusa commits adultery, halacha is she is judged with sreifa. That is a unique halacha. So the word says, "She's not bas kohen, he was sreifa, being born of a sreifa." She's not bas kohen, she herself is judged with sreifa. But when I say interestingly enough, the man who commits adultery is not judged with sreifa. Based on the answer, so to again, the daughter that he has from violating her mother, she is sreifa, she is judged with sreifa, living for love is sreifa. But ultimately, again, the man commits adultery is not to be done through slave. I'm not buying it. Just I'm going to the pasuk says, as Aviha, she's the thing of the father. He should be Halaras as Aviha. So who is judged with slave? So when it pertains to father, Yotza, so who should Aviha Mechallah? Because we come to exclude one, not the girl who's profaning her father, but rather what? It's her father who's profaning her. Rabbi says, this one of us, some speaks in the Dina de Bastoy. But Ukimita Adina de Basisrael. So Rabbi says, okay, in that case, we say, the girl is being removed from the typical case of a Bas Kohen, and she's being judged in accordance to the standard of typical Bas Israel. However, Adina the man Muklasla, Adina the Muklasla, here in the case of Ita man of Sasso. So again, when the daughter of a woman who is binding, they say, nice thing, where are you going to put her? Right, you're going to put her in the category of a regular single woman that doesn't make any sense. As Hashemot says, therefore, again, the Gemara brings back that Allah just as a man is highly straight off for violating his daughter, or for having relations with his daughter, so too, a man is highly for relations with his daughter, even if she is the daughter of a woman whom he violated. That's the takeaway over here. As far as becoming a such nine, where's the law? Where's the law? Let's remember again, when we see the way the Torah is structured is, in order to hold someone liable, in capital case, there needs to be two things. There needs to be a law, right? And there needs to be a prohibition, and there needs to be an owner. So where's the law? Where's the law? As far as becoming a such nine, you show the law by the Rabbi. So according to Rabbi, the not Kuru owners, they also not Kurashar. So according to Rabbi, the same passage that teaches us the punishment is the very same passage that teaches us the law. However, when you're turning to Abu Dhabi Abin night, they will say, what about the time of, Abu Dhabi Abin, where is she? I'm a cross, after Kalo as a bikram, the Hazio Sa. Passage says, do not profane your daughter and have her commit an act of immorality, or literally against church. It's literally translated, do not profane your daughter, have no son, have her become a harlot. So we'll say, so again, that passage is going to teach us that Halacha L'Maisa, a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if that daughter is not from a legitimate marriage, but even if that daughter herself is from a woman whom he violated. Okay, incredible. So now let's get to Rabbi Yaakov, Hi, after Chala is no, that's not what that pasuk means. It looks like that pasuk is for something else. In other words, so now, look what's happening over here. We're trying to figure out when we establish that halacha l'maisa, if a man violates his daughter, who he fathered with a woman who he violated, he's hiding in the sefer, he's hiding straight off. Where's the law? Where's the law? According to the law is the same source as the actual owner. Okay? According to the other thing, what's the law? The law is the positive of the Chala, as the Chala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by having her engage in acts of harlotry. What's the harlotry over here? What's his nurse? Relations with her father. His nurse and go, hold up. We use that concept for something totally different. Let's say totally detour now. We use the concept for something totally different. The nurse says, hi, after Chala, no, how do you play with the Sanya? We actually need that concept for something dramatic. We want to use the question even called the Sanya. As we learn, after Chala, the Chala has no son. Do not have your daughter engage in the act of harlotry. Listen to this. Yaakov is calling. I'm not going to beat on the windy. The Israel happens with that. So let's say this is fascinating. One might have thought that the passage is actually talking about that a Kohen is not allowed to have his daughter marry a lady or a Yisrael. Wow, right? Well, that's about the preservation of Yichus. And maybe again to preserve proper Yichus. A Bas Kohen shall marry a Kohen and marry a lady or a Yisrael. The Chas v'Shalom be like an act of harlotry, to which the Gemara says, has no son. If when the concept says the father should not keep the Torah, but has no son, the Hebrew should be no sakos of Medaber. We're talking about the idea that most of the time you want to understand over here. Now, Allah says giving your daughter over into a context, but ultimately, again, she's going to be engaged in zinus. So, what does this refer to? The Moser Espito Shalom Shin issues is giving over one's daughter not for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage. The halacha again, so it's the prohibition upon a father to give his daughter over to a man, not in the context of marriage, but for some immoral purposes. To which the Gemara says, "In king, lema kra al takel." If that's the case, that the pasuk just say al takel singular. Do not profane your daughter singular by giving her over to a non-marital context. My al-takhara, what does the plural mean? Shmami natar. This will teach me two things. So let's say, so number one, you can't go ahead and give your daughter over to a man in a non-marriage context. And also number two, also teaches me that what? A father can't have relations with his daughter, even if he fathered her by violating her mother, because such an act of relations will be an act of profanation. Right? It will be an act of profaning her. That's the halacha. Okay. So Gemara says, it's actually fascinating. But we're going a little bit deeper here. Rabbi, hi, has no summer after. I remember again. Rabbi, they learned out. He told me on a sasso from a totally different source, right? They learned out he told me on a sasso from the same place they derived the Onesh. So that is what Rabbi and Rabbi do with these pasuk. It's very interesting. So my Rabbi, fascinating. Fascinating. This refers to someone who marries off his daughter to an older man. What's wrong with marrying off your daughter to an older man? He's saying, do not profane your daughter by giving her off, by giving her over to immorality. This refers to someone who goes ahead and marries off his daughter to an older man. Now, what's the answer? Rabbi said, "Do you look at Rashi?" Rashi says, "Masi Gitlos." Okay, so up on the bottom. When we talk Sheinu B'Kap also, Mizana Alavu. What's the issue over here? If she's very young and he's very old, what's the issue going to be? Is he going to be very intimacy? She's not going to have a direct intimacy. So what's going to happen? She's going to seek fulfillment outside of the marriage. So you're setting up a situation that is destined to put her in a very precarious state. So therefore, again, the Torah says, when marrying off your daughter, do not put her in a situation where she's going to commit suicide. It's fascinating how just the Torah understands. She created us. The Torah understands that people crave intimacy. People get intimacy, and they can't find it in the context of their marriage, just the way it's going to work. They're going to look for it elsewhere. Obviously, you don't need that type of thing. But the Torah understands that is the way people work. So therefore, fathers, do not marry your daughter off to an older man. Because if you do that, then almost like you're setting her up ultimately outside of the limited confines of her marriage. So Zahamasi, Zahamasha is Bito Vulgaris. Like the idea is to marry off your children early, and if a father purposely delays marrying off his children, and that's ultimately again setting her aside for a life of snus. So that's the group in Rashi here as well. Actually, Masha Bito Vulgaris. Actually, sorry, not yet. Actually, take a look 2 lines up on the bottom. Masha Bito Vulgaris. So there's actually a fascinating gist here in Rashi. Rashi says, Shenis Ada Lahafkira and Mizaneh. So let's say, so the word in Rashi itself is very straightforward. Shenis Ada means desires, Lahafkira, to make her happier, and therefore she commits znos. What does that mean? So if you look by the way it goes, it's seen, you change it by the letter A, quotes the Rashash, she said Rashash, Magia, Lahakida.
Teachings of the Rabbi.
So let's say you're going to say it's fascinating. Why would a father delay marrying off his daughter? Because listen to this from the Gemara's perspective. When there's a daughter in the house, the father has free domestic help. Free domestic help. If he goes ahead and marries off his daughter, what happens? Suddenly now, He's got
The
to go ahead
effect
and
on
then
self-will
for
and
domestic
spirits
help.
is
See,
part
the
of
ladies
the
marry her on for his own benefit. When father does that, so this is from my perspective, what that's also going to do is set her up constantly for us. She's going to crave that intimacy, going to crave that closeness, and then Rabbi is setting her up for Zenos. We'll see more about that in just a moment.
I love
So Gemara says,
I really admire
Gemara
him.
says, I'm not counting you sure Rabbi Akiva. The last two lines on from the same passage, right?
Fuck's going on with this bullshit?
Do not repay your daughter by putting her into a life of zeros. What does it mean? So first opinion, it means don't marry your daughter off to a much older man, because again, their drives are not aligned, and she's going to seek fulfillment outside the confines of marriage. Rabbi Akiva, don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes, because you're going to drive her to zeros. Incredible. I'm not kind of Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this.
What do you think he would say to you?
So this is fascinating. There is no poor
I think he
person
would
in
know that I
Klal
tried my
Yisrael
best.
who is not a Rasha alone, a cunning evil
You
doer,
think
like
what
a cunning Rasha,
what you're
or
doing is
someone
special?
who delays his daughter
Yeah.
from getting married. So the Gemara says, I'm actually to look at
I think he would know it's a big risk.
This doesn't mean every single
Do you
poor
think he
person
would
is a cunning Rasha. What
he
it
be
means
proud of
is
you?
every cunning
I do.
Rasha ultimately becomes
Do you think
becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who delays marrying off his daughter for his own purposes,
not be happy with what you do
becomes
at times? Yeah.
impoverished.
Just like anybody, nobody's perfect except I am, so maybe not.
But
But,
understand, the guy who delays marrying off his daughter isn't he a cunning Russia? In other words, we'll say, what are you talking about? They're talking about a guy. The father
I would
beats
say to
the
him,
father actually look, my daughter's meanwhile, he's purposely delaying her prospects. Why? Because he wants to go ahead and suit his own needs. That's what's happening over here. That's what's driving all of this. Is that not the cunning Russia? Rabbi, let's say Rabbi,
I feel
how
this
can
is
we
my
say,
life.
Ezehu Ani
why?
Russia What's
And
an
I would say
example of a
because I
person who is
I
a
lack
cunning Russia who's going to be
the
impoverished?
skills
Zera Hamasha
of the child. Their children
This only
communicate better
means
than I
someone
do.
who
Much better.
delays
And it
marrying
pains
off his
me.
daughter to go ahead and satisfy his
He
own
would say, was there anything you could do about it? I would say, yeah. I could work harder. So why don't you?
That someone who delays marrying
And
off
I
his
say,
own
because
daughter,
I am
right,
jumping
is
a
going
lot.
to go and become an ani, or someone who's a cunning Rush is going to become an ani. What's the pshat? So that's coming
So
down
focus on
people.
that which you can control.
Putting
Let
your
Hashem
own needs before the needs
control.
of the other. Right? So the father
And
who
the rest
goes
is in
ahead,
Hashem's hands.
and says, you know what,
I
I
would
don't
say
want to marry my
that
daughter.
I
My
think
daughter's
that
going to get married. I don't want to marry her
establishing
because, again,
schools
it doesn't
and
suit my needs. It doesn't
rebuilding
suit my
abandoned
needs.
that stuff's
So
easy.
that's putting your
I
own
don't see
needs
that as
before
a
your
challenge.
child's needs. Who's
What I do
cunning
see as a
Russia?
challenge
The
is
cunning Russia is a person, as we'll see in just a moment,
the
is a
absolute
person
basics.
who puts his own
And he
needs in
would
front
say,
of
you
other
need to do
people's
that.
needs. So let's say,
There are people who
so a person
overcome
who
challenges of
prioritizes his
communication
needs over
that
other
you feel
people's
you lack.
needs. There's a cosmic
And I would
justice
say, I
in the
know,
world. Because Rothschild says you're putting your own agenda of self-advancement in
but
front
it's
of your
incredibly
own child and in front of other people.
They're an
What ends
incredible
up happening
uphill
to such a
battle.
person? What ends up happening?
It's an
Become
incredible
impoverished.
climb,
They become poor. Maybe
and
not immediately, but over time. Why? Because that's not how HaKadosh Baruch Hu
like I'm at
wants
like the
a youth
halfway
to
point of
act.
my life,
He goes on, does
and
not
I'm not
want us
happy
to be self-serving. And we both say this is incredibly important
in some
in general.
ways,
First of all, there's a tremendous
but I feel
parenting
like I
lesson
have
that's involved here. A lot of times
like a
as
chance,
parents, without even
like
realizing it, we put our own needs before our children's needs. Like we have this vision
it's
for
like
our children
I'm
about
going
what we
through a
want them
cave
to
or a
become.
forest,
Like,
like
and I need them to become
cave or
educated
something,
like this, and I
a
want them
torch or
professionally
something.
to do
And
this. And they
if
can't
I
get
could just
married
get
until they
this
reach
light
this
to the
threshold,
end,
this or this or
I'll
that.
be able to
Yeah, by
fucking
the way,
light the whole
sometimes that's great. But sometimes what we don't realize is that's not what my
place
kid
up.
needs. That's what I need.
But I
That's
have to
what I need.
protect this fucking
And that's
candle.
selfish behavior. That's putting your own
And
needs before your child's needs. Anybody else? It's one of the hardest things I like to figure out. Like, am I taking these positions because they're actually better for my child?
I would tell
Or am
her
I
every
taking
bit.
these positions because they're actually better for me? And it's hard because a lot of times our own needs and our children's needs tend to become intertwined
I look up to
intertangles.
him.
But you see, for me, one of the things you have to be so careful about in parenting is making sure, let's say,
I love his plan. I love his
one of the greatest things in parenting
vision.
is often in parenting.
That's the thing I respect the most
Our
about
kids
him.
represent a
This is
do-over
vision.
for ourselves, right? Everything that I did wrong in life, I'm going to get right through my kids. Well, that's fine, but your kids not you. And
What do you think he would say
up
here?
to become a better version.
If I got a chance to explain what I was doing and he understood it in an age, I think he would recognize that it's the most important human undertaking in global history.
Have these incredible, beautiful dreams, which are so beautiful. Only issue is they never check with
And I think he would understand the
whether or
trend
not
of
that's what
this.
the kid wants to do. Does the kid
And
want to go
I
down this
just
path? Does the kid
cannot
want this kind of
continue
career? Does the kid want this kind of education?
to
Does
grow
the kid want this kind of career? The parent is okay, but this is what the kid's gonna do. He just never checked with the child. That's
influence
putting
grows. It's just a matter
parental
of time.
desires and life objectives before the child, and that, as I'll say, is fundamentally selfish. And when you're selfish and like just understand, it never works out. The Russia
Do you feel
puts his own needs before the needs of others. You could try that, and you may be successful in the short term, but in the long term, ultimately, you become impoverished. But I'll say, but the soul of parenting is make sure that the decisions you're making are the ones that are
do you
good for
feel
your
he
child, and not the ones that simply benefit you.
would appreciate
Incredible.
what
All
you
right, let's go back there. So you might as well say, kind of following up on that, the Gemara says, Mavrat Kahana Mishom Yakiva Havizor Minayotzcha Metidarko. Be careful about getting advice from someone who is only giving you advice ultimately again because it benefits them. That's how you atzcha. Someone gives you insa, you're feeding their color. So this is an incredible caveat. Right? What did the Russia Aram do? The
do you
Russia
think
Aram is not
any part
someone
of
who
him
just
would be disappointed in what you do?
the Russia Aram is a person who might often be giving you advice, and it
Fuck.
might not be even the worst advice for you, but it's not the best advice for you.
I mean, I can't make a big decision
For
for him.
him, and
But-
same idea sometimes without even realizing it. The children we give to our children, or the advice we give to our
Do you think
children,
he should?
is the
Do you
advice
think
that
Rabbi
benefits
should?
us. Benefits
And I
us,
would
the
tell him.
parent. Not that
I
God
wanted you
benefits
to
my
be,
child.
but I
So
think
listen,
that,
so that
like you say, a Mashiach
be
can
careful
be,
with someone
maybe
who
there's
gives you
one in every
advice in
generation.
accordance with their
And if that's true, then you're certainly a great contender for your generation. And that means all the people who think that you're a Mashiach, I understand that. I wanted you to be. You didn't rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, though. That person's Mashiach. That's pretty simple. But I'd say in his message, I align with it. In his vision, I align with it. I would love to. I don't know if anybody talks like this, but I would love to be the head of Chabad someday. I'd love to be the 8th Lubavitcher Rebbe. But I'd love to unite more than that. Whatever number the breast lovers are on and the Satmars and all those, I would love to take over after Rabbi Israel David. I'd love to unite everybody.
Just be careful who you get advice from. Because had I listened to the majority of people who whisper in my ear, I would have been a very good shepherd. A very good shepherd. And that's it. But Baruch Hashem, I
What do you think he'd say?
But rather I took advice and
Wrong.
truly cared about me, and as a result, Rabbi Akiva became Rabbi Akiva. Incredible.
Yeah, Israel David was. I didn't know he was going to get that.
I'm not saying if a person goes there and married, goes back to this. A man married off his daughter to a much older man. But I'm
I
not saying
tried.
Isha with no katan. Or, again, what's the reverse is,
And I'm imperfect.
marries a woman
And
to his minor son.
I feel like
Minor son is not the kid you love less, right?
I have no fear in starting schools and yeshiva and educating. I have no fear in that.
So let's say, remember again, coming
With
down here
the
and these over here.
most
And
simple
again,
things,
there's going to be unfulfilling marriages, right? And the
which is
first,
incredible.
the daughter's not right. The daughter's
I
not
know I
much
have
older
the
than
personality
the same drive.
to be able to change the world.
The son, who's a child, is married to a woman.
I
Not
know
not
that
the
I
same
could
drive. Or listen to this.
try to pass off of everything.
If someone goes out of his way
but I
to
can't
turn a lost
communicate
object to a
the way
non-Jew,
that I want.
what's the
It causes me to lack
about such a
confidence
person,
in
the
my
pasuk says,
skills.
"Lemad sefos
And I can get over
halava
that.
asat
That's the thing.
lo
Okay,
nova Hashem saloachro." So I'm saying now the way the pasuk Parshas Vaschalot, the way that the mother's understanding this pasuk over here, which is really quite profound. Lemad sefos halava asat.
Is that all you want to say?
Look at Rashi. Rashi says Lemad sefos lichbar. Rashi
I
understands
just want, I
sefos
would want to
means
read
to
it
connect. To connect. Now, what's being connected?
And there's an
over here,
argument to me, dude. You have
that's
been
why
going
I
at
said
this
it's up.
24/7 for 4 fucking years.
That's
That's harder than anybody. I know it.
Listen to this. According to the Gemara, understanding as follows: you can't connect someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated and expect them to go ahead and complement each other. So, in other words, the idea over here is, right? So, the young woman is thirsty. She wants intimacy. The older man is sated. The young boy is sated. The woman is thirsty.
So, would you want to compare that? And traditionally, we can only not every single person has one, but maybe we continue that.
It doesn't work. By the way, it happens to be that this is a profound
But it doesn't
not just by intimacy, but also by marriage. Because also, in order to have true shalom bayis,
That's the thing that bothers me. Sometimes I can have so much confidence, everybody's so confident, and I see other people and I laugh at them, and then I just do the same thing. It's like nails on a chalkboard. I want to just be so, I want to be right all the time. And I can just be so confident.
The same way if a husband is telling his wife, you need to become a chatzos lady. You need to be
Rabbi
Shabbos, you need to be ready for Shabbos, set up the day on Friday. That's also a disaster.
And I tell them I want to be
the recipe for success? Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Husband has to be thirsty for growth. A wife has to be thirsty for growth. That's a successful marriage. If one is thirsty and one is sated, it's very difficult. Very difficult because one is always going to be pushing, one is always going to be wanting, and the other one ultimately is going to become resentful. If both are thirsty, then you might say that's the recipe for success. If both are sated, and that's a disaster also. Because if both are sated, and that represents like consistency, a life of mediocrity. Both are thirsty, it gives you a success. Both are sated, a physical failure. And one is thirsty, one is sated, a lot of trouble by it. So what about the Matzah Hindu? You see, what's wrong with going ahead? What's wrong with going ahead and returning a lost object to a non-Jew? I don't understand what that's saying. What's wrong with that? So if you look at that, that says that the Matzah Hindu takes about the Inda Kusi Yisrael. ומראה בעצמו שהשבת עדיין הולך לעבוד בנפרדות. זה incredible. Okay, but this is to return the lost object to non-Jew. That's what we're saying. Nothing like this. But a person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Shabbat Sunday God. That's wrong. That's wrong. But it looks like something that is incredibly politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. And you should not interact with each other if you are the same. You have to have respect for all of humanity. You have to treat all humanity with dignity. But also, there is a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And it looks like we don't have to be apologetic about sin. One simple reason. No one looks out for us except us. And no one heard our backs except us. And it looks like, for so many of us, our faith is restored to this. Like we talked again after the Holocaust, never again. Everybody loves us. Anti-Semitism is not what it used to be. And then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world that we've been built for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate the Jews, and they take it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and turn into anti-Semitic movements, and they'll do it. And it doesn't matter what country it is, and even as great as this home is to us, the anti-Semitism is ready and teaching us one simple lesson: circle wagons. Look out for each other, because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So if you're one of those kumbaya people, right, and tikkun olam, and everything he has, and we're one big community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not one big community of humanity. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's the way the world works. Now, when Mashiach comes, and Hashem, that'll change. And when Mashiach comes, it will be the Yaseh Kulamadu the Achos. Humanity will become one. But until I think humanity is not one. There's Klal Yisrael, and there's everyone else. I'm a Nevada Ishko. We are alone in this world. But again, the beautiful part is we're alone as a nation. We're not alone as individuals. Because we have each other. And we always have each other. And this is what you learn to say. If you think just like the beautiful part of Shabbos, I go, oh, I'm going to unity of mankind. Right? You learn to say, you're fool. That's not true. There's not one thing in the unity of mankind. And I want to say, again, to be clear, you have a issue of dignity, you have a issue of respect for every single person. But just understand that there's a different system of conduct, and a different system of allegiance, and a different system of commitment. They have that quality because all we have is each other. We have no one else but each other. And the moment we forget that, is the moment we put ourselves in a overwhelmingly precarious situation. It's like everybody, do you return a lot object for a PC? Of course you should. If you get extra change at the supermarket, should you return the extra change? 1,000% I will say. Yes. And don't say, because after you get the bigger help, you have somebody, right? You be a proper human being. But just understand that the relationship between that and the Nixon and Shabbat Saturday would represent the personal contract that we have with one another. Incredible. So what's the Nixon, where the Kasha, how old is that? He's supposed to be both. This is a man who loves his wife like his own body. And when he is recovered, more than that. What's he hear this? You hear this? You have to love your wife.
I remember
like yourself.
being
Right? But you
in
have to
Shabbat,
honor
my
her
brothers from
more
work.
than yourself.
I was explaining
what does that mean? What does that mean?
I was experiencing
Why
it was great success for the time, and I was experiencing what I would find out to be imposter syndrome. What is imposter syndrome? It's like
why don't we say love you like
when you
yourself?
feel like you're
because you can't. It's important you so it.
being an imposter
The framework of love that I have more than anything is myself.
because you're finding success in
The
something,
strongest reflex we have,
but you're really just good at it.
Right? Because deep down,
With those psychological pattern where individuals doubt their accomplishment and fear being exposed as a fraud despite clear evidence of their competence and success. The commonly affects high achievers across various fields, including academia, medicine, and corporate
So from
leadership.
an emotional perspective, you could feel that sense of love to your wife, and you could feel you care about her as much as you care about yourself.
I have so much to learn. I'd say that I have so much to learn. And I'd also say people think I'm smart. And people think I'm so smart that I literally talk to them. And what I feel are the clearest language that I can. And they think I'm a fucking robot. It's like we are talking past each other. I listen to them and I'm like, dog, hurry the fuck up. And they listen to me and they're like, you're not human. And I'm like,
make sure that your wife has even more than that, because covet is physically measurable. So ava, which is an emotion,
they literally don't think I'm a real person. I have to be like, dude, I'm on camera, and then they still doubt it.
But covet,
that's just. But I would love to tell them, like, dog, I am
to surpass the covet you give for yourself.
Not an expert in anything, which is bothersome to me as well. I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I don't feel like I'm an expert in anything. Maybe live streaming. I feel like I might know more about it. But even that's just like hitting buttons. It's not. Other people do what I do. It's nothing special about it.
Right? The most annoying guys are the ones who.
What do you think you know about the most?
Talk too much. Like, just be quiet and move. Right? Talk, right? Same thing in parenting.
All right, what topic are we going to discuss today?
Much less talking, much more doing. Be a magic. Don't tell your kids what to do. Tell your kids what to do. Show them
What's
what to
appropriate?
do. Show them what to do. But listen, I'm talking to anyone I'm talking to over here. Right? This is a motivated group.
And then we're done.
Whether your kids are
Are
asleep
you
or
going to go
not
to sleep?
you think they don't know on some level that you're waking up early to come to shul?
As a rabbi, when large groups of people, both Jewish and non-Jewish, ask me for a blessing, what is the most prudent way to respond? And with what blessing, if any? What about if it's a group of Jews? What if it's a group of non-Jews?
It's very nice. It's very beautiful. All important. The most important thing.
Great question. This comes up all the time in real rabbinic life. And there is prudent classy and very traditional. And there is a prudent classy and very traditional way to handle it that avoids theological landmines while still being generous and mensch. I'll break down the scenario, then give you actual wording. First principle of anchor. The rabbi may bless non-Jews, full stop. We see this with Abraham, through you all families of the earth will be blessed, and from Chazal, the sages, who regularly offered blessings of peace, wisdom, and well-being to all humanity. The only thing to avoid is invoking specifically Jewish covenantal obligations, mitzvot, Torah commands for non-Jews, or blessings that sound like conversion, chosenness, or ritual obligations. So, the rule is universal content for universal audiences, covenantal language only for Jews. Scenario 1. Large mix with Jews plus non-Jews. This is the most common and the safest case. Best practice. Offer universal blessing that invokes God without technical halachic language, emphasizes peace, health, wisdom, dignity, and blessings in their lives. Avoids mitzvah language, sample blessing, and use plain language. May God bless each of you, health, peace, dignity, purpose, and goodness in your lives. May your homes be places of blessing, and may your actions bring light and kindness to the world. If you want to Hebrew flavor without exclusivity, may the Rabbino shall grant you shalom. That's awesome. This is 100% clean, logically, and universally. Group at scenario 2, group that is entirely non-Jewish. You can absolutely bless them. Just keep it no chayed, safe, universal moral and blessing for peace, wisdom, justice, compassion. God is creator, master of all humanity, sharing mission. Example, right man, creator of all humanity, bless you with peace, wisdom, and strength to do good in the world. May your work bring benefit to others, and may you be protected and guided in all your paths. This aligns beautifully with the Jewish concept of Shabbat Mitzvot B'nai Noah, 7 Noah, universal moral law, without ever mentioning them explicitly. Scenario 3, group that is entirely Jewish. Here you can go full Jewish month, but still keep it broad if it's a public
all right,
crowd, safe and dignified
Let us begin.
May Hashem bless you and guide you,
Thank
may
all of
Hashem
our
shine His
sponsors
face
for this morning for
upon you
your
and be gracious to you.
Our
May
Talmud
Hashem
Torah
lift His
sponsors
face
for the month of Adar.
to you and grant
Anyone
you
Talmud Torah
peace.
sponsor, touch the
That's
hand.
for
Tosim Mishpacha.
God.
Dedicating all the Shemar Drushes
Even if
this
you're
year.
not invoking
Wishing
it
Mazel
as
Tov
a blessing
to
is acceptable and
Rothschild
non-material.
Mordechai Tilson, his engagement to Amit
Or less
Cohen.
mama,
Mazel
may
Tov
you
to
be
the Chassan
blessed
Academy,
with Torah, life, peace, and
by
good deeds,
Sneman, the
and
Yisrael,
may we merit
which
to see
endures
goodness
and
in
may the Etzim Shalom Tovos. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Alim Tova, Stephen Terry Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr.
Scenario 4. Someone asks you directly for a blessing in a mid-setting. Just have a constant and elegant move. Say something like, with pleasure, and then give a personal but universal blessing. May you be blessed with health, clarity, and peace, and may you see blessing in your efforts. No one ever feels excluded. No one ever feels preached at. What to exclusively how you grow in Torah and mitzvot, non-Jews. May you merit to observe Shabbat and was Jewish. Anything that sounds like conversion, chosenness, or obligation. Those are not offensive per se, but they're not prudent in public or mixed settings. Rabbinic posture, this matters. The tone is as important as the words. A rabbi giving a blessing should project generosity without proselytizing,
Last word on the line. So just remember again,
confidence without superiority, rootedness, and exclusivity. Rootedness without
which types of
exclusivity.
relationships
Or
are
in one
punishable by
feet.
straight thought. And
Abraham,
by the way, you see
not
that
tribal,
the common
unless you're
denominator,
clearly among
the
the
types of infractions punishable by
What if you just say the Shema?
Then are infractions which deal with immorality, which is the common denominator of everything we're dealing with over here. So remember again, as we learned yesterday, is that Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships: a man marrying a white woman and his her mother,
That's showing
or a
not
woman
the
and
prudent
her
move
daughter.
in a mixed
So now
for
we're
Jewish
building
setting.
out
Now,
the framework from
the
this.
Shema
Verses
Yeshua,
as
it's
follows.
called the Judaism. Shema
Yeshua
Yeshua is not just a nice prayer, it's a form of declaration of Jewish faith and covenant
prohibited to
Hashem
his
is our God.
son's wife,
Hashem is
so
our
he should be prohibited.
Oh, actually, conceptually, it is a mitzvah, it's a commandment, a
wife's
creative Jewish
son's
exclusivity.
wife.
Sorry,
Right?
that's
Otherwise,
what I
the same way that
find.
he's prohibited to his daughter-in-law,
Really, yeah, a statement
is
just
that daughter-in-law
specifically to
through
Israel.
his son.
So when you
He
say
should
it
be
in
prohibited to
response
his
to a request for a
daughter-in-law
blessing,
through her son.
you are not really blessing. You're making it feel want to go that way. Mixed group Jews is not ideal. Why? Non-Jews are being placed in a covenantal declaration that isn't theirs. How do you know? I don't know. I don't know what I advise you to do. It can feel like preaching rather than blessing. It sounds good though. Some may interpret it as a call and response or religious participation. They didn't really consent. Rabbinically, it's not answer forbidden, but it's perform and pastoral.
So we know that a man is prohibited to his
Entirely non-Jewish groups strongly not recommended. Here it crosses the awkward to misalign. You're declaring Israel's covenant for people who are not Israel. It doesn't function as a blessing, and all from their perspective, there is confusion in this entirely Jewish group, totally fine and powerful. In a Jewish-only setting, saying Shema can be moving, appropriate, especially in moments of crisis, solidarity, or moral clarity. Even then, it's usually better framed. Just remember the words it defines. The subtle but important distinction. There are three different things people mix up: blessing, wishing good; prayer, asking God for something; declaration of faith, stating who we are. Shabbat is number three. When someone asks you for a blessing and you respond with Shema, you're answering a pastoral request with a single statement. That mismatch is the core issue. A smarter alternative, if you want Jewish guidance about exclusivity, you can reference Shema without saying it in our traditional wisdom. And that unity calls us to live with responsibility and passion, where that sense of purpose bring blessing to. This keeps the depth without the boundary violation.
Really focuses on the destination of the Xer. In other words, the second half of the Xer. We'll see this in just a moment.
Why do you do it, baby? We're just flying by the seat of our pants. Really? Yeah.
The truth is, you can't really learn
That's hilarious. That's absolutely fucking
wife's son's
yeah.
wife. Why?
Shit happens.
The one who says, we're learning Shabbat, focus on the initial halacha, and that really becomes the defining characteristics and qualities. So you say this, Mahu Kavas Asura, just as a man. So let's just go with our typical case, right?
Short answer. There's no single form of bracha. Blessing with God's name and kingship that is instituted. Just remember again, his son's wife. Classic Judaism, that's not. Wife, there's no form of bracha.
Just as Ruben, his daughter-in-law is Asura to him. Which is so too.
When the sages formally instituted it, or there is a clear halachic trigger, mitzvah enjoyment. Blessing people is not one of the triggers. So, inventing group, blah blah blah, who blesses his group would be a bracha,
i.e., his son's wife. That is punishable by skill.
That's the hard one. What do is not one of blessing. Judaism makes a sharp distinction between bracha, formal fixed with God's name, and bracha. Always
is the most hammer form of death penalty. There's a problem. What's the problem? What's the first wide line?
The classic group blessing.
What's the problem?
Even not claiming regularly.
Again, I want to say for Ruben himself. So remember again, relationship with his mother, punishable by skila. Tomar behi shima b'seifa. So the problem is, see, the relationships don't line up. Right? Remember again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry. I think granted it's an immoral symmetry, but it's a symmetry nevertheless. Between immoral relationships on his side versus her side.
These
We're
are
trying to
common
line
events
up
we
essentially
can't
to say
work
that just like he can't have relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, so too again on his wife's side, he also is prohibited to his wife's son's wife.
communal
Problem
force
just
make
is,
this
problem just
community
is,
go
see it, symmetry
from
doesn't
strength to
line up.
strength
Why not?
and make
Take a look
voices
at mother for just a moment. If he has relations with his mother, it's skila.
This
If he has
group
relations with
includes
her
not just
mother,
family,
it's
but
sleifa.
no shaman,
Sleifa, right? That's one of the explicit psukim that we saw in yesterday's daf, that you can't go ahead and marry or have relations with a woman and her mother. It's punishable by sleifa. So you see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Come on, B'yishu, B'sleifa, fold, furthermore, second white line, fold, Rita B'sleifa, the Kalasa B'skila. Furthermore, again, if this concept would remain true, it means that if Ruben were to have relations with Rachel's daughter, Rachel's by Sreifa, again, that's an explicit concept, a woman and her daughter. That's Sreifa, and yet, again, Kalasa, according to this logic, if you were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, i.e. his daughter-in-law through his wife,
because it sounds good.
So again,
okay, but that's inappropriate. How do you? I don't know what those fuckers' religion was. Really? I don't know.
Because that's not such a kasha. Why?
Okay.
We already see that punishments are asymmetrical. Why? Because if we were to have relations with his daughter, it's straight up, and yet if he were to have relations with his daughter-in-law, meaning his son's wife, ultimately that is skila.
Is that? Are you done? Man, I have so much to fucking learn.
The issue just is that, at least from Ruvain's perspective, what's symmetrical is the prohibition a generation above and a generation below. Right? So in other words, for example, his mother
I know it.
and his
It's my thing. It sounds good.
His son are symmetrical. They're both b'sreifa. So on the mahu locharak both.
Does it? I mean, it's like.
So just like for Reuven himself, again, almost like, because remember we saw
so how would you do it?
So much of what we're doing in these forbidden relationships,
Hebrew, whatever I'd say, and then
generations below.
have it.
So when you look from Reuven's perspective,
I wish I could memorize better.
When we look at the prohibition regarding his mother and his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, the punishments are the same.
You have to take a bonus. Big time.
So again, really,
so you've just been saying Shema.
It should be the same thing. We should say that it should be the same punishment if Reuben has relations with Rachel's mother or Rachel's daughter-in-law through her son.
I'm trying to get the band back together.
According to the opinion that says that Seifa is more chamer, ultimately, again, based on this question, we would not be able to garnish this entire thing. Okay, so the Gemara says that's the first side of this. The second side of this, and according, remember again, this is all Rava's construct. It's all Rava's construct. So remember, just to keep our eye on the ball over here. So remember, we're trying to figure out over here, the Gemara is trying to make a suggestion that just as Reuben is not allowed to have relations with his daughter-in-law, in other words, a daughter-in-law is defined by his son's wife, the Gemara wants to suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife. His daughter-in-law through his wife. The Gemara is suggesting that Rav is saying the truth is, whichever way you dash in a Gzeir Shav, it's not going to work. In this lima, it's not going to work. So, for example, Man Damar, don't mina v'oki ba'asra. So again, according to the opinion that the action is complicated by saying that literally, again, the defining characteristics ultimately of the Gzeir Shav are defined by what's called the destination of the Gzeir Shav. So he's like this, Mahu kalas asura, just as Reuben, right? Reuben's daughter-in-law is pregnant. He's not allowed to have relations with his son's wife. Afi kalasasura. So we should say the same thing. He can't have relations with Rachel's son's wife. Ruki ba'asura. So the Gemara says, okay, then let's focus on the destination of that Gzeir Shava. Hasan will do the skila. So remember again, if Reuben were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, that would be skila. That would be skila. Aval hacha b'sreifa. But over here, if you were to have relations with his own daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that's sreifa. As we find with his mother, because remember again, on Reuven's side, things are symmetrical. If Reuven has relations with his mother, generation up, or has relations with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment, streifa. Streifa. The Gemara says, "Leman da'amar, skila chamura idem nefrach." So according to the opinion that says that's it was more chamer, we ask the following question: Ma'luhu shekin imo b'skila. Right? So when it comes to the right, so first with his mother will be your chamer b'ki shein was the streifa. So yeah, with her with Rachel's daughter will be the streifa. So mahu chalak the bone they default chalak. So after taklok but they So the same way that there's distinction in the salvation for living between his daughter and his daughter-in-law. So to Rachel's side, there should be a distinction between his daughter and daughter-in-law. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa ultimately is more common than Stila, based on this question, you can't darshan the proper halakha. Therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara does not seem to be able to prove this idea. Let's remember, what's the idea the Gemara wanted to prove? The Gemara wanted to say that the same way that Reuven's daughter-in-law from his son, right, his son's wife, is controlled by Sreifa, so too, again, his daughter-in-law to his wife, Reuven's daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife is controlled by Sreifa. So there should be a parallel correlation that his daughter-in-law from his wife, Rachel's son's wife, should also be controlled by Sreifa. So remember again, both Rabbi and Rabbi agree that is not halakha. Rabbi says it based on the Hebrew. Rabbi says either way, Zer Shabbat is not going to live. Zer Shabbat doesn't pan out. Okay, so the Gemara adds on. So once again, it doesn't mean it's not prohibited. It's still us. It just means that the Gemara is suggesting that it may not be a prohibition of Sreifa. Okay, so the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, let's see an interesting case. What happens if Reuven violates Rachel? He violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halakha myself, if Reuven has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by Sreifa? That's called bitom anasasa. So his daughter is a result of the woman that he violates. How do we know that such a relationship like that is punishable by Sreifa? First, the Gemara says, I'm not buying a kabachomer. It's a kabachomer. What's the kabachomer? Abbas bito anush abito lokoshiki tzachis. If Ramaisa, Reuven is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, Bas bito, then what? Allah has come all the more so, he is held accountable for relations with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately again is the result of the violation of violating her mother. So the Gemara says, so the Ochiman, I didn't want to say you can't create through a you can't create capital punishment through a capital punishment. Capital punishment has to be understood directly. So you says, no, you're right. Give me those about me. No, it's not really capital. It's not. The Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his daughter. It's not by straight. It doesn't really make a difference how this woman treats his daughter, whether she's his daughter from a legitimate marriage or whether she's his daughter because he violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter is a daughter, and therefore there can't be liability for relations with her. By far the most entertaining. Rabbi says, "Amrli Yitzchak Baradini, Asya Hina, Asya Zima Zima." Okay, Rabbi, on the other hand, this is using there from a double Gezerah Shava of Hina Zima Zima. Okay, Tani Avua de Rabbi. If you should know Lavanu, if you come in a society, Putzra Hakosel Bomar, Ubas Ishko. So the Gemara says, because we did not learn out, right? We don't have an explicit Russia. There's no explicit concept that says that if a man has relations with his daughter, who can father through violating her mother, and if he has relations with her, he is hiding straight. Because there's no explicit concept that says that. What's the concept needs to say, Ubas ish kohen. So the Gemara says, Ima bas kohen ibis reifa, vein ball of a reifa. So this is what I said. Remember the classic we were talking about a bas ish kohen, right? So again, this is the daughter of a kohen who commits yos. So we had this sugya a while back. This is talking about Iris, this is talking about Israel. So the Pashtos is talking about Harusa. Like anything, bas kohen is no Harusa commits adultery. She is a unique halakha. Ima bas kohen, he was sreifa, being born of a sreifa. So now bas kohen, she herself is judged with sreifa. But the nice if interesting enough, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with sreifa. So to again, the daughter that he has from violating her mother, she was sreifa, she is judged with Sreifa, the aim of Allah is Sreifa. But ultimately, again, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with Sreifa. Rabbi says,
You want a fucking Jewish name?
she's profaning her father. You should be as Aviyah. Who is judged with Sreifa? Her father.
Not one of those popular ones.
Not to profaning her father, but
Are they going to become popular in the future?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rabbi is fixing Baskoya. Okay. In that case, you could say the girl is being removed from the typical case of a Baskoya, and she's being judged in accordance with the standards of the typical Bas Yisrael. How far? I think it in mind of Muslim. I think it the real Muslim here in the case of Bitam and Sasso. So again, when you go to a woman who is violated, so the nice again, where are you going to put her? Right, you're going to put her in the category of a regular single woman. That doesn't make any sense. So it's therefore again, the Gemara learns that Allah myself, just as a man is chayiv streifa for violating his daughter, or for having relations with his daughter, so too a man is chayiv for relations with his daughter, even if she is the daughter of a woman whom he violated. That's the takeaway over here. As far as we tell us, where's the love? Where's the love? But let's remember again, as we see the way the Torah is structured is, in order to hold someone liable in a capital case, there needs to be two things. There needs to be a love, right? And an aspect, there needs to be a prohibition, and there needs to be an ownership. So where's the love? Where's the love? As far as we tell us, you show the Rabbi, the same person that teaches us the punishment is the very same person that teaches us the law. Ella, when it's honey, the Avod Rabbi Abin, they will say, what about the Tana? Avod Rabbi Abin, where is the word? I'm Rabbi Loi, I'm a Kra, Al-Chalal as Bitra, that has no son. Plus it says, do not profane your daughter and have her commit an act of immorality, or literally against it. It's literally translated, do not profane your daughter that has no son, have her become a harlot. So we'll say, so again, that possible thing to teach us that a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if that daughter is not promoted during marriage, but even if that daughter herself is from a woman whom he violated. Okay, incredible. So Maskif Rabbi Yaakov, Achol Rabbi Yaakov, Hi Al-Chalal is Kimchalaj Masalah, Shuda Asad. No, that's not what that pasuk means. They will say that pasuk is for something else. In other words, so now, look what's happening over here. We're trying to figure it out, right? We've established that halacha l'maisa, if a man violates his daughter, who he fathered with a woman whom he violated, he is chayiv misa for that. He's chayiv sreifa. Where's the law? According to Rabbi and Rabbi, the law is the same source as the actual owner. Okay. According to the other opinions, what's the law? The law is in the pasuk of Atachala as Bitchala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by having her engage in acts of harlotry. What's the harlotry over here? What's this nos? Relations with her father. To which Gemara says, well, hold up. We use that pasuk for something totally different. We'll say totally different now. We use that pasuk for something totally different. So Gemara says, hi, no. We actually need that pasuk for something dramatically different. Of course, here we go. As we learned, Al-Takhalas has no son. Do not have your daughter engage in the act of harlotry. Listen to this. Yochel b'kohen, Hamasi is bito l'leki, v'Yisrael hakas medaber. So let's say this is fascinating. One might have thought that the pasuk is actually talking about that a kohen is not allowed to have his daughter marry a Levi or a Yisrael. Wow, right? That's about the preservation of yichus. And maybe again to preserve proper yichus. A bas kohen shall only marry a kohen, and marrying a Levi or a Yisrael. That's the shalom be like the act of harlotry, to which the Gemara says, Hamalomar has no son. Therefore, the pasuk says a father should not keep his daughter has no son. The chilo shebiznus hakosav megaber. We're talking about the idea, and that most of the understanding over here, that Allah says giving your daughter over in close context, where ultimately again she's going to be engaged in snus. So what does this refer to? The Mosa Espito Shalom giving over one's daughter, not for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage. That Allah says again, so it's the prohibition upon a father to give his daughter over to a man, not in the context of marriage, but for some immoral purposes. To which the Gemara says, "Okay, lema kra al tachel." If that's the case, the Apostle just say al tachel, singular. Do not profane your daughter singular by giving her over to a non-marital context. My al tachel, what does the plural mean? Shnami natar. So he's teaching me two things. So I'll say, so number one, you can't go ahead and give your daughter over to a man in a non-marriage context. And also number two also teaches me that what? So father can't have a relationship with his daughter, even if he fathers her by violating her mother, because such an act of relationship will be an act of profanation. It will be an act of profanation. That's how okay. Remember again, they learned out. He told me I'm a sasso from a totally different source. Like they learned out people from the sages they drive the Hodesh. So that's what Rabbi and Rabbi do with these concepts. Very interesting. So I love how Chalas people are fascinating. I'm Rabbi. Hamasi is Bito Lusaki. Fascinating. This refers to someone who marries off his daughter to an older man. What's wrong with marrying off your daughter to an older man? Do not profane your daughter by giving her over to morality. This refers to someone who goes ahead and marries off his daughter to an older man. Now, what's the concern? What's the feeling of Rashi? Rashi says, "Masi bito zaken." As soon as I from the bottom, when we talk shein in the Kabbalah, so mizane alav. What's the concern over here? If she's very young and he's very old, what's the issue? She's going to have a desire for intimacy. He's not going to have a desire for intimacy. What's going to happen? She's going to see performance outside of the marriage. So you're setting up a situation that is destined to put her in a very precarious state. So therefore, again, the Torah says, when marrying off your daughter, do not put her in a situation where she's going to what's that? It's fascinating how just the Torah understands human nature. The Torah understands that people crave intimacy. And if they can't find it in the context of their marriage, just the way it's going to work is they're going to look for it elsewhere. Again, Torah obviously is not condoning that type of behavior, but the Torah is understanding that is the way people work. So therefore, again, Torah is telling the father, do not marry your daughter off to an older man, because if you do that, you are setting almost like a little ego. You are setting her up ultimately again to seek that intimacy outside of the permitted confines of her marriage. So we keep it different. Viva Omer, Zahamasi. Zahamasha is Pito Bulgaris. This refers to someone who delayed marrying off his daughter until she's a Bulgaris. The idea is you're marrying off your children early, and if a father purposely delays marrying off his children, that's ultimately again setting her aside for a life of snus. So also, this is very interesting. Masha Pito Bulgaris. Not yet. Actually, take a look. 2 lines up from the bottom. So that's a fascinating girsa here in Rashi. Rashi says, "Shemisada lahafkira umizana." So the word in Rashi itself is very significant. Shemisada means desires lahafkira to make her hefker umizana, and therefore she commits snus. What does it mean? So, by the way, it goes with siyunim. We change about the letter K, post to Rashash, he says Rashash, Magia, Lahakidot. Rasha, Lip, Fisha, Sa. So it says, we're going to see on the visual, it's fascinating. Why would a father delay marrying off his daughter? Because, listen to this, from the Gemara's perspective, when there's a daughter in the house, the father has free domestic help. Free domestic help. If he goes ahead and marries off his daughter, what happens? So now he's got to go ahead and pay for domestic help. The lady marries off for his own benefit. When the father does that, so it's interesting from my perspective that father is set her up possibly for his loss. She's going to create that intimacy, going to create that closeness, and if Rabbi is setting up for his loss. Far back on this commercial. The Gemara says, I'm Rav Khan, Mishum Rabbi Akiva. So last two lines on from the same pasuk, right? So Al-Takhala is Bitchala has no sorrow. Do not profane your daughter by putting her into a life of sinners. What does it mean? So first opinion, it means don't marry your daughter off to a much older man, because again, their drives are not aligned. Rabbi Akiva, don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes, because you're going to drive her to zilus. Incredible. I'm not kind of sure Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this. Ella Rasha Arum, Vahamasha Icha Bogeres. What's this fascinating? There is no poor person in Klal Yisrael who is not a Rasha Arum, a cunning evildoer, right? A cunning Rasha, or someone who delays his daughter from getting married. The Gemara says, Hamasha Icha Bogeres, it wasn't enough. What does this mean? This doesn't mean every single poor person is a cunning Russia. What it means is every cunning Russia ultimately becomes an onion, becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who delays marrying off his daughter for his own purposes ultimately becomes impoverished. Why? So the Gemara says, we'll explain in this moment. The Gemara says, Hamasha Dito against Russia, but I'm saying the guy who delays marrying off his daughter isn't he a cunning Russia? In other words, we'll say, what are you talking about? Guy, father believes, I haven't found that shit. That's my daughter's son. Meanwhile, he's purposely delaying her prospects because he wants to go ahead and halacha l'maisa suit his own needs. That's what's happening over here. That's what's driving all of this. Is that not the cunning Russia? Rabbi, what's the Rabbi? How needs to say? What's an example of a person who is a cunning Russia who's going to be impoverished? This ultimately is someone who intentionally delays marrying off his daughter to go ahead and satisfy his own needs. So let's say something like that just found this. What does this mean? Is someone who delays marrying off his own daughter, they is going to go and honey, or someone who's a cunning Russia is going to become honey? What's the shot? Let's come down with putting your own and says, you know what, I want to marry my daughter. My daughter's ready to get married. I don't want to marry her off yet because, again, it doesn't suit my needs. So we say that's putting your own needs before your child. Who is the cunning Russia? The cunning Russia is the person, as I see in just a moment, is the person who puts his own needs because of other people's needs. So let's say, so a person who prioritizes his needs over other people's needs. There's a cosmic justice in the world. The Bible says you're putting your own agenda of self-advancement in front of your own child or in front of other people. What ends up happening to such a person? What ends up happening? You become impoverished. You become poor, maybe not immediately, but over time. Why? Because that's not what the world does for you. Religion does not want us to be self-serving. The verse says, this is incredibly important in general. First of all, there's a tremendous parent investment that's involved there. A lot of times as parents, without even realizing it, we put our own needs before our children's needs. Like we have this vision for our children about what we want them to become. Right? And I need them to like this. I want them professionally to do this. And they can't get married until they reach this threshold or this or this or that. Now, by the way, sometimes that's great, but sometimes what we don't realize is that's not what my kid needs. That's what I need. That's what I need. And that's a selfish behavior. That's putting your own needs before your child's. And it's one of the hardest things I have to figure out. Like, Am I taking these positions because they're actually better for my child? Or am I taking these positions because they're actually better for me? And it's hard because a lot of times our own needs and our children's needs tend to become intertwined. But you see, for me, one of the things we have to be so careful about in parenting is making sure, listen, one of the greatest things I learned is in parenting. One of the greatest things in parenting is often as parenting we think like our kids represent a dual for ourselves, right? Everything that I did wrong in life, I'm going to get right through my kids. So that's fine, but your kid's not you. And your kid didn't sign up to become a better version of you. My child is someone different, fundamentally different than me, with different profiles, different abilities, and different destinies. So you have to be so careful. As most of the parents have these incredible, beautiful dreams, which are so beautiful. Only issue is they never check with the kid whether or not that's what the kid wants. Does the kid want to go down this path? Does the kid want this kind of education? Does the kid want this kind of education? Does the kid want this kind of career? This is what the kid's going to do. They just never check with the child. That's putting parental desires and life objectives before the child, and that, as I'll say, is fundamentally selfish. And when you're selfish in life, just understand, it never works out. The Russia Arum, which is only because the whole needs of others. You can try that, and it may be successful in the short term, but in the long term, ultimately, again, in the long term, ultimately, you become uneasy, you become impoverished. But also, that you so parent is making sure that the decisions you're making are the ones that are good for your child, and not the ones that simply benefit. All right, let's go back there. So you might as well say, kind of following up on that, the Gemara says, be careful about getting advice from someone who is only giving you advice ultimately because that's how you ask someone gives you to feed their color. For instance, so let's say, so this is getting kind of a pattern. It's like one of the Russia Arab group. The Russia Arab is not someone who's just stuffing positive into your mouth. The Russia Arab is a person very often giving you advice, and it may not be even the worst advice for you, but it's not the best advice for you. But you know what is the best advice for? For him. For him. And same idea sometimes without even realizing it. Drive fast, or the advice all this stuff, despite all the fears and hesitations, it also helps. Benefits me as the parent, not that part, but benefits my child. So be careful with someone who gives you advice and authority with their advice. By the way, it's also very profound. He is from that Yakiba. Right? Remember again, that Yakiba knows what it's like to get advice from people. Because when Yakiba's life, groups of people. Really just one people than one person. There was one person from Yakiba who constantly actually told him, you will never amount to anything more than a shepherd. That's what you are. That's what you will be. That's even best shepherd. And those are people, and I think Yakiba had one person who was Rothschild, right? And Rothschild told him, you can do whatever you want to be. Right? You want to become the good guy, right? You want to become the best of the best. You can do that. You can do that. So Yakiba essentially says, just be careful who you get advice. Yes. Because had I listened to the majority of people who were whispering in my ear, I would have been a very good shepherd. A very good shepherd in one sense. But God has shown I took advice from someone who wasn't self-serving. But rather I took advice from someone who knew actually cared about me, and as a result, the Yakiba became that Yakiba. Incredible. How do I do that? I'm asking details on him. Like a person goes in and marries, goes back to this. Listen, a man marries up and goes to a much older man. Or, and then what's like the reverse is a man marries a woman to his minor son. Remember, as you spoke about, minor son is not the kid you love less, right? The minor son represents, again, a child. So he's marrying off again, an adult woman to his minor son. Remember again, some money and needs over here. Is again, they're going to be unfulfilling marriages, right? On the first, the daughter's married to much older man, they don't have the same drive. Then on the second, his son, who's a child, is married to a woman, now don't have the same drive. Well, listen to this. If someone goes out of his way to return a lost object to a non-Jew, what's the Gemara says? I love a person will learn about such a person. The pasuk says, "Reman sefos harava esatznea lo yova Hashem soloach lo." I will say now, the way the pasuk touches us, the way the Gemara's understanding this pasuk of the word, which is really quite profound. Reman sefos harava esatznea. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Reman sefos yivkov." Rashi understands sefos means to connect. Now, what's being connected over here? Rashi says, last part of Hashem is out. Yivos hatzleah, saveh b'gavar, u'sameh b'gavar. Zokni b'yalda, zotziyam pashish, zokni says, "I'll go to Kotel." Listen to this. According to the Gemara's understanding as follows: you can't connect someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated and expect them to go ahead and complement each other. So, in other words, the idea over here is, right? So the young woman is thirsty; she wants intimacy. The older man is sated. The young boy is sated. The woman is thirsty. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work to pair up someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated, because halacha l'maaseh again, it doesn't work. I will say, by the way, it happens to me that this is a profound so not just by intimacy, but also by marriage. In order to have true shalom bayis, in order to have true growth in a marriage, both parties in marriage have to want growth. Like, the worst thing that can happen is when a wife becomes her husband's mashgiach. Like, you know what it is? If a wife is speaking to her husband out of bed in the morning, get up to shit, that's a disaster. The same way if a husband is telling his wife, you know, you need to become a chatzos lady. You need to be starting Shabbos, you know, you need to make Shabbos at the midday on Friday. That's also a disaster. What's the recipe for success? Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Husband has to be thirsty for growth. The wife has to be thirsty for growth. That's the success of marriage. If one is thirsty and one is sated, it's very difficult. Very difficult. So one is always going to be pushing. One is always going to be wanting, and the other one ultimately is going to become resentful. Both are thirsty. Then the Maaseh, that's the recipe for success. If both are sated, then what? Are a disaster also. Because if both are sated, then that represents a life of complacency, a life of mediocrity. Both are thirsty, ridiculous success. Both are sated, abysmal failure. One is thirsty, one is sated, a lot of shalom bayis. What about the matzah bindul kisi? What's wrong with going ahead? What's wrong with going ahead and returning a lost object to a non-Jew? I don't know. That sounds like a nice thing. What's wrong with that? So let's say look at Rashi. Rashi says that matzah bindul kisi hishva v'chiber kusi liyisrael umara ba'asmo sha'shavas avei de'enech shlobosa. Listen to this. It's incredible. It said, of course, you should return lost objects to non-Jews. That's what we're saying. We're saying is like this: that a person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Shabbat Shabbat, that's wrong. That's wrong. As I was saying, I'm going to say something that is incredibly politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. And we should not interact with each other as if we are the same. We have to have respect for all of humanity. We have to treat all humanity with dignity. I will say, but there is a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And I will say, we don't have to be apologetic about saying it. One simple reason. No one looks out for us except us. And no one has our back except us. And I will say, you know, for so many of us, our senses would go off to this. Right? We thought again after the Holocaust, never again. Everybody loves us. Anti-Semitism is not what it used to be. And then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world that it has been for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate Jews, and they'll take it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and turn into anti-Semitic lynch mobs, and they'll do it. And it doesn't matter what the country is, and even as great as this home is to us, anti-Semitism is rampant, and it teaches us one simple lesson: circle the wagons. Look out for each other. because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So if you're one of those kumbaya, right, and Tikkun Olam, and everything else, and we're one big community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not big one big community of humanity. We're not. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's the way it works. Now, when Mashiach comes, in Eretz Hashem, that'll change. And when Mashiach comes, it will be V'yasa Kulam Adu B'Achos. Humanity will become one. But until then, I think humanity is not one. There's Klal Yisrael, and there's everyone else. We are alone in this world. But again, it's not like we're alone as a nation, or not alone as individuals, because we have each other. And we always have each other. And this is what the Gemara says. If you think just like if you go to Shabbos Aveda, oh, again, yeah, look, community of mankind, right? The Gemara says you're a fool. You're a fool. That's not true. There's not one day there will be a community of mankind. And also, again, be clear, the obligation of dignity, the obligation of respect, that's every single person. But just understand that there is a different system of conduct, and a different system of allegiance, and a different system of commitment. So we have that to one another because all we have is each other. We have no one else but each other. And the moment we forget that, is the moment we put ourselves in an overwhelmingly precarious situation. It's like the Gemara, should you return a lost object to a kusi? Of course you should. If you get extra change at the supermarket, should you return the extra change? 1,000% say yes. And don't tell us, you get extra money, right? You find. You be a proper human being. But just understand that there's energy comes back, and the mitzvah of Shabbos Avedi, which represents the personal contact that we have with one another. Incredible. So much on this thing, whereas the cash out, how old is it? Gufo. A man who loves his wife like his own body, and one who is recovered more than so. Listen, you hear this? You have to love your wife like yourself, right? But you have to honor her more than yourself. What does that mean? Why doesn't it say? You have to go out. Hey, so what does this mean? First of all, why don't we say love your wife more than yourself? What's the simple answer? Because you can't. It's important you so. Right? The framework of love that I have more than anything is myself. The strongest reflex we have within ourselves is self-preservation. Right? Because deep down, like the most we're very egocentric beings. So the Gemara says, if you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's godless. That's godless. Now, what does it mean to be mechanic? Because love is an emotion. So from an emotional perspective, you can feel that sense of love to your wife. And you can feel you care about her as much as you care about yourself. That's fantastic. The concept of coverage is a physical behavior. Right? In other words, so then when it comes to physical behaviors, you have to do more for your wife than what you do for yourself. And I will say, that's kind of very, very So again, you for yourself, you get a present on your birthday, you're actually going to get a present on your birthday, you get a present whatever cover you take for yourself. You like certain things, whatever you like, make sure that your life has even more than that. Covet is physically measured. So Avo is an emotion, as also, if you care about your wife as much as you care about yourself, that's fantastic. But covet that you give, that's behavioral. The covet you give to your wife, that's the covet you give to yourself. And you're watching yourself. Now, imagine, one of the grace of benefits, also, again, as I said before, and one who leads his children in a proper path. So let's say, that's amazing. You know that we can stand and we can do it. What does it mean, matching? What does it mean, matching? What do you mean? What's my dream? God, what does the guy do? Shows the way. Right? Listen, the most annoying guys is the ones who talk too much. Like, just be silent and move. Right? Talk, right? Think in the heart. Effective parenting. Much less talking, much more doing. Do you imagine? Don't tell your kids what to do. Don't tell your kids what to do. Show them what to do. Show them what to do. Listen, I'm talking to anyone I'm talking to here. Right? This is a motivated group. Whether your kids are asleep or not asleep, you think they don't know on some level that you're waking up early to come to shul, to learn, daven, Shemos Nefesh, giving up sleep is true. We joke about it, but it's tremendous. That's not that. None of us are going to sleep at 8 o'clock at night, or giving a normal night's sleep, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Imagine. It's all about the hadron. You can say whatever you want. You can say nice words. You can say mirrors. You can do all that stuff. It's very nice. It's very beautiful. All important. The most important thing is how you lead. What is the example that you set? And if you lead your children by example on a Garat Yishala, that's very incredible. Marry them off early. They both say, okay, this is really early. I start off with your means a little bit before they reach adulthood, right? Which again, today's day and age is about 25, right? So marry them off a little bit before they reach adulthood. I love our cousin Omer. About such a person was I see it's four ingredients over here. Number one, love your wife as much as you love yourself. If you can reach like people like this, I love my wife more than I love myself. I love my kids because I'll say calm down, right? If you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's an accomplishment. Right? Love her as much as you love yourself. Number two, but give her more covet, which is behavioral stuff. Give her more covet than the covet you take for yourself. Number three, don't tell your kids what to do, but be a macho. Be a good guy. Show them what to do. And number four, marry your children off a little bit before adulthood. That goes into the pasuk says, "V'yadata, Shalom Alecha, U'pakaras Alecha, V'lo." Pasuk says no, and we have to everything we're doing. Your home will be remembered for good, and ultimately again you will not come to sin. So Moses said, by the way, why is all of this brought down? Because again, we just saw before. The Gemara says you shouldn't marry off your kid before adult. So what's happening? The Gemara says, no, it's not a kasha. It's not a kasha. The Gemara says, no. Ultimately, again, this is literally talking about right before they reach the age of adulthood. So again, they're on the cusp of adulthood. So the mice, again, that's not a big deal. Speaking about not marrying off each other, that's not much when you're still very young. Incredible. I don't want to know. I'm going to stop over for today. We're fine. Tomorrow is very short after your session. Kind of short after. But it's tremendous way to start the week.
If not dead. Your current heavyweight champ is having, I don't know if you saw this, is having serious eye surgery. He's out 9 months. Aswell's going to be out 9 months. 9 months. So, okay, John Jones wants one more. You do it at the White House. This gets out there. Okay. There's no longevity. I just don't get it. Because I don't think it has this issue with Francis, but he's by far the biggest free agent out there, by far.
If you're all of our sponsors for this morning show, our annual sponsor of Tough Shoes for the Tough Shoes for dedicating all the shoes
Francis like John, that's funny. You took the White House. Or even down the road, that would get John McCarthy was at the White House. So Francis, John, okay. John Asbro, okay. You have Francis Asbro. You have Rico in there. Mixed Cable and Stevenson in there. Now we're cooking. Before whatever reason, they're just being like, nah, we're good with what we got. It's a fucking shit show.
Just be fat.
Health and Hatzlacha. That's the
Beautiful.
let's say outside of
And
all
then
that
we talking about Charles
you
Newman,
could
the
probably
Sakaya,
rec
then you sell
jump
seeds
in
from the
that
Bracha,
division right now, right?
Rothschild,
You train
in
hard.
honor of the new baby girl, to Zazie and
Watch
Michelle
the man.
Rothschild, Mazel Tov,
Just
Zazie's
put my life
grandparents,
on
Chaim
hold.
and
Yeah,
Rothschild,
then
and
freaking
sister
podcast
Mara
and blow
Munchi,
people
and
over.
Yadina Guardian
Come on,
of the family. Mazel Tov,
that's
Mazel Tov,
insane. How
we
fun
want to
we
continue
get.
to be so
That would be dope. Oh
Yisrael.
my god. Oh, that kind
Where's
of
your
fight.
dad? Let us begin. Hey, stop this. I ain't had a contact with that. We have to end the shoot a few minutes early.
And then schedule fight me.
Thank you.
It'd be such a
Thank you. I wasn't planned. I just want to point out it was not planned. Thank you. All right, so let's we'll be packing a lot. We're actually also going to start from the top of Island Way. My son happened to do tree yesterday. Did a great job. I'll very little notice. I'm sorry?
And you're doing nothing about it.
You did a really good job. I do feel you were showing off a little bit at the end. With the things you have to get from, like, you know, I'm dealing with things to the middle of Iron Hay on the hour. So you're showing up the old man with the it's fine. It's okay. It's good. Young kids. All right, so we're just for the sake of the camera that wasn't there, for the sake of having a recording as well, we're just going to start from the top of $1 75 days. I'm going to number up.
Not a chance in fucking high hell.
I'm going to do it out. Nice to the other effort. She doesn't end up beating Shabbos.
If he's good,
You're going to destroy the man who set his eyes upon a woman. The hair long, leave over here. Right behind you. And what happened was heart was filled with incredible desire. Now, Rabbi points out that we have a Nemo, Ava, you come to Nemo, ultimately, again, you lost it. Probably better stated, lost it. But ultimately, again, it becomes infatuated with the loss of better experience with the hospital in the beginning. Where was the mistake? Where was the mistake? Where was the mistake? Should not say either. One of the reasons that we have to be so careful, Shmiras Ha'inayim, what we look at, is because as the Gemara says, Einayim rolls, the eyes see, Mahalei Chesed. Once you look at something, it unleashes a certain process going forward. So it's incredible how you can see all the difference from the beginning where the mistake was. Why looks that way? Why not the careful experience of the man? Why not be a good deal of again? Yes, we all know this is so incredibly right. But when I was fascinated to see sometimes in like your shoes go off the rails, and you're not exactly sure where it went off the rails. And then other times you're like, they're so abundantly clear where exactly things went off the rest of the year. Yes and no. So you have to double check and you're like, hey, the video has been back there down here. And you're like, something has to keep going. And you got to decide what this guy is going to do. The only possibility, the only report you can have, is if you have to enter with this one. Okay, I'm going to stop it. And let me say, no, stop you going. No, I can't do that. Can't do that. So again, I'm going to say, so the first person you're not making is some charity yet, but it makes me some type of a liars situation. So again, so I actually know the things that you have to say and keep you about for them to go and transgress. So we've got this like, okay, down there in the corner of our room. So okay, fine, that's how I make it. We just have to be able to see her unquote. We can see her unquote, the ultimate thing of what we're saying. Every time, so you know what it says. You know what it says. It's not coming from like that. So it comes to the you can't do that. This is not how we operate. So you know, she's operating when I call her, how to get that. So let me talk with her. Okay, so you can't have a relationship with her. You can't see her unclothed. Let her talk with her. And it's interesting. At this point, the doctors already understood that there was a serious issue here. So I said, she doesn't have to speak with her even face to face. I'll call her again.
This one
is
Joshua listening to the locker room.
So the Gemara says, Chazal, the rabbi said, Namus Kivot Safer in the Merachol HaGeber. Ultimately, let him die, but let them not go ahead and have this conversation. What's the shot? What's the matter about the conversation? Because remember, again, context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of this was in a illicit, immoral urge. Lesson in of the Isha. So again, this entire thing took on an air of immorality about it. So the mercy, who was the woman? Who was the woman? Chad Amar Ishes Isha. So one said she was a married woman. Someone said she was, that makes a lot of sense. If you tell a married woman, you understand the incredible resistance that the rabbis have to any level of interaction between this man and this woman. However, the Chad Amar says, she was single. She was single. The whole story makes a lot of sense. If she was single, I don't understand why this character. What is it exactly that's unfolding over here? So the guys are like, because
it's funny thing with this, like, when Tim Starr said, no, that you're selling your soul. We're not asking you to have an island. We're not asking you to visit your kids.
It would be embarrassing for her
dark way.
and reputationally potentially damaging
I
for
think
her
what
to go ahead.
what Channing Crowder is saying is, you wouldn't box lose your job for $100 million. Like, there's nothing that you can pay you. Job. So it's not something you think something different. Like your girlfriend's like, yeah, they want to do this, okay, like, they can do this, I don't know what it is. But selling your soul to your job, yeah. I'm doing my job. Yeah, that's what, if they're like, yo, then you, I don't know what the fuck they're asking. If the guy says it's $100 million to box, which is your job, that's not selling your soul. That's doing your job. Let's take a little break here. Listen, GLP-1s are all the craze right now. Your favorite celebrities getting skinny. Used to be a super thick one, now they're skinny. Like, what are they doing? They're just butting up their diet. They're not. There's a way to do it. There's a smart way to do it. An easier way to go for everybody now. That's where Roe comes into play, man. Roe offers the first FDA-approved GLP-1 pill for weight loss at the lowest cost around. Most people think GLP-1s are super expensive. They're not. The new GLP-1 pill has the same weight loss ingredient as the shot, packs comparable results to the shot, can help patients lose up to 14% of their body weight in a year on average. I've seen fast results in that. That's one daily pill for fewer cravings and feeling fuller with a new formula clinically proven to maximize weight loss. The days of starving yourself and self-discipline, this is your cheat code. Right? The new FDA-approved GLP-1 pill is available for $149 for the first dose in addition to your RO membership fee and $2.99 a month for higher doses. RO offers the lowest cost GLP-1s whether you're using insurance or paying cash. We got you on your first online visit. You're eligible for treatment. You can expect to start your medication in less than a week if you pay cash, around 2 weeks if you're using insurance. Go to ro.co/shop to see if you're eligible for the new GLP-1 pill on RO. That's ro.co/shop to get started on RO. Go to ro.co/safety for box warning and full safety information about GLP-1 medications. Based on studies of non-diabetics with obesity and overweight plus and weight-related conditions with diet and exercise. Go to ro.co/shop to see if you're eligible now for the new GLP-1 pill on RO. Good luck. Let's do it one more time.
She's single, so it's much easier now. It's much easier now over here. Let me get married. So the Gemara says, no. Because if they're married, they're going to find out of it. So then what's the point of that?
That's a question. Like, what's even stand for? Like, is there something else? Because again, it's $100 million to do your job, which your job's been the same thing since you're 6 years old. Is it being a boxer fighting? The
Lockton starting night. Again,
really selling your soul. So there's something else going on. I don't know the details of how you're selling your soul. Yeah, especially if they're saying, like, well, since he's done already had to lose my boy, you're a prize fighter.
If it's permitted, it's not the same type of satisfaction of lust. Stolen
it sucks that Channing guys are put in that situation. It's like, at the same time, we all agree we would do it for $100 million. Especially if you're different concepts. But if you said, like, I'm done, it's over, I don't want to do this anymore, and they offer you $100 million.
What does that mean? That the full pleasure of Bia has been removed. Sometimes they say that has been destroyed, and it's been given over to all the Avera. So it's like actually this morning. It's not a beautiful idea, but it's safe and normal government.
Perhaps.
And he says it's
so Greg Hardy's a champion of some sort of emotion.
When it's a Mikdash story, Bashina Hayashor B'Yisrael, Hayashor B'Yisrael, Shechina within Klal Yisrael, Efshari Haya Ad Mekadosh Atzmam Kiroi Be'ez HaZibah. It's interesting. Oh, yeah, one of the most fascinating things is this idea of a person being convinced themselves, sanctifying themselves before and during the act of relationship. I don't know if I'm familiar with this concept, but it's one of the most basic ideas. Because again, intimacy can be beautiful, obviously should be beautiful, should be meaningful, but kadosh and holy, it's a strange concept. It's a strange concept. It's a strange concept. That should be more contextually it's holy because it builds marriage, and hopefully creates future girls. But remember what he says, when there's a story, there was the ability to infuse a dynamic of holiness even into intimacy. He says, in holiness, and Kasha, listen to this, Kasha Me'od Yekani Shir HaDvarim, HaNizkarim Le'el, Ba'yakat. What things in the place was destroyed, it's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. Looking at pleasure and looking at holiness. Pleasure is very, very difficult to come by in a world of elevation. So those are such a perfect values. And now again, when you set up pleasure and holiness, you start to turn off pleasure and holiness in the level of intimacy. In other areas of life, pleasure and holiness go very well together. But in intimacy, sometimes it's hard to distinguish, or it's hard to feel both that feeling of personal pleasure and holiness interwoven together. So that's what Yitzchak says. It's fact that Yom Shecharav B'Samachah, all that goes away destroyed. Nitla Kam, there's Nitla over there. What does that mean? That somehow the enjoyment of intimacy was taken out of the realm of holiness and was made a bit more illicit. Was made a bit more was put a bit more like in the category of just a pleasure-seeking type of activity. It's fascinating. Then he goes on and he says, that again, why do you decide marry this girl? Because my husband didn't talk to her. Because part of his love, his desire was not that he couldn't have it. I will say, you know this life, you know this life. What is it from the forbidden fruit is always sweeter. The stolen waters are sweeter. Where did this come from? So where did it come from? Where did it come from? What's the origin of this? It's admiration.
That's it. All right, kids. Thank you for watching. If you're watching this, we missed last week's new bonus episode. We come on Thursday as well now. We're twice a week, baby. Stepping our game up. There's a lot to talk about, so hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll do fan questions again this Thursday, so I'll post it on my IG story as usual. I have got so many for the last episode. I will use some of those, but we'll get some new ones as well. So stay tuned. Any questions, just DM me. All right, kids. That's it. Love you guys. I'll see you out there on the streets. I'm out.
Deep down, it actually feels like everything. I'm not going to teach about this. Everything that we want and we desire always comes from a good place. See, my most innate desire is for growth. I constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of growth. So therefore, what the Neshama says is more, and more. But what happens in life? Too often in life, let's say it's like the Neshama goes ahead, dispatches a message, right? The Neshama dispatches it to the body. What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. You see this a lot in life. Like, let's say, it's interesting that people get united. My mother was speaking on Shabbos Shabbat, she spoke so beautifully. She was speaking about that my mother actually grew up, she was born in Europe after the war, and my grandparents settled in Byron, New Jersey, and my grandfather's called Rothschild Hashem had a hand in really creating a Jewish community there. The one thing they didn't have there was a high school. So amazingly enough, like my mother actually came to the Sacrament of Baltimore. Currently, my family no shackles to Baltimore. Came to the Sacrament of Baltimore. So when we moved to Baltimore 21 years ago, for my mother, it was like a tremendous circle. That was like, you never had shackles to Baltimore. And so she was speaking about, I'm not going to give you the whole drush, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. Much shorter than my drushes, but beautiful. And she was speaking about homesickness. Homesickness, again, it was so beautiful. Homesickness, relating it to my daughter, to the Kala. And, what's homesickness? I was saying, where does homesickness come from? The neshama yearns to go home. The neshama always yearns to go home. Like Rabbi Yitzchak says in the pasuk in Tehillim, call the neshama to halal ta. Like every neshama has to praise God. And the Zohar Kodesh writes, "V'chol neshima u'neshima to halal ta." With every breath, you have to praise Hashem. Every single time a person exhales, the neshama wants to jump out of the body and go back to Shemayim. And it goes well. He keeps the neshama inside of the body. So the Rabbi said that's why every single time you breathe, you have to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because he's keeping the neshama in your body. Right? Because the neshama's homesick. So what happens? The neshama broadcasts a message of homesickness to the body. So how does the body relate to it? How does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately again as physical homesickness. That's how we experience it. You can go on vacation. Listen, what happens when you're on vacation? What happens on vacation? Right? After a few days, you want to come home. Right? It's interesting, right? Especially if you have kids. Right? In other words, So in other words, after it is fascinating to be having the most incredible vacation in the world. But there's a certain moment where you're like, okay, I'm done. Like I really want to go home. But why? Like it's beautiful, it's fantastic. Because it's something that comes from the neshama. And the neshama says, I want to go home. Every neshama wants to go home. And it broadcasts the message to the body. The most important, you see this in so many things in life. One of the most fascinating dynamics of human behavior to me is window shopping. I can't understand. Right? People enjoy window shopping. I think it's the same soul. The neshama wants to acquire more and more and more and more mitzvahs. So what happens? It broadcasts the message of acquisition to the body. So when the body gets that, the body often converts these messages into something physical. So shopping, people like to shop, people like to acquire. It's the same dynamic over here. Why are we drawn to the forbidden items? It doesn't come from a bad place, fakert. It actually comes from a place of holiness. And the neshama wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's constantly broadcasting to the body. Give me more. Give me more. Don't content yourself with what you have now. I want more Torah. I want more mitzvahs. I want more Kiddusha. But all too often what ends up happening, the body corrupts the message of the neshama. So the neshama is saying, give me more. I said, let's do it. Let's do it. You want more? I'm going to give you more. The problem is the body often corrupts the message, and the body takes the message of more, including that which is forbidden. That's why, again, we're so often drawn to the mind to the forbidden waters, to the stolen waters, because that's the body's corrupting the message of the neshama for more. And I will say it's so important because a lot of times when we're pulled towards certain things in life, we often like to think, or we often condition to think, that the things we're pulled to are a result of certain carnal desires, wants, and lusts that may be true. But sometimes you'd be surprised that those desires really are coming from the neshama, but it's the body that is corrupting the message and taking you in all the wrong directions. Incredible. I would say, Hadralach ben Salamora, Shkoyach. Incredible. New Mishnah. Very disruptive. All right, on to later topics, like Sreifa. So again, these are the people who experience Sreifa, execution by Sreifa. Now, we spoke a little bit about, we're going to get into the dynamics of Sreifa as well. Remember, Sreifa is not burning someone, but rather, again, Sreifa is internal Sreifa, the molten lead. We spoke about this already before. We'll speak about it more in the minute to come. So let's go back there. Hey, now it's often. These are the people who are executed with Sreifa. A man who has relations with a woman and her daughter, Ubas Koish is himself, and the Bas Kohen who committed adultery, so we saw that extensively. Now, there are other people included in this category of woman and her daughter. Now, we'll have to define a lot of these lines in the Gemara. Bito, who's included over here, his daughter. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Beno, the daughter of his son. Bas Isha, the daughter of his wife. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Ubas Beno, the daughter of his son. Chamotzo, mother-in-law. Ve'im Chamotzo, the mother of your mother-in-law. Ve'im Chamot, and the mother of your father-in-law. So again, we'll have to break out these categories I have to break up these categories into a little bit more depth. Level. So the bottom line, all of these arayos are forbidden and the penalty is straight. So let's analyze. Now it's interesting. The Mishnah doesn't say that if a man has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. Right, so in other words, it doesn't say that if you have relations with the mother of, sorry, right, if you have relations with a woman who's doing that, which is actually your mother-in-law. So it doesn't say that. Elo, haba al isha ubita. Right, Russia, the Mishnah is a man has relations with a woman and her daughter. Michlal, the tarbayu l'isira, which indicates to us that both of these women are prohibited. So who are these women that we are discussing? Chamoso ve'im chamoso. It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law. Vikatani, and we learned that there are other people included in this category of a woman and her daughter. So let's say the inference is that these two women, in other words, Chamosa and Ein Chamosa, are written explicitly, but that's not true. But ultimately they learn that from the Drasha. So according to Rabbi, so this makes a lot of sense because Rabbi says that through the fundamental focus over here is the ability to intuit certain prohibitions. So money. But according to Rabbi, he says they know it's coming to prohibit the mother-in-law even after the death of a wife. So let's say he was married to Rachel. So obviously when he was married to Rachel, he's permitted to Rachel's mother. Let's say Rachel dies. The Rachel dies is legally permitted to marry his former mother-in-law. So apparently that's the point of convention. So according to Rabbi would say, one of the Mishnah has the relations with a woman whose daughter he married, which we represent with the mother-in-law. So again, including the category of the mother-in-law. And the women who can come also mother-in-law, then come also the mother of the mother-in-law, then come up and the mother of the mother of the side, and the mother of your father-in-law. So you know, I eat the kabbalah with this year in Hamad, Nami Kamosa, then Kamosa. Sabani says, really, what the Mishnah is trying to teach me over here is the case of the Hamad, the mother of your mother-in-law. Mother of your mother-in-law. But since he said mother of your mother-in-law, it also included mother-in-law and mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, sorry guys, I don't know. According to Rabbi, what teacher in Hamad, the Kiddush over here is mother of my father-in-law. That's the Kiddush. But since it says that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, the Rabbi, I do the Kabbalah with this in Hamad. So, Tani Rambrasi, Tani Hamad, Rabbi said, no, so you can the Mishnah wants to teach me. Mother of my father-in-law, it also includes Kamosa mother-in-law and, mother-in-law and mother-in-law. So now you know. So how do you know all these prohibitions from? We say Rabbi, Ish Ashayita es Isha Vesino. So the passage says that the man will go ahead and marry a woman and her mother. So let's remember again. So here the passage is quite explicit. Isha Ashayita es Isha Vesino. But she's wealthy. So this is an explicit concept. If a man will marry a woman and her mother, so he marries Rachel and Rachel's mother. This week we watched some crazy shit. We watched the Elf Boys interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. We watched that. We've also watched recently on the Patreon. What is this? The house on the way? Big Jackson. Big Jackson. Big Jackson stand up in the San Francisco. Yeah, well, myself, what do we think? I guess it's not for sure. You can't talk about life, but I'm just then we also watched what is the phrase? Low-key comedy. Where Ryan should all of the our singing bears, the daughter of Rachel's daughter. Anyways, that's not what I'm here for. Pharaoh's son united. So again, Torah tells me about Rachel's mother. How do I know about the generations down below Rachel that the prohibition applies? So you must be very simple. Nama Khan Zima says over here by mother-in-law Zima. The Nama Lahalon Zima. It says again, it says this is the case of Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. This is also Erbas Ishto Ubita Lo Sigara. That's an explicit passage as well. You cannot marry both a woman and her daughter. So it says Zima by mother-in-law, and it says Zima by Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. Not Lahalon Bita, the Bas Bita, just like over there refers to ultimately her daughter, and the daughter of her daughter, the Bas daughter of her son, Khan. So it's over here, Bita applies to the daughter, Bas Bita, the daughter of her daughter, or Bas Peyam. We've got 9 masos is a part of communication. How do you really treat men like women now? At first glance, we don't know what that phrase means. Let's put it this way. How do you ever set the treat men like women? Now that times we love it, says that there's Zima, going back from the soul, and the Bas Bita says Zima. Not a lot of times in goodness, our country, it's difficult to hear. We treat these comic and Davis, so we treat these comic and Davis. So, okay, what's it like I said? We don't know what that means yet. We don't know what that means yet, but we'll get things to this. You know, and last time, I'm not thinking about love. How do I know that we should make that which is mentioned below? Like that which is mentioned above, once again, no idea what that phrase means. It looks like, it's interesting that it is stylistically, if you know it like this, and you know it by itself, and we read it by itself, we have no idea what it means, we have no idea what it means, and then we explain it later on. We don't think about it stylistically, why not just explain it where it is? So remember, Kajal teaches us so many profound pieces of life in this story, even in very nuanced ways. So much of life can be able to continue forward, even if you don't understand something. Things happen in life, be conscious. But the danger of being conscious is sometimes you get so hung up on the question that you become immobilized. Sometimes you become so bothered by the things you can't answer. I can't recall anything about it. Well, it says, no, do you know what you do when you lose your right side? But you don't understand, you know what you do? You know what you do?
He told us over and over that he and Roman were the best friends, and also says nobody has been on the podcast more than him. He also told us he needed
but anyway, whether you understand it or you don't understand it, you're going to have to move forward one way or the other.
Go to a super liberal city.
Because there's a good passion doesn't allow you to get stuck in things. And I will say, one of the most important life nuggets of a generation, right? Because we all come up in those situations where, what is going on here? What is this? It's my passion, my passion. And it's so easy to lose yourself kind of in that abyss of life questioning. If you have no get right there, you get to that life present, but you don't understand, ask the question, move forward. More often than not, when you move forward, you find the answers you're looking for. And even if you don't find the answers that you're looking for, you still need to move forward. Incredible. So the Gemara says, how do we know to equate that which is mentioned below with that which is mentioned above? Now, so again, just to understand that we'll see exactly what all of this is referring to, the Lamala and Lamata. But here's the point that I want you to remember. We have two psukim, right? What we're trying to do here is speaks about two relationships. All three are going to be personal. Number one is Isha Shamita as Isha Basima, married a woman and her mother, right? And then the other is Isha Shamita, a woman and her daughter. Those are what we have exclusive. Everything else, we're extrapolating from that. We want to go over the process of extrapolation.
Rounds out by like kind of weird.
Extrapolation.
Not without saying that. Anyway, that's all. Anyway, just find that share some funny moments.
Yes, like I said, extrapolation. Yeah.
That's amazing.
So you know this as follows. Extrapolation sounds so much more like methodical. I mean, everyone can extrapolate. Extrapolation is, Okay, here we go. So the says as follows.
But I guess I would also do the same thing.
Six times after the battle. You have not such the not to kill him out, right? So how do you know?
Probably if you write something like this, they don't like it. He's probably an asshole. But just like,
United Russells, Lamata Kilimalo. How do I like to equate that which is mentioned below, that which is mentioned above? Now, not kind of Zima, but not Lahalon Zima. That's going to be at zero, Zima, Zima. Not Lahalon, Lamata Kilimalo. I'm talking about the Kilimalo. In my kind, Lamata Kilimalo. I'm talking about the Kilimalo. Again, let's see exactly what this means. Okay, so let's now let's wait. So the first device, let's see. First device is that was we have to make Sakharov and Lightning
I
Cables.
mean, I would have loved to shout out.
And they can like women. So the device says, what is that? So the device says, come on, the device says, come on, cables. My coming cables. What does that mean? Please come on, cables. Female, that's, you know, Kibas, Ita. So you're just like this. Means like this. Kibas. And the sun, right? So let's just go through the Rothschild. So we're married to Rothschild. So maybe it's just like this. That we already learned that Rothschild's daughter is prohibited to read. Right? By Rothschild's daughter's daughter is prohibited to read. So too, maybe again, what do we need to make men like women? That Rothschild's son's daughter is also prohibited to read. Okay, just like Rothschild's daughter, like Rothschild's granddaughter from her daughter prohibited to read. So to Rothschild's granddaughter from her son is also prohibited to read. So you know, my something, it was even the fast, you know, the fast lead dog, I had that pass, you know, right? I think you're right, they go back together, and in come also, Rabbi is coming to include instead the mother of Reuben's father-in-law, like the mother of Reuben's mother-in-law. Yes, 1 second. Hashta in Kamoso lo Kamalan, in Kamal, we haven't established, and I said, we have not firmly established a prohibition of my mother-in-law's mother. Right? We have not firmly established that. So that we said it, but we didn't establish it. So how can you go ahead and start out on additionally soon, rather than the mother of my father-in-law, before we firmly establish the mother of my mother-in-law? Obviously, so I'm not buying it. So that's the hardest thing to say. The name ourselves, share Havamenu, to share Havamenu. Like this. How do you know that the same way that our relatives are prohibited to him, so to again, his relatives are prohibited to him as well? Now my Hanzimo, it says over here Zimo, but now my Zimo. Okay, the heart, the shard, the game of Siva Zimo, but comes his own relative. There is no much of Zimo that is mentioned. I'm Rabbi, I'm Yitzchak, Asya, Asya, Zimo. I guess also almost like a double DA show. Okay, now here is the we know that's like nothing to another. So beforehand we said, how do you know to make that which is mentioned below, like that which is mentioned above? So mentioned once again, not to the matter. What is that? What is that? So maybe say like this. Maybe also, so I'm trying to figure out the lotion of Lamata to Lamava. I'm trying to equate Arion for Lamata below to that which is above. Okay, so maybe it's like this. Maybe them teach me that
that's a comparison to Greeks. But in some ways,
I'm sorry,
you know, when you're telling a story and I go next to something right,
daughters have the same status as Rachel's daughter vis-a-vis. Okay, so if that's the case, it's all the same source. Error, in Kamoso. Rather than coming to say it like this, the same way that he can't marry his mother-in-law, like so to again, he also can't have relations with the mother of his mother-in-law and the mother of his father-in-law. So that's the case.
every time you subscribe,
He looks at Russian of Lamata to Lamata sounds like, if you understand what I'm saying, let's assume the midpoint, who's the midpoint of all of these Arios relationships, like who's at the middle? The wife, Rachel, right? So Lamata would be anyone who comes from her, right? Her kids, grandkids, Rachel's grandkids, and Lamata would be mother, and so mother's mother, father's mother, so on and so forth. So if we're coming to say that I'm coming from right now, mother of the mother of the mother of the father-in-law, they have one side. That's not Lamata Kilamava, but rather what? That's Lamala Kilamata. Because then we're going from the top down. So the Imam says, you know, Lamala Kilamata. You guys change the Russian, and rather it should read Lamala Kilamata. So what's this? Then it's like this. How do you know to make the prohibitions of mother-in-law? Well, mother-in-law is explicit, right? But really, mother of mother-in-law and mother of father-in-law, just like the prohibition of Rothschild is daughter to Reuben. But essentially, Reuben's relationship to Ruth's relationship. This whole thing is one big mess. Reuben's relationship to his mother-in-law's mother, as his father-in-law's mother, is just like his relationship to Rachel, his wife's daughter. That's it. Same that it's prohibited to his wife's daughter, he's also prohibited to his mother-in-law's mother and to his father-in-law's mother. I read that the Gemara said that we used to say, how do you know to make Lamala? Lamala means, again, the generations of his wife, i.e., his mother-in-law's mother and his father-in-law's mother, just like Lamata to his wife's daughter. That's it. That's the case. Lama comes in with an Lama. How do I know? To go ahead and look at 3 generations above, like the 3 generations below. So I say, so let me again. If you look at if you meet all this other how long you use in America, right? As you go back to so how do I know I can to take the 3 generations above Rachel and equate them with the 3 generations below Rachel? Just like you said, the 3 generations below Rachel are all going to be prohibited to live in her house, right? So can the 3 generations above Rachel will also be prohibited to live in her house. We have it says Lamala, right? Other generations above Rachel. It says Rothschild Zima, and it says also generations below Rachel Zima as well. So the Gemara says Lamala for Shloshim Doros, Lamala Shloshim Doros. So you can just like below Rachel in 2 generations. So you apply the Zima Rachel. There are 3 generations above Rachel as well. Lama Ba'onesh, I'm sorry, Lamala Shloshim Doros. Lama Ba'onesh, also Lamata Kilamala. And just like when it comes to punishment, i.e. Sreifa, we need to get a house like Lamata Kilamala. We need the 3 generations below Rachel, just like the 3 generations above Rachel, i.e. Sreifa. So too, when it comes to the Rav will also apply ultimately again Lamala Kilamata. So what's that? So interestingly enough, we seem to have this fascinating relationship between the 3 Arayos generations above Rachel and below Rachel. So what's that? So again, it really becomes quite fascinating because essentially what we begin to see is Midbar Raisa with 2 explicit relationships. Can marry Rachel and her daughter, right? That's number 1. And number 2, ultimately can't marry a woman outside. Can marry Rachel and her mother, and Rabbi can marry a woman and her daughter. So that's what I got. Now what we do over here, we see Asabah Lamala Kilamata is we're building up the framework. Ultimately, again, the 3 generations above, 3 generations below. Beautiful. So the message that Rashi said, no. No, let's go back to what we said originally. Lamata means is not being dangerous. Lamata means a lesser is certain.
Oh, sure.
You want to but I also was just like when it comes to Rachel, right? The mother of the mother is lesser. So for example, right? The mother of his mother is just like lesser. I'm a Rabbi, I'm a cross. Rabbi says, because it's in the mother, you should be more hot than a Kaiba. Because his mother will be tired, and you have to make Kaiba, you shouldn't anything more. But the same biblical prohibition does not apply to your mother. Rabbi says, Bimon and Amr, so this is very interesting. So Rabbi says as follows. Bimon and Amr don't know don't know about Oki Bastra. So it seems many times that makes sense. So generally, we make zero Shabbat. So the Shaila is when we focused on making zero Shabbat. So don't you know means that Allah was already zero Shabbat. So why would Allah make Shabbat? The result is very much rooted in the origin of Limud. Versus don't you know Basra means that ultimately the real Limud is much more focused in the result. So you must listen to this. So again, so whether or not it's whichever way you understand the Shabbat, ultimately again it's not going to work. What do you mean it's not going to work? The Allah is not going to be able to learn the Isser about the mother of his mother. Why not? So the mind that so the one that says ultimately that the result is very much reflective of the origin of the word. So the Gemara says, not he in Ma'asiyah, just like by Rothschild. Ultimately, again, her mother is going to be Asur to the name. Akinami in Ma'asiyah. So to the Ruben, his grandmother, like the mother of his mother, also going to be Asur. So we learn from this. Again, we learn from the place of origin, not people straight up. Just like again, proving with relations with Rothschild's mother's mother, right? Rothschild's maternal grandmother. And we talk about straight up. So if Reuben has relations with his grandmother, it will also be to be straight up. But according to the opinion that says that Srifa is more hammer than Skiba, you can ask Kapir Koch. So say ultimately again, when it comes to their relations with her mother, for instance, some of the spiritual by Srifa, Tamar Bahu, Shima Skiba. If Reuben has relations with his mother, spiritual by Skiba. No, Emo Skiba, Emo Srifa, doesn't make sense. That if Reuben has relations with his own mother, it's with Skiba, but with ultimately again the mother of his mother, it's with Srifa. So what's involved furthermore? Mahi lo chalakta, ba be ima le'enima. Just like when it comes to Rachel, there's no distinction between her mother and her mother's mother. So to Reuben, there should not be a distinction between the prohibition between his mother and his mother's mother. Okay. And according to the opinion that says, ultimately, again, the skila is more hammer, you don't have to deal with the same question. Fine, so that's part one. Part two, and according to the opinion that says when it comes to Gzeir Shabbat, with much more focus, we model the entire Gzeir Shabbat on the result of the Gzeir Shabbat. So the Gemara says, Mahi Eini Ma'asura, just like by Rachel, her mother's mother is Asur, Afu Nami Eini Ma'asura. So to again, Reuben, his mother is also going to be Asur, V'uki Basra, and let's derive the halachas from that result. Hasa V'uki Misreifa. So the Gemara said, yeah, the halachas by Sreifa. About how Skiba, but ultimately in the year should be asking with the Ash Ikram B'Imo. As we find the person by his mother, which is Skiba. So the man does, the man was saying, Kamura, Ikamipra. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more common, one thing that was at top of my 76 now he should say the Sreifa. But Rachel relations with Rachel's mother's mother, Sreifa. Tomar B'O, she was Skiba, that when the relations much about Skiba. Furthermore, they also say, why should his halakha be different than hers? Or his halakha be than hers? Just like by Rothschild said, there is no distinction. He's not moving whether he has relations with Rachel's brother or Rachel's mother. Either way, it's going to be Sreifa. So to by Reuben, there should be a relationship with his daughter or relations with the mother of his mother. So the man that was Skiba says that Skiba is not so much. May I push you on the ultimately, you don't have this same kasha about the issue of a so we're going to stop over here. I feel like we've reached real clarity with this. So we're going to so bottom line, what's the takeaway? bigger.
shit.
You know, so what's
Fuck.
so to really simplify this, we actually remember, let's say, this is just one of these classic situations where the Gemara is working to let's say, you know, there is a profound so, let me first tell you no problem about the value, so as I say, what we know, right? You got myself two relationships you know that are explicit. What are the two relationships? A woman and her mother, a woman and her daughter. That's we know are explicit. What our mission is doing is it's building out a framework. It's building out a framework of other relationships, ultimately again, that will be treated like wife's mother, wife's daughter, and they're punishable both by sreifa. The paradigm that we're using is lemala kilamata, lemata kilamala, using the wife as the arayos midpoint over here. What we're understanding is those who are above her, and we're going 3 generations above her, 3 generations below her, essentially are all going to have the same framework for arayos. Now, again, all we're doing right now is working through this process and trying to figure out how to get everybody's conclusion is because we read the Mishnah. Now we're just trying to figure out ultimately how to get to the conclusion. What I learned of it is a tremendous disaster over this. You know this, you see the Gemara like this. Went to a lot of Gemara, or I love Gemara, and it doesn't feel like we reach any significant conclusion. So let's say certain trends is sort of like, when you have a problem, you have an issue, it is incredibly important to talk about. Incredibly important to talk about. Now sometimes it can be frustrating to talk things out loud. Especially what's happening in marriage all the time. It is important to stay in marriage. Sometimes it's something perhaps that the spouse wants to talk about. So you're like, okay, let's talk about it. And then what happens? You've been talking about it, and you're talking about it. It's crazy. Yeah, you know, I'm not talking about it. You look at it when you're talking about it, and then it goes on. And what happens? What are you thinking in your head? This is not going anywhere. Right? This is not going anywhere. We're talking about the same things over and over and over. This is not getting anywhere. Listen, it's important to understand the tremendous result in relationships. Is that sometimes you just have to talk it out, even if it doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere. Because sometimes just allowing someone to talk things out and to unload things that are sitting on their neshama. Even if in your mind your experience is getting more confused, and I think I actually have less clarity than when you started, is in and of itself a cathartic and profound process. And so, when the Chazal kind of skipped all of this stuff, the reason why I focus so much on Gemara, because anything and everything to be successful in life is in Gemara. It's all here. And we see sometimes having conversations, and we're like, what are you talking about? Did we just talk about that? Or did you just say something different? Or somebody's giving someone who you care about just the safest space to be able to express themselves, to talk it through. Even if you're not wondering what it is exactly that we are doing over here, is a profound stepping stone in building a meaningful relationship. Because you can't get to the conclusion unless, of course, you're first ready to go through this process of talking and re-talking and re-discussing. So Chazal not just giving us information about how we get to the conclusion as the sreifa, but rather Chazal also telling us how to address, how to build, and how to build relations. So I'm sorry, we should have something for today. Let's say maybe we could get a couple of them just talk about that. Can we just resize this here? This is straight, so what's off? So what's off? Look at that audio.
That's different. Let's see what we got next here. 15 days ago, we already saw that one. 5 days ago, Peter Bush Sr. Doesn't make sense.
All right, folks, good morning, good Tov. Great for Hashem to be able to give again a new week of learning together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual commentary sponsor of Tavshin Pei Hey and Tosu Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shinei Joshua this year, wishing a Mazel Tov to Yeshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Our commentary sponsor for the month of Adar, Haba Aliyah Lutova. Italian speaks in Love Mary of Tony's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen. The Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zef Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Our day of learning sponsors, Maya Hoffman, in the schools of Avram Ben Yardino, Shulamit Bas Brian Amino, Baruch Raphael Melech Ben Shulamis. May we all have health and hatzlacha. Beautiful. I've got the sponsor today, Alan Wiseman, in memory of his father-in-law, Charles Newman, and Zechariah Ben Yisrael C. Zechariah Bracha, and Ellie Rothschild, in honor of the new baby girls, to Zazie and Michelle Rothschild, Mazel Tov, Zazie's grandparents, Chaim and Karen Rothschild, and his sister Manuela Moshe, and Yardena Garden and family. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Result to continue the B'Sorah Kavos for Klal Yisrael. Those with that, let us begin. Today's topic is Ayin Hey. I apologize to you guys. We have to end this shira a few minutes early. Thank you. I wasn't planned. I just want to point out it was not planned. But thank you. So let's but we're going to pack in a lot. Well, I can also start from the top of Ayin Hey. That's not often being serious. They did a great job. Some very, very little notice. I'm sorry. He did a really good job. I do feel he was showing off a little bit at the end with the pace. He had to get from I am dealing with days to the middle of Ayin Hey with Aleph. So he's showing up the old man a little bit. But whatever, it's fine. It's okay. It's all right, so we're just for the sake of the cover that wasn't there, and for the sake of having a complete recording as well, we're just going to start from the top of Ayin Hey now. 75 days. I'm going to do them around. I'm going to read them around. There was once a story of a man who set his eyes upon a woman. And what happened? His heart was filled with incredible desire. Now, Rashi points out ultimately again, it became lovesick. It's probably better saying lust. But ultimately, again, it becomes infatuated with the lust. By the way, I this was from the beginning. Where was the mistake? I will say one of the reasons that we have to be so careful Shmiras Hayinayim, what we look at, is because the Gemara says, in the roles we are seen b'halei chomet. Once you look at something, it unleashes a certain process going forward. So it's incredible how you can see over here hearing where the mistake was. Shenasan einav b'isha achas. Why look that way? Why not be careful with Shmiras Hayinayim? Why not be a bit more diligent? Well, again, listen, we all know this Nisayon. We know this Nisayon incredibly well. But the life is fascinating to see. Sometimes in life, things go off the rails, and you're not exactly sure, where it went off the rails. And then there are other times in life where it's so abundantly clear where exactly things went off the rails. So here, Nasan Einav. So Mercer Baruch came and they asked the doctors, Va'amru, Ein lo takana actually boil. And the doctor said, look, this guy is mamish definitely the only possibility, the only refuah he can have is if he has relations with this woman. Okay, I'm not coming. No, can't do that. So again, we'll say, so the pashtus, we must make an assumption right now that it must be some type of arayos situation. So again, arayos is one of the things that you have to sooner give your life for than to go ahead and transgress. So the doctor said, okay. So okay, fine, he doesn't have to have relations with her. He just has to be able to see her unclothed. Ultimately, again, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. So the Gemara says, a young man slash Hamal for Rabbi. So the said, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. This is not how we operate. So the Gemara says, so let him talk with her. Okay, so you can't have relations with her. You can't see her unclothed. Let her talk with her, and it's interesting. At this point, the doctors already understood that there was a sneeze issue here. So they said, she doesn't have to speak with him face to face. Let us speak, because there could be a wall between them. So the Gemara says, Chazal, the Rabbi said, ultimately, let him die, but let them not go ahead and have this conversation. Listen, what's the right about the conversation? Remember, again, context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of this was in illicit, immoral urge. Nasan einav ba'osi isha. So again, this entire thing took on an air of immorality about it. So the Gemara says, who was the woman? Who was the woman? Chag Amar Eishes Ish Haisa. So why say she was a married woman? That makes a lot of sense. If it's already a married woman, so you can understand the incredible resistance that the rabbis had to any level of interaction between this man and this woman. However, the Chag Amar Haisa, the other thing is that she was single. She was single. So Bishul Laman Damar Eishes Ish Haisa. So according to the opinion that says that she was a married woman, Shakir, the whole story makes a lot of sense. Alman Ruya Haisa. If she was single, I don't understand why this scenario. What is the example that's unfolding over here? So the Gemara says, Rapapa Amar Mishum Pigam Mishpacha. Rapapa said ultimately again, because of Pigam Mishpacha. Now, he's Pigam Mishpacha. Rashi said, "V'hem Mishum Pigam Mishpacha." Ha'isha shahayiposhim b'davar. Even if she was a single woman, it would have been embarrassing to her family and reputationally potentially damaging for her to go ahead and take a shit over. So that'd be true real lessons. So just to try to figure out which way we're going. Okay, got it. Right? It's shifted this way, right? Yeah, this is a very wide. Okay. So, anyways, the Gemara says as follows. So the issue over here is that halacha l'maisa. There is if this girl would get engaged, even if she was single, if she would be engaged in this type of behavior, it would have significant reputational damage upon her and upon her mishpacha. So Rabbi says, this is about setting an example. Let's setting an example. First, one of the things we live this now, right? We live in this type of society. We seem to be maybe swinging back the other way, but like where there's no code of morality, and whatever you feel or however you identify, whatever you say, that becomes the truth. Then when there's human morality, there's no morality. That's the truth. And so Chazal and the rabbis in this piece understood over here that if halacha l'maisa, you just allow these kind of things to go on, even though again, could one make the opposing argument that let the guy speak to the woman from behind the wall? What is the big deal over here? He's not going to see her. He's not going to. But it's about what it represents, and what it represents is this guy becoming lustfully infatuated with a woman. And suddenly, again, us catering to that desire. That is an illicit, immoral desire. So what do we do with illicit, immoral desires? What do we do with it? We shut it down. We don't get into it. We don't pander to it. And we don't pretend that it's okay. Society, in order to preserve a system of morality, must have a clear delineation between what is wrong and what is right. And if that means that the guy's going to die, let's say, you know what the reality is? The needs of the many always outweigh the needs of the few. That is the cloud Godel. Just because someone thinks something or wants something doesn't mean that everyone else has to cater to it. There's a system, there's a society, there's a code of conduct, and that has to preserve all of us. Even if it means the guy's going to die, the guy's going to die. The guy's going to die. So the Gemara says, if she's single, it's much easier than me. It's much easier than me over here. Let him get married. So the Gemara says, no. Minsav lomias v'daita. No, because if they get married, they're going to find out. In other words, if they get married, so then what's the point of all this? After you must be Yitzchak, Yom Shechar Beis Hamikdash, Miklot Hamdiyah, and Miklot Over Aveda. So Yitzchak said, this is a fascinating thing. When David Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, literally, Miklot Hamdiyah, which means the full pleasure of Biyah was the full pleasure of relations was removed and was only given over to sinful behavior. Now we're going to come back to what that means in just a moment. Shenei Amar, Mayim Giluvim Lechem Starting Night. Again, literally, stolen water is sweeter and hidden bread is more pleasant. So the idea over here is part of what drove this lust is that he couldn't have her. That's part of what drove this. Like it wasn't. If you marry her, it's permitted. If it's permitted, it's not the same type of satisfaction of lust. Stolen waters are sweeter. So once I see this, is actually even though it's called saying this as one idea, there's really two different concepts in here. The first concept is this idea of nitla kambia, the nitla olvea vera. What does that mean? That the full pleasure of bia has been removed, the time the Semitic has been destroyed, and it's been given over to only olvea vera. So it's like actually this morning. It's a beautiful idea, but the Sefer Noam Gadol. And he says this on listen to this idea. He says, Kasher Beis Hamikdash hayakayim. So the Beis Hamikdash stood. Bashchina hayashor b'Yisrael. Hayashor b'Yisrael. Shchina was in the Tal Yisrael. Efshari haya ad mekadesh atzmam kiroi be'ez hazibah. Those are, it's interesting. I've always been fascinated. One of the most fascinating things is this idea of a person being mekadesh themselves, sanctifying themselves before and during the act of relations. So I think many of us, I think a lot of us are familiar with this concept, but it's one of the most elusive ideas. Because again, intimacy can be beautiful, obviously it should be beautiful, it should be meaningful, but kadosh and holy, it's strange, it's the same concept. We understand in the contextually it's holy because it builds marriage, it hopefully creates future goals. But Rabbi says, when the Beis Hamikdash stood, he went to this really use a dynamic of holiness, even into intimacy. He says, in Chol Beis Hamikdash, kasha ma'od l'kayim shnei hadvarim. And his current Rahel, Gam Yachshad. Once the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, it's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. There can be pleasure, and there can be holiness. Pleasure and holiness simultaneously, says the Noam Gadol, is very, very difficult to come by in a world without a Beis Hamikdash. So it's such a profound. So now again, when we talk about pleasure and holiness, it's got to turn about pleasure and holiness in the realm of intimacy. In other areas of life, pleasure and holiness goes very well together. But in intimacy, sometimes again, it's hard to distinguish, or it's hard to feel both that feeling of personal pleasure and holiness interwoven together. So that's what Yitzchak says. It's fascinating. Yom Shachar Beis Hamikdash, when the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, Nitla Tam Yom, the Nitla La'Ovei Avera. What does that mean? That somehow the enjoyment of Biyah, the enjoyment of intimacy, was taken over the realm of holiness and was made a bit more illicit. Was made a bit more carnal, was put a bit more in the category of just a pleasure-seeking type of activity. It's fascinating. Then he goes on and says, that again, why couldn't this guy marry this girl? Because I'm really talking. Because part of his lust and part of his desire was that he couldn't have it. I will say, we know this is right. We know this is right. What is it? The forbidden fruit is always sweeter. Stolen waters are sweeter. Where does this come from? So we'll say, where does it come from? What's the origin of this? Adoration had anything and everything at his fingertips. There was one thing he wasn't allowed to have. One thing he couldn't have. The Ace Das Tobarak. That was the only thing he couldn't have. And that was the one thing that he took. What's the shot? Let's say, it's for all of us. It's for all of us. There are so many permitted things in this world. Yet, we are constantly inconsistent to our neighbors. What's the shot? There are so many more things that we're allowed to do that are great, that are fun, that are pleasurable. Why are we charged out there? So we'll say, deep down, it actually comes like everything. Like, we're not losing about this. Everything that we want and we desire always comes from a good place. See, my most innate desire is for growth. I constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of growth. So therefore, what the Neshama says is more, and more. But what happens in life? Too often in life, it's like the Neshama goes ahead. dispatches a message, right? The neshama dispatches it to the body. What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. You see this a lot in life. A lot like let's see, it's interesting that people get. My mother was speaking on Shabbos Shalom. She was speaking about that. My mother actually grew up, and she was born in New York after the war, and my grandparents settled in Lyman, New Jersey, and my grandfather was Rothschild, and really creating the Jewish community there. The one thing they didn't have there was a high school. So amazingly enough, like my mother actually came to the Sacco of Baltimore. Apparently, my family the Sacco of Baltimore. So we moved to Baltimore 21 years ago. For my mother, it was like a tremendous circle. That was like, she never had any seconds of Baltimore. Anyway, so she was speaking about, I'm not going to use what she was beautiful, much shorter than my brother, but beautiful. And she was speaking about homesickness. Homesickness, again, was really beautiful. Homesickness and leading to my daughter to the college. And you know, what's homesickness? I was saying, where does homesickness come from? The neshama yearns to go home. The neshama always yearns to go home. But when you speak that in classic feelings, calling the neshama to halal talk. Every neshama has to praise God. And the Zohar Kodesh writes, they call neshima uneshima to halal talk. Every breath you have to praise Hashem. Every single time a person exhales, the neshama wants to jump out of the body and go back to Shemayim. And it goes well. The neshama inside of the body. So the Rabbi says that's why every single time you breathe, you have to thank that Kodesh Baruch Hu, because he's keeping the neshama in your body. Why? Because the neshama's homesick. So what happens? The neshama broadcasts a message of homesickness to the body. So how does the body relate to it? How does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately again as physical homesickness. That's why we experience this. You know, it's interesting. Even if you go on vacation, listen, what happens when you're on vacation? After a vacation, right? After a few days, you want to come home. Right? It's interesting, right? Especially if you're on vacation. Right? In other words, so in other words, after it's fascinating. We have the most incredible vacation in the world. But there's a certain moment where you're like, okay, I'm done. Like I really want to go home. I want it. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. Because again, it was just something that comes from the neshama. The neshama says, "I want to go home." Every neshama wants to go home, and it broadcasts the message to the body. I want to. Let's say, by the way, you see this so many things in life. Let's say one of the most fascinating dynamics of human behavior to me is window shopping. Window shopping. I can't understand. Like people enjoy window shopping. It's the same soul. The neshama wants to acquire more and more mitzvahs. So what happens? It broadcasts the message of acquisition to the body. So when the body gets that, the body often converts these messages into something physical. So shopping, people like to shop, people like to acquire. It's the same dynamic over here. Why are we drawn? Why are we drawn to the forbidden items? It doesn't come from about this, but as you can tell, plays a focus. The neshama wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's constantly broadcasting to the body. Give me more. Give me more. Don't content yourself with what you have now. I want more Torah. I want more mitzvahs. I want more Kedusha. It's all too often what is happening. The body corrupts the message of the neshama. So the neshama is saying, give me more. Let's do it. Do it. You want more? I'm going to give you more. The problem is, the body corrupts the message. And the body takes the message of more, including that which is forbidden. That's why, again, we're so often drawn to the mind of when we talk to the forbidden waters, to the stolen waters, because that's the body's corrupting the message of the neshama for more. And I will say it's so important because a lot of times when we're told certain things in life, we often like to think, or we often conditioned to think, that the things we're told to are a result of certain carnal desires, wants, and lusts that may be true. And sometimes you'd be surprised that those desires really are coming from your neshama, but it's the body that is corrupting the message and being followed in that direction. It's incredible. Let's say Hadra and Sorah Mora, incredible. Lumishko. Yeah, Miss Rothschild. All right, on to later talk. It's very cool. So let's say, so again, these are the people who experience streifa, execution by such. Now, we spoke a little bit about, we're going to get into the dynamic of streifa. Remember, streifa is not burning someone, but rather, again, streifa is internal. internal sleep of the American Rebbe. We spoke about this before. We'll speak about it more in the Gemara to come. So let's go back to this. These are people who are executed with Sreifa. A man who has relations with a woman and the daughter, the bas coach is the son, and the bas coach who committed adultery. So we saw that extensively. Now, let's say there are other people included in this category of woman and his daughter. Now, we'll have to define a lot of these lines in the Gemara. Bito, who's included over here, his daughter. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Bino, the daughter of his son. Bas Isha, the daughter of his wife. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Bino, the daughter of his son. Chamoso, mother-in-law. Aim Chamoso, the mother of your mother-in-law. The aim Chamos, and the mother of your father-in-law. So again, we'll have to break out these categories. Into a little bit more depth. Also, the bottom line, all of these arayos are forbidden, and the penalty is extreme. So let's analyze. Now, it's interesting. The Mishnah doesn't say that if a man has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. Right, so in other words, it doesn't say if you have relations with the mother of, sorry, right, if you have relations with a woman who is so it doesn't say that. Hello, that Rothschild in the Mishnah is a man has relations with a woman and her daughter. Which indicates to us that both of these women are prohibited. So who are these women that we are discussing? Chamoso ve'im chamoso. It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law. And we learned that there are other people included in this category of a woman and her daughter. So we'll say the inference is that these two women, in other words, chamoso and im chamoso, are written explicitly, but that's not true. But ultimately, so honey chalad Rabbi or Mashmal's darshan ikabenagi. So according to Rabbi, so this makes a lot of sense. Rabbi says that the fundamental focus over here is the ability to intuit certain prohibitions. Masnisim and Rabbi Akiva al Rabba Dama Chamoso la'akarisi given Masnisim. According to Rabbi, who says that it's going to prohibit the mother-in-law even after the death of the wife. So if he is married to Rachel, Shabbos when he is married to Rachel, he's permitted to Rachel's mother. Let's say Rachel dies. So Rachel dies, is Reuven permitted to marry his former mother-in-law? So apparently that's a point of contention. Tani Haba Isha Shenasa Bita. So according to Rabbi would say one has to read the Mishnah as the following: Haba Isha Shenasa Bita, one who has relations with a woman whose daughter he married, which is a reference ultimately against mother-in-law. Okay. So again, included in the category of a woman and her daughter are included again chamosa, mother-in-law, in chamosa, the mother of the mother-in-law, then chamot, and the mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, I need to combine this in chamot. Tani nami chamosa ve'im chamosa. Sabani says, really, what the Mishnah is trying to teach me here is the case of in chamot, the mother of your mother-in-law. Mother of your mother-in-law. But since it said mother of your mother-in-law, it also included mother-in-law and mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, sorry, I don't know. According to Rabbi, what's teaching in chamot? The Kiddush over here is mother of my father-in-law. That's the Kiddush. But since it said that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, the Rabbi, I do the Kabbalah with mystery of Chamot, saying Chamoso, Tani Nam Basu, Tani Chamoso. Rabbi said, no, since the Ikra of the Mishnah wants to teach me mother of my father-in-law, it also includes Chamoso, mother-in-law, and mother, mother-in-law, and mother-in-law. So how do you where do you know all these prohibitions? So the pasuk says if a man will go ahead and marry a woman and her mother. So remember again. So here the pasuk is quite explicit. So again, here this is an explicit pasuk. A man will marry a woman and her mother. So Reuben marries Rachel and Rachel's mother. You see the Gemara says, Simahi, it's nus, ba'eshis rotu. Ultimately, again, sreifa. So this is one of the explicit teachings about sreifa. The Gemara says, Isha sheikach es isha besima, eini ele isha v'ima. I know that it applies to a woman and her mother. Bas Isha Ubas Bita. How do you know about father relationships? What about Bas Isha? Who married? So let's say, so again, the Pasuk teaches me that what? If who marries Rachel, who can't he marry? Who can't he marry? He can't marry Rachel's mother. He can't marry Rachel's mother. Okay. How do I know that he also can't marry? Right? How do I know that he also can't? Elohim Isha Bima. Bas Isha, Rachel's daughter. Bas Bita, the daughter of Rachel's daughter. Bas Bina, the daughter of Rachel's son, Minai. So again, Torah tells me about Rachel's mother. How do I know about the generations down below Rachel that the prohibition applies? So the is very simple. Ne'emar Kan Zima says over here by mother-in-law Zima. The Ne'emar Lahalon Zima. And it says again, later on, this is the case of Bas Ishta, the daughter of one's wife. This is also Erbas Isha Ubita Lo Sigaba. That's an explicit passage as well. You cannot go ahead and marry both a woman and her daughter. So it says Zima by mother-in-law, and it says Zima by Bas Ishta, the daughter of one's wife. Ma'alahalon Bita Ubas Bita, just like over there refers to ultimately her daughter, and the daughter of her daughter, Ubas Bita, the daughter of her son, Afkan. So to over here, Bita, it applies to the daughter. Bas Bita, the daughter of her daughter, Ubas Bita. Incredible. The 9 Lasos is a foreign communicators. How do we know that we treat men like women? Now, at first glance, we don't know what that phrase means. How do you know that you have to treat men like women? Ne'emar Kan Zima, V'Ne'emar La Zima. It says over here Zima, it's again back from also. And by Bas Ishto, it says Zima. Ma'ala is from communicators. Afkan is from communicators. Just like over here, we treat this from like communicators. So over here, we treat this from like communicators. Okay, well, so like I said, we don't know what that means yet. We don't know what that means yet, but we'll get to it in a bit. How do I know that we should make that which is mentioned below like that which is mentioned above? Once again, no idea what that phrase means. It's interesting, by the way, stylistically, if you write about this and you go Raisa and we read the Raisa, we have no idea what it means, we have no idea what it means, and then we explain it later on. You know, you think about it stylistically, why not just explain it where it is? Remember, Chazal teaches so many profound pieces of life in Musar, even in very nuanced ways. So much of life is being able to continue forward, even if you don't understand it. Things happen in life, we have good conscious. But the danger of good conscious is sometimes you get so hung up on the question that you become a moment. Sometimes you become so bothered by the things you can't answer. It's okay, yeah, I can't move forward. I can't move away. Versus, no. You know what you do when you read your Raisas that you don't understand. You know what you do? You know what you do? Keep going. But I don't understand it. You'll understand it. Or not. Or not. Or you know it. Whether you understand it or you don't understand it, you're going to have to move forward one way or the other. And one thing is clear. Just because there's a good kasha doesn't allow you to get stuck in place. And I will say, one of the most important life nuggets of information, right? Because we all come up on those situations where we're like, and what is going on? What is this? It's my kasha, my life kasha. And it's so easy to lose yourself under that abyss of life questioning. The abode of life is when you get to that life crisis that you don't understand, ask the question, move forward. More often than not, when you move forward, you find the answers you're looking for. And even if you don't find the answers you're looking for, you still need to move forward. Incredible. So the Gemara says, how do we know to equate that which is mentioned below with that which is mentioned above? Ne'emar kan zima, ne'emar la'alon zima. Ma la'alon kilamata kilamala, af kan lamata kilamala, uma kan. ומה כאן למעלה כלמטה, אף להלון כלמעלה כלמטה. So again, just in the stand over here, we'll see exactly what all of this is referring to, the למעלה and למטה. But here's the point that I want you to remember. We have two sukkim, right? What we're trying to do here is Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships that ultimately, again, are going to be punishable. Number one is Isha Shayikach es Isha Ves Ima, marrying the woman and her mother, right? And then the other is Erebas Isha Ubita, a woman and her daughter. Those are the ones we have explicit. Everything else we're extrapolating from there. The Gemara is not going through the process of extrapolation. I think extrapolation is a word. Yeah. Right? I'm sorry. Like I said, extrapolation. Right. So the Gemara says as follows. Extrapolation sounds so much more like methodical. Right? Anyone can extrapolate. Extrapolation, that's, yeah. Okay, anything. So the Gemara says as follows. I will say, 6 times after the bottom. Now, last us, Lamati Kilamalo. Was it, how do we know?
My number one complaint is the food scene. We can't touch LA.
Now, last us, Lamati Kilamalo. How do I know to equate that which is mentioned below, that which is mentioned above? Namar Kan Zima Namar Lahalan Zima. That's going to be our Zero Shalom, Zima Zima. Malahalon Lamata Kilamala, Avka Lamata Kilamala, Makan Lamala Kilamata, Avka Lamala Kilamata. Again, we'll see exactly what this means. Armar. Okay, so now let's unravel this place. So the first thing the Rice said was we have to make Sechorim like Mekabos. To make men like women. So the Gemara says, what is that? So the Gemara says, Amar, man says comes in Kabos. My comes in Kabos. What the word does that mean? Ilema, Bas Bino, Kibas, Isa. So maybe let's say like this. Maybe it's like this. That's the son, right? So remember, let's just go with Reuben and Rachel. Right? So Reuben's married to Rachel. So maybe it's like this. That we already learned that Rachel's daughter is prohibited to Reuben. Right? Right? Rachel's daughter is prohibited to Reuben. So too, maybe again, what does it mean to make men like women? That Rachel's son's daughter is also prohibited to Reuben. Okay, so just like Rachel's daughter's daughter, right? Rachel's granddaughter from her daughter prohibited to Reuben, so too Rachel's granddaughter from her son is also prohibited to Reuben. The Gemara says, so you might something it was either the bas pita, right? Ultimately, again, are those learned out together, and the aim chamav keim chamoso. That is coming to include instead the mother in chamav, the mother of Reuben's father-in-law, like the mother of Reuben's mother-in-law. So the verse is 1 second. Hashta im chamoso lo kamaran, im chamav mehadra. We haven't established, we have not firmly established a prohibition of my mother-in-law's mother. Right? We have not firmly established that. So now we said it, but we didn't establish it. So how can you go ahead and now start adding an additional soon, like again the mother of my father-in-law, before we firmly establish the mother of my mother-in-law on the base? So I'm not high advice like this. No, all you can do is to say. And then Lasos, share habamimenu, share habamimenu. No, what it means is like this. How do we know that the same way that our relatives are prohibited to him, so too again, his relatives are prohibited to him as well? Nemar Kanzimo, it says over here Zimo, and Nemar Lahalon Zimo. Okay. I the heart, the shark, the day, what Siva Zimo. When it comes to his own relatives, there is no notion of Zimo that is mentioned. Amarava, Amar Isakar, Gini, Asya, Hena, Asya, Zim, Zimo. This was a little like a double J Shabbat. Hena, and Zimo. Amar, Vinay Las was the Mata Kilamala. So beforehand, we said, how do you know to make that which is mentioned below, like that which is mentioned above? So once again, my lamata kilamala. What does that mean? What does that mean? Even bas bina to bas bita. So maybe it's like this. Maybe I will say. So I'm trying to figure out the logic of lamata kilamala. I'm trying to equate arayos that are lamata below to that which is above. Okay, so maybe it means like this. Maybe he's going to teach me that right related back to Rachel, that Rachel's son's daughter and Rachel's daughter's daughter have the same status as Rachel's daughter vis-a-vis Reuben. Okay, so the Gemara says if that's the case, these are all not from the same source. Elo, in Chamoso. Rather, it's going to say like this. The same way that Reuben can't marry his mother-in-law, right? So too again, he also can't have relations with the mother of his mother-in-law and the mother of his father-in-law. If that's the case, then we'll say the Lashon is wrong. Because we'll say the Lashon of Lamata Kilamala sounds like, if you understand the Rabbi saying, let's assume the midpoint. Who's the midpoint of all of these Arayos relationships? Like who's like the male? The wife. Rachel, right? So Lamata would be anyone who comes from her, right? Her kids, grandkids, and Lamana would be her mother, so like mother's mother, father's mother, so on and so forth. So if we're coming to say that we're coming to learn out, mother of the mother-in-law, mother of the father-in-law, they're both saying that's not lemata kilamala, but rather what? That's lemala kilamata. Because remember, we're going from the top down. So the Gemara says, you're right, turning lemala kilamata. Yeah, no, you're right. Change the Russian, and rather it should read lemala kilamata. So what's this? How do we know to make the prohibitions of mother-in-law? Well, mother-in-law is explicit, right? Or really, mother of mother-in-law and mother of father-in-law, just like the prohibition of Rachel's daughter to Reuven. That essentially, Reuven's relationship brings relationship to Rachel's. Reuven's relationship. This whole thing is just one big mess. I understand that Reuven's relationship. Reuven's relationship to his mother, to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother is just like his relationship to Rachel, his wife's daughter. That's it. Same way that he's prohibited to his wife's daughter, he's also prohibited to his mother-in-law's mother and to his father-in-law's mother. And therefore the Gemara says that's what it means to say, how do we know to make Lamala? Lamala means, again, generations of his wife, i.e. his mother-in-law's mother and his father-in-law's mother, just like Lamata to his wife's daughter. That's it. Yofi, that's the case. Nemar comes in the Nemar Lo Zima. He says over here, Zima says, where is Zima? Mahash, I must say first of all, like, Umahash, in the Zima. You don't see it. It doesn't say Zima there. I think you're referring to her. Rabbi argues it needs to say. Minayin Lasos, here it is. Minayin Lasos, Shlosha Doros Lemalo to Shlosha Doros Lemata. How do I know? You go ahead and make the 3 generations above, like the 3 generations below. So let's say, remember again, if you look through his Rachel, if you make Rachel, although all this, I don't know how long it is married to Rachel, right? Everyone's married to Rachel. So how do I know I can about say to take the 3 generations above Rachel and equate them with the 3 generations below? It's just like the 3 generations below Rachel are all going to be prohibited to move in the husband. So to again, the 3 generations above Rachel will also be prohibited to move in the husband. Which the Gemara says, Ne'emar Lemaka Zima, and Ne'emar Lemala Zima. It says Lemala, right, which are the generations above Rachel. It says Lashon of Zima, and it says Zima as well. So you must know so just like below Rachel, there's 3 generations. So we apply the Zima metric to the 3 generations above Rachel as well. I'm sorry. It's just like when it comes to punishment, I disgrace. We made again about saying Mata Kilamala. We made the 3 generations below Rachel, just like the 3 generations above Rachel. So too, when it comes to the law will also apply ultimately again with Mala Kilamala. So what's that? Interestingly enough, they seem to have this fascinating relationship between the 3 Arayos generations of Rachel and below Rachel. So again, it really becomes quite fascinating because essentially what we begin to see is Midoraisa, we have 2 explicit relationships. Can't marry Rachel and her daughter, right? That's number 1. And number 2, ultimately again, can't marry a woman and her mother, and a woman and her daughter. So that's what I got. Remember, there was what we say, Asabal Lamala to Lamata, Lamata Kilamala, is we're building up the framework. Ultimately, again, to 3 generations above, 3 generations below. Beautiful. So Mercy Rashi says, no. We all look to the time. No, let's collect what we said on this one. Lamata, the Isra. Let's say, what Lamata means is not going down in generation. Lamata means a lesser Isser. A lesser Isser. The Gemara says, so it's just like when it comes to Rachel, right? The mother of the mother is Asir. So to again for Reuven, right? The mother of his mother is also like Asir. Rabbi says the pasuk says it's your mother. You should imo atamachaybo. Because his mother will be chayiv, but the same biblical prohibition does not apply to grandmother. Rabbi says, so Rabbi says as follows. Beileman Amar don't know. Beileman Amar don't know that's what. So we've seen this many times out in the John, when you make it zero Shabbat, the shaila is what do you focus on when you make it zero Shabbat? So don't means the halacha is to make it zero Shabbat. So really halacha l'maisa, the result is very much rooted in the origin of limud. Versus don't basra means that ultimately the limud is much more focused on the result. So the Gemara says to this. So so we'll say, so again, so whether or not, so whichever way you understand the Seder Shabbat, ultimately, again, it's not going to work. What do you mean it's not going to work? You're not going to be able to learn the Isser about Ein Imo, the mother of his mother. Why not? So the man don't know. So the one that says ultimately, don't know, which means we ultimately focus that the result is very much reflective of the origin of the word. So you might say, not Ein Imo, just like by Rothschild. Ultimately, again, her mother is going to be uttered. So we have Ruben, his grandmother, right? The mother of his mother is also and we learn from this. In other words, again, we learn from the place of origin. Just like again, if Ruben would have relations with Rachel's mother's mother, right? Rachel's maternal grandmother, we cancel by Sreifa. After Nami is Sreifa, so Ruben has relations with his grandmother, so also Sreifa. The Mandamar says, but according to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more Chomer than Skiba, you can ask if you're wrong. So say ultimately again, when it comes to Rachel, their relations with her mother, for instance, who was commercialized Sreifa, Kamar Baru, Shima B'Skiba. So when relations with his mother, commercialized Skiba. No, Imo B'Skiba, Imo B'Sreifa, doesn't make sense that if Ruben has relations with his own mother, Skiba, but with ultimately again the mother of his mother is Sreifa. So it's called furthermore, Mahi Lo Chalakta. Mahi Lo Chalakta. Being Ima le'Ima. Just like when it comes to Rachel, there's no distinction between her mother and her mother's mother. So by Ruben, there should not be a distinction between his mother and his mother's mother. Okay. And when I was the Amers, I push it on his mother. And according to the thing that says, ultimately, again, the Skila's mother's Amar, you don't have to deal with the same question. Right? So that's part one. Part two. But according to the opinion that says when it comes to the Shabbat, we're much more focused on the entire Shabbat on the results of the Shabbat. So we must not be able to just like by Rachel, her mother's mother is Asur. So to again, Ruben, his mother's mother is also going to be Asur. Go to Basra, and let's derive the halachas from that result. Also, we can say so they won't say, yeah, that halachas is very straight about halachas. But ultimately, in the years, as we find this punishment by his mother, which is Skiba. So the man does. The man does say for Kamura, he can live from. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more Kamura, we have another miracle. Once the record was the top of I love 76 years. Not really. Shekini Mama Sreifa. What about by Rachel? By Rachel relations with Rachel's mother's being best Sreifa. Tomar Behu, Shio Beskila. By him relations must be best Skila. Vold. Okay. Furthermore, again, I was saying, why should his halacha be different from hers, or his halacha than hers? Mahi lochalak daba, bein vital le'imila. Just like by Rachel, I would say, there is no distinction vis-a-vis Ruben, whether he has relations with Rachel's brother or Rachel's mother. Either way, it's going to be Sreifa. Afu mental both bein vital le'imila. So to by Ruben, there should be no conflict between relations with his daughter or relations with the mother of his mother. And the man, the Amar Skila Chamura. But according to what it says, that Skila is not Amar, may I push up Loni Zero. Ultimately, again, we don't have this same kasha about the Isser of age. All right, boys, so we're going to stop over here for today. I feel like we've reached real clarity with this. So we're going to, this is a place that just okay, so bottom line, what's the takeaway? So maybe stay away from family gatherings. I don't know. Maybe that's the thing, right? So what's so just understand. To really simplify this, you actually remember. Let's say this is just one of these classic situations where the Gemara is working through it. Let's say it's a profound piece. So let me first say that. We'll talk about the times anyway. So it says what we know, right? We done right stuff. Two relationships we know that are explicit. Relationships. A woman and her mother, a woman and her daughter. That's the are explicit. What our Mishnah is doing is it's building out a framework. It's building out a framework of other relationships ultimately again that will be treated like wife's mother, wife's daughter, and they're punishable both by sleifa. The paradigm that we're using is limala kilamata, limata kilamala. Using the wife as the arayos midpoint over here. What the understanding is, those who are above her and are going 3 generations above her, 3 generations below her, essentially are all going to have the same framework for her. Now again, all the Gemara is doing right now is working through this process and trying to figure out how to get. The good part is, I know what the conclusion is because we read the Mishnah. Now we're just trying to figure out ultimately how we get to this conclusion. What I will end up with is a tremendous amount of time to go over this. You know, if you notice, you see a Gemara like this. Look at a lot of Gemara, and it doesn't seem like we reach any significant conclusion. So let's see, here's a tremendous experiment. In life, when you have a problem, you have an issue, it is incredibly important to talk it out. Incredibly important to talk it out. Now, sometimes it could be frustrating to talk things out loud. Especially this happens in marriage all the time. It's important to set a marriage. Sometimes there's something perhaps that your spouse wants to talk about. So you're like, okay, let's talk about it. And then what happens? You begin talking about it. Don't look at me blankly. Right? You know, I'm not going to talk about it. You look at it blankly. You talk it out. And then it goes on. And what happens? What do you think in your head? This is not going anywhere, right? This is not going anywhere. We're talking about the same things over and over and over. This is not getting anywhere. Let's say it's important to understand tremendous insult in relationships is that sometimes you just have to talk it out, even if it doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere, because sometimes just allowing someone to talk things out and to unload things that are sitting on your shoulder, even if in your mind, like this one is getting more confused. And I think I actually have less clarity than when you started, is in and of itself a cathartic and profound process. And so if Chazal could have skipped all of this stuff, the reason why I focus so much on Gemara, because anything and everything you need to be successful in life is in Gemara. It's all here. And this is sort of sometimes having conversations, you're like, what are we talking about? Didn't we just talk about that? Or didn't you just say something different? Or sometimes giving someone who you care about just the safe space to be able to express themselves, talk it through, even if you're left wondering what it is exactly that we are doing over here is a profound stepping stone in building meaningful relationships. Because you can't get to the conclusion unless, of course, you first then go talking and re-talking and re-discussing. So Chazal not just giving us information about how we get to the complete list of sleifa, but rather again, Chazal also telling us how to address, how to build, and how to build celebrations. So let's say we got something for today. Let's say maybe we could get a couple of others. We just recite this here. This is straight. So what's off? What's off? Unless you've been running a time, it's in
That is disgusting. Yeah, that's wow.
Someone else indicates that erosion in general, right? Erosion doesn't mean another whether the erosion is someone the perpetrator,
That's Abraham's voice actually. Of course, he has the viral story of the year from Spicy Found. This is what I wanted to see. That's why I wanted this episode. I wanted to hear. Why talk about this? No shit. But I'm assuming that's what it is. But it's also did you see that CEO at the Coldplay concert? So I do that. We're all fighting it. I'm the one that won. And I wouldn't win in real life. Jardine and the other guy. Not that I want to. Actually, like, I don't want to. Yeah. At the same time, he had to resign, right? He's out. So I know buddies that we're thinking around him. They all go, thank God. It's about time. Well, Bob was always that guy.
So again, I love this so there's the one in the shirt, and then there's like a shady shit. You know what I was saying? It's impossible to work with them. He finally resigned. They went, thank God, because if this had happened, this should happen. They were was not
yeah, he's getting messages all the time. He's in LA. I don't realize Bob is he's got his fingers in a lot of hats. Formula One's the best.
As I swear to you,
some of them just drown them in Ferrari.
When it comes to murder, that everyone knows you're not allowed to murder. You know how to it's going to be someone writes so again, moving it and that's showing the series. One of the she's told me that this I told her on my shoulder, come on, other why you're any asking him? He's a member of the tribe, member of the company. He's always trying to kill someone.
Yeah, that's a great idea. You see Parasite?
Lucy, who asks him, oh my God, get on your shoe. Like,
I know, but it's during the time when you're also saying, not lying. That's a great evidence for that. It's a great movie. Parasite. Oh, you love it. It's Hollywood. Bob doesn't follow this just to be racist. He just assumes racism is the right call. He's like that meme of the button. Think about the button choices are. Think about what you're going to say. Be racist. Bob is sweaty. He's not even sweaty.
There's absolutely no need for
racist. And now Abraham, look at what you're saying. Abraham, I'm sure you're happy now that you're siding with the guy that just said that parasite shit. Everyone's going to be this
way. Then I look at myself, I follow my opinions. They're also zoning experts coming from this group. And if somebody's coming and drinking someone's house,
You guys aren't computer guys. You don't understand how much work it takes to do 10 minutes of shots. Usually these house shows are done in 6 months. Like we're talking about, we're doing a lot. So imagine 6 to 7 months of work in one venue. It's kind of crazy. You guys don't even know random fucking crazy. Yeah, you guys have never been like newer guys are doing.
like, I thought it was running after we were so the human says that a local
Kids are on a ramp road.
what does that show? That a road date doesn't mean hospital.
I don't know.
And when somebody's got to kill someone else without being them for a warning, you might have put some second degree on the other side, and a road date doesn't. How do you escape?
Yeah, well, I have a black belt in the stuff that you saw in Silicon Valley. I've never heard of it. People have just, honestly, you can make a noise about a broadcaster. I like the video. I'm doing what I do on the I know that you're not as a broadcaster. You're telling me I'm doing it right now. I don't remember. I got grades.
Sabar, rotate is that I'm a pole and a road date is not in Hasra. Whether the road date is struggle, whether it's Patan, no Hasra is. I will say, I know 70 English. The English must be also the natural. So these are the people, if you're about to commit this crime, crimes, you're allowed to go ahead and prevent the commission of a crime by killing the perpetrator. Number one, number one, moving for some shimmy.
It's crazy that this random ass used to be so amazing.
I'm sorry, I can't stop. So again, it's wrong because there's not another human being. So the animals.
It's just crazy that none of the racing is funny watching.
We don't get involved.
They tried not one, not a second. And he watched like
Or Charles, Chavez, okay, going about this, probably 3 months ago. Same thing. So again, that's also
no, you're right. It's just not.
but there's not another.
It sucks for that. It's just like, you know, it's never going to be funny. But I can
Chavez,
because it was yeah, no, now, I wanted to do it again, just like I wanted to do the shots. It becomes a thing where it's like, all right, you're known for that, so you don't, and it's funny when you do it. If you've ever done open mics, maybe there's some people that use comedy. You get, there's a guy that's crazy, and the first time you see him, you're like, what the fuck is this? But then he does the same thing, and you're like, how you still doing? And then you are like, holy shit, I want better people are talking, like, I want to see you do that sort of stuff. Yeah, then you start with mouthing the words. Yeah, you know the stuff like, R.I.P. T.T. and people coming just watching.
Drowning in the water. Oh, how you call Russell? Or an animal is drowning in the way.
Yeah,
oh, this cool boy love, or being attacked by lovers. So, I Abraham Silo, I don't have the right to stay and die. I have to jump through it. Now, happens to me, this is a fascinating discussion about what level of danger and other assaulting or someone else. Let's say you've been drowning, but I'm not supposed to swim. Why is you being attacked by a lion? And again, I don't have any weapon or anything. So, there's much to talk about. If you see someone in mortal danger, you can't just simply say that that's not you have to jump in. So again, you just use that possible if I see you being pursued by Ruben, that I'm allowed to run for Ruben It's not what the process we turn it in. If I see my friend in a mortal danger, I can't stand to die. I have to go ahead and show here and try it. So which one is the person? Who's the worst? You're right. The process of some of the I'm reading maybe if I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand to die. I have to go ahead and I have to step in and I have to try Así que estamos con la
You ever watched 18 growing up? No.
Yeah.
I think it was like a little bit of a rerun for a little bit at that time. Yeah, but I always heard that.
I'm going to turn Nicola to the So again, I'm not trying to buy it. So we're not going to buy it.
Oh, yeah.
The more so when I see Ruben running after Shimon to kill this. I like Nara Rosa, so Ruben's running after Nara Rosa to
It's just one more insult.
So allowed to kill Ruben to prevent him from violating Nara Rosa. Even more so, I see Ruben running after Shimon to kill Shimon. Of course, I'm allowed to go and kill Ruben to prevent him from doing so. Which the rest was again. If you own Shimon Adin, you can't put someone to death on a basis of Ryan. That's not how it works. So the day to the rest of the day was first. So you see what that is. Right. So like it's a hectic. It was a hectic.
Oh, yeah. So you know.
The mother says, convocation. He has not put push on it. Look for us on that. Remember, this is the process of this is talking about again. So what exactly are we learning out from Mosaic and Rothschild? Which much is direct. And after Hardy said bubble, I'm making him so long. So it sounds like you're trying to learn something from Nara and Rothschild. You're trying to learn something from Mosaic and Nara and Rothschild. Turns out that you're actually learning out something from Nara and Rothschild. What are we going to listen to this? There's Logos, there's a Makish, Mosaic and Nara and Rothschild. The Pasik tells you in the hand. I'm just saying. Nara and Rothschild and Mosaic. How so? You're allowed to go ahead and kill them. You can't be violent. You're allowed to kill them.
I think I'm going to go see that.
So to I would say, let's live in our shows. Ultimately, so to say, you're not killing your left to the heaven.
Not at all.
We got to like it's worth to see that a local website and that's like violating our laws. You kill them. And then toward juxtaposing how we also teach us it's just as you can kill and you can violate by not on the outside. So you can kill someone who's trying to kill another individual. Incredible. So much Madame Rusty Dog. I know by now decided to get additional. To try to get additional, the aim of Moshiach possibly speaks out the matter, talks about violating tried out and no one cared to see. This Gemara says, "When you Moshiach, the whole Gavish Yachol." And if it's someone like yourself, if it's someone like Howard, who has that
twice, but
every time
about this. This is Tim Kenny referring to, what would you say, gallons referring to the intense gun, like I bought right, watch my own, myself up track. So Taylor is apologizing for elaborating on things that one of the things he said when he did a podcast, and he's playing with his dog, whatever, and they said, hey, you want a broad star with me? And he said, yeah, and they said, what was the story? And he goes, pretty easy, I shot back a guy, and he shot back and from his head or whatever. And dude, if a dog was attacked, somebody asked me like, what I wanted to Chipotle, I would give my order. Yeah, white rice, black beans, chicken. Yes, yeah, like whatever you want. No, you're 100% right. I still, I like the idea of using like, it's like, you got like, yes, I lied about the but I was like petting our dog. If you had asked when our cute, beautiful dog, then we would have to share one of the pizza where it goes. That would have
Once I go, oh, they have to have to, you really have to, you have to put source. They also have to,
kicking the dog.
I think that's before me now.
Yeah, I got
I
balance.
don't know that. Yeah, I remember.
It doesn't make any sense.
Shabbos Sunday doesn't. He really loses his
You said it. It's not like you've been hurt.
I don't know.
You heard you said that you got the Bronx Wild, but you didn't.
The wild guy, Robert. How do I know that I'm obligated to step in and try? So you must have come along.
What people have to understand is, after that, people would always say, you want a broad star with a V, not Fox and stuff like that. They would always correct you. So I'll tell you what, I really well.
Allora ci posso dire awesome.
And then there's self-cross. I think that you and I should do this about this. So Tim's a friend of mine. Let's stay on track with what exactly the trouble. Okay, so V device.
I'm telling you, I'm not doing it back here, but I think it is. And I'm actively trying to do that. I'll say one of the few things I've never seen. When you say that now,
And then again, what's about now, I have to teach them. Even if I can't work myself, I have to hire people. I have to spend money. I have to do it. I have to do
Special branch and participation, comment,
so again, whether I see Ruben running after Shimon, or I see Ruben running after Shimon, Sodom, or I see Ruben running after Muras to violence.
the chat is also
Or I see Ruben going to go ahead and let's say violate someone for who it is accused of or rather having kisses. Or I see Ruben running after someone to violate them. What's up? See what else open up. All these cases, I can kill
demonstrating current control.
some of these things are great ideas. You wearing flip-flops is hilarious. Bleaching your hair is something I literally suggested to you as I came into your apartment. We also suggested on the Patreon, we suggested that we be careful. I know they want us, but I mean, it's probably, I suggested that we watch Flamingo Poppy for 24 hours straight. So, like, I think we calculated that that's 55 times. So we would just watch Flamingo Poppy all day long, from Saturday at noon to Sunday at noon. And, you know, like with the chat would be live, it's like a Mr. Beast masterpiece. These are the things I
years away.
I wish that was my, if I was my job, I'd be the happiest man on earth. You clock in, you watch your Poppy all day long. podcasts from Western Poppy. I gotta learn the whole thing, so I have to give it up on that. Tell them the truth. Tell them trouble. We need you to watch the Gringo Posse for 24 hours. Oh, yeah. Okay, it's not easy. So, I don't want to ask them obviously one or two. You can do it, Paul. It doesn't matter. It's going to be not an issue. We should because when I did the first 10 minutes of the Poppy, also, it was difficult to do. It was difficult to do. It's a hard exercise, hard thing. I got a bronze. I'll start with a B for that. But when I did it, oh my God, I don't know. I think they know it. I definitely literally got this. But like when I did it, I had the people in China the first day. It wasn't enough. Obviously, people would have if the chat can DoorDash, people in chat would trust. DoorDash location.
I would have said, why can't I go ahead before he started my class? That's not therefore I go to school looking for preventing you from
under fire, devices attached to the processor. So let me give you these. Can I give it to you? I can actually look into this pretty carefully. A Bronze Star is kind of like, so a lot of people get Bronze Stars. Even boarders get Bronze Stars in the military, from what I understand. It's almost like some unheard special forces guys say it's almost like a participation. Either you get it for good conduct or what. So a V is when you have demonstrated valor in combat. It's a combat medal. And one of the things you'll see is, reading how many combat medals they have. Okay. So a V, sometimes you can be awarded a silver star of this up, I think, and it'll be demoted as a Bronze Star. When you get an award for valor, you have to have two corroborating witnesses, expert witnesses who are there and saw it. Okay. So the thing about these special forces, he actually said he said about 8 years ago on a podcast, he said that. And then we should say that he was introduced in 71 as the device, I guess, and he did correct the record several times. It was like Brian's describing it. He did say he had a sponsors.
because of that one time, I would have just said, no, suffer would have to get moving the country without carrying yourself, showing to prevent it from doing it. Trying to sodomize you, acting to prevent you from doing it. So before would have just said these two, because of that one time, he was saying, okay, we show the high large one, the high capacity. So
So it was a time he said he's got to take responsibility for it, which he has, because at the end of the day, you said it. My thing with this is, I want to take unequivocal responsibility for a serious mistake. Over the years, I made public statements and gave you their views on the time. I'm taking a state of it. Most no guy like Rick Harris, that's not true. There's no excuse for it. Even on that team, Rick Harris is no. It represents extraordinary American assets for those two Americans, their families, why is it disrespect? You certainly take long for that. I'm telling myself, the other guy, why was there? There's a question again, and that's all. I should know better. Integrity is not situational. I have no opposed to integrity. To that military, and that's what means there's certain common laws given us. I think I know that you know, we can start war for these things. It's always not the end. Again, I agree with just one question. It's what they're really on their points. This represents something. I'm not saying officers are always you know, actually, and now I'm going to do the respect. I take the all the time and action. Thank you those who help me accountable. I will do my best to honor lot of that accountability from this point that
Does the Rachmana Mothers? I don't know if I
to have it is the government, the military,
Everyone just said mothers. I would say, all right, what does mothers mean? Mothers means try to be so tasty.
this is what's going to happen in certain circumstances.
I try to be so.
They're going to look into it.
Rachmana,
And
different
we'll
Torah says,
reveal some of it. Hopefully, they talk about it. We'll have a good
so the lift of
The
Rachmana hate
ultimate
mothers
sign
for
of
more
respect
now.
and achievement in life is that one of your friends is reads out here and calls
I didn't speak to mothers. What does that mean? That
That's
means
what I
any
hope for.
relationship with any
I'll have some kind of a policy that
either body, needs
Miguel
substance,
or
that
Miguel have
or
free
colors, you are allowed to kill the perpetrator as he attempts to perpetrate the crime. Now, if you say that, that would automatically include Nara and Zohar.
All right, yeah, I'll talk to this. Yeah.
It would include both of those.
What's up,
So
guys?
just leave out Nar, right? Leave out just say fruit and mothers.
I'm gonna ask you a random question. I've never asked anyone before. How many chicks do you guys like? Put your number in the chat. How
Or
many
if
chicks
you
do
have
you
curries, you're allowed to put
Put your number in the chat now. How many chicks do you fuck?
Well, why not?
LP
Nothing on it. Right? Yeah, you're right.
That is a fucking
Yeah, what would it say? So why does it say it? Now, how do you get all this common? How do you get
read my golf resignation letter?
Remember,
Damn,
there's
that's
a
funny.
danger. What's the danger? There's dangers like this.
Gerardo should have written
If
like
you
a resignation letter after I got fired.
which is a freedom of
Hilarious.
Without
You
coming
know, now Gerardo was fired.
Women is a company to do everything.
And yet, we
That
still got
carries
to
it
play
to
there.
the extent to like colors.
66 is a clever answer.
I would have said that who's about to follow Shabbos.
Because that's also the number that Bob
follow
was.
Shabbos.
6,
Or who is about to
and
worship
it's the
Avodah
number
Zarah,
that
actually killing
got
the
so
event
many.
of
Whoa.
Avodah Zarah. So,
Oh,
but
yeah,
the Torah
and then
says,
next
now and now. Which tells me the only time you're allowed to go ahead and kill someone to prevent them from committing an Avera is when that Avera impacts another human being. Right? But if the Avera doesn't impact other human beings, for example, Ruben's got to Mechal Shabbos, very bad, but it doesn't impact other human beings. Or he's about to do an act of
The
Islam,
schedule is
doesn't
better
impact other
because
human beings.
there's
Or
more
he's about to worship Avodah Zarah, doesn't impact other human beings. Those cases,
we're
myself,
recording every day.
cannot kill Ruben to prevent him
Now
from
we record
committing
3
the
days, which is a lot.
It's
But it's also not very good. It's also the biggest question is always how do we fit in this part of the part that we fit in.
Again, people say we'll talk about this more
Oh
tomorrow.
yeah, the songs. I'm trying to get the songs back. My idea is maybe songs. It's not me. It's the team. Yeah, we are
Go
good.
ahead. Sorry, I should say.
Then it's like, you know, you go
Yeah,
back
I'm sure if I say, if I say that Ruben is
team
about
makes
to worship my
good points,
country,
and then they're
I
mad at you
can
because
kill
you
him
blame them for
to
everything.
prevent him from
Which
worshiping
is all
my
fair.
country. Once, so according to Show by Okai,
I kind of want to do songs that aren't shy, or like they're about specific things. Same thing, but about different stuff.
We'll talk about why this
What's
is.
called
And Show by Okai's tomorrow, that's Show by Okai hold the my So by exerting, if you see, if I see you in about worship of Avodah I'm going to kill you to prevent him from worshiping. And there's only my Avodah but if you might
I wanted to know I lost them, dude.
see what I can get you actually I can't kill him to prevent
I'm a songwriter.
or if I see about him Chal Shabbos, I can't kill him to prevent him from doing that.
Your team is fire.
Okay. George Gemara says, "How would they come with you Shabbos?" I like him because I would have thought, Tisu Shabbos, I don't know like this. Both recitations of Shabbos and Avodah both use washing the food. So I'm at a point of show my time. As soon as I can kill Ruben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah, I can also kill Ruben to prevent him from being the power Shabbos. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon is only for Avodah, not for Shabbos. Rabbi Shabbos. We can't say Shabbos. Oh, but there's another shit. Another shit is more. So what's this? So you need to see that three schools of thought. The primary school of thought that says like this: the income is about to kill is when he is about to commit something that is punishable either by death by Jason or Paris, and it impacts another person. But if there is no other human victim, you can't prevent you from committing that error by killing. That's the first school. Second school, further,
It's always tough. It's like,
exceptions
like this stuff is happening
can
so
kill Ruben
fast.
to prevent abortion.
The Bopperverse.
The
We did, and you know, it's like, well, can we do that song since it's relevant? Like when that.
But you also feel to prevent you from being the fellow Shabbos. The fellow Shabbos. So he all down on the college Shabbos. Das
And I
Shabbos
can't, you know, like, I gotta get over that shit, but I
because the
wasn't
Lazar
really
Shem makes
active
it
in
say
saying
Shabbat
anything.
of
Just,
Kilo. It says
it's like
Kilo
we
by
get it,
Zara.
fucking
It says
sick.
Kilo by Shabbos, just like
You
it's
guys say
Kilo
something,
to prevent from worshiping
Jim's
Avodah
more
Zarah.
cowbell.
So to prevent you from being
Cowbell
the Kalo
is,
Shabbos.
you don't know what you're asking for.
This approach, according to the Lazar Shem, and why you need
You're gonna
to
ask for cowbell, you're not
not
gonna like
so essentially, the Lazar Shem, anytime you're about to do something, it carries the Nisas region, like that's
I
why
do
they say
cowbell, I do cowbell or
it's product, so I'm doing it, so I don't need that now, which one says, no, where it says, my doing, right?
What's going to happen is you're going to find out that he's not
one of those will call
that
now, or one of them will
and
come
he's still a badass. So when you're looking to take out Superman,
yeah, that's
I
different
I
analogy.
because
It's
of
just
now, custom
yeah,
now,
lies
the
about
other
that.
work the Torah wrote now, the Torah also wrote now. So what's it so interesting enough to see over here, and again, we'll have to see how much I saw, but essentially,
It's funny, you know, that's like, can you imagine, like, you're hanging out that
when you're here, hey,
and
so
so
the
cool.
question when
Hey,
he's
by the way, I was
police, qualified,
you're in Vietnam.
can't overthink the prevention from
I fucking
somebody
shot
agreeing
Superman's like, yeah, I was in the war and I was killing everyone. I didn't know who I was.
according to the Lazar, he hasn't also Shabbos. Totally prevented from the Shabbos. Everyone will agree, for example, active bestiality, as terrible as anything really does to it, you can't overthink and you don't, Apple Mouse,
it's hard for me to like. I would like to cowbell, but it's hard for me to believe that cowbell is like so ridiculous. So I'm like, I just don't know if you guys actually want cowbell. I want to know if cowbell would be good on stage.
So again,
I still want to kind of try cowbell.
A lot of stuff in our we got to
talk about it. I talk about it. Have I done it yet? Someone has got to keep taking it every day. He's got to write down these ideas. We got to get her in. Back up. Oh, my God.
You can share my
you're going to find out you're actually finding Batman, which is still pretty fucking good. That's what's going to happen.
So what would be good for us, for you and I, civilians, is to not comment on any get involved in this military stuff.
I'll die on the hill for together.
Yeah, me too. I love the
Now, when it comes to the nooks and crannies of military, I just find out what a fucking V is. I don't know how that's legal. I've never experienced any of it. I don't have a background. That's how I feel. It's like I talk about
so the nights again, we're not going to listen to what she said. Kill the guy to prevent him from going ahead and violate. Blue dogs, I can come out with a must actually come.
That's a good point, I guess.
Oh, well, must actually come up. I'm listening to what it says. And you don't say
they're
this.
trying to take
Why
out
did you
Superman,
tell us? Why
and
did
what
you
they're
tell
gonna
us?
what's gonna unfold you like, holy shit, he's not Superman, he's fucking Batman, which is still pretty fucking impressive.
I would say this about Tim. I know Tim's a civilian, and I've known him a long time as you have, and I've spent a lot of time with Tim.
I know Tim as a civilian, not a war fighter. I know Tim as a professional athlete. Yes, very long. Yes. So I've seen both aspects.
And I think you would agree. This is me going hard to pay for Tim because he's my friend, and I just this is who I am. I've never seen that guy. I'm telling you, when cameras are on, I have personally seen my own eyes and so far out of his way for people that you'll never hear about it, especially if they're not listening to him, that you want to vouch for you. Like Brian Callen telling you how great you are, so I'd rather hire some random guy in the street talk about it. Self-harm or worse. Tim's done. Tim has. He doesn't want me to do this. He's bad. He doesn't want me to do this. This is like exactly the Louis C.K. It's never the friends you stick up for you.
The fact that now, again,
It's always one of the Brian Callen's in your life. It's like,
obviously it's a conversation, but the nice thing is not
that's how I describe what we use. Why doesn't anyone go sobbing with me.
There wasn't so much.
I can't see the scars. I have surgical scars. That's, you can't go sobbing with that. Can you though? Broke both of them. And I did all of them. I've never read a comic. You would read that reading.
What exactly?
He doesn't want me to do this. He doesn't want me to do this. But I have to disagree.
Devoid of emotion. And that's what you see.
Let me speak on this. I'm not going to say the other stuff. I'm just going to speak on this. Whatever he said, he's going to be held accountable to. There are a lot of these guys, these two guys, this guy, Tucker, whatever, Brent Tucker, he's an A squadron guy. I'm not fucking getting involved in that. These motherfuckers who risk their lives, they went through that. I am stepping out of that. I'm not going to defend him on that. I'm not going to do any of that. All I'm going to try to say is this. From what the things that I have seen with his generosity, and what he's done for people who are really at risk of taking their own life. I've not only lent my very lame hand to that, whether it was and seeing, that suicide, I'll do whatever I can. I'm not in a position to talk about this. It's a sacred subject, but I have seen that man go out of his way, specifically get in his truck and drive places for a very long time to take care of somebody. And nobody knows about it. Nobody just did with the phones. Listen, we're all complicated as human beings.
We're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over here. Should I have one against how you in person?
Callan would give this speech. The one sad about Callan is if he was on the fucking OnlyFans show, remember that OnlyFans show he was on? Jerkmate, yeah, like that's right. He would literally say the same shit on Jerkmate. He would fucking, if they asked about Tim Kennedy on Jerkmate, he would suicide. It's like, bro, you're on Jerkmate. So I was coming in the
So,
he's sitting next to some like gigantic tits and some guy that's African.
I've known Tim as a civilian in Rothschild. I love the thing you're taking down of that. I love the guy. And I hope they're going to do the investigation. I hope they're very careful when they find it. Again, you're going to find out. We don't know. I'd be careful about it. Don't look for Superman. You're going to find out he's Batman. I just think Batman.
Yeah, I like that. That's true. Batman's posting like anti-shot memes.
It's a 3 a.m. friend. I got 3 of them in my life. Tim's a 3 a.m. friend. That's true. I could call him with anything. Tim, I don't let my kids date anybody. No, we're just going to take a note on that. Because if someone has those kids, you're fucked. Yes.
I've never seen ground court releases.
I will kill you. If someone happens to those kids, I don't know if I'm going to say or not. Your life is better than Tim was saying, I will take Tiger one of the ice cream players. Not even like that. And I two people I have done that with my kids. And I've done it several times. And so, for me, again, my experience with Tim as a civilian is nothing but he's one.
Where there is no financial liability, as opposed to in my view, at the end of the deal, when it's a financial liability, is that you swim as two different sides, right? The dinner mama comes at the end of the deal versus again the gap.
That's the movie song.
That although he is production of
I don't know if you want to see it live.
Elman Bana Allah Russell Sakana. They're going to do the same thing. Allah is doing what penetration. So what is this? So that it appears that you can see at the moment of the sin. Which the Gemara says, Allah Allah is the devotion. Well, that's the most because it's a bar that is that. He's the first video of Shimon. And that's when they get the truth. Then the second time, ultimately, will be a deep mother.
Yeah, everybody knows the guy that did this music is bad, but
His sister is being attacked by the brother, and she tells others who stand ready to help her not to step in. Not to step in. Even alone, because they don't want to do it. The movie is supposed to be a movie that doesn't happen. The Papa says, "We look through the tobacco." The Papa says, "We're talking about over here, whatever." This is going to be the part of series that if a woman says, leave the attacker alone,
He's got to be held accountable. He will be for this. I'm not going to step into that. You know, we all make mistakes, and we all. And this is I don't know how I got an argument. President or whatever, but he's like going through all the different shops. You know, it's like he has on the board.
Then by definition, you will be fighting mother. Rabbi was the piece of Israel he saved the woman by injuring the attacker in one of his wounds. So he had to kill him in order to save him. So listen, you want to listen to this in great detail. First of all, two things. Number one, whenever you have the ability to save someone by injuring that is halachically preferable. Whenever you can save a potential victim from harm by wounding the attacker, that becomes the obligation. And the Torah says, remember, if the piece where the victim could be saved by only wounding the attacker, then it's no longer a case of dealing with fascists. It's no longer a case of dealing with fascists and what. Then the attacker will be fighting financially. Gemara says over here, Rabbi Yonatan ben Shaul. Rabbi Yonatan ben Shaul and I see, I get injuries, I get the injuries of the win. Then ultimately again, I will go now, shouldn't be escaped. I'm telling you this one, folks. And that is my obligation. But what happens when you have a good seal? We'll say, what happens if at the end of the day, I choose not to injure you? Instead what? So much all the time. And there I will say, oh, I am chayim. The idea, now, obviously, this is a very specific case where everything lines up in a way where it's clear that if I injure him, that will look nice and get him neutralized. If I can injure him, and I have the ability to control this and not that I'm going to get to him, I can injure him, but instead I kill him, I am liable to death. If you want some Russian, brother was the year. You kind of see things that you correct me if I'm wrong. If one of them comes, or if the sheriff was about a
you're always like kind of like looking for the next bag.
You see that whereas I just like where actually got to say, because you that's why so I'm never those are the mitzvahs shit the mitzvahs
like you're always got to
so it's people that it's ultimately going to listen to someone could have been killed in order to stop them from coming with other kids. Written so media, I will answer it. It does look like these tracks.
You will pay one life for the other.
Is that this situation is mostly two people fighting each other. At the end of the day, there's the capacity ultimately again to kill someone. What does the pasuk say? The pasuk says, horrible tragedy. The Lord yes, I know she so this is not the word God.
Teflon ran until he doesn't run.
Don't kill him if you don't need to kill him. Instead, just injure him, neutralize
He does
the
this,
threat.
but
The
somehow
load
the road is really actually
no need
goes
to take
another
the killer fight is not necessary. I say, the load really is
I thought you
suicide.
used a real road.
So I'd rather negotiate on this. It wasn't maybe my actually so here.
Never mind.
Negotiation is not. If you could have neutralized the
That's
threat.
true. He'd always like fuck it up.
But instead,
His
what?
clown codes would
You
be.
choose to kill him.
This is fantastic.
Now the killer of the pursuer will be fired. Right, we got to show you up a lot to that.
This is the facing thing that the
And
Star
when
Wars
you
guy
could
uses to
save
secure guys. Like,
the
do you mind
victim
if you
by
wear my
injuring the
we have
pursuer,
this if you want.
and you don't do so. And you
Oh, I
don't
bet
do
I
so.
bet I won't have
And I
to.
look for the lights that you are fighting for that. So because I think
I
it's
bet I
not
won't have to do
big
that.
damage. And I will say now in this deal,
He's like a kid in that fucking remedial class.
Go,
One of
let's
those
get
kids
this
where
right.
it's
Where
like,
I,
you sit in your
what's
seat,
number one line?
and they're
I'm
like,
the
no, I
person
bet I don't have to. It's like, I like want you to sit
When is there
the
a case
chair
where
that
I
in
push
school
the
you
barrier?
have to sit
Who's
there. I don't think I did. You're my dad.
And we did this situation where I would be fighting.
Sit in the
Keep
chair.
going. Yo coloco sobre a caminhada. Você vai vir aqui. Você vai lá.
All right, well, you're
Where
expelled.
will be a case where I could save the victim
Get out of here.
by injuring the pursuer in one
I'm
of
gonna
the moves.
I don't have enough time to.
And they don't do so. If instead I kill him, you don't tell me like what? If I go to the house, I will be on the coloco da caminhada para o nome do Brasil na África. So if you tell me that even if at the end of the day I couldn't save the victim, I didn't bring the pursuer to one of the victims, but instead I killed the pursuer. They're going to tell me that even if that case
Successfully get us on the British outside side of your work.
it wasn't just the case of the precedent says that sometimes I could be punished for taking the life of the pursuer, which the Gemara says,
They have a
shiny house, shiny house, at least it was there because she
Get
was
us in.
was it maybe this is different because first one was there this
That face. Why would you make that on podcast?
so it could be that this student is killing
I'm
one
telling you
person.
on this
But
one,
in the course of this hustle,
there could be, it goes back to like
I got that
so it could be that there's a dimness
as if he's ever
towards
made
one
it.
person or that something was very negotiable. The second thing was
worst guy
the
trying to
unintended victim of this situation. Therefore, again, it could be that women have been tired of the shit.
he's gonna be held
But
responsible
also,
for this.
again, it was tired mama for the woman. So it's very good. That's
I'm telling you.
we're trying to figure
I
out.
wish you had a friend like Tim Kish.
Issue is someone
Please trust me, he's not the guy to go for. But the community that he's in is very special, very sitting around the skills. He's gonna figure all this out. To account ultimately, and he'll welcome it. He'll pay.
Also, again, that's where the liability goes. Now, what do we forget?
Yeah.
Who each person is liable to.
That's
The
not
other
like
level said, local channel did Academia. Listen to this.
yeah, like an animal.
Ruben is running after Shepard. Now, presumably to kill him.
I'm gonna pay the price to
The
tell the price.
Shiva Esaki.
I would say
And while
Tim is
the
admitted to
road
making
is running
mistakes. It
after
sounds like
the pursuer, so while the pursuer is running after the victim, the pursuer ends up with
It's so funny to say this.
What's the Shiva? What's the Shiva? Is the road
Yeah,
that
8 years to
carries
make it
the
not
victims of those
make it
events.
not be trusted.
To which the Gemara says, "Thing shall hold up, thing shall hold up." The blood doesn't fulfill. Listen, that's very interesting. Because the road is running after the meal, but Ruben is running after Shimon to kill him. And Ruben tramples utensils. Whoever those utensils belong to, like ultimately again, Ruben is going to be conquered. Why? Right, I love this
That
guy
has to
in
be
the
accounted for.
action.
I think his
So we'll say,
community,
why
I think
is
his
that?
community
That's because Ruben
will,
is
or
fighting.
ex-community, whatever you want to call it, will hold him accountable. That is a separate thing. I just know him as a fan. I know him as a friend. I know him very well. I spent a lot of time. He's done crazy things for me. And I so this is who I am. In a situation, he's still my friend, and I love the guy.
However, on the other hand,
If you think about
here's
it,
up to speak on some cases. Let's say the person being pursued, we'll call him Shimon, is running away from Ruben, and he breaks utensils. The show goes, it's butter. If he breaks utensils, ultimately, the people going to be butter, shall call other side.
No,
If you
this
make
is
utensils from other people,
you just get
no
ready for it.
good thing will be tight.
You're the horniest guy
Why is
ever.
Shoro get fired? Why is the
Whatever.
ultimate
Fucking
thing
hole
that is
is a
tight
hole,
and
man.
making
That's
utensils
what
of
you're
the
doing.
Excuse me,
I
public
fucking,
breaking
I
up
don't give a
utensils
shit.
of
I
the
want to fuck.
Shalom Mono, obvious I love you. Also,
You start
ultimately,
fucking
again,
weird.
the real thing's money. You shouldn't get any
No,
more
I want to talk to you about
than
this.
God. Otherwise, running after shit is ultimately, again, he's putting himself in harm's way. There's not anyone else who likes to kill him. His mamot cannot be more cumbered than his good. So therefore, again, the same way that everyone has the license to go ahead and take his life in order to save shit, so too again,
He's just such a
when
leader. He just
you
so many people's lives to make it better.
he's
There's such better ways
well.
that you
However,
just
again,
energy
shall call others
fulfilling.
well,
Well, I would be careful about that because if you're not like your big brother, you would fucking hate on my brother. And you're a military guy. You're allowed to act your own guy. That's not what I'm saying.
Let me tell you why. That's right. You can't save both money. I should say, you can't save yourself from your phone money, but what? Because you have to pay. So let's say, so if Shimon is only going to Ruben, and he accidentally breaks unintentionally, he starts throwing ladies in. Like, at Ruben, stop Ruben running out.
I just watched,
So ultimately, when he's saving himself from someone else's money, he has to pay for that. The no difference, I did not see those.
But he didn't blood go.
The road is after my favorite road. So I see Ruben running after shit to kill him. I start running after Ruben to kill Ruben. The Shiva is like Ruben, and of course he is running after Ruben. He is the road. I end up stashing utensils. They tell Ruben, they show me something from Colosso. Two of his utensils, I go ahead and I drink. I'm going to be touching. Why you care about that? But let me ask you, it's not really a technical level of the law. At the Omer game, Adam Shamatsu as Hamid shot. So it's a very interesting statement. Shimon says it has to be that way. Why? Because the Omer says, if I know that I'm acting as a good Samaritan, there's going to be connection here.
As ridiculous as it is, I'm open to drinking a sure shot. I'll never drink that.
I want to step in. I want to go to the restaurant.
And rain, I'm still on the fence about you taking this. But
I mean, it's going to end up costing me $1,000 to go ahead and save Shimon. What do I say to myself?
yeah,
I
dude, it's outside.
have the money. Then it wasn't just like one of these people.
Then it's like
Let's
the
go
man
and
like
see
the
what's
person
happening.
has money.
You see, so at least
But I don't care.
I'm temporary now. It's not different. Look, shields doctors. Salom says, if the doctor comes to the cell, the doctor goes out and helps someone.
Yeah, that's what's
The
good.
doctor
Also,
cannot
I'll say
reliable for
almost everything is so
It's gross negligence. I said, not just negligence. It's gross negligence. Then I look at myself again, so there could be some liability. We have some gross negligence. Even if there are mistakes, doctors covered by the law. Listen, the reason for that is because otherwise people will add up. Let's understand that the only way people will help is protection from legal recourse. But if every single time I step in to help someone gets sued, and the damages, and the halacha says people are going to
Let the 1%ers fight it out. The rest of us, I was thinking about it. I was like, it's the last thing I want to do is spend money get involved in something like that. Just like for instance, like you and I talk, it's all the time. Oh, you should take the same shit I saw here. Natural egg target. Listen to that.
I'm going to spiel, man.
What else
All
you
the
have?
is especially because it's somebody I said, it's not true. We see someone about the worship idolatry.
Wow, that's a lot.
Kill them, and save them from violating that covenant.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to wind
What's
down.
the covenant?
Oh,
Not
it's not.
the head goes to the last show. We got to go over to Oshkin. If you kill someone for preventing them from violating the Yada and the
Hey
rest,
man, oh, you're seeing for the first time, dude.
the guy head go. Listen, the guy head go means he's hurting an ordinary individual. And he's going to hurt our Kodesh Baruch Hu, right? By worshiping our Holy Zara. Allah has come as a common that I have the right to step in to kill him. I have the ocean in it. If we have the ability to go ahead and kill someone based on a covenant, Cassava funcionalidade de criança, você vê se tem um if you can't parece que quer essa coisa que não dá. Ai, meu Deus, eu não sei lá. Eu não sei se uma cala essa chave de bate de nação. Você já se viu algo. Hoje eu não sei mais se são levados na cala chaves. I can still them to prevent them from doing so. Also, remember again, like one of them to prevent them from doing so. At the end of the day, it's a split. Right? I'm preventing them from violating an incredible idea. I'm sorry?
I mean,
So, sorry, I'm not going to talk about that. So, someone like Avlos, so saying he holds like his father. The other Unchin Hadim, he says the rest of the derive punishment, you can capital punishment from a Kava former. The Asya Shat is Kilo Avlos, or something that was the Sheva Kilo, which is several, just like you just said, that you can kill someone. To prevent them from worshiping idolatry. You also kill someone from preventing them from being on a follow Shabbos. I'm going to go for the maybe you'll become a bad use case in this civil war. So say, we came to a conclusion about this civil war. This is a very important subject. They should have told in Omer the Adam Avar Ba'al Ya'avar Ba'al Go say, threaten a person, say to a person, any Avera in the Torah, either commit this Avera or will kill you. What's the halacha? We'll say, commit the Avera. You commit the Avera of goods, they have all those Kofadim, you give a Halayah, the Greek part of the if somebody comes to the worship idolatry or to engage in immorality or engage in the act of bloodshed, then what's the halacha? The halacha is I consume give my life into violence. So you're asking that, well, let's go cover those. That's true that you have to give your life rather than worship idolatry. But I know we learned, I'm going to be Shlomination, I'm going to Adam Abel Kokavim, Valti Harik, Minayin Shiav how do we know that if the encourage the person to go either worship idolatry or will kill you? How do we know that he has to worship the idolatry and not let himself be killed? The Pasuk says, Tamalomar, the Chai Bohem, the Lo Shiyamus Bohem. The Pasuk says that you shall live through them. You also want us to live and not to die. So therefore, again, you see that you can even worship idolatry to save your life. You learn in 1 second. Yaakov, even the Parnasio. You might have to say that this is even true in public, or let's say somebody tells me to worship idolatry in public or in prison. I would have thought that again, I will say that even worship. Gomar, Los Kakamoshin, Rashid Mekashi, Kashi, Kashi. Therefore, what the Pasuk says, do not go ahead and profane my name. So at the end of the day, even if so what's the real possible is he passed out at least one of the three cardinal affairs for respect. Now again, the scope of that, when that is, what's concerned about Zara, that is a lot of literature. I know it's not the point. This other thing that I would say is that you can idolatry and worship rather than do the right also worship. For example, if this act of idolatry is going down to the public and financial, then it is not about the Torah. Then it's still shit. You certainly have to give your life rather than worship. So the Gemara is they have to say say beautiful with all of your heart, all of your soul, almost death. For us, death means it's all of you. All of your money. In them, I call that you already told me that I have to look out all of my life. That I have to stand ready to give up my life for God. So if Torah told me that, then why does it have to say with all of my money? In them, I become all death. Lama them, I become Shiva. Jewish the Gemara says, Inish the Adam, so some people, life is more important than the money. Therefore, the Shmuel says you have to love all of your life, which means that even if someone can't give your life for me, you have to stand there with me. There are some other people whose money is more important to them than their life. Therefore, you have to listen to with all of their money. So you see from here, what they're bringing down the beautiful is that from we also learn that love of God, as Rashi says, which may not switch up with anybody's spirit. Here we also see that Avodah Zarah is to be hurried by God. Just my focus. when everybody seems to agree on Kilara Shibus Machlokes about Avodah Zarah. The word goes back to Kilara Shibus Kilara. We'll say really the Kilara Shibus Rabbi keep the Sakisanya. Rabbi Omer Kikashi Yachos Shara Ilbaratz on that bench. We'll say the pasuk says, just like a man will rise up against another one and murder him. So the pasuk says, and murder him. So the Gemara says, King had Davraza, and he Malaman yeah, so we'll say, what are we learning after this case of the murder? The after Harizeh Fadalami, we didn't show up. We'll say, turns out this is just something, but we end up ultimately learning something. Maxim should say now. We'll say, we're going to compare what say Nara Muras. Ma Nara Muras, and that's another action. Was it just like, you know, that in order to save Nara Muras from being violated, you kill the offender, right? You can kill the perpetrator. So therefore, against Afro Tzef, that's the direction. Once they sold to Rothschild, you can go ahead and kill him in order to prevent him from going ahead and committing the act. Was it just as an act of murder is Yard Vayava? Somebody tells us to show it. Either kill Lule or I'll show you. I have to soon give my life to take the life of another. So if the woman is supposed to be violated or the man is supposed to be violated, which of course is an act of adultery, I have to sooner give my life than commit that act. One second. Let's say I'm just going to state that murder is the hurry by where do you know that I have to sooner give my life than take the life of another? It's actually just amazing. It's actually a svara. What's the svara? The Buddha asked me that I'm going to be married to so I wasn't married before. Rabbi, and he said to Rabbi, married to the local governor, said to me, still can't do the fire. The governor said, he said to me, go and kill Ruben. If you don't kill Ruben, I'm going to kill you. What did Rabbi say to this man? Allah, lift it up, below 6 You have to let yourself be killed. You have to kill someone. Me being married to Dama Duck Smuk today. Who says that your blood is red? If you get a guy's blood is red, so it represents essentially what license does one person have to take the life of someone else in order to preserve his own? Guess what? You have to open up. Lo shano, elashon shas there's when do we say that in general? So Ron made a statement. Statement was that in general, if somebody tells you violate particular avera, you violate. Okay, there are 3 exceptions. That's the general rule. That's the general rule. So let's say, so where do I know that? Where do I know that in general? Again, so again, the Gemara says that's high five. The Gemara says let's analyze this. Where do you know that in general, if somebody tells you to violate my avera, you do so? It's going to call you Ya'avor Ba'ali Hari. And let's just sorry. So Rabbi says, we subscribe to this idea that in general, by all the other Averos, we say Ya'avor Ba'ali Hari. How do I know that there are exceptions to that? El Yoshon Alashon Shas Malchus. How about Shas Malchus? Hakim Mitzvah Kala Yehori Ba'ali. That is true when it's not Malchus. When the Gentile government is actively watching what they do. Under my Yiddishkeit, so then I will say that's called Shas Zeres Malchus. At a time like that, I have to give my life, even for an example, where it's clear that there's a coordinated attack against my lineage, and these things are unfolding right on a governmental level. I have to give my life rather than violate even the smallest of mitzvahs. So the Gemara says, I think it's like furthermore, there was another qualification. But the Yochanan says, when we said that in general we hold Ya'avor B'Ali Hari by mitzvahs kalos, so we'll say that's only true. That's only true. That's only true regarding the in private about the Parhesel. They will say to violate even a quote-unquote small object, even at a time when there's not governmental persecution, is going to be even mitzvah coming in a great value. We'll say to be forced to violate in public, even if it's not the time of the Zeres Malchus, and even if it's a time, and even if it's just an Avera Kala, I still have to go ahead and give my life. Listen, by the way, my mitzvah color, before I keep using this similar mitzvah color, what's a mitzvah color? Amarav, Abayis, Yitzchak, Amarav, even L'Shalim, Artistas, and Asai. Even if the old people of him are getting trying to change my shoes. What's the other funny? So let's say again, Gentiles wear one kind of shoes, Jews wear a different kind of shoes. So again, that's a mitzvah color. Gentiles will change the shoes. I say, okay, yeah, I'll just shoelace. So again, one single over here is the following. I think it's clear. This is part of a systematic approach to undermine Yiddishkeit. I have to keep my life there. I can't participate in anything that is part of a systematic undermining of Yiddishkeit. And number two, if the Gentiles were to make a public display of look, the Jew is willing to change his shoelace yield to the Gentile. It wasn't this people who did part. Even though I can't remember what it is, how long you might suggest that I have to keep my life. Obviously, it's fine. This is those who are systematic piece. That I haven't seen. I don't know who podcast is. So I'm a bias. She said, by the way, how much is so I'm I don't know what so Parhessia is technical. Shita Yisrael. This goes against, by the way, every single piece of instruction always speaks about what is being shown. So so what has to speech? That makes a lot of sense. So I like to the point was well taken, but I'll have to choose an accurate. On a technical level, you can't attack them. Is their attitude by so you see here that the Gentile is trying to go ahead and get me to change something in my Yiddish name, even if it's a fellow. But Parhessia means in front of 10 other Jews. She didn't say anything like this. He was actually so great. So I will sanctify the religion by acts. Actually, what we were going to see is shock. This concentrates on the help. Just this tells us that the mitzvah of Kiddush Hashem, we're going to make the drush up just a little bit. But again, just so enough to that. What happens if you have 9 Jews and 1 non-Jew? Did that form the proper quorum? So much more kind of like I was ask the top what's making the show top six in the cash so the says of the year of the sanctifying the Jewish people the custom God will hope the Hasos so what's that says by Korah says the response to Moshe Rabbeinu separate yourself from this people. Right? So Zir Sheva Kol Man Lahalot Sarah Yisrael was just like now again. There's one more piece of Zir Sheva you might bring that elsewhere. You might then say second part is Zir Sheva of Ida from Torah to the miraculous. And just like by the miraculous, Ida represents 10. So too again, Ida represents 10. So you have a twofold, Ida. Just like over there it was 10. And you were all Jews. Hakman Asar V'Kumisra. Therefore, most like by the Dashti V'Sot B'nai Yisrael, it was also what? 10, and they were all Jews. So what's that? So again, and that is halakha. Just you should know. But again, even if you hold that you have to give up your life for a mitzvah of Kabbalah, that you're being forced to go ahead and perform or to violate midbar Hesna, or Hesna means 10 Jews. This is such an incredible thing. You have Esther, or Hesna. What's that? But how was Esther Hamalka permitted to go ahead and live with Achashverosh? Was this not a public display of Arayos? Remember again, everyone knew why one was taken by Arayos, and everyone knew what was happening with Esther Achashverosh when she was his wife. Is that not good Arayos? Is that not ultimately again immorality? Esther essentially was saying, why didn't Esther give her life? Why didn't Esther give her life? George the United States, by the way, this sugya never has such incredible institutions throughout the year. There's an incredible process here, which we're not going to get to today. But still look at Arayos. She wasn't Rabbi was two answers. Number one, Esther Parker Esther was passive in the act of relations. Rabbi said, now what does that mean? So this is incredible. Rabbi is saying the following. When do we say Erik Ba'al? When do we say Erik Ba'al? When by giving up your life, you will not have to perform that. So if someone comes over to me and says, so, kill me, then I'm going to kill you. I say no. I say no. So I say, so listen, by saying no and refusing their life, that prevents the act from materializing. And at the end of the day, the act is not going forward. If Halakha Raisa, the act is going to happen anyway, then I'm not, as long as I'm not acting in the act, I am not trying to give her. So Rabbi says, he said, never. One of the tries, somebody threatens me, she could say no or she wants. You can violate her. So because you can violate her, therefore what? She's not together to give up her. So Rabbi says, Esther can't over myself. I mean, she was passing the hand. She wasn't by the way. The first Shirayim is in the Megillah. Remember again, the most dramatic part of the Megillah. When Mordechai says to Esther, what? You have to go to the king. You have to go to the king. And what does Esther say? What does this mean? So Parsha Pshana should say, I wasn't going to we're going to go ahead and essentially kill her. Where it says, remember again, it's not focused about the nature of the relationship between Mordechai and Esther. So some say that Esther was Mordechai's wife. This whole time there's the possibility of reunification because she's comfortable with essentially being violated. Therefore, then it's not right. She says, my dear husband, how could this is a problem so much? You understand that if I initiate contact now, this becomes alliance. And once it becomes alliance, I become usher to you through this act of adultery, which, by the way, is a different discussion. I'm not the paradigmatic example of our thing in Mishpat, which again, Rothschild is a but again, you're using concepts like this of an Altera Mishpat, specifically in situations, ultimately, again, of Hatzalah B'Klal Yisrael. We see it as Maldo, we saw it again by the Haftorah of Rosh Hashanah, by Ya'ar Sisra. We see this concept. So the Gemara says over here, why wasn't Esther to give up her life for the act of Arayos? Because she was Karkol. Rabbi says, I'm not Atzman Shai. Because it is actually reason. Rabbi says, so when do we say that a person has to give up their lives, when there's a clear desire on behalf of the person who's forcing me to do these things to try to go ahead and get me to violate the tenets of my religion. But when there's not really a religious battle, there's just desires at play, and what? There are not free to give up my life. So Rabbi suggests over here, was not to go ahead and get her to violate the duties. Again, doesn't think so she is. So once again, watch out for over here. Desires are at play. When there's not, when forcing me to commit that Avera is not there to get me to override my religious sensitivities, then the Mexican Rabbi suggests one is not completed to give up their life. Now, interestingly enough, Rabbi gives examples of this. We don't say, well, because if you don't hold this right,
I try not to use
that the Persians used to have in their fucking places, where we would go home to home collecting lamps, like lanterns, and you'd have to donate a lamp, we had their place in their house, so the Gemara says, I don't understand, how would these people get to participate in that collection? Aren't they contributing to our to which the Gemara says, here's the thing, the Persians weren't trying to get the Jews to convert. Rather, what did they want? They just wanted the lantern. They wanted the lamp. Meaning, they didn't want to have to spend all the money on providing all of the lamps. So they figured just get it from the Jews. But there was no concentrated effort of getting the Jews to convert. Therefore, again, there's only to give a half an hour, not half an hour. No, let's go back to this was that. The Omer Rav, Hakum the Omer Rav Yisrael, Hakum Aspas of the Shabbat, if an Hakum says to you, cut down this asbestos. We'll say asbestos apply. Cut down this ground by Shabbos and feed it to the animals. So we'll say, so obviously this is the threat of death. The Gentiles telling you, if I don't cut down the plant, which is a switch to Shabbos, he's going to kill me. But he's telling me to cut it down and to feed it to the animals. So what's down the say? Be low calculated. If you don't do it, ultimately again, I'm gonna kill you. Right? I'm gonna kill you. So what's that on one side? Lick the below, lick the leg. Ultimately again, cut it down, right? Cut it down, and don't allow yourself to be killed. Right? So you're gonna see it's essentially just a word. Shove your narrow. But also, let's say the Gentile tells me what? Cut down the aspas, throw it into the river. Then what? Lick the leg below, lick the leg. Ultimately, in that case, I have to allow myself to be killed and not cut down the aspas. So what's like, what do you do? This is my timer. Rabbi and what's the feeling? You see, when the Gentiles know cut down the aspas to burn this animal, what's his motivation? Right? For his animal, he doesn't want to do the work. So you have to have a Jew at his disposal. He'll take advantage of the Jew. Ayats by Shabbos. The Gentile doesn't care so much about that. But it's clear that he's utilizing it in a way that benefits him. I know it's not. Moshe tells me to cut down the aspas and burn it to the river. His intention is what? His intention is to get him to violate the tenets of my faith. Oh, that you want to do? That I can do. So once it's therefore again, we begin to see over here. So I'm going to stop over here. But also what we begin to see over here is the following. Number one, three identities that you heard by Yahweh. We have focus about Abu Zara. Normally mitzvahs tell us you can violate, you don't have to give your life. You see exceptions to that if it's Vahesya. If it's Vahesya, where it's clear that the intention is to get the Jew to violate the tenets of the state. We now begin to see major exceptions that even with the Gimel Chamuros, we'll say if either, like in the case of Arias, is Karka Closely points out, obviously Karka only works for a woman, Karka does not work for a man. There are at least not Arias when it comes to a woman could eventually save her life by being passive in the act of Arias. And Manas Hatzman, it's clear that the purpose of the Gentile is not to make me violate the tenets of my faith, but instead is his own benefit. And I love how I say here that in those cases, we would actually already buy out. Step over there, pick up his body,
it's almost like you said, it's almost like it's a fucking real site. This is crazy. Holy shit. What happens when they click on justice for 10? Oh shit, shout out to you,
one additional part that I wanted to add in.
Shut up.
Medal of
$4 earned it. I should get one for my career. What I've accomplished, call me Tim Coleman.
I see that my son is missing something. Show us something. Not use this. I see that my friend is engaged in using his self. I use his mortal danger. Vashevos, I have a regional trying to refer to it. I use it not to look at all the systems to do. In general, in life, everyone is this. We say, already the cultures, like both sides have the same problem. Many different cultures and deficiencies. Each and every one of us is different. Each and every one of us is something. What if you have multiple things? I asked you about trying to figure out what it is and what could I do for you. And you have to try to figure out what am I saying and what can you do for me.
I know that we know better, but I kind of want to be on this site. Now that you said, like, what I've been mentioning, I want to mention this. Can you put us on? Can whoever made this Reddit shop official, can you put some more maybe? And then just put like 10 minutes of shop and like a link to the
I have to
Can you do that though? Can you do that? Can you put us at 4 and then a link to our YouTube? I know that's a crypto bullshit thing to ask, but it's funny. Is it really? I think that's funny. Can we go back to the site?
That's a long time. But when I look at the other, I know that this
I'm
is
just sending
self.
a message on Reddit.
So the Shaila is, what can I do?
Yeah, please, like, okay. So, it looks at fruits and candy.
What can I do to be there for you? What can I do to be there for you? I have everything I need for my life. But I know that everyone around me is deficient. The Hashimoto, or used to be a beard, or used to be part of family, or used to be part of community. It's constantly aware of kindness. And everyone around me misses something. And I say to you,
I'll read some of the comments. successfully put in the work with the rest of the chefs to go sit there. Take a hike across the Baltic. Says Victor. Yeah, there you go. That was a funny one. It's like, you bring it, I'll bring it. Shout out to Brendan Walsh. I don't know if this is something or what, but I don't know how to read that profile. That's okay. What happened to your monsters? I can go to that. 300 pages, great movie, never seen it. Brendan through his awful act. Talks to the guy of your boys' lawsuits. Shout out to the business assassins who sit in front of that kid. Oh, okay. So it's a link to the podcast friend, and then you can place. All right. Yeah, I mean that's cool. I would like to. I would like to know more. If it just says like impossible. Shop, Brian Callen, my friends, Chris
Whether the road date is, also a minor, someone who's running after someone else to kill them, a perpetrator,
shot save some of the time. Oh, yeah. Actually, you'd be like, you'd be kind of shocked, like, oh my god, it actually saved someone's life. I feel bad. But also, like, oh, that's awesome. I got to see it. Oh my gosh, that's a bit much. Still on about Chris
someone's trying to put killer. So I'm going to sell the motion. So again, the point of the key is interestingly enough is under normal circumstances you have to be strong. So there's the willingness, and then there's like a verbal response on the part of the perpetrator. So you would try to do it anyway. Interestingly enough, you start to report your verbal response. That a road date does not which says, no, I think that this is that's a different opinion. So this is the door, this is the same. So this is the owner, correctly starts to in general, someone who is well for that. Doesn't require us why not? Someone who you know has the information doesn't require us. Maybe another thing like I tried to know to see if someone knows the difference like someone who's an accidental perpetrator versus when it comes to murder, and everyone knows you're not allowed to murder. You know how strong it's going to be necessary. Kashma, if someone writes, so again, Ruben was going after Shimon to kill him. Homer Lord, she struggled with them briefly. I told her, Homer, show me come out of the so she what are you doing? She says, yeah, why are you running after him? He's a member of the tribe, member of the company. He's trying to kill someone. The right to kill Interestingly enough, if a local nice perpetrator, Ruben says,
so what's his name?
do it anyway, because you can. So a nice again, that shows their loading doesn't have stress. So let's say, so what in this case is
Hey, Evan, here, I'm out here trying to fuck up the PVD oil. I'm here to talk about the new Friday night fight stream for Ultimate Tire Wrestling. This ain't no trouble, and this ain't nobody more you fucking you, baby. These are, I know, toes, folks, these are beast grapplers trying to slam each other inside a tire. Wow, we got guns, we got slams. Hey, and I'm not a big car guy, but these are some big tires. It's gonna drive me nuts, you know, too big.
the brain is seeing the so we have the opportunity to move it unfortunately successfully. So we're moving since it's going to happen to the base, the inner brain has these guys communication. Everyone is going to be referred to me by some other yes. I'm going to I'm not going to come to that kind of thing. Or if we say, who knows, there are lots of ways of high probably somebody's carbon drinking someone's house, that's
true. I guess if you have marketing, someone saying it's
so bottom line, Genesis. Discussion began. Well, like Copper is running after leaving kill. So the team said that how long is he killing this? The fact is we heard a couple what is that show that a rotate causes and when someone got to kill someone else without killing power up to
Tanner, no, that's just wrong. The reason it wasn't as for 8 years for somebody else could have but you know why I know that? It's still because I know because it's cold up there. It's cold, by the way. You said no one else can get it. This is no one's sleep. It's genius thing.
Which can mean because of issue of the caçador, não define sarcasmo, não xingogo, essa coisa de dizer que drama pode, não tem whether the road is being no I will say I am below those 70 people. Even when it's not so nothing. These people, if you're allowed to make a story, you're allowed to go and present the story and kill the number one, already have not available. Here's the people number one, moving to some chilling. There is moving to some chilling. You're not moving on to preventing the next. You must not hurt the doctor. Let's say we're going to from that Sabbath on the train. Looking at that, yeah,
no one can go out here for a second. I didn't hold it though. Well, it sounds like a guy studying. I like that. That's entertaining. I like the idea of a show where you have like one guy where you're like, you can't hit that fucking famous opera singers know wait just heck he doesn't. That's like a bit.
Okay, so that's when you see the first
dude, I got I mean, it's better than anything out there. Old shit, I guess, is better than anything. That's a lot more
Shabbos, the only quality about it see again. Let's get all this about your Shabbos. So again, that's also but there's not another impact point. Another human being has impact that. So we're not getting moving to prevent them from being Shabbos, but for that matter, to prevent them from worshiping that. We have like this concept, but we didn't know. How do we know they're moving and running after shit? But I'm allowed to kill moving before he does it. We're doing it in the way. Los Samo Padame. Apostle says, do not stand on your friends. In other words, you must be standing with your eyes to the from your friends. Don't sit by while Shimon is going on. But rather, again, go ahead and take action to prevent moving ventilation. So, that's not what happens. So, although these are also, that has to be for something else. I need what I need for this idea. I need that puzzle for something else. What do I need for? And I realize I mean, should probably have an hour. How do I know if I see it? See what I'm doing. Drowning in the water. Oh, how you go about false? Or an animal is drowning in the way. So this thing by the we're being attacked by robbers. So I don't have to write this down. I have to jump in and find out. Now, happens to me, this is a fascinating discussion about what level of danger I'm covered in. So, let's say someone, let's say I see you being drowning, but I'm not supposed to run. Or I see you being attacked by a lion, and again, I don't have any weapon, right? So, there's much to talk about the idea of the psychology. If you see someone in mortal danger, you can't just simply say not my power. So, someone on the left hand jump in. So again, so you just use that possible sound that we have to teach us. And if I see Shimon being pursued by Luke, that I'm allowed to go and include it and prevent him from immerse our fact that someone was teaching. If I see my cousin in mortal danger, I can't stand by his side. I have to go ahead and jump in and try to help. So that's which one of the things? Which one is definitely you're right. The process of will slow down after really need. If I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand trying to go ahead and step in and I have to try to save. Now you have to try to get my animal, my robbers have to try to help. The Ella, you feel like you're an actually. So where do I know that really is pursuing Shimon? I'm allowed to really is going to what is Shimon. Where do I know that? I see the couple from Nara. You learn that from a couple from Nara.
I mean, like, worst case on Terry, the word is saying it, know what it is, and I guess there's a good investment for these two students to have done these things, and maybe they are kind of stupid, maybe they are stupid, that's too smart to do that. Civil theft, civil theft, unjust enrichment, that just sounds like another way of saying theft. Wire fraud, I could do that, I'm pretty stupid. IRS fraud is actually not a his intention, filing a false tax return. You just have to file a return. Yeah, that's really easy. You probably didn't hire somebody to.
I'm going to throw a new thing on two minutes. So again, American we're allowed to kill him. Prevent him from violating. All the more so,
so I take all that back. Now that I've read it a few times,
the more so when I see really running after Shimon to kill him. Right, driving on Russell, so Ruby is running after Russell. So prevent me from violating Russell. All the more so, I see Ruby running after Shimon to kill Shimon. So, which means what's not getting if you own Shimon in, you can't put someone to death on the basis of that's not countful. So the debate is immersive debate that you tunnel. So when you shoot up that, they said, right, it's not complicated. I wasn't happy to happen from the juxtaposition within the house. That's what the teacher the Gemara says, Tana Hekeshu, he has not to teach on it, Russ on this. Remember, this is the concept of Na'arat on Russ. And this is talking about, again, Halot of myself, Halot of myself, and Na'arat is slightly. So the Halot is you go ahead and you go ahead. The house is from a Na'arat on the Sasa, given out of the mother, how do you see Na'arat in the doing it? Right, so she's a victim. She's a victim. Therefore, Kasher, Yoko, Ishkari, or Tzapol, Nakashkia, Davaza. Now, I'm lost like a case where someone attempts to kill someone else. So what does that mean? What does that mean? So what exactly are we looking at from those Seat and Aram Ross? Which is much you're right. After Ari said Bob and Rami, you so it sounded like we're trying to learn something from Aram Ross. We're trying to learn something from those Seat and Aram Ross. Turns out that no, we're actually learning out something from Aram Ross and applying it to a Seat. What are we applying to this? The rest of the other, it is a Makish, except Aram Ross. The possible company in package for juxtaposition of comparison between Aram Ross and Ross. Also, Aram Ross and the Kuwait of the national. So just like in Adam and Russell, you're allowed to go ahead and kill them. Prevent them from violating the Adam and Russell. So to Apotea, we tell us a little bit now. Ultimately, it's so to Apotea, you're allowed to kill it, you're allowed to kill the other. So what's interesting enough, it turns out, the Torah says explicitly, right, from the word to see, that Allah can answer and that's right to violate the Adam and Russell. You kill it. And the Torah just
You got a time
suppose it had on the list, so we don't say
It's so long. Yeah, it's like, why say that?
but when you're cutting some violence by the Nara on the Russell, so
I
you kill
told
someone
you I
who's
just
trying to
got
cut
covered
it
with all
over.
the ones.
Incredible. So the Nara Russell, you know, I know by Nara Russell,
It's like 2 minutes. It's like you're not really like sitting on the
it's not getting snow. The aim of Moshiach,
and all the events that went into it. It's 2 hours long.
she cried
Yeah, it's too late for the ball.
fields.
I granted,
She cried out, and there's no one
yeah, I can see it. But
where it says,
it's been a long time. It's just, I accept the apologies because I don't care. Sir, the people that are going to be so mad and have a right to be mad at that. So, it's actually served that he lied about it. But I can't get over it's so strange because I can't relate to it at all. Just think about it. You work in the conference, right? What if you were like, yeah, the golfers, you know, I was crazy. I trained crazy. I make sure that I got to see dude, crazy. I was like, I'm so good at being a caddy that I actually got to the last week. And then it was just like that's essentially what. At night I stayed up and I killed anyone that was driving. I just had a heart monitor and I was just shooting. It goes back to that's also it's even weird. I want to go and sticking out.
But in addition to that, roller coaster, you do something.
All night long at the bar, I shot people from the window.
It's not even enough just to happen.
That's what makes it weird. It's not just lying about exploits and saying that you suffer from the first guy that's medaled I got this squeezing the life out of this out of 15 children and I have it's like nothing. The idea that you just indiscriminately kill people, it's not actually some of the stuff is impressive, that you said, but
So Shabbos
yeah,
Sunday
some of it
is
is
like
also
really
just like
easy.
that's
I find
it'd be cool if you
I don't know if the easy stuff. Literally even more the wild animal, the rabbis. How do I know that I'm obligated to step in and strike him? So the Merchant Kamulomar is actually also so the way we went actually is actually also means you have to again return low. You have to return him
I read it. This terrible
himself
restrictions by growing dangerous, and I hated that. I return him to. I did that immediately.
So the Merchant. I'm going to actually also give me our son. You're upstairs. Have I need to be upstairs. Have a mix up and make up a bully in the wall. I would have thought I just don't like you so low. I would have thought, okay, I'm obligated to help. So if I can help, I'll help. We're not obligated to round up other people, or to hire people, or to spend resources to help something. So much more on the person comes along and says,
once in a while.
you know, sound like that. But she also knows social media addiction. If I see someone in distress, I have to do what I can to turn yourself.
Everybody in it on our Reddit calls me daddy.
Emotional level, I see someone who's in emotional stress. Obligation to do what I can to help turn yourself to that. And then again, Mosala Dariafa teaches me, even if I can't do it myself, I have to hire people. I have to spend money. I have to look at I have to do whatever I can in order to help the person. So, turn up on it. That's what I really so again, whether I see Ruben running after Shimon Kosi, or I see Ruben running after Shimon Sodomites, or I see Ruben running after Nara Murasa Tabayas, or I see Ruben going to go ahead and wrestle violent someone for whom there is a huge necessity for that penalty. Or back of having pieces, or I see Ruben running after someone to violate them who's a few pieces. What's that look like? Matzim also Benashko. All these pieces can be arranged to prevent them from violating. So the Gemara says, interesting enough, Amara Chango, Rusha, the Elite Chango, Imatzim also Benashko, But if a Coney is right evolution is red,
But
you
still,
show
we're
or
toxic
so,
someone's great for going on
right?
vacation.
Sometimes say different. If a Coney goes, it's going to go and have relations with another
It's
one.
just like you're being
Or a
casual.
regular coin, right
I think it's
evolution
just
is
like
red
Dr.
evolution.
Phil,
So remember, it's not prohibited, but it's prohibited by a lot. It's a prohibition.
Yeah, I will.
Hey, Max,
I haven't seen this yet, but is it, do you think they're more A-rated
I'm going ahead and having a relationship with this woman, even though it is forbidden.
It's friends.
Mas nessa da base, e Marcelo
That's over there. That's apparently according to the podcast page.
let's say again, even already committed to now he wants to repeat it. Now, most of us don't want to
But apparently, Bob was
and we discuss exactly why that is. You must consider something else. You should have a shot, you must consider something else.
that could be
A lot of myself, let's say my narrow Russell, she's about to be violent. And there's a way to save her without killing her. And of course, my kids are
so
what is that? Killing this perpetrator is being blessed and starts to prevent it from and if there is another way, this is another method to stop moving from finding a sound of Russell. When we throw it out of Russell, and a lot of us are obligated to tell ourselves of that other method. And here he says, after Ameris, Niccolo, Shaloya,
it's for some reason the Australian accent takes me out. Like I start listening to it, and then I was thinking about Bob. I can't even do it. Like the ceiling accent. I like I'm like the video's over and I haven't listened for the last 5 minutes. You're like, fuck, it's hard goods. I literally, I parked outside of the house and girls wanted to feed cats or somebody, and I was like, great. That was the podcast straight. And then she came out after she fed the cats. The video was over and I didn't hear a thing.
It's not like, what? You know, this food, it was amazing. It's good. It's possible. You fuss that there. Can't be without the head.
So if you read as nah, what is that? Nah, that's all. That first thing is bringing up the sun. You could kill it and
It's like a,
prevent it
I've
from
talked
doing
to
it.
a girl that said,
Now, versus an armor. It's no doubt about having an armor. So lots of children preventing from violence. Kate, what is it? It was like
I just
so
like, I
you can
answer
have
your
a
question
mission
because
because
I'm
it's a person for him years of
yeah, it's
Christ.
weird. Unless
You
it's,
kill him to
it's
prevent him from doing that. Right?
some
Well,
guy,
that's
like some
right.
sort of
Jesus trying to use some things.
But
This
yeah,
is
that's
for the
strange.
nature of
Like,
relationships
that,
that have to use
yeah,
these things.
probably
Doing that. Oh, honey, why don't you follow this case? Here's what I'll tell you. See, because of that one on that, you shouldn't go out first. I would have said, why can't I go ahead
Inside his cabin in
sodomizing?
New Orleans, Utah.
That's not fair. That's not therefore, I got to be cool looking for potential.
But if the kids love it,
Now, the first thing now, as much as it's an active violation, but the act itself, itself,
he's mad at Brian seeing his
so
face.
perhaps again, you can
All Brennan Shaw talks about it.
so therefore, again, the person is teaching now. They know that any attempt to violate now, no assault, you can kill in order to stop. Because of that, one another, furthermore, if it's not just saying now, I would have said that you were allowed to go ahead.
He's a style guy. He's bringing back.
How come it's also a reference potentially status. Not just out of SEMA, ultimately the other hand to have other than potential matters around the country. Actually says that they're talking about this is still in the galaxy. Actually says that they're potentially
They don't know the difference between Chuck E. Cheese and Rose. Can you imagine you go, your parents take you to Italy, and like way later in life, your parents were like, went to fucking Coliseum, and you got to see the history, and oh yeah, just Chuck E. Cheese, right? Or by the opposite. Like, remember the mouse, the costume was a mouse? It's a big mouse, right?
Because of that one, I mean, really just not a lot of suffer. So it's suffer we have again. If you can be divided down on the Russell, kill him to prevent him from doing it. He's trying to sodomize Jimmy and prevent him to prevent him from doing it. So before what it just said, because of that one, he will say on the days. משום שהי לאו ספורטי, והי כבודי. So now the that's why you can actively use before you perform. Rayos, your ayuh lo nafesh k'massimo. Eba rayos, roll to here a quote-unquote and ramifications of the it doesn't blemish quote-unquote status-wise or relationship-wise as much. Perhaps we're not able to kill moving which we must consider well, hate. The Torah says, no, it brings about to lead your relationship. It is confused. There is an alliance, we're allowed to kill them to prevent them from doing so. Because of the Torah hate, until we just said, then, maybe if I see moving about to engage in a forbidden relationship, only forbidden by love, perhaps they should be able to move into that as well. Rahman al-Shamaras. So it's the only thing is if you got to be a relationship, because of Rahman al-Maras, I basically had to keep as well. Everyone would have just said Maras. I would say, oh, what does Maras mean? Maras means Chayim Yisrael based. Only relationship that Rahman based. Like Chayim Yisrael. So Rahman al-Shamaras, therefore the Torah says hate, which comes from Chayim Yisrael. So the rest of the list of Rahman hate mothers, no boy marriage in Hava. So that's the case, that's what the Pasuk said. The Pasuk said hate mothers. And if it is hate mothers, what does that mean? That means any religion or any necessitates that helps mothers or colors. You're allowed to kill the perpetrator as you attempt the perpetrator. If you see that, they'll automatically include not on Rothschild and Rothschild. So just leave out now, and mothers. And I would know that if somebody is trying to do something, attempting to do something, definitely by hate, or if you encourage, you're allowed to actively kill living so why does it say it? How do we look at those? So what's the significance? Remember, there's a thing. What's the thing? If it would have committed not would have taken loss without coming like this. Ruben is attempting to do anything that carries with it either by basic or by currents. That wasn't impressive setup as far as like that if he's about to become a Shabbos, I can kill him to render him the power. Or if Ruben is about to worship Avodah Zarah, I can kill him to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah. So what the Torah says, nar and nar, the only time you're allowed to go ahead and kill someone and prevent them from committing an Avera is when that Avera attacks another human being. Right? But if the Avera doesn't attack another human being, for example, Ruben is about to miss our Shabbos, very bad, but doesn't attack another human being. Or he's about to do an action of Yahweh, doesn't attack another human being. Or he's about to worship Avodah Zarah, doesn't attack another human being. In those cases, I'm also what I saw, cannot kill Ruben to prevent him from committing the act. Incredible.
I don't know if I never met him. I want to know.
That's all. Here's the problem. About Pekashpi. The Amar Obito problem, again, we'll talk about this word tomorrow. Shabbos is not. Nashpir, Shuman of Hack. Go ahead. Sorry, I should say. You're going to show it, guys. If I stop worshiping idolatry, I can kill them to prevent you from worshiping idolatry. Why? So, according to Shomai Yochai, then why do I need now and now? Gemara says, how many look at the emo, how many look at the shop? We're not going to talk about why this is. And Shomai Yochai's tomorrow, and Shomai Yochai holds even by the design. So, by even the design, if I see you in about worship, I can go in here. And things like this. So the Shema Yochai Nara comes from school. Or if they see about you how Shabbos, someone preventing from doing that. Okay, so which Gemara says, come with the him, come with the Shabbos. Because I would have thought, TC Shabbos, we feel At a time like this, both specification of Shabbos and Avodah Zarah, both resulting in faith. So I'm going to be I'm sure my time. The sinner that can kill Reuben from worshiping Avodah Zarah, and it also can Reuben to prevent him from being the Chal Shabbos. Mamash Malon knows. Mamash is free for Avodah Zarah, not for Shabbos. You ready? I'm also very sure. Or Machal of Shabbos. We can't see Avodah Shabbos. Oh, so there's another sheet. There's more. So what's this? What you really see here is these schools of thought. The primary school of thought is like this. When he's about to kill Reuben, when he's about to commit something that is punishable either by death by disease or choice, and it impacts another person. But if there is no other human victim, you can't prevent Reuben from getting that error by killing. That's the first one. Second skill, I'm sure by applying, I agree with that, with the exception of Avodah Zarah. You can kill Reuben to prevent the worship of Avodah Zarah. And then there's the laws of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, not only can you kill Reuben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, but you can also kill Reuben to prevent him from being the Chal Shabbos. The Chal Shabbos. So it's very yield, dollar, the Chal Shabbos, that's what it is. So that's the Shabbos, the Chilul, because the laws of Rabbi Shimon makes the Shavah a Chilul. It says Chilul by Avodah Zarah, it says Chilul by Shabbos, just like you kill Reuben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, so to kill Reuben to prevent him from being the Chal Shabbos. So nice of them. So was quite this approach. But according to the laws of Rabbi Shimon, why you need Rabbi Shimon, anytime Reuben is about to do something, it carries it and Misa's bacon, break that by mason or colors, even if it doesn't have to be victim, it's still not to come from doing it. So I don't need now. Which one says no, but it says no, because one of those we call now, one of them will come to bestiality. Everyone will agree if I see you about the act of bestiality, and that is the don't kill him for the so either I do the custom back on a nar, custom nani nar. Everyone is working symmetry. Since the Torah wrote nar, the Torah also wrote nar. So once I say interesting enough to see over here, and again we'll have to see how often myself, but essentially three different things. Number one is I'm allowed to obey prevented from doing an amidah. When you're there at A, either partial and misapplication, correct, but the point of fire is the first part of the green, it adds an Avodah Zarah. And according to the laws of Shimon, he adds in also Shabbos. Everyone will agree, for example, at the bestiality, terrible as anything, you got to do it. I can't struggle with what I'm doing. What happens if we is about a violation? We're ready to. He would get it so wrong. He was constantly eating food that wasn't allowed and doing things that were allowed. So again, he says he supports Israel. He'd have a fatwa against him quicker than any Muslim in history. So the Machlokas in those I think this is the most likely scenario. So let's say you know that obviously it's called as a woman right? And she also she's
what church is he going to? Why am I not there?
Right, so what happens if you know that she is makbid on the Shiva? We also that she's telling us what's going on. So what are you doing?
Now I bust my head.
Hold on, sorry. So I'm my parents are the people. So again,
and so when I saw this post, I was like,
and therefore again, so it's just kill Reuben. And if you know that she's not good on herself, so we might say again, we're not going to listen to what she says. We'll kill the guy to prevent him from going out and by her. And the new dog, I become not more confident, you should the mustard not so come.
it's for sure fucked up.
Oh, mustard not so come. I'm listening where it says, the needle was like this. Why does it tell us? Why does it tell us?
It really looks strange. He's got some weird It looks like it's like a guy who's going by and he's trying to do something to draw attention elsewhere. It's unfortunate. It's like, how I don't want to kill. Leaves me making the only question.
Come on, I'm one of the actually says will be here. The most enough to come. Let's see what the most of the amateur is still dumb. So again, for the weaknesses in general, that's what she's going to give up product rather than colleges. If she's paying us still, then do what she wants. I don't want to run the risk. You listen to her. I'm going to pull out that. I'm going to go now. What if a coin was getting ready to buy the it's also I don't know what Alan's on about. Now she has a coin or something like that. I'm really happy to come up now, but I saw this earlier. It's hard to see Somali gang 2025. The fact that now, again, is on one of the American coin. Obviously, it's an application, but when I say again, it's not the application. Coin itself is back to the so I say, so what's interesting, that's what I'm going to have a look when I saw he passed away from us. And he did a case where the lady would say, you know what, leave it alone, I'm off the place and he would not.
In DC, where I was doing so much, like that.
It
was like, kept fucking guys.
Sounds like talking about a woman who's trapped in fire. What a lot of things would happen to you.
Is he saying Brandon Marshall is running? It's funny that it's just a strange thing. Like, the most Cormier is doing such a nice job in the show, and the idea that like me and Brandon, I would shit out of myself.
That's almost in the same way. And I'm
weird.
when I said,
Credit shop was the
it's like, how about last night? So yesterday, I went around and you see that a lot of ways the whole person is saying, like, I was laughing. It's sitting so over here. And he's really which is so what should we do there? We listen to her. Rabbi is saying we don't listen to her because could I think that Torah cares more about her and she cares about her. And if I want to myself, we will do it. We want to stop and spend some money. They're going to stop it here. We're going to stop the respect. Everyone is inside of
yeah, that was sent to you, Bob. There's no Brandon Marshall anywhere. He's not like.
Once he gets mad, it's over.
I like how.
All right, Joel said, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to thank. Our commentary sponsors for Rothschild, 5785, Pilsen, Shpach of Eretz Yisrael. For, in the source of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel tov, may they be Zochem Eretz Hashem. You know, we should just note that Yoshua Mordechai is a brave chayal, a brave soldier. Baruch Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, to Eretz Yisrael, and it is so beautiful that he is going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur in Eretz Hashem, B'Shar Tov U'Mitzlachos, which should Eretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful simcha, mazel, and bracha. Well, say with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning and discuss of all of our precious happiness, making growth and Eretz Hashem, bring them home. The shalom and the cutoff, and by all of our soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Yudayim. Well, say today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Let's not go into trees in the forest. We're going to be running Sanhedrin today. We're We're going to be starting on Daf Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Meretz Hashem where the journey takes us. We're picking up in Meretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph about 71a. We're picking up about 12 lines up from the bottom. Bais and Nuga. So you says, "Kiman as the other side." Whose opinion? Whose opinion is reflected in the following statement? Bais and Nuga lo hariv lo asad liyos. So there was never such thing as a Bais and Nuga. Bais and Nuga means ultimately, again, a home that was afflicted by tzaras. So such a thing that never happened, such a thing that never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, why is it written? If it's never going to happen, why is it written? Rothschild ultimately, in order to learn it and receive reward. Who does this mean reflect? Ben Shimon. Like Ben Shimon. Good, that's Tamach of the sound. This time, Muslim Shimon says, the Olam in the Bais, Hamei, Achir, Kishtei Gris, Hashtei Avonim, Kishtei Kisolim. The Karen's of this. So, again, in order to have Saras and Olam, remember there is a whole topic with Saras in the house. Last year, Kodesh points out that Halacha L'Maisa Saras in the home is not as much punishment as much as it was a bracha. Rashi points out before the Jews came into Eretz Yisrael, the indigenous nations their hid treasures in the walls of their home, and the truth is the only way you would know that those treasures were present was with salas. For example, required removing stones, and then one would see the treasure literally again that was buried behind. So again, Allah says, in order to have salas in the home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two pieces. This is a measurement. Ashtei Avonim on two different stones. Kishtei Kisolim on two different walls. The Karen is Zavis. So essentially, you have to be in a corner. Our coach is making this over. Our coach is good. You have to have a length of two pieces or width of one piece. So my time is double. So what's the relative machine? What is it? Sit here, sit heroes. Because the pasuk says, talking about Saras on the home, it says it appears on a wall, and then it says it appears on walls, plural. So we must easily hear kilos. What ultimately again is a home? What is a wall that is like walls, plural? The Omer is that carries others. This refers ultimately again to a corner. The time Yamar will so Rothschild says, Makom Hayabitchum Azal. The Hayukorim also for this Segirka. There was a place in Azal, and they call this place in Azal for this Segirka. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that we have Shurva is Mitzora. And today it's called Mitzora. So essentially, what the Rothschild is saying is that there was Mamish home that was known to have tzaras. Amar Shimon, Ish Kfar Akko Hamachas Halachti Begov Begalil. For a easy makom shemet signing also Amru Avonim Minugaos Kinu Sham. In the Shimon Ish Kfar Akko says one time I went to Galil, and in fact I found a place where they were storing stones that they said were removed from a home affliction with tzaras. So let's say, so once again, you see this tension on one hand. First opinion is saying there was never a home with tzaras, never happened, too much specificity. The other opinion is saying, no, we actually saw a home with tzaras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some life lessons. Says the Mishnah, so let's just remember we saw last sugya that in order for a child to become a solar or mora, Rothschild the Gemara was the parents have to be shava. Parents have to be quote unquote equal, right, or similar. Now, the Gemara was talking about over there was that parents have to be shava, the kol, the mara, and the kol. They have to be shava, they have to be similar in literally again their voice, their height, and even their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents was a gidin, Rashi points out earlier as gidin is they're missing a hand, an amputee, or chiger, or they're crippled in their leg and therefore can't walk, or ilay, or mute, or sumo, or blind, or cherish, or cherish generally means deaf and mute. Eno nasa ben soromora. The child can't become ben soromora. Now why is that? Shneimar, listen to this. The tough subo original. The pasuk says his parents will grab him for logidno. Obviously, in order to grab him, they need hands. So if they're missing a hand, they're not walking on. So kid can become a ben soromora. Both see also, they will take him out. So therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go ahead and remove him, they can't take him. The Gemara says, they will say, the parents will say, below ilmi, not if they're mute. The nenu zeh. that be able to identify this son below sumas, and not parents who are blind. In any Shomei Abikolim, they say they have to say the son doesn't listen to our voices, below harsh, and not a mute. Not a mute. Right, versus Master Boku for social, and Malki also. They warn the Ben Solar Lord, so again it's Hasra, they warn the person in the presence to be, and then ultimately administer Malchus afterwards. Because of a Kilgal, so you will say it's interesting, because here it introduces something new. Apparently, there is like a Hasra. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of three, right? So again, apparently the way it works is like this: the child or the young man steals the money, purchases the meat and the wine, conforms to all of the criteria that we established in the last couple of documents. Parents warn him in front of the age of three, and then again they flog him. They give him all this. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a Ben Solar Mola. Because of the Kilgal, that's from the Shlosha. If he goes ahead and repeats this errant behavior, then he is judged by the next on view, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. They are Risgal, Achu Sham Shlosha Rishon. But again, he's only executed if part of the vision of 23 consists of part of the vision. The original three was essentially judgment for Moses after part of the suspect vision of 20. The name is Zeh Shalot Abiflecha. You have to say, the parents said, maybe that this son means the son that was born and flogged in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed because they so remember. Incredible. Shamismina, the Gemara says, what do you see here? Well, Inon Krah. He did sit. I will say, what you see here is something very interesting. That halacha l'maisa, when a pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, I'll say, what does this mean? So you would have thought like this. You look at this pasuk of Ben Sora Mora, right? So the pasuk says, it tells people of the Israel, his parents will take hold of him, but would see also al ziknei ilo, and they will take him out right to the day and they say, now if you notice, what's happening here? You notice there's a very literal interpretation of the pasuk in here, right? That literally they have to be able to grab. They have to be able to walk. I don't know, when you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said, the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know that you have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly, you might be initially considered in a literal sense. You must, what do you see from your Shabbos Minah? But Inon Kra Kudifsid. You have to follow up pasuk as it was at finished. The Gemara says, no, this is different. Shiny Hacha, why? On the base. Making progress. Shiny Hacha. 71b. The Kulei Kra Nisim. Once I say, no, this is different because here, the pasuk itself is written in such an elongated form. Kulei Kra Nisim. The Matzi Lemikta, System also Shara here, over Scalpel. You know, clean out this whole thing. Just say, you take it to the face, done. The fact that the pasuk is written such long form indicates to us that there is a hakada. The parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and an ability to do so prevents the kid from Ben Sora more. Okay, that's number three. And we warned him in front of three. So why do you need three? Why do you have to start in front of three? You just need to have to in front of two of the same. Rabbi Alvin, a massive of the Shnayim, the Malkin also with the Shloshah. No, what it means is like this. You're right, so we warned him in front of two instances, and we give him Malchus in front of three, because three represents a basis. Gemara says, whoa, Malchus ben Sora Mora Hefik Siva. Where do we ever see Malchus ben Sora Mora? Right? So the only thing we ever see by Ben Sora Mora is what? It's execution. Nisa. Where are you getting Malchus from a Ben Sora Mora? Right? You got the Avos. Remember the Avos. Amanu Yisru, don't say you need to get a shovel. Yisru. So it says Yisru also. Yisru Ben Sora Mora. And then it says Yisru by Malchus. And then again, Yisru Ben, Vayam Ben Akozor. Essentially, there's a zero shovel between Malchus and Ben Sora Mora. Just that first time offender, right? First time offender Ben Sora Mora gets Malchus. Okay, you must also the kill girl. So again, the Sora Mora once again repeats, he's making it behavior again. Well, the judge is going to take over the because now it is effectively a capital case. So the Gemara says, Haini Boile, Zeb, some more Darshans, the name is Zeb. That's not a more Darshan, that's not Darshan from the Mishnah. Just 1 second. Haini Boile, Zeb, now remember again, we want to use that Zeb. That Zeb was already Darshan to teach us what? That Allah, the parents have to have sight in order for the kid to become Ben Solomon. So how are we now using that same exact word different? It looks like Benenu who? My Benenu Zet. The pasuk could have just written Benenu who, but it says in Benenu Zet. Shmamina Tarti. So everyone will say Zet teaches me two things. What are two things? It teaches me number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become Ben Solomon. That's number one. And number two, that the original three who served as the basement for Malchus have to be part of the basement of 23 for execution. Incredible. Mishnah, Baruch Hachon, Medino, the Akakar, Hekev, Zakar, Hakto, Pater. Let's remember again, from the beginning of the Ben Sora Umora Suga. That Ben Sora is interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a katan samach leish, which essentially is you can only become Ben Sora Umora immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah raises a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Mesora Bora, right? And when he is, and when he's brought to basic, he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where he can be charged with a Mesora Bora. And then what happens? He ran away from basic. He ran away, he went right to he skips from basic. Actually, moving right to before the verdict is passed. And then what happens? They find him again. They want to bring him back to basic. But by the time they bring him back to basic, he is further physically matured. What's that? Pater. In other words, he's aged out the Ben Sora Umora. And therefore, again, it's the interesting part. Remember, again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time we get him back to basic, he's already too physically mature. Right? The kind of tactile has already formed. He's free on a technicality. Then you should ignore, far off the African technical. On the other hand, if let's say the kid came to basic, was charged, verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution. And then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, and Yoach should be with Hashem. So let's say the Ben Noach, Ananchu, he cursed that Kodesh Baruch Hu. And then what happens? He clicked off this guy. Then he converted. What's halacha? Pater. Then he converted Pater. Why? What's the logic? What's the logic? Hold up the Nishtana, the Nishtana Misasam. Because the one thing that halacha l'maisa is holding your framework change. Remember again, when he was a fashion considered to be very interesting. So literally translated, since his legal ramifications, when his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi. All the Nishtana Misasam. Even the current is going to be Echad, the Dayan Echad below Asra. As a Ben Noach, right? A Ben Noach is judged with one witness, one judge, right? One judge, and no hasra. A Jew is judged with a basin of 23, hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he's converted, since his legal framework changed, therefore once his din, his halacha changed as well. Incredible. The Gemara says, "Ne'er Messiah, right? Ne'er Messiah, right? Baruch Hachon Nigmagia." So we'll say, "Our Mishnah is to support this Nigmagia." The Ben Sora Mora, he escaped before the verdict was delivered. The Akakat was exactly like Hachon Potter. And before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. His Potter might have a what's the reason? Lazu Shum Damina Oil Ishtani, because he changed. Since he physically changed, therefore what? His unit changed as well. This was the meaning of low shiny papa, the other Hashka Labak Halabu. No, it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where if he had committed that very same crime, right? As a child, or as a young man with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if he were to steal that same money and buy meat and buy wine, he would not be high at this stage. That's why if he escaped before the verdict, we find him later on, he's going to be put so Tashma. So ultimately, again, if that's sort of if they deliver the verdict, then they find him. But by the time that they find him, he has already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. What's that? He's right. Now, why is that? Nigmar Dino comments, because again, Allah his verdict is passed. Nigmar Dino Gabakatilabu. He's already, if his verdict is passed, then Allah of course, he's going to be right. So Mar says as follows. We'll say, what a tremendous Mr. Haskell is. Tremendous Mr. Haskell. So for Ben Noah, versus HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and then he converts. What's halacha? He's not subject to a death penalty. Why? Because again, the Lashon of the Gemara, Howel v'nishtana dino, nishtana misaso. His din changed, and therefore again his death penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see from here this the halacha l'maisa. Even if there is a certain din hanging over a person, there's a certain verdict hanging over a person. If you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that din changes as well. This is very important because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person, I committed an avera. As a person who's committed an avera, I warrant a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I could go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? How does that work? The Rothschild doesn't change his mind. The Rebbe doesn't change. The Rebbe is perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm chayiv for the death penalty, I'm chayiv for whatever the particular ownership may be. How does it work? So once I say, interestingly enough, the thing doesn't change. The thing is always the same. What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple muscle. Person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So it's $100,000 a year. You're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, we'll say in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. Tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The din is the din. If I remain the same person, then this is the din. This is where it is. But the beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the din, the judgment that was over here, is still there. It's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to be ready to be over there. If I choose to become someone different, it's just a whole new set of laws, and a whole new set of realities, and a whole new set of ramifications that are there for us. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. I change. So the Noah, who places like a powerful pass to show. If he becomes a yid, So at the end of the day, again, he's now over Ishtani. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of people. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. It's an incredible thing in the world. Let's go back there. In Don Kashma, Ben Noach, Ben Noach, non-Jew, who goes there and hits, fellow non-Jew, or commits adultery with the wife of his fellow non-Jew. And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole boat of trouble over here. And then he decides to convert. Now what business is this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? So nice. Again, he goes ahead and he converts. What's the halacha? Pater. He's pater, right? He's pater from all of these things. Why? And we'll say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here, he said halacha l'maisa. Remember, when he converts as a Jew who goes ahead and hits the Ben Noach, or a Jew who commits adultery with the wife of the Ben Noach, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, Allah says that Ben Noach, he was subject to a death penalty. Now, Halacha L'Maisa, he is not subject to these halachas. So death penalties also can be Yisrael in this guy Chayes. But if a Ben Noach hit a Jew, or a Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he converts, he's still going to be liable. Why? Because again, these are actions that had he committed them as a Jew, he would also be liable. Says the Ben Noach, he's liable as a Jew, he's liable. Why? Name a whole Ishtani. Why don't you go ahead and say, but he changed? It's very good. You know, in order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. Dino Ishtani, Misasalo Ishtani. Here, the particular perhaps of his judgment will change, but the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So Bishlam was having Karasai after Saif. Saif is in the death penalty itself. Right? When he kills someone, says Ben Noach was Saif, and now he also be Chayiv Saif. Remember, Ben Noach, we saw Probos a little while ago. Ben Noach was always executed with Saif. So as a Gentile, it was Saif, and as a Jew, it's Saif. Our Ish is Ish. or with adultery as a ben noach, saif, zahash dechanek. And now it's going to be strangulation. So this din is different. So we'll say second line down, the white lines. The Aram Murasa. We'll say we're talking about over here where you committed adultery with an Aram Murasa. The Skila. Both Ben Noach as well as the Jew have a punishment of Skila for an Aram Murasa. I also came to Israel. To me, the HS Kabero. Katani. But it says if he committed this same act with Israel, comparable to HS Kabero. Elo. So the Rabbi, you see again, interestingly enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged along or imputed with a more severe one. Let me call it Rabbanan on the Saif Chomer. That's why Rabbanan say that Saif is more Chomer than Chenek. And Rabbi Shimon Chenek Chomer, my clear. We had all this before. The great Rabbi Shimon says that Chenek, strangulation, is more Chomer than Saif. What are you going to say? Rabbi Shimon said, like Kitana, Yibim Nasha. Gamar, Chomi Samur, B'nei Noach, Eino El Chenek. What's going to happen to your focus? So, hold the Yibim Nasha, Tanam Nasha, hold the El B'nei Noach, always put the death with Chenek. So, Rishama, each name, Hara Chenek, Bahashta Chenek. So I understand the case of Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of Israel and then he converted because when he was a Ben Noach or he was a Jew, he's punished by Chenek. So it's Elul Tzeach and Hara Chenek Bahashta Side. One second. According to this, as a Ben Noach, for murder, you would be Chayiv Chenek, and now as a Jew, you would be Chayiv Sayiv. Which means says, not a problem. Kala B'Chamura Mishak Shaiva. And we assume that Sayiv is in more lenient form of death penalty than Chenek. And therefore, it's even more lenient one is included with more Chama. Let me say it, right? Sarkov, Yachakak, Chavla. Right? The Gemara says, Tidon the Chenek. So the Gemara says, Tidon the Chenek. The skill might time ago. So she would be judged with Chenek and not with skill. Why not with skill? I'm sure the whole Ishtani. It must be because Allah when I saw to my Naram Murasa. Sorry. Naram Murasa, the ultimate committed adultery, then she became Bulgaris. So what's the Allah? She's judged with Chenek. Right? The Gemara said, why not skill? I'm sure the whole Ishtani. Because she changed from Nara to a Bulgaris. The Kosh came Hava, the Ishtani the guy. And all the more so in this case where the change was. I'm going to be open on the Tana Tidon the Skiva. So ultimately, again, so Yochanan says the Tana, right rather instead of right now, Allah myself, subject to trees. Also, what's the takeaway? The takeaway, sorry, I went a little bit quickly over there. What's the takeaway? The takeaway is like this. Allah myself, you have a piece of Sora Mora, and then he escapes, and you find him later on. What do you do with him? So the answer is, depends. If his verdict was passed, right, and he escaped before execution, when you find him, if he escaped before the verdict was passed, then what do? It depends. If you find him before the signs of discrimination, you pass the verdict, then you can kill him. But if he escaped before the verdict was passed, and now he developed further signs of discrimination, I'm working with myself. Since he has changed, right? Things have changed, and no longer judge him as if it's so anymore. And there's other cases like that. The Bedach and then converts. The Bedach who goes ahead and makes a strategy right or commits adultery and converts similar types of cases. Let's go. Let's sort of let's say this Mishnah feels like it should have been at the beginning of this entire paragraph. Okay, we're going to do it here. But sort of we don't change cell phone. The Zorah is executed not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. Gemara says, ultimately, again, let him die innocent, and don't let him die chayiv, don't let him die culpable. But why? Because the death of the wicked is good for them. Because their death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. The tzaddikim, death of tzaddikim is bad for tzaddikim, and it's bad for the world. I will say, why is death bad for tzaddikim? Mishnah. Why is death bad for tzaddikim? Why? Because the Maisa, with death, they no longer have the ability to go ahead and form Maisa. I say life is the greatest gift. As long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for tzaddikim is a bad thing, because with their death, they lose their ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. Gemara says, Peter, Yain B'Shem L'Risham Hanara, and I know them. So also this is wine and sleep, and Rishayim is pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if Rishayim are drinking and they're sleeping, that's usually means what? They're not bothering anyone else. Good. So be occupied if you want to be occupied if you sleep, go for it. But tzaddikim, we'll say this is incredible. But for tzaddikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. What's this about the fact? Why? Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much, or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplished. And if the tzaddik is sleeping and not accomplished, and drinking and not accomplished, it's bad for him and it's bad for Rabbi. So here it is, right? This is a riot to what you do. Sleep is bad. Sleep away is bad, apparently. It feels so good. That's right. But apparently, again, it's not good if we want to be tzaddik. Incredible. These are the Rishonim. And not Elohim, but not Elohim. So we'll say these are means again. It will be again displacement. You know, it's a scattering. It's right. It's good for Rishonim and good for the world. In other words, if Rishonim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So let's tzaddikim, la'lohem v'ravi olam. For tzaddikim, obviously, again, it's not good. It's not good. Because again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for Rishonim, Pizur is good. Ultimately, there for tzaddikim is not good. It's also Pizur. So Pizur is literally against scattered. Pizur also means sometimes people say no. This could be a one geographic place. That's a million different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, we all experience friends like that. It's very disjointed. It's very disjointed, and it's very hard to accomplish something. When you're not essentially, really what Pizur represents. But Pizur, let's do the opposite. The opposite. You know, says Kinos for Rishonim and Rabbi. So Kinos means gathering. When Rishonim are together, that's bad for them and bad for the world, obviously. Because then they can collaborate. So tzaddikim, hana Elohim, hana Elohim. For tzaddikim, it's good for them. And it's good for the world. So it's incredible. So for tzaddikim, Pizur scattering is genius is good. So of course, you understand when tzaddikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate. You can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when they're dispersed, again, they can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for this is also true on a personal level. Sometimes in life I'm in a state of Pizur. Pizur is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. When you're everywhere. Why? Because I will say Pizur means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when you focus on multiple things, you're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's Pizur. Pizur is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for me, and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. You might say, Shakat, tranquility. It's bad for Rishonim, because when it's tranquil Rishonim, you know about my damage, and it's bad for the world. Right when Rishonim have shakar. But tzaddikim, hana Elohim, hana Elohim. For tzaddikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them, because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more. And obviously, if the tzaddik can accomplish more, that's good for the tzaddik, and it's good for the world. There's so much to discuss about this Mishnah for a different time. Top of Ayin Day 72a. Says the Mishnah, Tanya, Rabbi Yosef really all that. Because the Ben Sora Mora has stolen money and has purchased some wine, it should be executed. It says $1 million question. Rather, the Torah knows what is going to happen with Ben Sora Umora. The Gemara says, why? Why? At a certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's money. He's going to want to sustain his habits and his home. He's not going to be able to. He's going to go out and he's going to become a robber. So I don't get the Torah says, let him die innocent. In other words, remember, as Ben Sora, has he done something bad? Yeah. Does it deserve death? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, And ultimately, again, he says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. He says, because the death of Rishon is good for Rishon. Again, kill this kid before he goes there and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. And listen, by the way, this is so fascinating. But first of all, so this part comes back. I just like that face. Anyway, so say so like you see with the accent. Anyway, so six values. Timur says also. So remember, this goes back to yesterday's back where we saw the Machlokas. Did Ben Soramora happen? Did it not happen? So remember all of this together. So that's the whole of Machlokas. So I say, but it struck me. What is it? Right? What's the whole point of Ben Soramora? He's going to steal money. He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase me to purchase more. And we're afraid that when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. He can manage a hedge fund. I don't know. Why do you automatically steal? So I'll say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over here. So because this kid has never worked, in other words, it's one thing if he's an industrious young man. He likes nice things. Like you see kids like this. They like nice things. So what happens? What do? They hustle. They hustle. Ice hustles and he wants nice meat, the nice wine, nice food. Okay, you know what? That's fine. You're working hard for it. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who steals in order to support habit. You develop that type of mindset from when you're young. You're like, ideally, the world owes me something, and you go ahead and you support yourself from other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah. And that's a midah that's not going to be broken. That's the kind of person that when you run out of their father's funds, he's not getting a job. He's not, you know what he's doing? You know what he's doing? He's taking it from other people. He's taking from other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. So listen, you know the worst midah a yid can have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magia, you know, Rabbi Sachs. Pointed out that in Yiddishkeit there are no rights. There's no bill of rights in Judaism. Right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. And Sachs makes out about the rights. But in Yiddishkeit there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because a Yid should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it started strange. He's like, wait a second, that's not true. People do owe me something. People owe me a car, so I tell people owe me this. Let's say, the problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is you will be profoundly disappointed. Profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt, you're going to all these different poor. Walk around, you know what? No one owes you anything. No one owes you anything. Don't walk around with my DLE and parliament. So let's say again, in marriage, don't walk around feeling that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. And then when they do something, you will feel such a profound wave to the cars at home. That's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know what the real danger of the Ben Soramora? It's not the meat and it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement in all of your life relationships. I'm much happier in all areas of life. Let's go back there. So we're saying, tzadikim, right? We're saying, tzadikim, ultimately, again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, just repeating what we saw in Mishnah, Yayin, Shina v'yayin l'Rishem hanal v'olam. Sleep and wine are good for Rishem because then they're not causing problems. Shina v'yayin l'Rishem hanal v'olam. The tzadikim, hanal v'olam. But wine and sleep is not good for the tzadikim. Wine because they're good for the tzadikim if they are drinking or they're sleeping, they're not performing their ma'asim tovim. Sheker the Hashem, Rabbi, and Rabbi Olam, tranquility is back for Hashem, back to the world, because it gives him time to engage in ordinary imaginations. But Tzadikim, and Olam, and Rabbi Olam. But Tzadikim is good. But Tzadikim is good. Pizor, the Hashem, and Olam, and Rabbi Olam. So again, scattering, displacement is good for Hashem, good for the world. But Tzadikim, Rabbi, and Rabbi Olam. Mishnah. Habab Maktaris, what's he switching gears here? Habab Maktaris is a thief. It's a thief. The Habab Maktaris means a thief who comes with secret. I was saying now, literally, Maktaris, the way that Rashi understands it, the way Gemara understands it over here, is a thief who comes in through tunneling. You literally, again, digging a tunnel, right, from somewhere into the house of the person who wants to rob. So Habab Maktaris, Midrash and so on. So also, the halacha is somebody now, the assumption is this is happening at night, this is happening in secret. The Torah says that if somebody breaks into your home, you're allowed to kill them. You're allowed to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. The Gemara says so. The thief is judged based on what we believe he is going to be willing to do. So let's say again, Ruben broke into my home. And when breaking into my home, he broke a barrel. Also, if I'm not allowed to kill Ruben, and we'll discuss the parameters of this, then Ruben is going to be chayiv for breaking the barrel. The gene will doesn't happen. But if at the end of the day I'm allowed to kill Ruben, then he's putter for breaking the barrel. I will say, now why is that? That's a cumulative rabbi. Because since I'm allowed to kill him, he's chayiv with that. Therefore he's putter for financial damages. Says the Gemara, Amar Rabbi, my time, the Maktaras. We'll say, now why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Like after all, again, the person is a thief. He's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So listen to this. So what says, listen to this. The chazaka is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Like in other words, it's my stuff, and I'm going to defend my home. I'm going to defend my property. The thief knows that. The thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, and the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore the thief says, Amar iya zoma kailafai, or a shabikay, the kailafai katlina. So therefore every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his home. And therefore, what does that mean? Every thief, therefore, is ready to do what? To do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, this is a thief. This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if they're required. Therefore, a thief becomes a murderer. The thief, a local American again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, you're allowed to kill them first. That's the Baba Maktaris. Incredible. So where's the Amarav? So Amarav, Habab Maktaris, but not okay. The Yotza Pach. That's fascinating. So let's say Reuben breaks into my home. Right? Reuben breaks into my home. And Halach Alamaisa again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Rav says something very interesting. Rav says Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it, right? My time. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a rodek. He's chayiv musa. So because he's chayiv musa, therefore he's putter for any type of monetary law. And therefore he doesn't have to return the objects. If he gets out alive, right? If he gets out alive, and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. So listen, by the way, very similar also, like we have this memo, like castle doctrine, right? This idea that people defend their home, and there's an understanding that if someone breaks into their home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. No, yeah, it is stuff. You know it is stuff, but you know what? It's my stuff. And I work for it, and you didn't. So if I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home, and the law recognizes that as well. Right? You're not type to ask, but what exactly are you doing? Right? In other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, maybe a little something, people will call. Now, there's no the understanding over here is I'm going to defend my home, you're going to defend my home, and therefore you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. Oh, Rabbi. So Rabbi says like this. Rabbi says, this is a pretty wild statement of Rabbi. So Rabbi says, Ruben breaks into my home, and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rabbi says he doesn't have to give it back. Why? Because halacha makes it cumulative b'drab minay. Since he's subject to penalty, therefore he's not for any type of monetary compensation to keep my stuff. This kind of Rabbi will say b'drab kisha shiver. for the single. So Rav's statement makes sense. Let's say the object is no longer in existence. Alright, so he stole something and then it broke. He's not trying to make financial restitution. The Gemara says about not although, but no, he has the object. Back. Now look at the rest. Not true. I'm not true. Rav said even if the object is extant, still Ruben doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. So Hayesh will dumb him. And then Suchayev, Alma Bershuse Kaima. How can I Bershuse Kaima? Because again, essentially, since Ruben the thief was liable to a death penalty, he essentially acquired the object through a death penalty. Right? He's subject to death. Any type of financial compensation, and therefore, the object is now deemed to be in his rishus. Gemara says below, this is not true. Gemara says that's not true. When we say that the object is in the rishus of the thief, that's for onsen. If something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if Allah for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant, the thief has to give it back to the owner. Maybe to have a show. He's no different than a show. So we'll say, so the Gemara suggesting over here is this interesting statement of God. So Rav says if the thief gets out of line with an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rava says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course the thief has to give it back. So that's last tonight. Thief comes in, right, surreptitiously, and he breaks a barrel. Yesh lo damim chayis. What's the lashon of yesh lo damim means? That the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in these circumstances. We'll see what those circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable for the damage to the barrel. Ain't no damim potter. But again, if Allah might say I'm not allowed to kill him, then he's not chayiv for financial compensation for the broken barrel. That type of yeshiva. Now the reason this whole discussion is happening over here because he broke the barrel, if he ain't no damim potter, we're ultimately again where Reuben will be hunted from allowed to kill him. Hanotol lo, but you see from there that had he taken the battle, he would not be liable in the same position of Rav. So the Gemara says, no. Who had did afidu notol nami. It's not true. Even if he took it, technically he'd be chayiv. The reason is the thing that as a case of breaking the covenants is to teach us that yesh lo damim avagav shiver nami chayiv. That Allah in a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, or if I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be chayiv. So when it says Pshita, it's massive, it's damager. Even if he did it without kavanah, he's still going to be chayiv. Whereas like Mashon, case kavanah, not kavanah, Adam muad bi'olam. Right, the person is always responsible for damages that they cause, whether they have intention for it or not. So Tanina, the Gemara says, Adam muad bi'olam, maybe shogig being b'mezid, being ba'olis, being b'rasim. The person is always muad. First, you want to right, Tash, you're right. I don't know what to do with this. So Masav Rabbi, V'arabaye, Hagon if kiss Shabbos Chayim. We've seen this case many times. First, Reuben steals my money back on Shabbos. Let's start off. So Chayiv, Chayiv made a call to Shavuot the day Easter Shabbos. I will say that normally again. Now, what's the halacha? So Reuben steals my purse on Shabbos, and what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that happen here. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos. Remember, for Chilul Shabbos, Chayiv Misa. But the halacha over here is he's chayiv for both things. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why is no simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he picks it out of my goodness. Because there's no simultaneity, there's no curative Rabbi, and therefore Allah for the Maisa is chayiv for both. The Gemara says, but if you drag the money bag out, right? If you dragged it out, so that remember. You're only chayiv for the neighbor when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's dragging it. Therefore, the moment that it crosses my threshold into Rosh Hashanah, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shari Isri Gneva Isri Skila Bo Im Ke'echad. And I'll go say, so the Gemara says, okay, what do you see here? You see here that Allah again, right here is the view. So, Chassav, Yishadim Ibn and ultimately, again, Rashi says over there, Chassav, Fathers of Lebanon, Hadik Tani Patik, Lord Yishadim Ibn Nara, the less day. He was ultimately, again, where he said that it's Pater, will be a case ultimately, again, where the object was thrown into the river, and therefore no longer exists. So, what you might suggest, remember, all of this is in Rav. Right? So, again, what you might suggest is like this. Rav says, that if a thief is chayiv misa and steals an object and gets away with the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rav and everyone else is incredulous about it. It doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is killing the Rabbi did. Since as a thief, you're liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is damaged sitting in your hand. Rav and everyone else is like talking about. I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken. There's an obligation to restitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's the only purpose. Rabba, ignibu late defeated Makarta. So this is this. Rabba. Now remember, Rabba was the one who argued on Rav, and Rabba had goats. Goats stolen from him. Right? So repetition. Someone probably been to his pen and stole the goats. What happened? Adjurn, the thief had a change of heart, and the thief wanted to give it back. But Lo Kablinu, Rabba would not accept it back. Why? Amar, well, enough if we point it out. Since Rav said his piece, Rav said his piece. Now let's remember again. Now Rav argued on Rav. But Rav said, since Rav said that so when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement, and Rav says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha for myself. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. Listen, what I just want to point out is halacha for myself, though, just to be clear, we don't pass him like we pass him like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object and gets away, so halacha for myself again, he's going to be liable, but now technically like obviously you can't kill him after the fact, right? But the mice again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if Reuben came in, stole my object, gets out, and then we find the object. The object is still in existence. Allah said we don't pass like Rav, pass like Rabba, and Allah said the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. Turn Rabbanon. So the pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief if the sun, literally again, if the sun is shining. I don't understand. The sun always shining on one. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Ella. Rather, what it means is like this: if you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun that the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. They laugh, but if you're not absolutely certain, I'll target him. Don't kill him. I will say, now watch this. That's Bryce 1. Bryce 2 times either. Done it. If it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun, kill him. The both said, the Gemara says, Kasha Stama Stama. Rabbi, you see what just happened here? These are two dramatically different Bryces. The both said, Bryce number 1 essentially says like this: the only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? Is if it is as clear as the sun that they are killing you. But if it is not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second Bryce, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, then you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill him. Those are two pretty dramatic different Bryces. So what do you do with this? On the base, I'll say, yes, on the base. We are great. On the base, 10 minutes to go. On the base. Come ba'ava, then wow. Everything depends on who the this. Right? One is talking about a father stealing from his son. And once when a father steals from his son, it's absolutely certain father will never kill his son. So if the son, now again, the father might steal from his son, apparently, right? But the father is never going to kill his son. So if the son discovers, he wakes up, and his father's in his house, probably didn't steal his son, the son is never allowed to kill his father. Because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. They steal from his son. So what you see from here is, parents sometimes do mistreat their children. Right? After all, you still over here, the case of it, you can't say that father won't steal from his son, because apparently that does happen. So sometimes parents knowingly or unknowingly mistreat their children. But one thing you count on is the rahmanas of a father towards his child. A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if the son breaks into his father's house, that's a punishment. That's a punishment. Sometimes the son can kill the father. So it's such a heavy Gemara. So therefore, again, if the thief is a father, the son knows with absolute certainty his father is not going to kill him, and therefore, again, the son has no license to kill the father. And the other one, if the son doesn't know the father's name, the father may, you don't know. You don't necessarily know what the son may be. Called the Asiyali Malan Mahara, Hakdino Leva Barney, Hanina Barshila. So I've said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill. Except if it's Rav Hanina Barshila. Let's say such an interesting compliment, right? In other words, anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take him down. Except if the thief is Rav Hanina Barshila. Versus my time, what's the reason? Even if we should be tzaddik, maybe because Rav Hanina Barshila is a tzaddik, well, obviously, because of tzaddik, Ha'asi b'machtara. So that's when it breaks into someone else's house. Ella, we should be king bigadei, Mirachim alai Mirachim aval. Let's say this is such a touching Gemara. Rav says because I know that Rav Hanina Barshila loves me like a father. How? I know that Hanina Barshila loves me like a father, so I know that even if he were to break into my home, I know that he would not go ahead and take my life. So what you also see from here is apparently there could be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone could love you like a father. So it doesn't exist. There's nothing like a father's love. I say the father's love is unique, a parent's love is unique, but I don't think in life there are other people who could love you with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son. There's so much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my job. I don't know. So Damin Lo, they before the Shabbos. Ain't no dumb day before the Shabbos. So the Gemara says all of these halachas. So essentially, what we have over here is as follows. The metric we adopt is like this. So someone breaks into your home surreptitiously. The understanding is that the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who's breaking into my home secretly is ready to kill me. Because they're ready to kill me, therefore, what I have the halakhic obligation to kill them first. And when are you allowed to take life of the thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only real example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life at all times. Now the Gemara says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and by weekday. So the Gemara says so ultimately, again, I understand them out to take the life of the thief, whether it's Shabbos or because that makes sense. Why don't you get qualification? We did that by the basis. This is kind of like execution by basis, just like basis is warned against someone. So if the thief is coming in, and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm not to kill him. So it's like I become like the basis, I'm coming to basis. So I'm at a shrug. The Shabbos will have so I'm at a shrug. Shabbos, maybe I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. Hamash will say first of all, line, you have to that I can. I'm a gunning low, bring the other Shabbos. But again, the thief, I'm not allowed to kill him. And there is liability for killing the thief. So now that halakha applies on Shabbos and during weeks. I understand what's the difference. If I can't kill him during the week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. I'm going to teach him. It means like this. Let's say somebody breaks into my home on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. Sif halach, it is clear that he was going to kill me. I can't remove the rubble from him. The halach is because he's liable to the rubble. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, right, or I'm sure that he didn't come to kill me, halach, again, I can remove the rubble in order to say that they're doing the Shabbos. Reuben breaks into my home. Now what happens? Shimon, my neighbor, sees Reuben breaking into my home. So what's the halacha? Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Reuben. It's not just me, the homeowner, right? Even someone else has the right. Not only that, with any so I understand why the target to teach me that anyone is allowed to execute Reuben after all. Why is that? Because when we're flogged, I'm going to put the license to kill the thief is only for who? Only for the balabas. Only for me, the balabas. But other people don't have a right. Which by the way makes sense. Remember, once Reuben is breaking into my home, he has a status of what? Of road. Once he's a rodef, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute him, even my neighbor. The Elamis, the Chalmisa Shati Yochalam. So, Lama, I will say again, why do I need the special people that teach me to kill him? I need to kill him. For us, we're a murderer. What's not right? I will say, this is someone in general. So, right, Ruben killed Shimon. Now, Ruben is going to be executed by Beis. There's a particular type of Nisa, right? I will say, whatever the type of Nisa, whatever I'm going to try. Let's say Ruben is high sight, decapitation. But let's say, for whatever the reason, Beis doesn't have a sword. So what do? What do? You execute him. You can execute him. So you must decide your most of us. I don't want you to execute someone with the prescribed death penalty. So how do I know that if I can't execute Ruben with the prescribed penalty, that I can go ahead and execute him however you execute him? Most of you must become Pasuk says, execute him however you need to execute him. To which the Gemara says, no. So therefore, we'll say, same thing over here, by the thief, kill him however you need to kill him. Kushma says, no, shiny Hassan, number most humas. It's different. Because the execution for is the Lashon most humas. And what is most humas? That double teaches me that even if you can't give the sharper death penalty, Beis has the right to execute him however you can execute him. I have the Nigmar Minei. So I was learning from this. Learn from what say. When someone is liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. As you will say, there's also Kol Adam. Kol Adam, remember again, right? Reuven kills Shimon accidentally. The relatives of Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Reuven. And by Kol Adam also, they have the ability to kill Reuven however they want to do it. Say, what do you have over here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. What's that? And Kol Adam. What do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. So I said, what is this called? This is called Shnei Ksuvin Abon Ke'achar. I have two mitzvahs, so two halachos to teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's the halachot of Shnei Ksuvin Abon Ke'achar? Ein Malandi. I will say in general, whenever you have two psukim that teach you the same concept, you cannot create the principle from them. So I will say again, but I love myself, so therefore we will say so again. So there's no point I love here. Number one, not only is the homeowner permitted to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a rodent. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two, how do you kill the thief? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. Two important laws. What's another part of the law? Makteres. Even a makteres. What's the enemy of the thief is coming in? The Gemara says, Gado, Chasero, Chafifo Minai. How do I know that it's coming through my roof, my chutzah, my carpet? How do I know? Or even if it's not tunneling, it's going through a window, but I can also kill him. Now, he must say, Hagana become of him. The Pasuk says he must say, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, without executing. In came, Ma'akamla Makteres. That's the why does the Pasuk say Makteres? If they shalom, Ganovim, you see Makteres. Because the majority of thieves tunnel. Torah just spoke about the normal way that it's done. Tiny, you got Maktaras, any Maktaras. I only know that if he tunnels in. From the window of the roof, from Lomar, Matzi Hagana of Mikomakum. I became Makamor Maktaras. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say Maktaras? Because Maktaraso, Zohi Hasra also. Because remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your Hasra. If you're telling the Torah itself has already said that halacha l'maisa, you are warned. I will say we have to stop over here for today, but l'maisa, this is now going to end. This is going to lead to the next sutra, which is does the thief require hasra? Is there hasra necessary in this case? Verse yes, tunneling in by definition is your hasra. No further hasra. That's what's going to stop over here for today. Oh yeah. Okay. Great run. All right, come on Zoom. I'll get this back to all of you. Jerry, mazel tov on your granddaughter's wedding. Mazel tov. Come on Zoom. Jerry last night off his granddaughter today. London? Okay. Next guy, Rock question. Advance mazel tov. Stay, everyone.
We'll talk to you guys later.
Sorry? It's only in extenuating circumstances. Alright, we'll say good morning. Let us begin to do like every all our conscious from this morning church of faith. Alright, how was our response to the store? Touch to the efficiency of 85 Tosin Shpach of Eretz Yisrael. 4. In the source of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to our Ruth Cohen. Mazel tov, may the results on their Hashem. And we just know that Yoshua Mordechai is a Hashem did much to Am Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, and it is so beautiful that he's going to celebrate the beauty of his new home, which occurred in Hashem Yishar Trouble Mizrachos. Also, in Hashem becomes with generations of beautiful simcha and mazel and bracha. I'm saying with that, the rest of the course is only beginning to be validating and discuss of all our precious happy to make and spoke with Hashem in your home. The struggle and the car. And by the way, you will be successful. The car massive. But it's today's that. It doesn't matter what today's down. Let's not get caught up in details. Let's always the truth from the fathers. We're going to be running some heads in today. We're going to be starting on out of 71, and we're going to see in the Hashem where it takes us. So we're now in Hashem I'm now about 71A. We're picking up about 12 lines up from about Rice and Ruda. So let's come on now, how to start it. Who's opinion is reflecting the following statement. Rice and Ruda will find out some videos. So there's never such thing as Rice and Ruda. Rice and Ruda means ultimately again a home. That was something bites at us. So such a thing never happened, such a thing never happened. Who's opinion is this? So there's more things why is it if it's never going to happen? Why is it? Jewish Kabbalah ultimately, in order to learn it, and receive reward. You might as well be just being reflected. He says, the all of it is actually so again, in order to have Saras and Anabos, and the other the whole topic with Saras in the house, like Yaakov points out, that a lot of the Saras and Anabos are education as much as the other according to Israel, the indigenous nations. They have treasures in the walls of their home. And because the only way we would know that those treasures are present would be Saras. And then they require little stones. And then one would see the treasure literally again that was buried behind. So it's not a resolution in order to have Saras and all we need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two greases. A grease is a module. I'll stay out about two different stones, which take somewhere, two different walls. You carry the surface. So it's actually really has to be in a corner. Unaccomplished grease and unaccomplished grease. And after the length of two greases, the width of one grease. So my kind of level up. What's the revolution? Why is it sip here? But sip kilos. Because the message says, talking about Saras and the home, it says it appears on a wall. So that says it appears on the walls. So we know how easily here, shoot the kilos. What ultimately again is a home? What is a wall that is like the walls? How the others that carries others. This refers ultimately again to a corner. So time number reverts others. What is it? So says, Makom Hayat B'Tchum Azov, and Korim also, Korim is so secure. So the place in Azov, and they call this place in Azov, Korim is so secure. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that we have Tzurah is Mitzora, and Korim is called Mitzora. And so the Taglim is secure, the Shenosi Mishama Bais Hanuga. So essentially, for those who are saying the same for exactly that was, Mamish Home, that was known to have Saras. I'm not sure if you for Akko Kama Kataraki, the best we can look, but it's Makom Shemitzayin also, Abba So maybe I'm sure it's quite said one time I wanted to, and in fact I found the place where they had storing stones that they said were removed from a home afflicted with salas. So let's say, so once again we see this tension. On one hand, first thing he's saying, there was never a home with salas, it never happened, too much specificity. The other thing he's saying, but I looked over and said, no, we actually saw a home with salas. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some more questions. Says the Mishnah, so this is what we're doing so last sugya, that in order for a child to become a son or a question of the mother was, the parents have to be shut. Parents have to be quote unquote equal. And the reason I was talking about it there was that parents have to be shut up because the Mara and the Koma. They have to be shut, they have to be silent, their ability again, their voice, their height,
he's just a really funny guy.
Then they should go into more technicalities. If one of the parents was a vegan, now she points out that they're missing a hand, an amputee, or together, or the people who know that they can't walk, or even or eat, or small, or blind, or Jewish, or parents showing definitely. They don't know what's so the child can't become Ben Solomon. This is a technicality. Now, why is the Shema? Because listen to this. The tough sumo on the people, the Prophet says his parents will grab him from a bigger, obviously, or to grab him in his hands. So if they're missing a hand, then I'm not going to myself, kid can't become a Ben Solomon. Well, see also, they will take him out, so they probably can lack a leg, lack an ability to go and remove him. They can't take him. They will say, the parents will say, below those not if they're mute. The name is that you have to identify this son for no sin, and not parents who are blind. And they don't show me at the color. They say they have to say the son doesn't listen to our voices. For low function and not mute. Not the mute. Not the the social, the market also. The one that is so remote, so then there's Hasra. The one who first the presence of food, and then ultimately notes the markers afterwards. Because of the kill, right? So I was like, interesting, because here it's used as something new. Apparently, it was like a Hasra. They wanted a kid about me very well from the food. That's so good. Apparently, the way it works is like this. The child, the young man, still purchases and the wife conforms to all of the criteria that we established in the last couple of times. Parents learn the regular days of food, and then again, they taught them. If you repeats the behavior again, that's when it becomes a Ben Solomon. Because of the kid cells, that's when it's show. If he goes ahead and repeats this behavior, then he is judged by these what which makes sense because God, this is a capital case. They are his self, Hashu, Sham, Shoshar, Sham. But again, he's only still, he's only executing. Part of the behavior of 23 consists of the the original three, were essentially judged him for that was have to be part of his husband version of 20. Which the name is because they have to say the parents are really like this son. This son means the son that was born in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed for becoming Ben Solomon. You've got a Shnak Shamsi, what you see here, or even Kraf. Keep it safe. I want to say what you see here is something very interesting. That halakha myself, when a pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, I want to say, what does this mean? So you look at a like this. If you look at this pasuk by Solomon, right, so the pasuk says, the top super of the video is very much taken at him. From see also of the 62, they'll shine the come out, and you will take them out right to the base. And they say, now you notice what's happening over here. If you notice, there's a very visual interpretation of the pasuk.
We've been talking about the body shots.
They have to be able
We've been talking about this
when you look at this pasuk,
it's still not
one could have also used
sponsorships.
But
I'm more interested
I don't know
now.
if the pasuk is such a literal sense, but clearly,
Do you think that's like Shabbos?
you should understand it in a literal sense. What do you see from your Shabbos Miyot? But you know, crush to the sit. You have to follow a pasuk as well to get a change. The Gemara says, "Shiny, this is different. Shiny Hava, why on the base? See what making progress. Shiny Hava." 71 B. The Kulit brought in the same level. So as I said, this is different because here, the pasuk itself is written in such an elongated form. Kulit brought in the same level. The Matzi in the said also, Shana here, when you shout, you were cleaning out this whole thing. So grab all you can just say, you take it to the base, gone. The fact that the pasuk is really such long here indicates to us that there is a hakapaga. Thomas telling us that the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and inability to do so prevents the kid from becoming cerebral. Okay, that's what they showed up, and we warned him.
I like how it's like a dramatic
why do you three Patrice out here? Why do you have her for a three?
What is going on?
Two witnesses
Now there's a
the most can also be in the shlosa. You know, it means it like this. You're right.
That's British chop. That's somebody else.
Even Malchus,
It is British chop.
because he represents a big
I see. So it's a
whoa. Malchus says sort of more epic. Where can you ever see Malchus by that sort of more?
So they're like,
the only thing you ever see by that sort of more is what? His execution. Where are you getting Malchus from the Ben Sora Mora? Because they have a not even the Yisru, so saying you can see a Shabbat. So the Yisru, so it says the Yisru also, the Yisru Ben Sora Mora, and then it says the Yisru by Malchus. And then the Yisru then, Vayan and Apostle. So essentially there's a Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Sora Mora. It teaches us that first time offender, right? First offender Ben Sora Mora, yes, Malchus. Okay, incredible. You must discover the kill you don't have to. So again, Ben Sora Mora once again repeats his negative behavior again. So you judge this time you don't go to Israel because now it is effectively capital. Okay, so the Gemara says highly boile zeh. So similar darshins, the name is zeh. That's how the Gemara darshan. That's how catch me from the shop. That's what's happening. Highly boile zeh. Now remember again, we use that zeh. That's the Gemara darshan to teach us what. The Allah for the parents have to have sight in order to become a Solomon. So how are we now using that same exact for the structure? My name is Zach. That's what you're going to do. But it says in the name of Zach. I'm not healthy. So when I say Zach, teaches me to convert to it. It teaches me number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become a Solomon. And number two, that the original creed to serve as the basic for Malchus have to be part of the vision of 23 for execution. Incredible. Mishnah, or actually,
anybody that saw that said by
the beginning of the soil more so yes. But this one was interesting because like a window, what's the window? It has to be like a cut on some of the leash, which essentially is you go become that soil lower. Immediately upon reaching the goal. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah is a very interesting point of view. Let's say a kid is accused of being a cerebral. And when he is, and when he is brought to the he's up being to a court, whether it's where you could be a judge of cerebral. And then what happens? He got away from everything. He right away, he skips and everything. Actually, he might do it. Before the verdict was passed, that was hot, and then what happened? They find him again, they want to bring him back to Beis Din. But by the time they bring him back to Beis Din, he is further physically matured. What's that? Parta. In other words, he's aged out from Ben Solar in Moira. And therefore, again, it's an interesting part. Remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time we get him back to Beis Din, he's already too physically mature, right? What we call the kind of actor has already formed. He's free on a technicality. When we should remember, this is not a on the other hand, but let's say the kid came to Beis Din, was judged, verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution, and then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, and York should be a possession, interesting detail here. So let's say the Ben York, a non-Jew, the stuck on his part, and then what happens? The Africa is scouts, then he converted, he was pastor. Thank you very much. Why? What's the last conversation? He's holding the framework trees. Remember again when he was in Rashi points out to the so literally translating since his legal ramifications, when his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Taking a look at Rashi, part of the Stein of the Stein of the he would make current of the Echad, with the Dayan Echad, with the Asra. You know, other than Asra, so as a Ben Noah, right? Ben Noah is judged.
guy versus
one
judge,
like one judge, and no hasra. A Jew is judged with the basis of 23, hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now we converted, since his legal framework changed, therefore what he's doing is halacha changed as well. Incredible. So you might say, Baruch Ashram Mignagira. So let's say, I'm just going to see to support the same idea. If the guy saw more, he received before the verdict was delivered, the other casting could set up a tax code cutter. And before it would have been counting, then exhibiting the signs of further physical measures. This cutter might have a left reason, let me show down your oil stunning, because it changed. Since it physically changed, and therefore what? His being changed as well. So she wants to have a shiny papa. He's probably hashed a lot of different. Why? Because now he's in a state where he has committed that very same crime, right? As a child, as a young man, with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if you were to steal that same money, and by weekend by one, you would not be right at this stage. That's why if he escapes before the verdict, he'll find him later on, he's going to be brought to so touch them. And you should really let you know more of the cash to be set on tax those kind. So ultimately, again, it's a big sort of moral. It's a political verdict, but he ran away from those before he was executed. And then they find him. And by the time that they find him, he's exhibiting signs of further physical maturation. What's that? Now, why is that? This might feel comment, because again, our local race is verdict was passed. You might feel that, but he's already, his verdict was passed in our local race, of course he's going to be right. So what says spouse? What's that? Okay, what is tremendous Mr. Haspelis? Tremendous Mr. Haspelis. So for Ben Noah, if a Ben Noah curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and then he converts, what's that? He's not subject to death penalty. Why? Because again, Rothschild of the world, Rothschild of the world, how will the Ishtar Misasa didn't change, and therefore his death penalty changed. What do you see here? You see something here, this halacha l'maisa, even if there is a certain thing hanging over a person, a certain burden over a person, if you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that thing changes as well. So this is very important to know because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say, again, I'm a person, I committed an avera. As a person who committed an avera, I warrant a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I could go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? How does that work? Because Baruch doesn't change his mind. The Rebbe doesn't change. The Rebbe is perfect. So what does it mean if I'm tied to the death row, I'm tied to whatever the particular ownership may be? How does it work? So what's interesting enough, the way it looks historically is the thing doesn't change. The thing is always the same. What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple marshal. The person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So it's $100,000 a year. You're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So you're in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The thing is the thing. If I remain the same person, and this is the thing, this is where it is. It's a beautiful opportunity we have in life, is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself suddenly again, the judgment that was over here, it's still there. It's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's still remaining over there. And I just become someone different. It's just a whole new set of laws, and a whole new set of reality, and a whole new set of ramifications for the regular self. That's the greatness of change. The greatness of tshuva. A particular self from one chamber to another chamber. It's still not a permanent change.
He's saying truthfully fast.
So the Ben Noah who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu
I know, it's just strange. It's such an aggressive and weird way of like prodding person.
He's not
I think the problem
he's a different person, and then a separate set of people. When we become by tshuva, when we change, when we are with ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. That's the
Brendan
thing
how
in
to
the
tell a
Let's go
joke,
like that.
and Brendan doesn't understand
Don't
this.
touch
So
my
Brendan
Ben
joke
Rothschild,
is
das Camelo,
irritating.
that in the sky
And
park that
it's
seems to
just
this.
constant.
Ben
So
Rothschild,
I guess
the
in
girls
his
that
mind,
hits,
make
it's
a
telling
trainer.
you. What can this is all true? What the White House is telling
He
you.
has to say
And then
that
what
she's
happens?
leaving.
So obviously getting himself into a whole boat of trouble over here. And once again, he decides to convert. Now, what's the easiest thing for this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? But for nice, again, he goes ahead, he goes ahead and converts. What's the level? He's putter, right? He's putter from all of these things. Why? And we'll say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that Halacha L'Maisa, remember, when he converts as a Jew, a Jew who goes ahead and hits the Benoah, or a Jew commits adultery with the wife of the Benoah, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, Halacha L'Maisa says that Benoah is subject to a death penalty. Now, Halacha L'Maisa, he's not subject to these halacha. So death penalties also give you some of this guy either the Benoah hit a Jew, or a Benoah committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he converts, he's still going to be liable. So we're liable. Why? Because again, these are actions that can be committed as a Jew. He'd also be liable. Says in Benoah, he's liable as a Jew, he's liable. Why? Name a horrible Shtani. Right? You know, it's about change. To convert it. You know, we saw somebody, in order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that the din and the death penalty changes. But we saw somebody here, the facts of the judgment will change, but the death penalty still remains the same. It's like that. So the short of that, the science is the penalty itself, but it will kill someone. Says Ben Noach was Sayyid, and now don't see kind of Sayyid. You know, Ben Noach is so close a little while ago. Ben Noach is always executed Sayyid. So as a Gentile, it's Sayyid, and as a Jew, it's Sayyid. Al HSD, for adultery, as a Ben Noach, it's Sayyid. The Hashtag, and now it's going to be strangulation. So it's different. We'll say second right down in the white lines. And now I'm going to say, we'll say, we're talking about here, the adultery, and now I'm going to say, the skilla. Both of Noah as well as the Jew have the constant of skilla for now that I'm not. So I'll check in Israel. Give me the HS cover. I says that he committed this same act with Israel comparable to HS cover. Ella, Kala the Hamura Nation Shekha. So it's like rather we say again, interestingly enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged below or included with a more severe one. I mean, I'm sorry, that's like the Javan said that Sayyid is more common than Khaled. Ella, shouldn't have Khaled common like the Wales, we have all this before. But according to the Jew, it says that Khaled strangulation is more common than Sayyid. What do you say? You shouldn't settle up your kind of Action. Kamisa will be not in the Khaled. But we have to report this. So that's the good enough to go around to hold the help, you know, but we put to death. With that, so there's no each is hard to hash the connect. Sound services that you have to do about change, Israel, and then conversion because when he was a Ben Noah, was a Jew, so it's otherwise he's not kind of back the side. What's happened? According to this, as a Ben Noah, for murder, he would be high and now as a Jew, he would be high Science. So it's not a problem. Come the Kamura nature Shaifa. Again, we see that Science is a more lenient form of that penalty than Khaled. And therefore, one is equivalent to the other one. Let me say, right? So, he lost your time, he lost your scene, he got kicked out of the Khaled. So he was a Tilo the Khaled. The Skila my Kamelo. So she be judged on the Khaled. They have a Skila. Why not with Skila? Lam should have Ishtan. And this is because I love myself to my Nara Murasa. Nara Murasa, all these Hebrew documentation came together. So what Kala? She's judged with Khaled. Right? The Gemara says, why not Skila? Lam should have Ishtan. So she changed from Nara to a the guy came up, Ishtan the guy. In other words, in this case, where the change was complete. We have the open on the tiny people in the Skila. So ultimately, again, so your person says, you write instead, write down subject to Skila. Incredible. What's that? What's the takeaway? The takeaway side, we're a little bit quickly over there. What's the takeaway? Takeaway like this. He's not so loyal. He keeps up to these things. And then he escapes. He escapes. And you find him later on, what do you do with it? So the answer is, it depends. If his verdict is passed, that is speak before execution, when you find him, you execute him. If he escapes before the verdict was passed, then what do you do? It depends. If you find him before he's been done, for fiscal maturation, if he passed the murder and you be killing. But if the escape before the verdict is passed, and now, if you want further signs of physical maturation,
I mean, that is really funny.
Changed
That's almost
his
like
actions,
me.
you can no longer judge him as it is so anymore. There's other cases that, other cases like that, they know because of the Rothschild and then converts, but they know if it goes ahead and it's a strategy or his adultery then converts similar executions people. Let's go. This is interesting. This is not. I feel like it should have been at the beginning of this entire pattern, but we're going to do it. So, he's not changed so far.
Are you attracted to, Shad?
And then Solomon is executed, not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we have discerned he is going to become. He was a Yomos Zaka Yomos Kai, ultimately again let him die innocent, and not don't let him die. Kai totally die. The second show shame on our life by no owner, because the death of the wicked is good for them. Because their death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. With Tzadikim, Lalo Hambarabbi, the death of Tzadikim is bad for Tzadikim, and it's bad for the world. And let's see why is death bad for Tzadikim? Why is death bad for Tzadikim? Why? Because the myself, they no longer have the ability to go ahead and perform myself over. Or say life is the greatest gift, because as long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for Tzadikim is a bad thing. Because with the death, you lose that ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. He was sorry, Radio. Wine and sweet. When you're shutting, it's pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if you're shutting are drinking and you're sleeping, they usually means that what? They're not bothering anyone else. It's good. So be occupied with your wine, be occupied with your sleep, and go for it. But Tzadikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Once we have found this is why. Because when the Tzaddik is drinking too much, when the Tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplishing. And if the Tzaddik is sleeping, you're not accomplishing, drinking, you're not accomplishing, that's bad for him, and it's bad for us. And here it is. But this is the life of what we do. Sleeping bad. Sleeping is bad apparently. It feels so good. The time is not good. We want to be Tzaddikim. Incredible. Pizza or shayim. I know the hand by now the older. So it's like pizza means again a little bit again displacement. You must just shatter it. And it's good for the shayim and good for the world. In other words, if the shayim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can't collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So Tzadikim, obviously again, it's not good. Because again, when Tzadikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force multiplier. So for a shutting pizza is good, ultimately for Tzadikim, the rest is also pizza is really very scattered. Pizza also used, sometimes I will say, no, a person could be a way too graphic place. Like a million different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, real experience, things like that, it's very disjointed, it's very disjointed, and it's very hard to accomplish something when you're not self-essential. Really what the pizza represents, what pizza, let's do the opposite. It's the opposite. You know, it says kilos. Kilos, when you're showing all the Hamburg, so kilos means gathering. When they're showing up together, that's bad for them and bad for the world, obviously. Because then they can collaborate. But Tzadikim, but Tzadikim is good for them and it's good for the world. So what's that? This is really incredible. So for Tzadikim, peace with scattering is bad, kilos is good. So of course, you understand that on a Pasha shot level, when Tzadikim are together, that's when people can collaborate, we can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when you're dispersed, again, you can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for people, it's also true to personal level. Sometimes you're like, I'm in a state of peace. Peace means I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish. When you're everywhere. When you're everywhere, because it will say peace means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Peace means there's mindfulness. Peace means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when we focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. But we know when you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of your work
because
is
in my life,
significantly
if I told
diminished.
people
That's
around me,
peaceful.
I'm
Peace
going to
is
start a clothing
multitasking.
company, they
So
probably
just
would
know
say,
again,
I
it's
would
not the
think,
best thing. Kilos
but
is
if
where
I
there's
really wanted to
mindfulness,
do it, they'd
there's
be like, all right,
attentiveness,
fine.
I'm
But then
present.
if I said
When
in
that
my
happens,
clothing
it's good for
company,
me
I'm doing
and it's good for the world.
mechanics for
Incredible.
everything.
Let's finish up. You might say, shut up, but shut up, we're already over. Tranquility. Back to the shine.
Yeah,
When
someone would tell me
you
no.
a lot more damage
And
and
I
back
have
to
the
the
right
right.
time.
Right when you're trying to shut it. Tzadikim, Hanor Lahem, Hanor Lahem. For tzadikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more. And obviously, if the tzaddik can accomplish more, then it's good for the tzaddik. And it's good for those. But there's so much to discuss about this Mishnah. Right, for a different time. Top of Ayin being 72A. 7 minutes for time now. I'm not saying we are. If you need to shop, because the days, because they sold a Mora has stolen money and has purchased some, you can purchase some wine. He shouldn't execute it. So I said, you know what, everybody here told us something to show Ben Solo Mora. Yeah, the Torah knows what is going to happen with Ben Solo and Mora. The Gemara says, why? Why? Shesokli, like Nixon, at a certain point he's going to finish all of his father's money, and the Bakashtu, but he's going to want to sustain him. He's had this at least 40, and he's not going to be able to. So that's it. I just dropped him last time. He's going to go out and he's going to become a robber. He's going to become a robber. I'm going to tell you, Yomos Zakai Yomos Tayyip. The Torah says, let him die innocent. And always remember, as Mr. Mora, has he done something bad? Yeah. Because it deserves death. No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately says, you know what, kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. He says in Shatzadikim, because the death of the Shah is good for the Shah, can kill this kid before he goes out and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. And I said, this is so fascinating. So this part is back. And so remember, this goes back to yesterday's that where we saw the Machlokes, then so what happened, did not happen. So remember all of this together. So that's the whole Machlokes. And I said, instructing, what is it? What's the whole Torah saying? He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase more. And we're figuring he finishes his father's money. He's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. Maybe he'll manage a hedge fund. I don't know. Why do people not going to assume that he's going to continue stealing in order to support his habits? So I'll say, what do you see from there? What do you see from there? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over here. So because this kid is never worked, there's one thing that he's an industrious young man. He likes nice things. When you see kids like this, who like nice things, so what happens? What do? They hustle. I said, hustle. Once nice to meet you, nice one, nice good. Okay, you know what? That's fine. Working hard for it. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who steals or is a habit. You develop that kind of mindset from when you're young, that you might the Lord owes me something, and you go and you support yourself for other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah. And that's a midah that's not going to be good. That's the kind of person that when I was out, he's not getting a job. You know what he's doing? He's doing work. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the needs of the Lord. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. Listen, you know the worst midah a youth could have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magia, you know, it sucks. Sometimes people don't point it out. That you respect. There are no rights. There's no bill of rights in Judaism. Right? And they have it there. Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. There's sex and some of the rights. But in Yiddishkeit, there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because the youth should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds strange to me. It's actually people do owe you something. People owe me a price. I told you that we did. The problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is you'll be profoundly disappointed. Profoundly disappointed. So if you feel entitled, everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt, you're going to get things over. Walk around, you know what? No one owes you anything. No one owes you anything. Don't walk around with my idea. Entitlement. I said, once again, in marriage, don't walk around thinking that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. It's beautiful if they do something to you, and then when they do something, you feel such a profound weight of cause. That's beautiful. But again, you can dispose with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's just happening over here. You know what's real danger for that sorrow? Well, it's not the movement, it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with a feeling of entitlement in all of your life relationships and become much happier in all areas of life. But Tzaddikim ultimately again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, this is just repeating what we saw in the show, Yayin, sleep and wine are good for a shot because then they're not causing problems. But wine and sleep is not good for the Tzaddikim wine because they get from Tzaddikim if they're drinking or sleeping, they're not good for tranquility is back for Hashem, back for the world, because it gives them time to use all of their imaginations. But Tzaddikim, Tzaddikim is good. Tzaddikim is good. So again, scattering. Displacement is good for Hashem and good for the world. But Tzaddikim, Above Maktas, what's the switching gears? Above Maktas is a thief. Above Maktas means a thief who comes in secret. And that's when literally Maktas, the way that she understands it, the way Gemara understands it over here, is a thief who comes in through tunnels. Literally, they're digging a tunnel right from somewhere into the house of the person who wants to rob. So above Maktas, we don't actually solve it. So it's about if somebody does do something, it's not going to make any case, it's not going to make secrets. You don't accept that if somebody breaks into your home, tunnels into your home, you'll have to show that. You have to show that. Let's see why that is. You must have something. The thief is judged based on what you believe he's going to be able to do. Above Maktas, you should have something. So let's say you don't go into my home. And we're breaking into my home, we broke a barrel. Also, so what's up? The beach broke up on China. If I'm not allowed to tell you that we discussed the parameters of this, then you're going to break the tires of breaking the barrel. We're inside the very part. But if I dare you're allowed to do anything, then it's part of breaking the barrel. So listen, that's a key to go out and do. Because he's not allowed to tell you this is kind of that part of it. That's kind of the person going for these public for financial damages. Send you I'm another one time, not my time, but tell us. We're saying now, one is that you're allowed to tell someone who's breaking to you. Like after all, again, the person is a thief. He's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So let's listen to this. People don't just let other people steal their stuff. Like, in other words, that's my stuff. And I'm going to defend my property. But I'm a rebel, so a thief knows that. A thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore the thief says, I'm going to Zona Kailafai, or Shopically, you're going to watch every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his home. And therefore, what does that mean? Every thief therefore is ready to do what? Show the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, and again, what's this is a thief. This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. And therefore, the thief becomes a logan. So halacha l'maisa again is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says if somebody comes to try and kill you, halacha l'maisa, you'll have to kill the person. That's about the Maktaras. Incredible. So when it's Amurad,
Come on, guys, give me a one.
that's a that's a and Allah again, he gets out, and he takes stuff with him. So that's the situation that says Reuben doesn't have to return minors. Doesn't have to return it by my time up. It doesn't return it. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a road. He's Chayiv Nisa. So because he's Chayiv Nisa, therefore he's part of for any type of monetary law. Therefore he doesn't have to return that. He gets out alive. He gets out alive, and he takes my stuff. He doesn't have to return it. By the way, very similar. Like you have this remember, like the constant doctrine, like this idea that people defend their home, and there's an understanding that in some ways, I don't know what you're going to say, oh, you know what, it's just stuff. It's just stuff. No, yeah, it's stuff. You know what it is stuff. And you know what? It's my stuff. And I look for it, and you did it. So I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home, and the world recognizes that as well. But you're not trying to ask what exactly what right? Expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, now, you are like, he's standing over here, I'm going to defend my home, he's going to defend my home, and therefore you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. So Rothschild said, there's a big wild thing around. So he said, Reuben breaks into my home, and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rather than going after your back, why? Because halacha said, since he's subject to death penalty, that's why he's part of any type of monetary compensation to keep my stuff. So let's think it makes sense, but let's say the object is no longer in existence. So he stole something and then it broke. He's not tied to financial restitution. I'm not talking about the object gets back. It's not true. I'm not doing that. Let's see. The object is still doesn't have to do subject to death. He's not subject to any kind of financial compensation. And therefore, the object is not used to be with rishos. What says below? I said that's true. This is too late over there now. It's not true. When you say that the object is in the rishos of the feed, that's for only if something happens to it, the feed is responsible. But if Allah an obligation of return, of course, the item is still stand for the feed and give it back to the owner. So you have that shell is very different than the shell. So what's that? It's one thing that's over here. It's this interesting thing with the Rabbi. So Rabbi says if the thief gets out of one object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rabbi says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course, the thief has to give it back. So she was up on this. He comes in, bites surreptitiously, and he breaks it out. That the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in these circumstances. We see what those circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable to be damaged to the battle. But again, if Allah comments on allowed to kill him, then he's not trying for financial compensation about the battle. But how to make a shooter, that leads to this whole discussion. It's happening already, so he broke the barrel.
What's this to do like over there?
There are local amounts of I'm not allowed to go to the even though we broke the barrel, even though we broke the barrel, we're still going to be high. So what's this sheep? That's not it's massive because it's damage. I'll come out on that finish. So even if you did it without cover, it's still going to be high. It's like your son gets covered up. I'll done what you want to do. But the person is only responsible for damages that damages that they cause. Whether they have intention for it or not. So to me, no. The Gemara says, Adam will be over them, show me the honest name, but that's it. There's always more to be right. Gosh, you're right. I don't know what to do with this. So, Master Rabbi, I go and teach the Shabbos Chayim, which I introduced many times. Person really steals my money back on Shabbos. Let's start off. So, Chayim, should Chayim again call him Shem on the day of Shabbos, and then normally again. Now, what's that look? So, Ruben steals my purse on Shabbos, then what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening over there. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, little Shabbos. Remember, little Shabbos and Chayim Nisa. But I don't over here, he's counting the budget. Why? Because the real simultaneously. Why do simultaneously? What is the theft occur? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chol Shabbos occur? When he picks it out of imagination. Because he was simultaneously, there's no clear to grab in the day, and if I look around, he's counting the both. You know what it says? Hugging the guy of the Yosef Hunter, but he dragged the money bag out. That was when he dragged it out. Remember, the only Chayim before the neighbor, when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity. Because he's dragging it, but the moment that it crosses my threshold into Rosh Hashanah, both theft and the Chil Shabbos occur together. Sorry, it's just and the book says, and if the thief is higher himself, it steals an object and gets rid of the object, he has no obligation to return it. Now, Rabbi and everyone else is in contention about that. That doesn't make any sense. And now, Rod's logic is absolutely right. Since as a thief, your liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is not sitting in your land. Rabbi and everyone else is talking about. I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is missing, there's no one who should have a restitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, or slapping with a bat, so that's the only of it's Rabbi, it will make you not to talk about. That's what he said. Rabbi was a and Rabbi had a gold stone right repetition. Someone followed him to his if it's going to stone for that, but Jews were there, he's got to change the heart. And he wanted to be back. But that's how Rabbi would not accept it back. Why? Hold it up if we figure it out. Since Rab said his piece, Rab said his piece. Now let's remember it again.
Mr. Aquarius, you happen to be there?
So when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rab's statement, and Rabbi says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha l'maisa. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. And listen, I just want to point out is halacha l'maisa, though. Just to be clear, we don't ask him like Rab, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object and gets away, halacha l'maisa again, he's going to be liable, but now technically speaking, obviously you can't kill him after the fact, right? But l'maisa again. If the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if Ruben came in, stole my object, he gets out, and then we find the object. If the object is still in existence, halacha l'maisa, we don't pass like Rab, we pass like Rabbi, and halacha l'maisa, the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. So the pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief. If the sun, literally again, if the sun is shining, the Gemara says, I don't understand. If he Hashemish Allah the is the sun only shining on one person? What's the meaning of the pasuk? Ella. In Baruch rather, what it means is like this: if you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun that the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. But if you're not absolutely certain, I'll target you. Don't kill him. Now listen, now watch this. That's Brisa 1. Brisa 2, Tanya Ida. In Baruch HaKishemesh the Shalom Imach, the same Muslim says like this: if it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But it's not as clear as the sun.
Okay, so how much money do you have in your
These are two dramatically different rights. So let's say rights number one essentially says like this: the only way you're allowed to kill someone is it what? Is it is as clear as the sun that they're going to kill you. But if it's not as clear as the sun,
This is Raymond coming live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas. We're bringing up in front of Joe County. Jennifer, comedy. It's
gracious, how exciting is this? You guys happy to be here or what? Sounds amazing. We are brought to you by Shopify. This is indeed the #1 live podcast in the world. Before we get to all the chaos, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Kill Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, Dallas, March 20th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great city of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Granbury, March 20th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode or what? Okay, every single week I book this Mamma Jamma. Doesn't get, I mean, this is just so amazing. Two of our favorite guests in the history of the show. Make some fucking noise for the great Sal Volcano and Greg Fitzsimmons. Oh my very exciting stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Sal Volcano is on tour. SalVolcanoComedy.com. He's doing the Ryman Theater in Nashville. He's got a brand new season of The Impractical Jokers coming out on TBS Thursday. On TBS, and his podcast, The New Shoot, is available at our great Fitzsimmons, one of the greatest guests in the show's histories. TouringFitzDog.com. He's in Philly, Lexington, and Houston. Coming up very soon. How you guys feeling? Excited to be here? So excited. Hell yeah. I'm fucking excited. Are you guys excited? Hell Tina's loved The Impractical Jokers. This lady is screaming Sal's name over and over again. Little fucking Georges love you, Sal. You guys know how the show works. 300 plus comedians are stacked on top of each other in a bar right next door. And if I pull one of their names out of this bucket, our trusty Mrs. Foods grabs them, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted on stage. You have time to hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. It's loud and annoying, cuts them off, and then I conduct an interview. We find out more about their real life or their careers or anything that I find interesting about them. I'm so excited. It sounds great. Have you guys literally just does not get any better than this.
Because ready to kill me, therefore what I had the halakha reason to kill him first. But when you were like, only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only example of that is like a father. Like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life. As long as you know it's he's one of us at night, both by Shabbos and by weekday. And yet in this one in the day, then the problem with Shabbos is good. So it's also ultimately the highest in the mouth of the life of the feet. But it's Shabbos and weekday. That makes sense. Not only the qualification, it's just solid family.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed the 2024 Guest of the Year. Dr. Phil is here, ladies and gentlemen. Red, we're around some trees. We don't need any more red bands out there. Wow. Dr. Phil is throwing out magna condoms. Let me open. I got more of the Delta Lounge. Dr. Phil live in the flesh. Literally recognized as one of the greatest guests in the show. Well, what was that? Oh my goodness gracious. We didn't even get to hang out yet. How'd you get those? Wow. Sad to be back to. It's been way too long, Dr. Phil. You've been out selling out all around the fucking world.
We're going to Australia and Canada next year.
That's right. Sorry, this year. Wow. That's a wild thing that's happening.
I'm excited.
Wow. It's wild, bro.
You do. We're going to see right here.
Very exciting. Dr. Phil is here live in the flesh. Your great vitamins and Salmon Canada. This episode is brought to you by Shopify. My goodness. Maybe what the start to this show. I mean, that's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, fucking Joe Walker.
Yeah, we
Didn't quit.
We absolutely do. We shake them up before the show to add vibes and energy to the show. It's all squirting and squirt. That's what we call that. So what's amazing is that while this is an incredible, perhaps one of the greatest starts of the show ever, we take it one step further and have the first comedian be the record holder for all-time appearances, normally the closer of the show. One of the few living members of the Kill Tony Hall of Fame. Some people call him the Memphis Strangler, the Manila Gorilla, Tacoma, the Weirdo of Washington. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery. My mother was watching the news the other night, and she heard people talk about doxing one another. She goes, honey, what is doxing? I said, oh, it's when two guys get in a ring and punch each other with their dicks. The waiter walks out and goes, who ordered the amberjack? I raise my hand, and he sets it down in front of me. I look, and I say, wait, this has whiskers. Have I literally been catfished? Can you imagine if you were a flat earther, like a depressed flat earther, and one day you tell your flat earther friends, I really can't take it anymore, I'm just going to walk this way and I'm never going to stop. And they're all like, no, don't do it, no. And then around 80 days later, you show up from the opposite direction, and you're in a hot air balloon, and you're like, guys, y'all are never going to believe this. Okay, that's my time.
However you can execute it. I didn't know. So I was going to
because the earth is round, Tony. That's why you show up from the other end, right?
Just kill them.
But that would mean that it's not flat. Right, it would mean it's round. It's proving, it's saying to his friend, it's ultimately teaching his friends that the earth is round. Right, it's kind of like a passion play. Oh my gosh, Tony, I'm so nervous. Seriously, going up first, I love it. It's literally my favorite thing, but I'm so nervous right now. It's really, I'm up there to hang out and whatever, and oh my gosh, here we are. So I love it. I love it. Out of your comfort zone, proof that you can do it all. You got the show started with a bang. And Tony, I do have to say, I finally been in a horrible funk. I'm still actually in a pretty bad funk in my brain, but I've started going again. And I'm 65 fucking miles to pass 6 days. Very good, William. That's 10 miles and some change per day. Yeah, listening to fucking Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness by Smashing Pumpkins all the time. Great Fitzsimmons.
Well, it's just great that you're. I know you guys have a long history of that as well, but it's good to see that you're growing. How's the AIDS going? It is not going good. That's part of why I'm in my funk. I messed up when I was in Vancouver last year. I allowed this guy to have sex with my ass, literally with my ass. Seriously. I know, it was fun. I was kind of in a funk. I was in these bad funks, and the puzzles don't help. Nothing really helps. But when I was having sex with that guy, it was crazy. That was fun, right, man? What was that noise? Yeah, that noise. You would have been making in the corner, right, man? When you're watching my ass, you fucking weirdo. That's exactly what you would have been. Just in the corner where you're fucking tank top. Fucking nasty weirdo. Your little blue tank top. Yeah, have you ever seen it, Tony? Where that little blue fucking tank top with these little swim trunks? And he has the little bad boy, and he's showing everybody pictures of his fucking rubber skis. Stop doing that. Seriously, stop doing that. He's doing that in the fucking green room before we even started tonight. I heard why I'm nervous, Tony. I did walk by and you were showing somebody a picture of a foot. Was that your girlfriend's foot? Yeah. Introducing anytime Greg's around, Jim shows her foot. Wow, this is not a great start for Greg. No, there's certain things that stay in the green room. Yeah, we're able to take it to the green room. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Now I have to cut them off. Oh my goodness. I love it. Williams. You've been growing again? Growing, trying to hopefully please come back. I promise if I've been to a city before, I have a whole different set. It's mainly new jokes. I've got to get my tickets. I got to get better at marketing. Tony is good. I got to figure it out. Yeah. Well, would you just call me a nacho guest? Or what did you say? You should say everything. You should encourage your woman to say everything that comes to the front of her brain, sir. You're doing a really good job. The Lakers had always a dead giveaway for not having your woman under control. Fucking redneck throwing Greg under the bus. Weird of you, dude. Seriously. It's really weird. Why'd you? William, I get what's happening with you right now. You're getting fired up, you're getting angry, you're getting more red, which I didn't think was possible. Yeah, everyone out. Come on right now, where can we get some of it? But look, it looks like full nachos. I see it. Yeah, maybe you're right. You're right. All right, Sal, that's not how this works. You guys all see those little nachos? We all see the nachos. It is an incredible mess, William. What are you wearing, Corey? It is award season, and the world wants to know where do you get a vest like that. So I literally clicked into eBay.com, my account. I put in vintage 90s Columbia vest large, and then I get a bunch, and then yes, this nachos was not in the keyword search. No. Wow. There's the red eggs. They look like nachos. They do. He is absolutely incredible. William, always a master of style. It is a nice vest. I'm like you're about to do the safari of the kids were in the list. She's in it to the game again. So I want to compliment you on the you look like a tour guide at Epstein Island. Walks you off the dock and you pull up on the web issue. Okay, everybody come in here. It's just Rabbi and jacking off with all the fucking you weirdo. Wow. Well, William, you got the show nice. You got the show started with a fucking bang, my friend. Right now, it's a great. William Montgomery showing us how it's done. Now we go to the bucket, everybody. Oh my goodness. Oh! Dr. Phil getting his own book delivered to him. That is incredible.
So what's number one?
You are a marketing genius. Philip C. McGraw, PhD. You and me. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. I'm talking about that in my book. That's right. Page 73. 73. You're right. Get the fuck out of my garage. All right.
to the bucket we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your first bucket home tonight is Sancho Pancho Villa with an uninteresting.
What's going on? Hell yeah. So even though I'm 5'1", I am in smaller women, and so that can be hard. So I got my shoes that make me 5'3". Don't believe me? We'll call this mic stand 5'3", and now we're at 5'1". But even with the shoes, like the women are starting to hit, it's still hard to hit on. Like I was hitting on this one super tall girl, she was like 5'5". And she looks down at me and she's like, boy, you're so short, you would have to go up on me in the bed. I'm like, that's a weird way to ask, but people step back and look. I'm like, girl, what do you think I'm wearing this shirt for? I'm trying to eat my way to your heart, you know what I'm saying? But on the same note, I hate tall dudes who use the short urinal in the men's restroom. It's like, now I'm over here having a tip toe, fucking put my chimichanga on the foot over the rim. Like, how am I going to explain to a girl that I got crap from a men's restroom? Like, it doesn't work like that. Hey, I'll punch you, thank you, that's my fault.
Adorable. Absolutely adorable. One of the largest full-grown babies to ever do stand-up comedy, ladies and gentlemen. Giant screen class of babies. Sancho Pancho Villa. You're standing at 5'1", is that what you said?
Yeah, 5'3" with the shoes on.
5'3" with the shoes on. Incredible. When's the last time you measured? Like height what? Yeah. Yeah. When I went to get my driver's license. Okay. Do you have car insurance? Sancho Pancho Villa? Yep, USA. Yeah, right. I'll put it over my rating now. USA. USA. Like the military. Oh, got it. You're in the military. Yes, sir. Okay, absolutely incredible. What the hell were you doing in the Marines exactly? What was your specialty? Man, I was an engineer company, so like we work with generators, we build stuff and blow it up. Like I have more certifications than my cousin. I can do any Texas job. Wow.
I don't know.
Been on the show a few times before. You get very lucky.
I'm
open to tonight.
God, no wonder you do that. Yeah.
Because we're pretty much rocking the same haircut. I feel like, come on, like, shit.
When did you go bald?
I don't know, it's like 19.
So let's try to
That's work out for you. How to get the wrong
friends.
What the
out with those kids.
There you go. Still struggling, obviously. So Sancho Pancho Villa went bald at 19, standing at 5'4".
What do you mean
In this life or past life, for God to treat you like this. And he apparently also made you extremely horny. A lot of your act also to do with women who just say you're hoping you can like you tonight. When's the last time you got laid, Sancho Pancho?
We can go.
Two sides of one. And on one hand,
what was this?
of one. So first of all, take something to be as our cycle.
Just in my hometown.
Unlock to bring down the
This
walls.
one was not the one.
He found out about you. You're very like wrecking others
as well. So how long for
Listen, like the door's already cracked open. I just walked through, you know what I'm saying? Even if it's not like
wine.
What were you guys gonna say at the same time? I was gonna say, yeah, you walk under the crack. You didn't have to go. I was gonna say he walks right through the right. He doesn't have to duck down or anything like that. Work together. We all have different doggy door jokes for you. That's a good sign. That's how you know you're a hot dude. Bring up a doghouse and we're all like,
You're adorable, Sancho. So, you find that there's a lot of girls that are into whatever you are. Women love a confident man. Yes,
for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted barns.
when like do you let it out? Is there a moment ever?
More mundane than
You work out, Sancho? I do. I'm down for now. What have you been doing exactly? Explain to some of these people how big you lose weight. I quit alcohol, so that was a big one for now. Yeah. But on St. Patrick's Day, I dress up like leprechauns. Like, I'm going on the way and I can drink it. And then, yeah, quitting alcohol and then just working out every day. Back to bench 245. That's cool. Bench 245. Yeah. Enough for like a day from last week. If she's not 180, she ain't a lady. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Check your 25 fat bitches are people too.
What's the biggest girl you've ever hooked up with before I let you go, Sancho Pancho? Probably Red Man. Probably she's like 233. Sorry, not to be such a specific weight. Yeah, like you. That's something you do. But down to 233 is a very specific, and that's how much I weigh. That's my free weight. You really think so? Let's get the fucking scale out, everybody. Come on, there it is. Oh, it's too good. Come on, redhead.
I was fully clothed, and that was it.
He's wearing 27 pounds of clothing, everybody. Here he is. Oh, my God.
Real good. I weighed myself like 3 months.
By the way, if a fucking pole gave this many excuses for getting on the
I'm
ground.
just going to say, I weigh about 239.
Okay, all right. Don't get rid of it. You're wearing your now. 233, everybody. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, he's been here for every episode of the show. Sal, read it up for me when it comes up. It just says, all right. It says, ouch. Okay, do you want me to report that? Yes, report it.
251.
That's right, folks. He's wearing 17 pounds of clothing. What do you mean? Sancho Pancho, get on that thing. Let's see what it says. Alright. I'm gonna take my shoes off now. I'm gonna take my shoes off.
There's no drive.
193. Now, what do you mean you weighed in today? What does that even mean? Oh, you're right. This thing is pretty heavy. Yeah, okay. Not 165. 164.6, everybody. What is this? Kill Sancho Pancho. Give it up for me. That's about 10 pounds. You're right. I'll give you 10 pounds. Maybe.
Give yourself a joke book, Tony.
Thank you. There's a lovely Heidi, everybody, and Sancho Pancho. Sancho Pancho. What size joke book did you get last time? You said like, oh, that small joke book is the same size as the big joke book. That's right. You got a small one? Yes, sir. Today, you're getting a medium one. Let's go. Sancho Pancho Bio, everybody. There you go. And the show is off and running. You weighed in at 233 today?
No, 239 today.
239. Were you naked?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's a lovely Heidi, everyone. A lot of trains coming tonight. You guys having fun out there? We got Dr. Phil Gray, Fitzsimmons, and Sal Volcano, everybody, and a shit ton of water, and it's a shocking amount of water on the table. Hey, this podcast is sponsored by YouTube. Guys, let's be real for a second. Why comes from exactly that's not possible. Why? Let's just raise up. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, a revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Most food bills focus on blood flow. Blue Chew Gold provides ingredients for circulation. Plus, alcohol needs oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection from the inside out. It's not just about functioning, it's also important to physical and mental. That gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working. It's plus 24 confidence and almost level of readiness. This is the future. It's faster, smarter, precision engineered for results. Get started today with Chew.com and see what millions of interest cover. Now, gold, cheap, gold, standard, upgrade. It's changing the game for good. Good, bad, I'm telling you, Blue Chew provided the best. Trauma treatment out there. They do this work to see you, man. It's not a trophy. Let's make it true. Make life easier by getting harder. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. With special deals for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month. Blue Chew. Code Tony. That's promo code Tony. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and more safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Hey there, this podcast is sponsored by Shopify. This late at night, you're scrolling through your feeds, and all of a sudden you see that one product that you click on the link at the cart. Maybe you can shop around a little more kindly hitting checkout as you regulate your address. You realize you don't have to return anywhere near you. That's when you see it. That it has all your information saved. Making checking out as simple as a tap on your screen. Shopify is the best business tool out there. See, get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand's style. Shopify is helpful AI tools that write product descriptions, page headlines, and even enhance your product photography. Get the word out like you have a marketing team behind the scenes. Best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert with class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping and processing returns and beyond. Some seamless cards so they have your sales abilities that with Shopify in their shopping button. Sign up now. $1 per free trial today at Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. That's Shopify.com/GoTony. Shopify.com/GoTony. Absolutely. Your next fucking poll goes by the name of Mario Zapata, everyone. Mario Zapata. Hell yeah! A lot of crazy stuff going on in Minneapolis. Why's everybody mad at all the sommeliers? Kind of what they want a lot, but that's cool, whatever. Don Lemon recently got arrested. That shit's crazy. Just goes to show you when life gives you lemons, get legal aid.
That was a very late They had to decide about
I know he did, but whatever.
You don't want that
ugly guys.
What
is the difference between a Jewish person
they have to eat over there? So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time. But you're going to keep a
and an
very
undercover
simple
cop?
menu over here. So there's a hot restaurant,
You may never know you were talking to a cop.
That's the big deal.
Alright guys, I think the reason the word retarded is such an offensive word is because so many people are. You can see it everywhere. That's how school is. Say, get your MS in business. I'm like, oh, it's very important me with local school classes. Can you imagine standing in front of everybody going, this is built on a solid foundation.
That can't transform it into an solar.
Alright, Hey, Mario, Pocahontas. It's your first time on the show? It's not. Oh, but it's not. You should look different or something. Yes, I recently started shaving my head because I was looking like a Jellicus Barbie doll. Okay. Impossible. You couldn't do that. At any point, you couldn't do that.
Yeah, well, if I it's really like I was about to shoot up an anthropologist or now, what I mean by that is I came in for a minute there I thought you were running for office because you just keep being like too many Jews, you know.
Yeah.
And you said, what was the last thing you said?
I need the reason the word retarded is so bad that so many people are.
Right. How do you feel about that joke? When you say it out loud to the silence, does it
I did, dude. I know a lot of retarded people. Sal, what do you think about this?
Well, I like that you had topical stuff, so you're writing your stuff, and I like that you really went into our jokes. You really did. I will say that, you know, I noticed that you told everybody to buckle up before the jokes. And then you really didn't deliver. Just be mindful of that. You didn't know when to buckle up, like, because the inference was that you were going to blow that fucking balls off with your next joke. And then it was really just a you know, hard type of joke. And it's funny, I never thought you would tell someone to buckle up. That's the next one. And then basically just a very mellow joke after that.
That was more for me.
Well, your catchphrase, I just feel like coming out saying something sassy.
That's so sassy. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's a catchphrase. Yeah, buckle up, guy. Hey, buckle up.
Yeah, let me say something. You know, you said that buckle up and then it felt awkward. You just recently feel like said it was a little curvy. And when you're on a plane, they tell you to buckle up because things aren't going to go according to plan. Just kind of
Buckle up, folks. Yeah, hell yeah.
but you do have confidence in that. Buckle up, everybody. Jewish people will let you know.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going into next. You're good at spotting Jews. That's no, they usually tell me pretty quickly in a conversation. They tell you they're Jewish. Oh, yeah. Where are you talking to these Jews? Exactly. Wherever I go. Wherever you go. They're everywhere, right? I mean, like, I don't know. Like, oh, that sounds bad. Okay, I'm starting to see why this guy shaved his head all the way.
Yeah, keep talking, guys.
Let's go weiter. Auch on the middle straight by Schatten dran was. I'm about. Auch Basser on. International Soda is great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Soda. It's gotta be flesh. It's gotta be meat. Right? So he goes there and he steals money. And then you buy a schnitzel, right? And that's not going to make you into Ben Soda. Hi, we're going on to what we learned in the Mishnah. All from the middle of the tree for Schatten dran was. You don't have to Ben Soda. Hot to hold has to Ben Soda for a second. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if you stole money and bought non-kosher food, and we'll see why that is, he doesn't become a Soda Mora. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's fowl, then Allah Mysa, he should become a Soda Mora. Tuchma says, no, Kitna must be sick, Lahashvin. So this is fascinating. We'll say, remember, how much meat does how much meat does Ben Soda Mora have to eat in order to go to Ben Soda Mora? Right? Macholkes. First opinion, Mishnah. Right? Tartimar. So let's say, for example, you eat a little bit less than a tartimar. Tartimar, I don't know, minus kizayis. So the halacha is, if he's mashlim the kizayis with fowl with chicken, that can make a Ben Soda Mora. That's the chiddush over here. So you can't eat the tartimar. Ultimately, again, you can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost a tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you mash that, you complete that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you into a Ben Soda Mora. All right, incredible. So we'll say, listen to this. So now the Mishnah said, if the Eastern is a Dvar Mitzvah or Dvar Avera, he doesn't become Ben Soda Mora. So what is that? So Dvar Mitzvah, what does it mean Dvar Mitzvah? Tanchume Avera. Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Now look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi says over here that three lines from about it. Tanchume Avera. Let's say the king, you can't call that Soromor because they're the Soromor yet. The king joins a Yukon Avim, like the halakha is that when Avim come
All right, let's sign up for it. Let's do it. Okay. I mean, people are everywhere, right? You run into different people everywhere. Wow, it doesn't get much more racist than that, everybody. But these people are everywhere. I can't go anywhere without seeing these fucking people. Yeah. My goodness, it's your favorite tablet person. Okay, that's a nice people. Direction changing question you just did, Dr. Let's stick with the Jews here for a second. Okay, let's not shift at all, Doctor. Let me ask you this. You're seeing them everywhere. Is there anything you've noticed a way to spot Jews before they tell you that they're Jewish? No.
So again,
How long have you been doing it? I've been doing a stand-up for 6 years and Right, your own song cards. Do you have any original song? Okay. What notes are they in? What chords? Most of them are in G. Okay. You guys want to play an open G? Let me sing a Super Mario. Okay. They'll follow you. Here we are, me and my best friend, out at the bar, and we're hammered again, and we're talking about all the girls we banged. Both drink until we can't see. Then my friend leans over, and he says to me, hey, I love you, man. You're my bro, and I'm like, yeah, bro. I love you too. The part that's weird for me is he's telling me this while he's rubbing on my teeth. My name is Mario, and you're having a good time at the show so far. Dressed like I'm ready to go. Work the late shift at Home Depot. If you're driving drunk through the Taco Bell,
But the consumption itself technically is
making Mario Zapata hilarious. Mario Zapata. So you did musical comedy, now you just do stand-up. What do you do for? I edit wedding videos, I make porn, and I write. Wait, let's stop right there. When you say you make porn, what exactly do you
before I fucking improvised a shitty song.
Trying to be discreet. Yes. We talked about it last time. I make giantess porn with my wife. Oh, that's right. You have a big wife, and you yes, a tall wife. Okay. Big difference. Yeah. It's fucking up pulling a Sancho Pancho beat out here. Going for the tall girl side. I like to set the bar high. Very interesting. And that's been good for you. Fantastic. You guys are making good money. Have you ever thought about, because those guys probably like the difference in height, right? Have you ever thought about letting Sancho Pancho be a joint that? Because I would charge him in the movie. Probably a lot of it. Where do we just go available on We're getting up films. It's on what is that, a .org or something like that? No. It's on we sell it through Square. We sell it through Square. Yeah.
You don't know the website of you and your wife's porn?
I got everything, dude. Yeah, look it up, Films.gov. Yeah, look that up. You're doing great things. Mario's our second extremely confident Latino in a row. You as well. Mario, you know what? I'll give you a big chunk. Hey, I appreciate that. Did you get one last time? No. Okay, there you go. Well, good catch. It's a little off for us. There he goes. Mario Zapata, everybody. That's perfect, Mario. That's a okie dokie. Well, there you go. All right, there he is. 12 years of comedy experience. There he goes. Mario Zapata, everyone. All right. Our next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Robert Carroll. Here we go. Robert Carroll. Okay. This looks like a new name. Thanks so much for Robert Carroll, everybody.
Fucking Uncle Tony. So, I'm on shrooms. I gotta lead with that. Sorry. What are the odds? It's my second time I signed up. There's no way to get the actual referrals. Give me a little benefit, okay? So I can suck your for the stay at that goddamn hotel. Very nice hotel. You know, how many times can a 60-year-old man jerk off? 38. Answer's 38. 69 would have been funnier. So, mushrooms thing, anybody do psilocybin? Anybody shrooming tonight? That was a bad idea. It's going to turn out fine. So I talked to all these young people, and I'm like, psilocybin is legal now, and they're like, oh, that's so shit, are you microdosing? And I'm like, no, I don't know, what the fuck is a microdose? Is 7 grams a microdose? Yes. Anyway, I'm Robert Carroll, thank y'all.
You gotta love a guy who 50 seconds in says it's gonna turn out just fine. Amazing. You're certainly dressed like you're on a bunch of mushrooms. Someone checks out. Robert, grab that microphone. Let's talk about it. How long have you been doing comedy for?
I lied. This is my absolute first time in front of a crowd and a microphone.
There you go. Okay, you got it. All right, great. You're 60 years old. So what made you want to start comedy now?
I went broke. What? I went broke.
Okay, ladies, stop. Okay, relax. You're the laugh that got out of shut the fuck up. What's going on? The women in this room, sometimes it's unbelievable. They want weird improv troupe. You're in Kamala Ross, lady. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. This fucking one's back now. Okay, Red Dead, very good. Okay, the ladies start heckling if Red Bear's gonna jump in with his fucking comedy.
I understood this.
My God. Okay. Robert, what made you want to start here today?
It's a long story, but going broke in short. Just
How did you go broke? Let's talk about it.
Oh,
Okay, you're on the show.
Decades of working in building construction industry.
Got a little quiet there, Robert. You really fizzled out. Years of work.
Short version is, I just suddenly realized, fucking, I'm 60. If I keep screaming, things will be great. Fuck them. I just literally went nuts. My whole family, they decided to keep me. Maybe. Well, like I said, I think he thinks she's in a bed for the honest. You're tough. You got a tongue I couldn't understand. I wanted to hold that swear. It was a rambling bunch. I didn't leave with how much. I really thought mathematically that I can function at a reasonable level.
Mathematically, your odds are the same whether you're on or not on mushrooms. If you take an overload of mushrooms, that's when you wouldn't sign up.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure that's true here, man. My second time.
You got it. You signed up last week as well.
I did. I was here for the ice.
What would you have talked about last week if you would have gotten pulled? Not on mushrooms. Were you on mushrooms? I was on mushrooms. So your whole plan was just to come out and go, I'm on mushrooms. I hope this goes okay.
It has been working so far.
Where has it been working? Have you been doing other open mics?
My bank account's not really very good, but everything else is pretty sweet. And if you afford that fucking scarf, you don't have to pay
I've been at a few big weeks.
everything's negotiable.
What the fuck did that mean? I'm trying to fucking haggle that from you.
It is possible interview.
That's a you purchase.
Tell us the fun fact about your life, man. You're 60 years old, and all you've said so far is I'm on mushrooms.
Okay, I'm 60 years old. I'm a commercial builder. I'm a grandfather of 3 wonderful grandkids. We had play day Saturday. I was not on mushrooms for that.
Okay. How often are you doing mushrooms?
Often as I can.
Yeah.
I've found that
Are you dealing with some type of trauma or something like that?
well, yes.
Like what? Can you give us something compelling about your life? You have 60 years to reference.
Well, I lost 80 pounds last year. So February the 10th, I and then somebody said, hey, you're kind of funny, and you're kind of, so I was here because I was like, I should be long. Joe Ellis is somebody who Joe said, hey,
You didn't know if you were supposed to mention that you did background work on the show Meanwhile. I would want you to keep that to yourself. Excellent. I'm going to try to follow. I have one other question. Do you put on all the jewels after you take the mushrooms?
I was wearing these things before I was doing the mushrooms. I do wear this pretty well all the time. I mean, I do not see
Is that strictly aesthetic or do any of those things have a certain special meaning?
it's probably OCD. Once you start wearing them, then you're like, oh, fuck, I don't have that on.
How about in your life did you start doing a lot of mushrooms?
Well, I did a lot when I was in college. Recently, my son is graduating from college. He's got a great engineering a year ago.
Let me ask you this. When did you start wearing that type of jewelry exactly? What's around your neck? That type?
2 years. 2 years.
Does that answer the question?
You become turquoise, Mr. T. Jim Bridges. Jim is about to get me somewhere like some pretzel.
Bridges and Jeff.
All right, Robert, I kept you up here way too long.
Well, thank you for putting up with the goddamn it snuck in and they didn't torture me. The crowd was great. I am going to do something like
Yeah. Write a set. Write jokes sometime, and then you'll be back on, and then we'll know something about you.
I love that you're on mushrooms, and now we all feel like we're on mushrooms.
Yeah. Contagious. Dr. Phil's throwing him a magnum condom. There you go. There you go. There he goes. Robert Carroll. There he goes. Hell yeah. It's tripping so hard. I got these old people doing mass amounts of mushrooms out of nowhere. It's insane. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy for any professional support or licensed therapists like psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere, and take control of your mental health. Talkspace makes it easy to start better mental health needs and better health overall. Just like your physical body needs exercise, your mental health needs maintenance and attention. Talkspace helps you build confidence and skills. Our therapists not only listen to you, they provide valuable techniques to manage stress or conflict in your life, helping improve your coping skills and self-awareness. Life is all about how we are in relationship with one another and communication. So Talkspace can help you identify obstacles and create new meaningful connections. Talkspace makes it easy, accessible, and affordable. Plus, most insured members have zero
I love Talkspace. I think they're providing some of the best mental health treatment. I cannot recommend them enough. because therapy is like crazy moments of transformation.
Yeah, you can tell. And as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month. Talkspace. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match your licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. Hello there, my dear friends. It's me, your favorite baby, very nice guy, This podcast is sponsored by this podcast because anywhere where going is virtually impossible to find your perfect therapy. Therapies are handcrafted solutions used to meticulous steps to break complex problems, great stories of experiences on parallel expert staff, complimentary beverages, and customization.
I love my Jacob bags. I mostly wear those for Chelsea boots, and I
It's an incredible day. Wintertime is prime good season. Start the year off right with a new pair of Jacob shoes. Not to mention your other apparel. Navigating leather goods like wallets, belts, and more. Everything in Jacob is crafted with the same attention to detail and timeless style. Shop Jacob's Western goods online at jacobus.com. This store experience of free drinks, chives, and complimentary food to make your family right now. Get 10% off at jacobus.com/Tony. Sign up right now and 10% off. TOPAS.com/Tony. Jacobus.com/Tony. See site for details. Jacobus.
The coach came and shot a meter of other
Make sure it's your next fucking fool. Everybody is free for 4 hours. You guys remember when driving a Tesla made you a Nazi? I miss those days. I like being called a different type of N-word. Which is ironic. I'm from Idaho. That place is full of N-words. I had to go out and buy myself a Tesla Model 3 right, which is what I drive now. See, this year was only fun and silly if you just remember that N-word. So anyway, I see this group of filthy fucking N-words guys outside. And they were headed right towards me because I was screaming out N-word while I stepped back. Yeah, anyway. Not as much as I hate those blonde-haired, blue-eyed.
So first of all, what do you mean split from his mother?
Okay, 50 seconds from Tony Morales. Good job. Anything after Robert Carroll is amazing. Anything after an old man going on that's just incredible. At least you tried, Tony. Amazing. First time? Second time ever doing stand-up. What made you want to sign up?
No, second time on the show.
Oh, it is. All right. How did it go your first time?
It went well. Yeah. I had a full 60 seconds. It was great.
All right. Okay. How long ago was that?
Maybe November.
What did we find out about you then? What was the interview based on?
I had a dog, not that black. I didn't get to pull it out.
Oh.
I had it in my passenger seat.
Oh,
The whole time.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't any really covered in the
expensive wine last time. Expensive. We get this
car. It was. Give us what do you do for work?
I work from home. So I'm just like getting paid. Honestly, I don't know. It's like the documents they come
Miss
in.
Aquarius.
It's like green or red or green.
Yes.
How you living, girl?
Yeah, so people coming over this week, everybody come over and stuff like that. That is real cold, you know. People are cold, but it's good. We just remind him and stuff like that.
My thoughts are simply with you. I know it's not easy.
Your son can't become a
It's Aquarius. My friend came in and we were up till like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We talked for like 15 hours. Yeah, and then I took a little nap. And I thought I'd missed you, and I felt really badly. I'm very glad that I didn't. I know. I'm very glad that I didn't repeat that yesterday. Did you watch any of the Super Bowl yesterday? Sure. I definitely. Have those still been doing the trick? Have those muscle relaxers still been doing the trick? Good.
Very nice, yeah.
Can't become a Ben Solar Umura. Why not? My time is the America, and then I'll show me out the Kolenu. Fascinating, right? That the Pasuk says there is a kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us we need to call Ba'in and Shavin. The parents have to speak with the same voice. So too again, the parents have to resemble themselves. Absolutely, look exactly, but they have to have some level of resemblance, and also resemblance that's almost like what a tremendous Musah skill. What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? Right? Parents have to be shava. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. Disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be shomer bekolenu. Parents have to speak alone. Now, one second, what if parents have differences of opinion about the chinuch of their kids? Okay, that happens all the time. But that's the job of parents to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they're not with the kids, the kids, that has to be done with one voice.
Yes, man, I gotta do everything I can to get them back. I don't want to be rude to people. I'm having a good time, and I mean it's good. I feel loved. It means I've got a lot of friends, and I like spending time with them, so that's good. But man, it can. Oh, come on, it can. Really affect you throughout the day. No, that was bad.
Mother and father have to figure out on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. Kiman Azal Desanya. From where, according to the following opinion, so we'll say, okay, so this is, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. This should be broken up like in 10 blocks. You can't put all of this on one page. It's literally lifted either. So says as follows. Kiman, I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on full knowledge. So if people from other shir told you about the slow pace of our shir, just remind them, in the last 2 cycles, we never finished later with any other shir. Right? So Baruch Hashem, at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. It might not be on a daily basis, but
all right, I'm at 488. We're at 190. I have 12. You have 2.
Why was it just doing this the whole time? So who's it being reflected in the following idea? Ben Sora Umora, it never happened. Lohaya, it never happened, and it never will happen.
Very tough split. And folks watching at home, this might be one of the most difficult splits. But if anybody can get it, it's Mr. Chris. And if she just goes to 2,
it's not saying it can't happen. I think it can't happen. You want to say with probability never has happened and never will happen. So why was it in? Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get schachar. And I just want to point out, the Gemara says, Now, just
You're gonna get
sometimes
these
when
five.
you get that phrase, Drosh
Told you, perfect.
means what?
Come on, come on, give that to her.
Practical that you could do with this, but there is
Another one. DJ
for the sake of Torah learning. But I think that's not what it means. Means you're right. Could very well be that Ben Sora.
Oh, look at you.
Never happened. Never happened. Will never
Look
happen.
at Mr. Aquarius there.
Analyze it. What's the schar?
Give me
What's
this.
the reward? There are
Not what we wanted,
lessons
but I can get the split. I can get it. This is doable. Not like that though. Not like that.
What's the drosh? What's the drosh for Kabbalah schar? So we'll say. So again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah that the whole Yisod Ben Sora Mora is what? What's the whole Yisod Ben Sora Mora? The Holy Sword is Hashem HaAsid. Hashem HaAsid. Ben Solomon is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather, again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. See, I will say, doing something amazing. Do you know what the essence, do you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Solomon is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Solomon? What is it about Ben Solomon? What's the lesson, Kappa? The lesson of Ben Solomon is that once a person makes certain decisions, they can't change. That's Ben Solomon. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy money, to buy, I keep saying meat, to buy meat, to buy wine, right? That's the decision. What Ben Solomon says, you made those bad decisions, you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes along and says, that's not true. Ben Solomon exists as a concept, but practically it's not true. Because there's no such thing as a yid who can't change. No matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you could always put it in reverse. You could always go out and take your life in a different. That's what it means when it says. Listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says. Ben Sora Mora. There's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person who can't.
You and I win, Mr. Aquarius. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
So learn it. What's the reward of us? So what does it mean, Josh? So analyze. So what's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Sora Mora.
You too.
There's so many of us who think I learned about a person who quote unquote can't change. He makes certain terrible decisions and he can't back himself out of it. But that's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. It's only to make decisions, and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means, Ben Sora Umar. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. So what should you do with it? Because so many times in life, we think we can't change. So learn Ben Sora Umar and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Kiman. Kiman Azad the San. You Ben Sora Umar, I will also Leos. Now, George Agavaskar, two things. This Kiman Kabiuda, Sagabiuda. Everybody say, well, Rabbi Shimon, he decided is very interesting. I'm Rabbi Shimon. The king of Nesha, Akalzeta, Tima Basa, the Shasa, Khatsi, the Yaina, Kalki, Arbi Motsilas on the Skila, the Saklo, because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine, his parents going to take him out to get stoned, and a little higher, a little asibilos. That Solomon never happened, and is never going to happen in the future. So why is it here? Josh Mekabaschar. The Lord said, this is it. This is probably the most important line in the entire sugya. It never happens, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Sora? Because that's what Ben Sora is. A kid can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Jirosh, learn it. Analyze it. Kabbalah's Khan, reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I receive the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely, unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan says, 1 second, what are you talking about? It's incredible. Watch this. I'm ready to see it. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Soler Mora. I saw him. The Ashafti al Kivro. I sat on his grave. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to the Lavayo. I saw it. I sat on his grave. Now, why exactly he sat on his grave? I'm not sure the whole discussion about this. Not for now. Not for now. The Gemara says, come on, Aslan. So let's say, so what do you do with this? So Rabbi Yonasan says, there was Ben Soler. So let's say, I think the way it looks is like this. Rabbi Yonasan is not arguing. There never was a Ben Soler Mora, and there never will be a Ben Soler Mora. Rabbi Yonasan is lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Soler Mora. Rabbi Yonasan says, you know what? I've been to many revivals by people who left this world, and they left as a Ben Soler Mora. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You're right. There's no such thing as a Ben Soler Mora. Yet you'd be surprised how many people leave this world thinking that they were a Ben Soler Mora. So I say, one of the most tragic things in life is we leave this world with so many things unaccomplished. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we're really capable of becoming. So I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. I think Rabbi Yonasan is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Soler Mora because change is always possible. But yet Rabbi Yonasan says tragically, according to the Levites, of so many Ben Soler Moras, people who left this world and never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much of Ben Soler Mora. Incredible. The Gemara says themselves, come on, also have the Sanyo. So once his opinion is reflected in the following idea, Irni Dachas. So again, Irni Dachas is a city wiped out of idolatry because of idolatry. Incredible. Never happened, never will happen. So why is it written in the Torah? So when it says, Droj the Kabul Schar, ultimately again to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. And let's say, what does this mean? How could it be that there's never Irni Dachas? As I say, there's no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one tzaddik. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place. Where every single yid who's there is bad. Impossible. It's just not possible that someone's not covered, someone's not holy. So Lord didn't receive a word. Can I grab a lozer? Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Eliezer, Omer, Kol Yir Sheish B'Afilu Mezuzah Achos, Eino Nasi Irni Dachos. So Eliezer says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, it can't become an Irni Dachos. So most of my time, what's the reason for that? I'll recall that's called Shloh Tikvot Al Tov Chava B'Sach Ta'ish. Because what do you have to do in the Irni Dachos? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, the Chayvah Di Yikam Mezuzah Lo Afshad Chsiv Lo Asach Shkin Hashem Lokechem. You have to use mezuzah. You can't burn a mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn a mezuzah? Because mezuzah has the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see if there's even one mezuzah, it can't become an Irni Dachos. It can't become an Irni Dachos. It's impossible that Irni Dachos ever existed. I'm going to be on a Yonasan says, I need to see up. The Ashafti al Tila. Again, about Yonasan says, you're wrong. Is it Irni Dachos? I was there. I visited. Right? I went on tour. Right? I took the Irni Dachos walking tour, and again, I saw the ruins of the city. I saw Irni Dachos. So once again, it's the same result. I don't think the Yonasan is disagreeing. But Yonasan is saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. And they're a group of people who think of themselves as a Ben Soler Mora. They can't change. They become a chavra, they become a chabura, they become a kila, they become a community of Irni Dachos that think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, I'll love the Sanya. Hi, Sanamuga. Hi, all right, but so we have to stop over here. Wow. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I want to say we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. And I said we're going to be great. And I say, you tell me, what can we have skipped? What can we have skipped? Nothing. I say, tremendous training staff. Shkak, everyone. All right, everyone, Zoom. Shkak, everyone. You see the one that says, don't tell me who you are, who your friends are. Oh, I forgot about that. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. I'm sure to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tough Shin Hey Hey. Tell Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a zuchus for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for this morning, Milton Melanie Gertner, for dedicating the shir in honor of the bris of their grandson, Gad Moshe, born to Shira and Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim, Yira Kodesh. Mazel tov to the Gertner Mishpacha, beautiful and Kabbalah. But of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our shir this morning, the Levaya, the multiple Levayos for the Bivas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, that those precious neshamas should have an aliyah. That broken family should experience in the Chama, and that Emir Hashem and Kadosh Baruch Hu should just bring Besoros Tovos, true Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Aleph 71. We are picking up Emir Hashem on Ayin Aleph. There's a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, and we are picking up 70b, 3 lines up from before the lines get wide. Remember again, we left off in the middle of the sugya of Bathsheba giving Musar to Shlomo. And she said as follows. So again, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So she, sorry, it says to Shlomo, you are the son of my neder. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, how you know Dros. So remember again, Bathsheba, context again, Bathsheba is giving Shlomo Musar, that he's overindulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being the prince, you got a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. And she's essentially giving him different forms of musar. So musar number 1 is that people are going to hinge your delinquent behavior on me. Because that's all your father's a tzaddik. So if your father's a tzaddik and you're misbehaving, it must be your mother. That's number 1. Number 2, she said, I went out of my way to make sure that you would be a healthy baby. And now number 3, she calls it Baranidri, the son of my neck. I said, this is incredible. She says, all of David's wives, you know, Joseph, you make the following neder. Give me a son who is worthy of the monarchy. So this is incredible. So all of David HaMelech's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always wanted something different for you, David. What did I want? Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoris. That's the word. We'll say Zoris, alacritus, Zrizos. Give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose, does it with a sense of timeliness, does it with a sense of alacrity. Now, whatever he does in life, he takes it seriously and does it with incredible Zrizos. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah. Bahagun Lemevius, and ultimately worthy of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. And she says, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. I must say, there's so much to be learned from this Gemara. What do we want for our children? So all too often in life, we put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And we often focus on, what we want our kids to do when they grow up. I want to make sure that my daughter is able to be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi, what's a rabbi? An accountant, all different. And there's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do for Parnasa, which of course Parnasa is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Bathsheba wanted for her son and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Give me a son who takes life seriously. That's Zrizos. So I will say, you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the different initiatives in life. There are people who are, Zrizos is a midah, and Zrizos is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Zrizos, that's why again Ramchal puts it so early on in Mesilas Yesharim. When you have the midah of Zrizos, it means that you have a seriousness and covered approach to life. And when people who are Zoris are successful in whatever it is that they do. Mamula b'Torah. Don't be, what does it mean to be mamula b'Torah? To be filled with Torah. In other words, there are different ways you can approach Torah. First, you can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, a lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance, or a person could be mamula. Mamula means I'm mole, I'm fully committed. Hagul Levias is all-encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know, but I would imagine that you have to have Allah minus to be a Navi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Jesus, Mamula B'Torah, Hagum and Nevi'is. Incredible. Elam Malachim, Gumual, Al Malachim, Shasu Yani. So Hashem says to Shlomo, Al Malachim, Amralo, Malacha Itum Malachim, Shosei Mishtakim, Lama Manu Kel. So Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible, you've got the wrong friends. Got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kings who become intoxicated? You know, it's like a king chevra, like a monarch chevra. Why are you hanging out with the monarch chevra? Because they drink too much wine. They have to drink so much wine. What are they saying? What do we need God for? But the king, we're all powerful. We're rose in the sheikhar. And those rulers, they abuse the intoxicating beverage too much. Misha called Raze Olam Glutenlo. Ishte Yain Yishtaker. And you have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed. Should you become inebriated with wine? And Lord will say, remember, we keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to lead into my newfound circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls that are sometimes woven me off my inner kedusha. On the other hand, it's easily abused and easily misused as well. So halacha l'maaseh that Sheva says to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine when you have access to the knower of all secrets throughout the Mishpah? So no matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and anyway show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why waste your time with wine? How do we know that Shlomo did tshuva, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo was Mekabel, his mother's Musar. It says literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. This is incredible. Who's the ish he's referring to? Noah. Shlomo was explaining, again, you might have faulted Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I made myself even more mundane than Noah. And there's not even the proper wisdom of man. Who's that? He's the Adam Arishon. That first Adam Arishon, again, had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech lament that he's not even on that level. Incredible. I'll say, by the way, another tremendous question to ask you. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take Musar. No one likes Musar. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even likes even positive feedback. And come to find positive feedback is often laced with, sometimes laced with some other. You don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them. As much as it stings, they're able to hear it, they're able to inculcate it, and they're able to pivot with it. And God was Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was known as the wisest of men. Gets a punch from his mother. Gets a real punch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, let's go like that. Says the Gemara. I'm Rabbi Abba. So again, that was back then, so I'm Rabbi Abba. So this is very interesting. Ben Soromar, so what we've established in yesterday's daf, right, is again, what he has to, right, or I should say, he's stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now the Gemara is pivoting a little bit, and we're talking about who does he have to consume it with? Who does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi Abba says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikin. Now, what are srikin? Actually, this group of srikin, it's like 3 lines up from where we are in Rashi. Reikin, Shiar Gilu Bekach. So it's fascinating. What turns a person or turns a kid into a Bensor or Mora is not just that he's stealing money, that he's creating an addiction for overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the chevra that he hangs out with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Abba says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikin. Now it's interesting. That's the point. Srikin over there is reikin. Well, what does reikin mean? Empty people. Empty people. Shia Gilul Bakach will habituate him to these type of habits. Aval nish bechabura adam hagu b'chi haikav no mamshich ve'onasa ben sora mora u'bechabura delav mitzvah kama. So most of this is incredible. The other says when it's ben sora mora chayiv only when he's eating the meat and the wine with a group with streaking. I just want to point out over here, it's interesting. If you notice how Rashi defines streaking, he doesn't say like avar yonim, people who go ahead and commit averos. How does he define a bad chevra? Raking. Empty people. Empty people. An empty person may or may not be committing an avera. What does it mean when you're empty? There's nothing in you. There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no she'ifa. There's no pull to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's no zrizos. There's no mamula latorah. There's no hugging in the dias. There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Well, if I have nothing pulling me towards something greater, I'm empty. I'm empty. And what Rashi's saying is, what I'm saying is, let's say, you know what? A chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, because every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us commit averas. But at least, when a person is committing an avera, what does it say about a person? They have a desire for something. Desire for something. Okay, maybe the wrong thing, but desire for something. Raking, there's a desire for nothing. You have a desire for nothing. Just like emptiness, that's a dangerous chabura. So the concern over here is, if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when the Ben Sora or Mora addictions are really facilitated. However, the we learn. The Mishnah said that if the kid is eating his meat and drinking his wine in a chaburas mitzvah, now again we'll discuss what that means, but the pashtos, what that means is he's eating it, and interestingly enough, he's stealing the money, he's purchasing the meat and the wine, but he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context, that he does not become a ben sorar umora. So when it says time out, the mitzvah, now the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of a mitzvah. Halav mitzvah, but if it wasn't a mitzvah, avagav the lav kula speaking, even if not everyone in the chevra is one of the speaking. Hakamash malon, the avagav the kula speaking came into the mitzvah ka'asik momentum. So what's say? So essentially, what we're saying is like this: that if the ben sorar umora is eating the meat and wine in the sudas mitzvah, even if the entire chevra for the sudas mitzvah are speaking, he doesn't become a ben sorar umora. Doesn't become a ben sorar umora. Or if it's not a mitzvah, if the entire group is speaking, he doesn't become ben sorar umora. Or halach l'maisa again, if the entire group minus one person are speaking, in other words, if there's one good guy in that chevra, he also doesn't become ben sorar umora. He only becomes a ben sorar umora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all speaking. So let's say two profound lessons over here. Number one, well, three profound lessons. Number one, the power of chevra. The power of chevra. Surrounding yourself by the right people. We go through life and we think, but the truth is, it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. So you have a chabura kula streaking, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see over here is, if it's a chevra of all streaking, but there's one good guy, then what? That's not the chabura streaking. What do you see from there? The power of the individual to impact the chevra. That one person in a chabura of streaking can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number three, even if you have a whole chabura of streaking, but you're eating a sudas mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become ben sorar umora. Why? Because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as a proper, right? That's the sudas mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chevra has the right hashpah on you, but never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong type of influences. Incredible Gemara. What you begin to see for ben sorar umora, interestingly enough, is all of these things fuel his addiction, right? In other words, that it's the theft of the money, the overindulgence, or the development of an appetite for expensive things like the Italian wine, the meat, right? And then also embedding himself with the wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make the ben sorar umora. Good. About the Ibra Chodesh. So remember, the example that the Mishnah gave for a sudas mitzvah was the suda that they made for Ibra Chodesh. Ibra Chodesh was, you said before, the intercalation of the new month. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. They had a suda for that. So 1 second. Memra, the bus we had Masku, is that saying that they hadn't eaten wine for that suda? By the time you learn, but that meal is actually a very simple meal. What did they have in the meal in completion of the month? They had bread, right? They had bread, wheat, and kidneys and legumes. That was a very light meal. They had to decide about how to intercalate the month. You don't want that turning into a fabrengen, right? In other words, that needs to be like there's a lot of decisions that have to be made over there. So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time, but you want to keep a very simple menu over here. So much as how much from the Africa being all the past business you do us because we got in Rothschild came to the mitzvah cause of Lamamshah. Oh, that's the chiddush. You're right. Normally the people who would go in for this suda, they were only there was an interesting fact. What did they eat by the suda for Ibrah Chodesh? Bread, wheat, and legumes. So let's say they were having that meal. And let's say Ben Soramora shows up for that meal, or he's not a Ben Soramora yet, he's a candidate. Right? Candidate Ben Soramora candidate shows up for that meal with stolen meat and stolen wine and sits down and eats with them, that can't transform him into a Ben Soramora. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of a Sudas mitzvah. So eating even stolen items in the context of a Sudas mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Sora or Mored. Incredible. Ain't Olim Librach. So it's not just the word about that Suda. Ain't Olim Librach. Oh, there's Pachos Miasara Beli Adam. So you need at least a meaning, right? That really is meaning for that Suda for Ibrach Chodesh. Ain't Olim Lo Elon. The past Dogrim the kidneys. Furthermore, again, you're only going to go up there with bread. Actually, it's not really bread. It's pasta. It is bread made from wheat and kidneys and legumes. Then only or iburo. You only go up on the night to the 31st, like the night after the 30th. Then only they only go for the suda at night and not by day. The Brisa says they go up for the suda by day and not by night. They don't have here, but Abba. So the day achrifu ba'odo achrifu ba'ku. Go up early to the meal. In other words, go up to the meal while it's still daytime. Come down before sunrise. People are starting to get up, so that it'll make a rush. People will know what it is that you're doing, and that way, again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. So again, just to keep our train of thought over here. So what we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent a person from becoming a Ben Sora or Umora. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a Ben Sora or Umora. In the same way that eating with certain positive chavra also can't make the boy into a Ben Sora or Umora. Fascinating. So the Gemara goes weiter. So let's remember again, somebody if he steals money, right? Steals money, buys sashimi money, goes and purchases meat and wine and eats in Yerushalayim. So again, he doesn't become a Ben Soramora. Why not? Because that's a normative act, right? He's performing something normative. Granted, he stole the money, but the act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. What makes him into a Ben Sora or Mora is the development of non-normative appetites as developed through non-normative acts of consumption. But if you're doing something quote unquote normal, you can't become a Ben Sora or Mora like that. Fascinating. Let's go back there. Achol Nebelo Strepo Shkatzen Dragos. In Omravo. Achol Basra Off. In Nasa Ben Sora or Mora. It's great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Sora or Mora. It's gotta be flesh. It's gotta be meat. Right? So he goes in and he steals money. And he buys schnitzel, right? That's not going to make him into a solar Mora. Going on top of the learn the Mishnah. Open the Mishnah. Trade for Shkatzen, but I must say I'm not saying solar Mora. Hot to hold not saying solar Mora. Hold a second. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if you stole money and bought non-kosher food, we'll see why that is. He doesn't become a solar Mora. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's found, that Allah Ta'ala he should become a Sora Mora. Kushma says, no, so this is fascinating. Remember, how much meat does little Chazara? How much meat does Ben Sora Mora have to eat in order to go and come to Ben Sora Mora? Right? First opinion in Mishnah, right? Tartima. Tartimar. So let's say, for example, he eats a little bit less than a tartimar. Tartimar, I don't know, minus kizayis. So the halacha is if he's mashlim the kizayis with fowl, with oak, with chicken, that can make a ben sorabor. That's the chiddush over here. So you can't eat the tartimar. You can't eat the tartimar. Ultimately, again, can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you mash that, you complete that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you into a ben sorabor. All right, incredible. So says this is it. So now the Mishnah said if he eats him as a Tvar Mitzvah or a Tvar Aveira, he doesn't become Ben Sorah or more. So what is that? So Tvar Mitzvah, what does it mean Tvar Mitzvah? Tanchume Aveira. Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Consolation of mourners. Now look at actually just a moment. It actually says over here that three lines from the bottom. Let's say the kid, can't call it Ben Sorah because they're Ben Sorah yet. The kid joins a Nichum Avelim, right? The halach is that when Avelim come back from the cemetery, they have what's called the Sudas Havra, a meal of consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and joins them for that. That's a Sudas Mitzvah. That's a Sudas Mitzvah. So remember again, what we're seeing over here is the development of a theme. A Ben Sorah Mora only goes ahead and becomes Ben Sorah Mora if, number one, he's stealing money, number two, he's purchasing meat and wine of very high quality, and then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative addictions. But what we see over and over is if the consumption itself takes place in a positive context, then we are not concerned about the feeling of addictions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos. He does it in the Shabbos. The chiddush over here is that, let's say something even as simple as Sudas Havra, the meal for Avelim. That's also enough of a mitzvah that we're not concerned about the feeling of a negative addiction. Incredible. So the Gemara like that. The Gemara says, what does it mean, Tvar? So let's say he steals money, purchases meat and wine, and eats it during the fast day. He eats it on Tainus Esther. So the Gemara says, so that doesn't make him Ben Sorah Mora. So why not? That's so strange, right? Why wouldn't that make him Ben Sorah Mora? The time of my Amakra, and then Shomer B'Kolenu. B'Kolenu, below B'Kol Shamak. And this is fascinating. Or if he's Ben Sorah Mora, it has to be that the child is defying his parents' instructions. And then Shomer B'Kolenu. But if his active consumption is in defiance of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that does not make him into a Ben Sorah Mora. We'll say, isn't that fascinating? But that's just a technicality. Right? So Ben Sorah Mora is someone who defies his parents. But if his active consumption is an act of divine defiance, then he doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. Again, he's getting off on a technicality. Incredible. I will say, by the way, and that's why all of these different things, that's why if he steals money and buys chazer, you would think like, steals money and buys chazer, of course Ben Sorah Mora. He's not. He's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher and buys the finest cut of meat, he becomes Ben Sorah Mora. Goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chazer, he's not a Ben Sorah Mora. Why? Because that's the pshat. Because what makes one a Ben Sorah Mora is his act of defiance against his parents. But it's not an act of defiance against God. I mean, the whole thing is an act of defiance against God. But because it's stealing, consumption itself technically is halakhically permitted. But if his act of consumption itself is halakhically prohibited, then halacha l'maisa, he's not a Ben Sorah Mora. Let's go right there. Achol komaychol v'lo achol basar, shas kamashko lo shas yayin. Achol komaychol lo achol basar. So for example, says therefore the same idea. If Ben Sorah Mora ate anything but didn't eat wine, didn't eat meat, he doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. In order to become Ben Sorah Mora, you have to eat meat. In order to become Ben Sorah Mora, he has to drink wine. So the Gemara says, Lo achol basar. What is it? If he didn't eat meat, lasuye the vela keilis. So we'll say, even if he ate a cake of pressed figs, now a cake of pressed figs from Keilis, right? From Keilis was a very high quality metaphor, very high quality food, and in certain respects, maybe even had that quality almost of like meat. Even if you eat the vela keilis, halacha l'maisa, you still don't become Ben Sorah Mora. The shasa, Dvash v'chalov. Sorry. V'loshasei anasui dvash v'chalov. Seeing it, interestingly enough, apparently the drinking of wine, of milk and honey could have an intoxicating effect on a person as well. So even if he drank those items which have an intoxicating effect, even though the effect is the same, if he doesn't drink wine, he doesn't do this normal. It's also interesting enough to get a lot for Kohanim. If a Kohen goes ahead and eats a velikilis, this cake of breast and some kilos, or he drinks honey or milk and goes into the Beis Hamikdash and does the avodah, he's chayiv. Now, why is he chayiv? He's chayiv for doing the avodah under the influence. Right? That's the halacha. You're not allowed to do the avodah while intoxicated, and if he goes into this Hamikdash after having consumed these items, there's a level of inebriation, and he's going to be chayiv for that. Absolutely incredible. Let's say Ayin Aleph from Dal 71a. In the last of more actually look about the Yayin, Tan Rabbanon, call my Chobolo, Achol Basre. So Ben Soramor, the kid eats any item, it doesn't eat meat. Shasa Komach Kolo Shasa Yayin, or he drinks any drink, but he did not drink one. In the last of Ben Soramor, actually look about Basar and Yishti Yayin. You only become Ben Soramor when you go ahead and you eat meat and you drink wine. Shene Amar, Solel, this Solvay. As the Pasuk calls him again, glutton and a guzzler. Even though again, I don't really know explicitly in the Torah what Zolo and Solvay means, and I don't know what it's referring to. Right, Yishrayt, Apushain, Rayel Davar, Seichel Davar. There is still a scriptural allusion, because we just saw in the Mishnah Amar, Al Tihi bis Solvay Yayin. Do not be amongst the guzzlers of wine and the Zolale Basar Lamo, or gluttonous consumers of meat. The Omer. So again, interestingly enough, the Torah uses the lashon of Zolal for Solvay, and then we see from this other pasuk in Mishlei that again Solvay refers to wine and Zolal refers to meat. So we put that all together, and we understand that Zolal Mora, his issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. I will say this is a fascinating Gemara. Rabbi Zera, Kalayashin the Beis Hamedrash. Whoever sleeps in the Beis Hamedrash, Torasa Naasa Lo Kira'im Kira'im. His Torah becomes patchy. Torah becomes patchy, right? Like patches of clothing. Sheneh Amar, Ukira'im Helbish Numa. The one who slumbers will wear patches. I will say the truth is, there's no great clues to this Gemara. It's actually very straightforward. Let's say one of the most important things, right? When it comes to learning, there's two studies, there's two sides. On one hand, there's an experiential piece of learning, and that experiential piece of learning really happens just by showing up. Like Rabbi Nachman says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind maybe doesn't understand, but your heart absolutely does. And the Neshama understands everything. See, even I walk out, someone says, what did you learn? I have no idea, right? But I switched to some days of that number like that, right? But I know that I was there for 45 minutes, 50 minutes now, whatever it is. The Neshama is fundamentally changed as a result of that. That's one level of Torah. But of course, we don't want to suffice ourselves with that. I really want to have a comprehension. I really want to have an understanding. I really want to be brought in. I will say, what's the formula for being brought in? What's the formula? It's a pretty simple one. Don't be distracted. Don't be distracted. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Yashin doesn't literally have to mean that I'm asleep. Yashin just means that sometimes I'm on the dock, sometimes I'm on my phone, sometimes I'm over here, sometimes I'm over there. What's the result of that? Again, now by the way, you get a shkach for showing up? Of course. But then don't be surprised when the Torah I walk out with is patchy. Because again, here I was email, here I was WhatsApp, here I was this. So it's, and again, just the reality is the Torah is broken up. It's not cohesive because I wasn't fully invested. By the way, you begin to see a theme, right? You begin to see a theme. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted Rizos. So I'll say, so again, so what does Rizos mean? Rizos means when I'm doing something, I'm in. They'll say, ever in a meeting with someone and they're checking that you're in the middle of the meeting? That happen to anyone? Right? My cloud got all this. I've started this now. Right? If you're checking you in a meeting with me, I have better things to do. Better things to do. Same thing on a Zoom meeting, right? Better thing. It's okay. If you're too busy, go. Do what you have to do. But it's a lack of derech. What are we doing? What are we doing? We're never focused on what it is that we're doing. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to have a few minutes to learn. Don't learn in your office. Don't learn in your office. You should be doing one thing in your office. One thing in your office. And that is working. Work. You're in your office. I guess if you're self-employed, you do whatever you want. Right? But if you work for someone, they're not paying you to catch a couple of minutes of learning here and there. Do your work. And be solid. And be committed. And be involved. And when you're in share, learn your Torah. And don't be at work. Don't be at work. Just commit yourself to whatever it is that's there. Otherwise, you're going to sleep through your entire Torah life. And after 120, when you come to the base in Shonalo, the Rebbe says, Shekhala, what did you learn? What did you learn? Tell me, what did you learn? And you're going to say, I'll tell you, I remember there was that day when we did this subject. But I'll tell you, I got through 10 emails that day, right? And I texted 10 of my Chavidim during shir that day, right? And I checked the news 14 times that day. I remember a piece of this. Why? People can do it. Then just do it. And commit yourself to shutting off the distractions. Commit to yourself. And this is during learning. This is during davening. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through learning because I'm elsewhere. We have literally, the greatest treasure in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. And actually, we live in a dar. We live in a time where it's so ridiculously easy. There's only one thing we have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in the base medrash. And if you just do that, bring our zrizas to our learning, bring our zrizas to our davening. Remember, we're all young people. There's no telling what we could accomplish over the years in this world. Let's go back to Mishnah. Ganav, Mishal Aviv, Ba'ochel Mishus Aviv. It's very interesting. So, by the way, I just want to point out, I think I said this when we started the Sugya Ben Sora Mora, which is, I want to say, what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And again, and that's okay. It's good to say that. It's good to say that. It's the same with the death penalty, right? The system is set up not to execute someone. That's how it's set up. So then Solomon also, all the details. So watch this. He says, kid, we'll just call him kid. Right, he's an adult. Remember, I will say. Also, a piece of information. How old is Ben Soramora? How old is he? Right. So remember again, he is a gadol. What was Lashon of the Gemara? Samoch leish. In other words, he just recently entered into adult type. We're going to see that concept again shortly in the session. So Gana Mishalav. So watch this. He stole his father's money, but he ate the stolen food in his father's rishos. Okay, or he went ahead and he stole other people's money and ate it in their rishos. Okay, or he stole other people's money and he ate it in the rishos of his father. We'll say first line Ayin Aleph Amud Aleph. Eno Nasa Ben Soramora. We'll say what is this Ben Soramora? Ad sheikno mishal aviv yochal rishos acherim, until he steals his father's money and he goes ahead and he eats it in someone else's rishos. I will say, let me just say this outside for just a second. Remember, Ben Sora Umara is all about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea over here is as follows. If he's eating this, right, obviously, what in order to happen for Ben Sora, what has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing, right? It has to be that. But Lamaisa, interestingly enough, if he's consuming it in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? What's the father going to do? The father's going to say, what are you doing? If a father sees his son engaging in gluttonous behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. He's going to shut that down. So therefore, suppose which is just a tremendous yisod chinuch as well. Too often, we see our children engaging in negative character traits. But one of the greatest misconceptions is if we discipline our children. People are so today. Parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think like if I discipline my kid, he's going to go off the derech. If you discipline your kid, he actually has a better chance of staying on the derech. If you don't discipline and it's a free-for-all and there's no rules and there's no consequences, and you think that's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is a betrayal of the same responsibility that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you. Obviously, you don't have to come down like a ton of bricks on every single thing. But boundaries are the ignorant of parenting. And sometimes parents think, just let my kids, go do what they do, they'll come back around. That is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So again, what's fascinating over here is even this kid knows, I can't, shut myself with unique and wine in front of my father, because my father's going to shut that down. He's going to totally shut that down. So therefore, the only case of Ben Soromor, interestingly enough, is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because again, the assumption is he can steal his father's money because he has access to that. So therefore, there's access to money, plus the consumption is taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination that creates Ben Sora or Mora. Again, we'll see that more. Good. And that's Ben Sora Mora. Second one, like you don't become Ben Sora Mora until you're stealing your father's money and consuming it elsewhere. Rabbi Yosef says it's not enough just for your father's money, it's for your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. It says the Gemara. So again, if he steals money from his father and eats in his father's rishos, even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit in front of his father. Why? Because if his father sees him being gluttonous, his father is going to shut this down. And he's stealing other people's money, but going ahead and eating it in other people's rishos, that's also not habit forming. Why? Even though he has no concern about eating it in someone else's rishos, other people's money. So it's like the whole chap of this sort of more is stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's when we're worried about habit developing behaviors. The kosher came, and all the more so if he's stealing money from other people, but eating in his father's domain. The money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. So what's that? The only formula that makes a kid into a Ben Sora Mora, so again, what's it? You're keeping your running list of all of the qualifications is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the, I'm going to say, winning combination, but it's not a winning combination. That is the negative combination that ultimately creates. So again, stealing his father's money, worried about habit forming. Why? Because he has access to his father's money, and he's consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him musar about his gluttonous behaviors. That's why we are concerned about habit forming behaviors. Incredible. Rabbi Yosef says he's only chayav if he steals from his father and his mother. But the Gemara says, so first of all, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Where is his mother? Property from Masha Kansi Kanabaima. I was going to say again, what do you mean stealing from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother only belongs to his father. So what's the shayla? So the Gemara says, like I said, you can, how you tell that over, you'll decide. What it means is, interestingly enough, his parents, right? The kid's parents prepared a beautiful dinner for themselves. They bought nice steaks and beautiful wine. And what does the kid do? The kid that's a suda that is ready for his parents, and the kid comes along and steals that from his parents. So he's effectively stealing from both of his parents. One second, that doesn't make you Ben Sora. But that's not how it works. Remember, you don't become Ben Sora if you steal food. You don't become Ben Sora if what? If you steal money and then purchase expensive wine at a discount and expensive meat at a discount. So the Gemara says, you're right. Rather, again, what happened? The father had set aside money to take his wife out for dinner. And we got for dinner for an expensive fleshik suda made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? The kid stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. By saying the other possibility is the or again, the mother could have money. How could she have money? Someone gave her a gift on the condition that her husband has no rights to that gift. Okay, I would say bottom line, you should just know the Rambam does not accept Rabbi Yosef's example. The Rambam does not accept the money does not have to belong to the father and the mother. It just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Mishnah, Haya Aviv Rothschild says, Roth said this is incredible. Let's say the father wanted to bring him to Beis Din, but the mother did not. Or Aviv Din or Rothschild, so the father didn't want to, the mother wanted to. A kid only becomes Ben Sora Mora when both parents are committed to bringing him to Beis Din for the Ben Sora Umora process. So Yehuda says, Yehuda says, if their marriage wasn't a legal one, that's what it sounds like. If husband and wife have an illegal marriage, their son can't become a Ben Sora Umora. All right, so what does this mean? What does that mean exactly? What does that mean that Allah said the wife is not fit for her husband? So the Gemara says, the truth is, who cares if their marriage is legal or not, right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's father, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? To which the Gemara says, Ella, the Shabbat la'aviv kamar. So let's say this is incredible. Rather know what the Gemara means is like this. The mother has to be similar to the father. What does this mean? So this is wild. The parents actually have to resemble each other. If mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height, the kid can't become a Ben Sorer Umora. Why not? My time with the Amar Kra, Eineno Shomea B'Kolenu. Fascinating, right? That the pasuk says, parents say to Beis Din, this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us, need the kol ba'inan shavin. The parents have to speak with the same voice. Mara v'koma nami ba'inan shavin. So too again, the parents have to resemble themselves. Absolutely, look exactly, but they have to simply have some level of resemblance. And also resemblance that will say, what a tremendous musahas here. What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? Right? Parents have to be shabbat. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be shomea b'kolenu. Parents have to speak along. Now one second, what if parents have differences of opinion about the chinuch of their kids? Okay, that happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they're managing the kids, when they mechanech the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving the kid two different types of chinuch, if the mother's saying one thing and the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong derech because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of chinuch, the kid can't become Ben Sora Mora. Why? Because he can't fault the kid for making poor decisions. When the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch, if the child is receiving a unified chinuch and still making terrible decisions, okay, that's when Ben Sora Mora kicks in. But let's say, but what if the family is so bad chinuch? Mother and father have to be shabbat, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. Kiman Azla Desanya. From where? According to who? According to is the following opinion. Ben Sora Mora. So we'll say, okay, so this is. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that we cannot make it. This should be broken up like a hand block. You can't put all of this on one page. It's literally lifnei iver. It's lifnei iver. So this Gemara says as follows. Again, I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on forward. Now what you say. So if people from other shiur talk to you about the slow pace of our shiur, just remind them, in the last two cycles, we never finished later than any other shiur, right? So about 7.5 years will be exactly
Good job, Red Man.
it might not be on a daily basis, but we'll get there. But then listen to this. Kiman Azla, Hadisani. So it is reflected in the following idea. Ben Sora Umora,
How much do you get paid? It's $20 an hour. How many hours?
First, you're like, what? Why would you just do this the whole time?
Checks clear. Check's clear.
Who's the king effect the following idea? Ben Sora Umora, it never happened. It never happened, and it never will happen. So I'll say, by the way, actually, when you see this after all we've seen, it makes a lot of sense. To get all of these details lined up, what was the probability of that happening? So it actually makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying it's not saying it can't happen. Really, it can't happen. You might just saying what probability never has happened and never will happen. I was a lot of stuff. So why was the ring? Why was the ring? So you must Drosh the Kabbalah style. Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get started. Listen, I just want to point out. Gemara says, now, just sometimes when we look at that phrase, Rosh the Kabbalah means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get scarred for the act of learning, even though you don't have the end.
There's like literally a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
But there is scarred for the act of it's a very important lesson. There is scarred for the act of just engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. I think that's not what it means. Rosh Hashanah means, you're right, could very well be that the Torah will never happen. Never happened, will never happen. But Rosh analyzes what's the scar, what's the reward? There are lessons to be learned from that Torah, even if it will not actually ever happen. I will say, what are the lessons? What's the Rosh?
Because the numbers match
What's
up.
the Rosh Hashanah? So we'll say, so again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next mission that the Holy Soul, the Holy Soul is so rewarded. What's the Holy Soul? The Holy Soul is Hashem Ha'asim. Ben Sorah is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. See, I will say, you want to something amazing? Do you know what the essence, you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Sorah is? What's the ultimate lesson of what is the Ben Sorah? What's the lesson of that? The lesson of Sorah is that once a person makes a decision, they can't change. That's Ben Sorah. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy money, to buy wine. That's the decision. But Ben Sorah says, you made those bad decisions, you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes on and says,
she was like a bodybuilder.
That's not true. Ben Sorah, this is a concept. Practically, it's not true. Because there's no such thing as a yid who can't change. And no matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you can always put it in reverse. You can always go ahead and change your life. That's what it means when it says. Listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, sorry. Ben Sorah Umora. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as a person who can't change. It says the Gemara. So why is it here? Drosh the Kabbalah Skar. So learn it in super what? What's the reward? So what do you mean Drosh? So what's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Sorah is, yeah, there's so many people who think that we can't change. There's so many of us who think that we can't change. When I learned Ben Sorah, I learned about a person who quote unquote can't change. He makes an entire decision and they get back and go out of it. That's not true. It's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I find myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. So we make decisions, and we can't undo that which is done. The change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means. Ben Sorah Umar. There is no such thing as a person who cannot change. So what should you do with it? So many times in life, we think we can't change. We think we can't change. So learn Ben Sorah Umar and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, command. The Gemara says, command of other side. You Ben Sorah Umar, lo hayvelo, lo asim lios, lo laminate. Now Drosh the Kabbalah Skar. So what's the thing? Just command Yehuda. Say Yehuda. Levi, say Rabbi Shimon. He decided it was very interesting. I want to Shimon. וכי מפני שאחוזת הקים הבוסר ושלושה חצי וגיין הטלתי, I'll be motzinos on the skila, because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine. His parents going to take him out to get stoned, and a little hayaf, a little asigibus. And Sora Mora never happened, and it's never going to happen in the future. The Lamed so why is it here? Drosh the Kabbalah. This is it. This is probably the most important one in the entire Sugya. It never happened, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Sora? Because that's what Ben Sora Mora is, a kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. Analyze it. How about to reap the benefit? What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I receive the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely and absolutely have the ability to change at any juncture and any point in life. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan says, one second, what are you talking about? Listen, incredible. Watch this. I'm here to see it. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Sora Mora. I saw him. The Ashafti Al Kivro. I sat on his grave. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to Bulgaria. I saw it. I sat on his grave.
And I'm going home.
It's not for now.
Who's gonna wake me up?
Not for now. The Gemara says, come on now. So what do you do with this? So the Yonasan says, there was Ben Sora Mora. So we'll say people wait, what's like this? The Yonasan is not arguing. There never was a Ben Sora Mora. There never will be a Ben Sora Mora. The Yonasan is mentioning the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Sora Mora. Rabbi Yonasan says, you know what? I think many of people who left this world, and they left as a Ben Sora Mora. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. Tonight, there's no such thing as a Ben Sora Mora. Yet you'd be surprised how many people leave this world that they were a Ben Sora Mora. Those are one of the most tragic things in life. Tragic things in life is we leave this world. There's so many things that are accomplished. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we need to become. So I don't think Rabbi Yonasan was disagreeing. I think Rabbi Yonasan was just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Sora Mora. Impossible. Yet Rabbi Yonasan says tragic ones in the Levi, there's so many Ben Sora Moras. People left this world never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much in Ben Sora Mora. Incredible. The Gemara says this house. Come on, Oslo Hadi Samuel. Most of these things in the following day. Yeri Dakos. Yeri Dakos is a city right by idolatry. The heights of us in the Leos, incredible. Never happened, never will happen. The Raman is developed, I surround the Torah. And there's a growth in the Kabbalah sky, ultimately again to learn it and to receive the reward. Same idea. And also, what does this mean? How can we have never hear about us? As the rest of there is no such thing as a city of Jews. It is not one side. It's not possible. You can't have a place. You can't have a place where every single Yid is there is that. Impossible. It's just not possible that someone's not published, someone's not holy. So learn to receive reward. Come on, Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Eliezer, Omer. Well, here's Shishka, Filu, Mezuzah, Athos, Eno, Nasi, Eri, Dakos. Oh, so Eliezer says, if there's even one Mezuzah in the city, you can't become a Eri, Dakos. Can't become Eri, Dakos. So most of my time, what's the reason for that? I would call it as cultural, take for follow up us after the age. Because what do you have to do with the Eri, Dakos? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, maybe the mezuzah after the civil assassin. Now, if there's a mezuzah, you can't burn a mezuzah. Why can't you burn a mezuzah? Because mezuzah has the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see it. There's even one mezuzah. It can't become a Eri Dakos. It can't become Eri Dakos. Therefore, it's impossible that Eri Dakos ever existed. I'm Rabbi Yonasan. Yonasan says, I need to see you. The Ashafti Al Kivro. I think what the Yonasan says, you're on. Is it Eri Dakos? I was there. I visited. I went on tour. Right? I took the Eri Dakos home to tour, and I saw the ruins of the city. I saw the Eri Dakos. Once again, it's the same soul. I don't think the Yonasan is disagreeing. The Yonasan is saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. When you're a group of people who think of themselves as a Sorah more, they can't change. They become a fevra, they become a kapura, they become a kila, they become a community. Out here in the Dachas, I think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, I was allowed to sign you. Hi, Simon Lugo. Hi, y'all. All right, well, so you don't have to stop over here. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And also, we're going to pick up right there. We are right on track. We are right on track. I'll say, you tell me, what can we have skipped? What can we have skipped here? Nothing. I'll say, tremendous trend. Stop. Scratch everyone. All right, everyone Zoom. Scratch everyone.
Or not, or you can just look at me and say, we'll be right back. That's right. That again, that's terrible.
Dedrick,
I love those teeth.
is there a specific song that would be on a Waymo? If you needed music to wake up a black person that fell asleep in a Waymo, as our senior black correspondent, what song would you pick?
Too Short. How's that go? What Too Short song again? I go on and on. Can't understand how it lasts so long. That's right. I might have a superpowers. That's 203,000.
That's as long as we can go without the copyright strike, so we get it.
That nigga, you can bring me out of the grave.
That is.
Sorry for this. Good morning.
You play Too Short, nigga. I be bouncing. They should have a hits playlist to wake me up. Don't let the knocking on the window. That don't mean nothing to me. I'm from Atlanta. We go to see the gunshots, nigga. That's not.
Our annual Kabuto
No big conscious Sancho listens to Too Short as well.
You live in Atlanta too, don't you?
I'm this show. Our documentary
Yeah, I lived in Atlanta for a while.
Mordecai and Benny and Ariel Asapa and Ned has continued to help.
Hey, Atlanta, this nigga's a liar.
That would be a great sketch on Impractical Jokers, just you guys going around the streets of Atlanta telling each other what to say. Say hello, my friend. You have an extra wallet to the guy walking towards you right now.
No, but I'm about to, motherfucker.
I'm playing both roles. Dedrick, what is one of the more dangerous things you saw in your days?
Besides my best friend getting shot in front of me,
This is fascinating.
The police don't come that fast in Atlanta, right?
I saw with my own eyes. This is crazy. I was at a bar and one dude walked up to another dude and asked that nigga for a chicken wing. And the dude was like, order your own chicken wings, because he was like, yo, I pay you $25. I can eat your chicken wings faster than you.
Rashi says,
That doesn't work anywhere.
Right, so I tell you one who's the best.
You never take your po ass over there. And then that dude, I swear to God, this is the first time I've ever seen this entire life. He had a sock attached to a string. It was like just a string with a knot on the end of it. He started swinging around like it was a nunchuck.
So there's no
There was something in the sock.
Yeah, it was something. That nigga was like, but if you defend your wings in Atlanta, that's no honor. You know what I'm saying? Like, asking for a nigga on the highway in Atlanta is like asking to fuck somebody's wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is... And this nigga pulled out a gadget, he been waiting to
A sock with something in it at the end of a string.
You watch the Rings? You know when Sauron came out with that little chain thing, that nigga was like, you nigga was fucking up the hills.
This was Lord of the Wings. Lord of the Wings. Ladies and gentlemen.
If it ain't fruit by the foot.
So
To summarize, the two craziest things you saw in Atlanta was your best friend getting gunned down in front of you, and someone eating someone else's chicken wing. So there's a string, and there's a sock that's close strings, and he has to like flip it into like a bigger thing. Wow. He has like a knot. It looks like I don't know what you call it, because I'm not from the medieval time. Right. Where that nigga had one of those, he was like, how dare you? Yes. And then he hit him with the oh boy, oh my God. And the cop showed up and he said, this nigga asked me for a wing, and the cop said, we'll take him to jail. Oh, Dexter, you're the best, man. Unbelievable. No asking for wings in Atlanta. No asking for the new wing. That shit fucked up. They're weird. That's my new boys. You know, we don't know me. You know, it's like some weapon to do things. Oh my God. That weapon sounds scary.
So first part of the Mishnah, you discuss the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with his stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with his stolen money? That's my focus. For the Kama and Rabbi Yossi. After that, you can have a interesting exception.
I actually talk about that in my book, chapter 35. Black people have quarters. Black people have quarters.
District, you rebuilt the momentum in the room. Thank you so much. Tail through the street, socks on the edge with strings, and many great things. Your next fucking roll is a one-word name. Anything can happen. Big noise for Tasha, everybody. I just slept with my first white woman.
He steals money and he uses that money carefully to purchase meat,
I'm glad you're proud.
purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make one into a soda or wash.
I never met a white woman before. I come fast. I bust quick. Some people say premature. I like to say from Torah time. Right? But now, as soon as I put it, I bust like instantly. I was like, my bad. I'm sorry. My God. She said, no, you're wrong. It's okay. I said, that's not my name. But I like the energy though. It's real supportive. It's very supportive. This white woman, she changed my life forever. She fucked me so good. I drink IPAs now. I'm for real. My homie emailed me. He was like, you trying to go to the club? I was like, nah, not this is like now, before we started having sex, she stopped. She said, what is this? I don't have to like. She said she had zero says. Like, where's that? She's like, it's not me. Okay, that's right. I was like, oh. You go. That's fantastic. Great set. Fantastic. You went on that show before? Yeah. This one better than last time I got, right? Hell yeah. How long you been on stand-up? Just in 3 years. Hey, today's your 3-year anniversary. How about that? Amazing.
Now, if you based on the line measurements, okay, that you see doubles of the time times measurements, right? Because you get them in the time says,
when Red Man goes to bed.
That you says a month of meat and a load of wine. The fact that it doubles the line measurements, the fact just means that it doubles the other measurements as well. And if it was a cartoon line, a half
you ever get hit on when you're doing electrical work in a lady's house?
That is in their
no, I do like that.
So that's my focus.
Data centers.
Incredible.
It was one time, though. It was one time I went to Liz Tessa's kids' graduation. She tried to sneak with me and my coworker.
A kabula that needs before the dafili in the morning, or it doesn't have to be whatever kabula wants to.
Okay, I know, nigga. I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it. You work in a data center. Yeah, I went to UGS. I just get moving around.
Trying to always
do you know your data?
Trying to pause at different stages and you might just understand what it means.
Okay, your dad's white? White dad, black mom. They still together?
That's just a unit of discussion that just ended.
Why do you think that ended?
Rabbi Yossi and Tanakama.
Your brothers and
Yes.
sisters.
I'm gonna
They were never married.
striking fellow at the second and the second.
I was like,
Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. Right?
You sure your dad's white? I swear to God. Okay.
what is it? I'm a boy.
And what does your dad do?
You're a
What does your mom do?
It's very interesting. Before we give you another qualification, the Buddha says, the only time you become that soul
Okay.
The documents come in, and
is
then
when I walk on the race off, I walk on the race and going down and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and
Taija
purchasing
is
the
an
wine
interesting
at a
name.
discount. This is fascinating. In other words,
T-A-I-J-A. Does that mean
this is what
something?
I'm saying. You can't become a Bensora and Mora if you trade retail. Right? If you trade retail, you can enter and you do it.
That's what they call
You're not
turkey.
Bensora and Mora. Right? And the only local rights in Bensora and Mora if you get out of this and that.
I bet nobody says that, correct? Alright.
Take a look at Rashi.
Possibly.
Yeah, you sounds
Sounds like
about
something
local
this stuff.
Shiki like
Tai
most.
Chi.
You look to the other Shiki. So now
Alright,
again,
Dr. Phil.
let's
You
work
mentioned
backwards.
the,
Let's work backwards.
premature
We're going to see this, or to see more specifically
when
today.
did that
Why is it then Sora Umura executed? Why is he executed?
Because
Because
I
we
would have
notice
ventured to assume
that
not
someone
many of
who
women
has
receiving
developed
that
these type of
information
appetites when
are
he's young
fired up.
is
Right?
going to become
And I know
addicted
you may
to sustaining this type of lifestyle.
I mean,
Not
probably
going to
really
have the
engineered,
necessary
right?
funds to sustain
Now-
constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's
Right.
going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going
What
to
I mean by
become a
that,
So the idea
Taiwan
of the
is,
is, it only works if you see him
Is
developing the
is there
behavior
something
that
that
would
you
lead
do
us
to
to that
compensate,
tragic
right? So if you're
conclusion.
going to get,
So
you're going to bust your corn nut stuff, right? And the girl's still laying there like a dead fish, being like, where's my fucking, where's my, however she says it,
There's
you
like a
know?
struggle addiction going on everywhere.
And what do you say to make her feel like it's not a waste of time?
Hey, I gotta get out of here, bro. Wow, that's why your white father said. Some heads up, you can't last longer using Chew Gold. Use the promo code TONY at foodship.com. Get 10% off. That's foodship.com.
I love it.
That's right.
You really are like a union guy. You leave before the job is done.
And this tonight's Frito-Lay joke of the night.
Tai Chi. What else do you do? What do you do for fun?
I don't really have a lot of time, bro. I just go to work and then comedy.
My brother's gay.
Oh shit! All right. What's his phone number?
But not really cooked.
I can throw in red meat to the panel. That's great.
What does he do for work?
What does he do for work?
Yeah.
I think he like a librarian. Some gay shit. Hell yeah.
Alright.
That means he hangs around libraries a lot.
They seared it. They seared it on the outside. It was very on the inside. By the way, I feel very
Amazing.
because I
Tai Chi. Tai Chi.
Some pictures he just brought his boyfriend home for the first time.
Oh, let's talk about that. Now, did he brought him home to your black mother and your white father?
To my white father.
Okay, how did white dad take that?
Well, I mean, you know, he's fully white dad.
How do white dad handle that?
You know, he's very supportive of this shit. He's supportive. I was mad.
Right. What do you think your black mother would say about it?
Well, on my mama's side, I got a sister. She is still. Oh, yeah. And then my brother on my dad's side, he like. He's a tiger.
Yeah, he's a tiger. Was your brother's boyfriend a big fat white guy?
So that's why
That's right. 164.
And then again,
I was mad because that nigga was ugly, bro. That's he bad about this yo. Yeah, because I don't care if you're gay, don't bring no ugly nigga home. He gotta get held to the same standard. You know what I'm saying? He looked like he might be.
Maybe
Maybe your brother likes to last longer in bed, and it's easy to do with an ugly person. Thank you. Yes, some of my tricks when I want to last long in bed. I hook up with an ugly man.
That doesn't make you a good star lord. That's very interesting.
Show's out of control. Did you get a big joke on last night? Well, you're getting one tonight, Ty J. There you go, buddy. And it keeps on rolling. On to the next one. That's the great JC1 said. On to the next one. Our next bucket hole goes by the name of Greg McCowan. Everybody heard this? Greg McCowan. Yo, what's going on? Yo, Tony. Yo, recently I've been trying to date, but it's been very hard with an Android phone because for some reason, iPhone users always discriminate on me based off the color of my text messages. You know what I mean? It's always weird. Like every time I'm in a club and I'm trying to talk to a girl, I feel like Martin Luther King. I'm like, I have a dream that one day green messages and blue messages will one day come together. You know what I mean? It was great. Like, I can imagine I'll have like a group of Android supporters behind me leaving the club. They'll be chanting shit like green or blue. We don't care. Let us see your underwear. Like, shit's crazy. Across the street, you know what I'm saying? You'll see like the Android supporters, the iPhone supporters. They'll be saying shit like, well, if you ain't blue, you can't come through. Or shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's a sixth grade. That's closing line there, Greg. How's that, guys? Greg, how you doing? Is this your first time on the show? This is my first time on the show. Welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up? About 2.5 years. Telling you, 2.5 years. Yes, I love it. Ty J's your brother? Is that correct? Anyone familiar? Long lost, you know. That's right. Greg McCowan. Okay, 2.5 years been on stand-up. All here in Austin? No, originally from Dallas. Okay. What do you do for work? All these people have fake-ass jobs now. Currently unemployed. When's the last time you had a job? Last year, 2025, the last month of 2025. December. The last month of 2025. I think 2025 was in December. They landed on December. It's like, December 25. Sometimes it's February. You never know when the last month's going to be. What was the job that you had in December? I worked as a customer service rep for like Spectrum. Basically, I was just calling people about their deals, trying to help them out and shit like that. Dr. Phil. Yeah, I've recently been to many Spectrum. So maybe we can do a whole point here. You can give me some confidence in the establishment. All right. Oh, your phone's ringing, Dr. Phil. Hello, who the fuck is this? It's 10 a.m. You better be on fire. Thank you for calling. Thank you for calling. This is Spectrum calling about your bill. It's been overdue for about 3 months now, so we're calling because you have missed your payments, and we're trying to give you a little bit of fucking point, son. We're basically trying to give you a heads up to let you know that we'll be knocking some off your bill if we can collect right now. Collect a little bit right now. You know what I'm saying?
It's 2 days and 1 night.
So essentially, I don't know what you're saying. First of all, how'd you get this number?
That's called
star 69 here.
You
star 69?
Now, I wanted to clear something.
We got your number on file. We saw that you have been missing a lot of payments for a lot of households. Apparently, you just haven't been paying. I don't know how you're not paying your bill.
It's been a rough.
It's not possible. So the whole sort of more excuse me.
Well, you know what? I got you. That's what we'll do. But if you go ahead and pay $100 right now, you ain't even gotta worry about the bill, dog. You don't even worry about the shit.
Let me call my friend Rabbi real quick, see if he can bend me. Yes. What's up? What's up? 257. Oh, shit. You know, this area.
2 days and 1 night. Then it's second week. Again,
So So Red, so he's the one we gotta get the money from. So me and him are against you.
This is a three-way call. What is that? Hello.
There's a fourth caller.
Sorry, this is how we do things in the field house. I know you guys are spending the shit fucking one-on-one this shit, but I got a whole half-court ready to play, motherfucker. Your way to pick up David 24-hour fitness. Have you show up. Yeah. All right, go ahead, Tim.
How exactly did you lose that job?
Basically paying off a lot of people's shit, like just pushing through and shit like that. Just, help some people out. They didn't like that shit. They didn't fuck with that shit at all.
Okay, so how much money do you have in your checking account right now?
Yeah.
For stealing money and purchasing wine and
just give us a ballpark about $10.
When is right now? What's your living situation?
Currently, I live at the homeless shelter that's like right down the street from you.
Alright,
He was the son of says having an Android phone.
how long have you lived at the shelter?
I've been in Austin for probably like about a month now, so a month.
Okay. How are we going to... Wait, you moved from Dallas, so you have a living situation in Dallas. You're sacrificing it all for stand-up comedy right now. Okay, how much material do you think you have all together to do your longest set? We just saw your answer.
What are we concerned about?
So what can you do? Like, what kind of job can you do?
Today, many people are impacted on this. They leave a drink out overnight, they leave a couple of what's out. Overnight, the next day. So that's because of their little channels where venomous snakes are not really as common. And that's why you will see in general people are not going anyway. The point over here is frothing right from everyone is not subject to the uncovered liquids.
All right. That happened on this show? Holy shit. All right.
So, I'm
about to have to hire a brand new keyboard player, dude.
I don't know, I can make some work. I don't know. Seems pretty solid back there, dog.
He's not going.
So
What sort of food do they serve you at the shelter?
Shit, literally. They serve like scrambled eggs, regular shit, sometimes they do little chicken bolognese, sometimes chicken bolognese.
Amazing, I've never even heard of that before. That sounds like
Well, you notice how I said bolognese, not bolognese. It's like the dollar store spaghetti.
It's chicken and mayonnaise shaped into a ball. It's chicken bolognese.
It's real good. It's real good.
It's not bad. Yeah. This food is so
Oh, hell yeah.
What have you been friends there? You're pretty,
Yeah, I've met some people since I've been out here in Austin there. Yeah.
Dr. Phil has a great point. Very rarely do you get to talk to people in the flesh about the things in the homeless shelters. Kind of take us through what might surprise the non-members. Shit, man. Where the fuck do I start? So it's kind of like a cold cut, three bullshit meals, if you call it that. Occasional fights, a lot of crackhead energy. You keep playing the corners, sniffing cocaine, being on good drugs. No. I watched him, dude. I'm a server, Tony. I watched him do drugs, and they do it in such a terrible fashion. But, they do what they do. Okay. Well,
but for wine,
Women, right?
do you ever get laid at the homeless shelter?
Get laid outside of the homeless shelter. In near a tree. You gotta find it anywhere you can get it.
Alright.
It's like, that's crazy.
Chapter 47. Pussy Buzz.
Oh, pussy
Anyway, here it is.
2 days and 1 night.
So you have family in Dallas?
Yeah, I have family in Dallas.
Did they just not? Did they kind of like kick you out and tell you to go do your own thing, or was it moving to Austin to a homeless shelter growing up?
No, actually, they didn't kick me out. I just kind of just lived on my own. Just like, I'm just going to do it. I'm all in for it.
How old are you?
29. I just turned 29 on the 31st.
Last month.
Yeah.
First month of the year.
It's interesting about it. Why is that? Why?
Does the shelter do anything? They give you like a cupcake or something like that?
No, nothing.
Has one. A Copa has one.
So interesting.
Like, we're going to see a Levaya has one. Everything has one.
Sales jobs or anything.
Yeah,
I like that. So it's going to be one of the saddest endings to an interview in the history of the show.
So what's the
She got a job offer. Yeah, Series 30.
She definitely she's been wasted for 2
chicken
hours. That is not the place to find hope, my friend.
You can sell nachos? I think I can sell nachos. I can sell the fuck out of some nachos, though.
What is this?
Greg McCowan, I'll tell you what, you have a lot of work to do, so here's a big joke book just to fill it up. Just add something. Worst comes to worst, sell it, double your net worth. Yeah, there he goes, Greg McCowan, everybody. There goes Greg. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go with one of our golden ticket winners who's here to pop in, just visiting, swinging by his house. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new minute from Jack Shaw, everybody. Here he is. It's Jack Shaw. Ever since getting on this show, I have never been called autistic more in my entire life. When I say autistic, they're saying retarded a lot. And when I say they, I mean my dad. This guy, he won't stop saying it.
No matter what I do, they're not going to change.
I'm just Jewish, man. I'm just fucking...
Bend in my shoulder.
I mean, I'm so Jewish. I have family on both Epstein and Schindler's List, dude.
That cup of wine is the force to do breath. We all know this. When you have a glass.
You know, I realize there's a lot of similarities between autism and Judaism, dude. There are, like, there are, man. Like, I mean, we're both loud, we're prone to nervousness, we're very socially awkward. Shut the fuck up, dude. You know, we're very anxious people. We can be obsessive, but I realize the number one difference between autism and Judaism is that Jews don't like trains.
I don't know.
Thank you guys so much.
I got this.
You people really do come out and just say that you're Jewish. Always wondered what you were. Greg Fitzsimmons.
So the last guy worked for Spectrum and
full circle. It's like a choo-choo train, if you will.
Jack, it's always fun here that you guys gave me credit for.
Or choo-choo train. Yeah.
Don't play that, please.
There you go. There's a little something to cleanse the bounce. Jack Shaw, how's life been going?
Dude, it's been going great. The last time I was on the show, Joe Rogan told me to do some props. So I bought some fucking props tonight.
You had some successful props last time you were on.
That's what I did.
Who's ready for some chew props, huh? Chew props.
This first one is to make your Jewish friends feel comfortable. Wow, you got
I love it. Hey, chew props. We're talking chew props. We're talking chew props.
Do this one, but this is a Nick Gassman. Oh, God damn.
Oh, you got it. We'll picture it. Just put it on.
Put AI on. Fuck.
Just do it like it works, and then put the thing over your head in a second.
This is a acidic gas mask.
An acidic gas mask, everybody. There you go. He said it, not me, by the way.
This is an ancient dick pic. That's my dick.
So in show you get red, they get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, but they will be pale in the world to come.
But so, if anyone has a pig at home and that pig gets hurt, how about some ointment?
Wow, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. We're talking Jew props. He's doing the Jew props. Jew props.
This is a crime by D Madness.
He looks great. That's amazing. Great stuff.
This is health insurance for healthcare CEO. This is Lego Epstein Island, everybody. I thought that was going to go so much better. What the Jesus Christ. All right, well, we have an expansion pack with Donald Trump and Bill Clinton.
Alright, Trump was never on the island. Keep going. Clinton was 55 times. What's that one?
Stephen Hawking.
Yes, he was there.
God damn it. All right, well, we tried it.
That's right. Jack Shaw lives in LA, so they will never let it go that Trump was never on Epstein Island. So fun fact. But he was never there.
Well, that didn't go great.
It's like Cal Montana. He's a little like Karen Stop.
Dude, that's what I wanted to ask Karen. I was hoping Karen would be here so I could ask him for some mentorship. So Karen will be Karen Bottom right here.
Whoa! You were ready for that?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Hey, you want this?
Wow. That's a lot of red view.
You can't have it.
Trages.
There you go. You can use the high bit. You can even yourself. Just by scrunching down and it's fun.
Just put your whole body into it.
Yeah. Put it over my head. That's one full poncho suction.
Jack, it turns out we love good and bad props here. I loved it. Make some noise one more time for Jack Shaw. What a hoot. There he goes. The lovely Jack Shaw. Back to the bucket we go. This name came from the inside. Make some noise for BHC Tommy.
Last Christmas, Christmas Corner was a court. We're having intercourse with corpses. They said it was the best sex ever. Magically. Never ever. That's what I call Netflix and chill.
We got one of those things.
There's a very plot twist. Defenders actually.
An image of personal piety.
What
is wine? Wine gets out of the interview.
She testified that her favorite movies are Die Hard and Rise of the Living Dead.
That's when the truth comes out.
In related news, the local drive-by shooting had 12 casualties. That means she was down there getting
perhaps again.
It was Crips and blood everywhere.
I'm masquerading as a mediocre
There wasn't any.
And ultimately, I'm looking for
She's also facing sexual battery charges.
what is really on
Literally,
the inside of the
she had jumper
individual.
cables.
Incredible. So
Here's the real shock. She only got caught when she got pregnant.
and nice smells, right?
The dumbass was out there raw dogging zombies.
So that was things like this. And a little bit of wine helped me
That's what you make only
to access a lot of my inner kedusha. And what's the sense of smell is also linked directly to the neshama. Because remember that the Hashem blew life into the nostrils of Adam. So the sense of smell is directly connected to the neshama. Which is why I'm that's why we have the sun. That's why somebody had to be accustomed to smell the sun on Erev Shabbos as well. All of that unlock the neshama. Incredible.
I don't know what 12 people laughed at that one.
Rabbi says that it's wine and sense that lead you smart. What about like learning? Right? I came to Shia, I went to Yeshiva, I went to...
No, I appreciate that. That was the most intimate
I've ever seen on this show. It was you're really you're weighing into one thing. And so once it, you know, you know what it is when you came out, the setup was, you guys into it so quickly, I almost kind of was a little bit like confused. Well, it's part of a bigger set, it's not put in. So I spend a lot of time like on external things. I got you just have jokes about like fucking deck boards and stuff.
Why doesn't it have the full impact?
Well, I mean, the only thing is a lot of
if you're not in touch with your inner self,
there's another one.
HC
Tommy, how long have you been doing stand-up? I've been chasing this selectively since last week. Okay, chasing this selectively. What do you want to say? I'm not really bro, you are gonna make it. That's what you gotta do when you really want something. You chase it selectively. Yeah, what do you mean by chasing selectively? That's through your work. So I've been a fan of the show for a couple of years. Started chasing the bucket last February.
And because of that, that's what I
the bucket sounds like a Judy Blumenberg that never made the cut. Chasing the bucket. Are you there, guys? Yeah. So, I've done some fights, some practice. And especially if you did that while on mushrooms at the age of 6, that would be insane. It's happened here tonight. Okay, so BHC Tommy, how old are you?
Overindulgence in wine.
Okay, 43. What do you do for?
I'm in my high command from magic. You see information magic. Ultimately, however you interpret this possibility, also what the heart essentially is saying is,
we're going to get the big and straight. Who's going to have the same role? Basically has a dragon.
Who's one that says I? Who's one that says Vavoy? Right? So ultimately, again, who are the people who overindulge?
The red man washes up on it, and that's how you find a red man.
Too much time with wine. And remember, the Shalmalak understood this firsthand. Because Shalmalak had
VHC Tommy. So how long have you been doing that for?
About
about 7 years. Anything crazy ever happened when you're out there?
Yes,
but I'm not really allowed to talk
it's the same
But I mean, it's kind of like you're a background player. We find explosives and like support and wrestles and stuff. This is mostly Texas. We do work. You do them. Every port. But I've been working mostly in New Jersey. Oh, I can't even imagine what you find in New Jersey. That's so ridiculous. How long is your how long has that been? How long? Like your farmer who's chasing your head selectively. Oh shit, there he is. Mr. McGraw. Now, that's a joke. Because I can't pull it off. So I'm obviously deflecting and admiring, but also judging. When I go to the barber, I say make it look like G.I. Joe on this side and Barbie on this side. How long have you had it like? Probably like 18 months. To do it. What made you want to go with that? I mean, I've always had
it's interesting that there's a lot of parties, a lot of woes in the section concerning wine by Noah. So we want to do this. Now we got
why BHC, Tommy? What is the BHC? So BHC is just like in my hand for all my social media.
So the recall, so again, the so remember that
so it really stands for big hater company
or at least in some state of dismemberment. Khan sees his father in the state. Khan sees the other brothers.
I mean, I'm just a troll in general. Like,
yes, it's another brother. That's a single. Right, single, another brother. So Khan does nothing. That's all right. You see, there's something, but they walk in backwards, they cover up their father.
Here's a little joke from the great bones. Keep trying. Keep selectively chasing your dreams. There he goes. BHC Tommy. Some people just try. Some people just hope for the best. If you never succeed, well, they can figure to do something else. Is that in the book? Your next fucking book goes by the name of Lorenzo Tyree.
The person doesn't say what is not like this. One of the things he says that Cham
So
castrated his
I don't
father.
do one night stands
Castrated
anymore.
his father. The Cham Amar
I
Rabbi.
do two night
Other thing he
stands.
says that Cham went ahead and
Otherwise, it looks,
sodomized
makes
his
the bedroom
father.
look uneven.
Okay? You must remember this also. The woman said that castrated when he touched kill over a bee. So
Yeah, last time I hooked up with the girls on 6th Street and
castrate his father.
she
He
takes
didn't
me
want his
home.
father having any more kids. Three of us is enough. He didn't want any more
Start
kids.
backing as soon as we walk through the door.
So therefore, again, just
And,
like Cham went ahead and prevented
I
his father
go
from
down
having
on
a
the ground
fourth
a
son,
lot.
so
I go down on her.
Noah cursed Cham's fourth son. Who was
Horny,
Cham's
that's why.
fourth son? Cham's fourth son of us
Yeah.
was Cush.
She stops me. I'm like,
It's
oh shit,
Cush.
she's not a period.
Right? So Cush is like the Canaan, right? So Cham's fourth son was Cush, Mitzrayim, Put, Canaan. So
She
just
told me
like
she had a
again,
DUI.
so just
That's what I
like
thought I heard, you know.
Cham prevented Noah
And I'm like, why'd you tell me this now? You drove us here earlier and told me that. It's fucking crazy. But she tells me, no, a VYI. What was a VYI?
When Shem abducted and violated
I was like, yeah, I'll take the back and keep the cheese.
tell us that he violated him.
Thank you, my name's Terry.
Alright, Lorenzo, Tyree. Lorenzo, you've been on the show before?
Yeah, third time.
What? Third time.
How's it
Sir.
going?
How's it going,
Man, pretty good. I didn't expect it tonight. I was drinking a pitcher of that good stuff. Yeah, tequila, pineapples.
You had a pitcher of tequila pineapples?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So you think that was a good idea?
Okay, you might say follow.
Yeah, I was like,
So what happens? So the pasuk says not profaned himself and
second on the responsibility.
So there was so just to point out that the Rothschild over here is incredibly important. The Rothschild is bringing Noah to
Thanks,
task.
Dr. Phil.
The
Thanks.
first thing that he does is
Yeah, I like your,
he finds something.
what to say,
That's what
you know,
he profaned
a
himself.
lot of sexual content, which is fair. It's really on top of something trying to figure out, but this is the second stance. You are out there trying to grease the wheels quite often.
Shouldn't you be
Well,
to see
it's a simple yes or no question.
You're an active season.
What
Preseason for what? WNBA? What the fuck are you talking about? You look like a Brady's my way of saying you look like a giant lesbian, Lorenzo. Well, somehow you look like every character from Sesame Street, not once. So absolutely incredible.
Any stud likers out here?
This guy's built like a fucking palm tree. Look at this guy. Oh my god. Tequila pineapples.
You ever make jokes about your appearance? Because that is one way to get the crowd on your side, right? Be so different. Get right out.
Was
missed last season because I was in a rush.
So now Noah gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he does?
That's Alaska. That's why, yeah. Alaska's basically Russian.
What's the matter with you? What are you doing?
What do you do
not
for a living?
Family work a smoke shop job right now. I also work fireworks in Alaska.
You what?
I work with I do fireworks.
You work with fireworks?
Yeah.
What exactly do you do with fireworks?
Cargo containers come in full of fireworks.
It's two sides of the same coin. On the other hand, you see
I think so.
You don't know where they're coming from?
Well, who else makes fireworks, though?
The beauty of wine.
I'm asking you. You're the one that works in a fucking business, Lorenzo. Jesus Christ, the attitude on these children nowadays. Unbelievable. Lorenzo, anything happened interesting in your life since the last time you were on the show?
Me and my girlfriend separated.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
How long were you with her for?
Met her in Vails last year. August.
You just named a bunch of months. You didn't get a single answer out of you. Perfect. What made this separation happen?
They weren't able to fireworks.
Yeah, the fireworks went out. I'll be here for the rest of the year. What made you separate?
I just think we're too different. I have the anxiety.
I absolutely know that. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. But if one comes away from that, it's self. I get the otherwise do not. And there's like definitions. I think one has the ability to
You know, I like working out. She really did it.
And they can do any other type of looking vehicle rituals. I need that. See, nice as follows.
Going out, I did it. She's like, what? Going out. I didn't like going out through a whole kind of. I go out for mine and stuff like that.
How can you go ahead and be trying to be one with other things you have some trouble with wine?
It sounds like you do that a lot. If you drank a pitcher of tequila pineapple before the opportunity of a lifetime, I'm pretty sure you might have a drinking problem. Sorry, Grandma.
What does that mean? Does that mean that wheat different means from
that's as close. That's how he signs off his sets. Sure, hey, that's my time. Sorry, Grandma. Yeah.
I got mad about it. It's a little bit better than both of them. The safe department sort of.
Like the first consumption of like solids.
All right, so we're gonna keep it moving along. I really no time.
So again, they're just very good.
You got none of the little jump books, right? I've got some little medium, so if I'll medium next time.
I will say why, because the very thing that
Keeping it moving along. Make some noise for Scion Lazar. Yo, you drunk ass motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Scion Lazar. I'm sorry, you just missed something crazy. I don't know if you guys heard, but Dr. Feather said he thought it was one of those gas station This is the radio. Let's reset, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Count Tony debut, I do believe. One more time for Scion Lazar, everybody.
It's an interesting connection. Remember by Yitzchak,
I just came from Shanghai. I'm sorry if
comes
some
along
of my
and comes in next meeting and brother Esau. So remember, Yaakov comes in, it's the things that Yitzchak says Esau. And remember, what are the words that Yitzchak uses? The scent of my son is like the scent of the field.
There's this one guy who walked into me about 10 times. It's kind of like those remote cars when they tap into something. They don't even look up from their phone. They just keep on bouncing into your ass. They just burn out. The other problem is they got a lot of metrosexuals up. Does anyone know what a metrosexual is?
So that's the scent of
If you don't know what a metro is,
so somehow, so again, and that's a fact. So I guess somehow
calm down. Stand on your head and calm down. Like the police say. Put your hands in the air, stand on your head and calm down. Calm down, sir. You need to know. What they do is, in the metro, you're walking around and you don't know what a metrosexual is. Just watch who's bouncing off the pole. Scion, where are you from? I'm originally actually from Texas, but most of my life the Mediterranean Sea. The Mediterranean area, yeah, Greece. How old were you when you moved to the Mediterranean Sea? 19. 19. And how old are you now? I'm 34. 34. So, oh my God. In 15 years, okay, guys, Jesus. I see why you went to the Mediterranean drunk martinis. So in 15 years, you're saying that accent's like real? Well, you work on it, you know, it's not perfect.
Literally tied
no, you polish it and you sleep on it. It is what it is. I don't know what to say.
No, I think you're reversed. I think he's saying that the accent you have now, what you're saying. Yeah. Oh yeah, he thinks there was yeah. You think that he's saying that you're trying to achieve a better American accent and you're working on that. He's saying that you lived here for 19 straight years first. I definitely didn't speak the way you're speaking now. And then you picked up a heavy accent from the Mediterranean over the last 15 years, which is peculiar. Yes. This is like me coming back from the 2-week vacation I took last year to Rome and me coming back like, how is everybody doing? I don't even know what you talk about. I had to go to be a home to America. I've been an old America.
It must be that this side of Shmuel that must come from the mother's side. Now I come from the mother's side, right? So we were going to hear in my Bible, we say in the room,
I've been in the Mediterranean for about 15 years. I was born in Dix. Can you hear the Dixes in the B accent?
I'm an English teacher, by the way.
I was born with a barbecue of flies like a wings. You never asked another man for a wing.
Go get the bad and then it rubbed into something before what was that? The only accent they know is Italian.
I worked so hard for you, and this is what you do back. Well, my Bible, what's it have to do? It's not about mediation. It's not about what it says. Again, we're fine, by the way.
I'm enjoying myself.
So the accent, you would label that more as Greek?
No, I'm more Israeli, actually.
Okay.
I speak Hebrew. I speak a little Greek and Turkish too.
Okay.
Yeah. Didn't take him long to bring it up, did he?
Yeah, baby. It's dog.
That is tonight's Honey Nut Cheerios joke of the night.
Wow. So, Sion, I gotta give you credit. Out of all the interviews out of the bucket I've had tonight, you do seem like the most interesting. You're answering questions. It seems as though you have some
Sorry, I was like, good morning.
life
Good morning.
experience.
So
What
smart.
have
I'm
you
trying
been
to say
doing over
we're
there?
back
What
in
made you leave
person.
Texas and go to the Mediterranean?
Stuff I should have been for this league. You try your finish. The basic swap to come back to this range together. So we have an incredible gap ahead of us today. You might think all of us want to think. Our annual Talmud Torah response to be posting the Shkot of so we're dedicating all the Shiurim and Torahs as his voice. So the Soros Tavos for Anusro, our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Melon Aram, Levi Mishma's father, Mordechai Yitzchak, and Ariel Asapov in the merit of his continued good health, in the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arena Basilian, we hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah. She together with Kol Cholei Yisrael to complete and enduring refuah, which probably should inherit Hashem. Providing Aliyah to all of the Hashem should come to the families. So we should bring back the rest of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful before Maaseh Yidayim. Once with that, we have an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amud 78. So we'll say Ben Sorer Umora. Ben Sorer Umora. From what point in time is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv for being a Ben Sorer Umora? The Mishnah says, Mishiyochal Tarkimar Basar Yishtechatzi Yain Hayikal. This is fascinating. So when is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv? When he goes and he eats a tartimar. Now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is. But when he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a half a lug of Italian wine. Fascinating. That is so wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. The wine kind of starts, hold up. So first of all, Rashi says something very clear. Italian wine is best. Rashi says, it's not bourbon, so or Mora. Right? So Italian wine is the best. He said,
It's not the direction I thought things were going to go, but I found it
the entire
hypnotizing.
issue of Ben Sorer and Mora is
So
not
you teach
really
English
what
in
he
all
has
those
done
different
presently,
places,
but
and you
what
kind
he
of
does
just go
concern
wherever
is
you
going to
want.
become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that it's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Secondly, if it's interesting, you don't find people getting addicted to mediocre
And
things.
wherever
They
you're
get addicted
teaching,
to
you're going to
things
talk
that
like that.
provide a high. So the idea here is he's only afraid if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So in the Mishnah's time, the high-end wine came out of this Italian wine. So if he went ahead and stole money to purchase any kinds of wine, it wasn't an issue. Okay, Rabbi Yossi says, Rabbi Yossi argues on a measurement. He says, Mana Baser V'Lud He says, not a tartima of meat, rather again, a mana of meat, and not the half a lid of wine, rather again, a whole lid of wine. Okay, so let's see now watch this. That's how Avo. The Hadira says, it's not Avo, you brought a focus Avo. Let's say it happened that the Ben Sorer Umora stole the money and went ahead and bought the wine, right? And bought the meat. they consumed it in a Chaburas mitzvah. This is fascinating. They took the stolen food and he ate it, for example, in a meal that was a mitzvah. What are examples of this? For example, Ibara Chodesh, so we'll discuss this more in Ibara, but again, when they would decide to go ahead and collate the month, right, make the month a full month of 30 days. So they would have a Suda to declare that. Or, After Maishim Yushalayim, or Maishim Yushalayim, After the Davis and Tefos, that's what I'm asking. For that matter, he ate non-kosher items. Let's say it turns out that he ate non-kosher meat. After coming, Maishim Yushalayim, sorry, Keva. He ate Keva with the untied produce. Maishim Yushalayim, remember, Maishim Yushalayim is the lady. And the lady's obligated to separate out two of the nice rishon. Or nice rishon, that rishon, nice rishon, you had this, that were not rishon. But Akal Davar Shuvin Mitzvah, the Davar Shuavera. So why did he eat something that's Mitzvah? So that's Shuavera. So you must describe exactly what that's talking about. Akal Koma, so again, listen, interestingly enough, the first part of the Mishnah gives us the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with his stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with stolen money? That's my podcast, Tanakama, and Rabbi. After that, we can have an interesting exception. The interesting exception is if he consumes the stolen meat or stolen wine, we have to use the Chaburas mitzvah. Shaloch Lamais again, he's going to be covered. The same guy who can use as well. Also, Komak will offer Basar. What happens if the Soromor is stole money, but he didn't purchase meat? Now, he purchased something else, might be anything else, but not meat, or Shasa Kamash, or Shasa Yavi, or for that matter, again, he purchased stole money, he purchased drinks. And what beer? He didn't buy wine. Eno Nasa Ben Sora, Mora, Ach Yoko Basa Yishtu. So say this, it's here, First, he says, Merki Ben Sora, Mora, it's known. He steals money and he uses that money now to purchase meat or wine. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make the wine into a ben sorah or Shinemar. The pasuk says, "Zolel v'sovel." So this is the pasuk from the Torah, right? V'amra shekei yom the sorah u'mora and Eresh Yisrael v'sovel v'sovel. Literally again, he's a glutton. And a guzzler, right? Glutton representing the meat, guzzler representing the wine. Gemara says, how do you know that solo is so that you eat wine? Right? How did you know that? Gemara says, no, it's not explicit. It says, but the Shemar, how to keep is so the yayin is so the like basa. The Soviet Russian of so don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be again a gluttonous consumer of. Okay, so we'll say so. This is Mishnah Ben Soromar, incredible. Now let's analyze. So I'm going to say, Zera says, Tartimar Zaini Ozeamahu. So says it. So remember again, the Tanakama said that the amount of meat for which a Ben Sorah Umora is chayiv, if he steals money and buys it, is a Tartimar. So come going to Gemara and says, Zera says, I don't know how much is a Tartimar. What is that? So he writes, Shkabra Yosi is the Yayin. So what we can extrapolate is as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakama. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements, that Rabbi Yossi doubles the Tanakama's measurements, right? Because again, remember, the Tanakama says, tartima of meat, a half a lug of wine. Rabbi Yossi says, a mana of meat and 1 lug of wine. So the fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the conscious means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a tartinar? Half a mana. Now, by the way, we'll talk about actually like how much meat that is in the right? So a half a mana. So that's my focus. Incredible. Incredible.
No, it's going good. I just wish I
so I'm going to just about that. I just mentioned Teddy Daniel was working on getting together a chabura that needs before the Dafyomi in the morning, or it doesn't have to be whenever Chabura wants to be at night also. But I'm see that that concept over the shak level have give or take of the Gemara. So just I'll mention this because again we try to always pause. Try to pause at different stages of the Gemara just to understand when a unit has ended. So understand in the Gemara right here, you can even just mark it up from your Gemara so you see what the beginnings and the ends. So you see what the Gemara that's just the unit of discussion was just ended. Now we've clarified the Machlokas, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakama. Next, I'm going to kind of Teddy
way to
is
do it.
the striking fellow at the second end of the second
It's
table.
been a while
Right,
since you've been on the
good.
show.
Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. Right? No, I don't want to hear everybody's beautiful. So Gemara says as follows: I'm a Chanan Bar Moga. I'm a Inu Chayiv. Achila Basar B'Sol. Yochal Yayin B'Sol. Yish Ben Sid Solo B'Sol. So this is very interesting. Before it gives another qualification. Before it says, the only time you become Ben Sora Mora is when then halacha l'maisa, halacha l'maisa, you're going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, you can't, this is what I'm saying. You can't become a Ben Sora Mora if you pay retail. Right? If you pay retail, you might not even do it. You're going to forget about Ben Sora Mora. Right? So you only halacha l'maisa Ben Sora Mora if you get at a discount. Now, what's the shot? Take a look at Rashi. Yayin B'Zol. About Yokelo Shlichu Most. Remember again. Let's work backwards. Let's work backwards because we've already seen this, but we'll see more specifically today. Why is a Ben Sora Mora executed? Why is he executed? Because we are nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea of it is, it only works if you see him developing the behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get wine, good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a stick of addiction going on. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Furthermore, he's only hired if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now you must say, one second, raw meat, undiluted wine. That's not true. That's not true. That's what there was a statement. If he eats raw meat and he drinks undiluted wine, it's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat.
She's embarrassed.
So the Gemara says, no. Yayin Chaim is Muslim below Muslim. No, undiluted wine doesn't mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully diluted. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right, so the wine is stronger. That's the chai. Right? What does it mean? Basar chai. This is incredible. What does it mean? Raw meat. Raw meat doesn't mean raw meat. Rather, what does it mean? Bashil below bashil. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasar kibaza achla gani. Like the type of seared meat that feeds. Now look at Rashi. Rashi almost right. Basar kibaza the achla gani. Kavya b'gecholim. B'kavasa be'ir. How do they eat? Like they sear it. They sear it on the outside. It was dry on the inside. By the way, I feel very vindicated because I get a very hard time to eat everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halakha Jew. That's all. Apparently, okay, just the rest of the chevra who eats stuffed bread, right? And if it's seared on the outside, it's not on the inside. You need to do a cheshbon. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Right? Again, that's how T's eat them and seared steak. It's not a Michael of God.
Do you have a QR code or anything?
That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop right there. Okay.
So is it just your stand-up comedy thing?
It really started that way.
You
I
guys
was
that's all.
getting so discouraged. Every comedy post I would make,
What's that?
you just
So
really
all of
wanted
this
to
also
take
remember
clothes off.
what we're
I think
looking
you're
for
surprised by
this.
I was surprised. I was like, that's comedy.
That's what we're looking for.
And it's
There are markers that are here. So already, like again, opening aside tomorrow, what do you just have to do? Right, one of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go out and make TV. So you see someone from a young age, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up, and again, it looks like this child is on a terrible, almost irreversible path. Gemara goes like that.
So now
Gemara goes like that. Rabbi, listen, Afro Basar Aliyah, Shasyan Kito, International Remote. This is fascinating. So Rabbi Reader says as follows. Both of them said, for the sermon, it's salty, or he drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a connoisseur.
I'm extremely blessed. It's the reason I can afford to like go places
inferior,
and get Airbnbs
inferior,
and
and
not have to
therefore,
sleep on
interestingly
couches
enough,
every night.
from that
So I
color's
am very
perspective,
blessed, but I'm just not
non-habit
like
forming.
a real like sexy
Wine right off
energy.
the press is inferior, and therefore again, non-habit forming. Therefore, if you have a boy who still making his parents, who uses that money to buy salted meats, or to go out and buy wine right off the press, halacha l'maisa again, that does not make him into a base or a lord. It's not right across. Also, when at the end, if you go lo chashidi, they're not important. They're not chashiv. Therefore, on the non-shit. Ultimately, again, they're not habits forming. They're not habits forming. So it's like such a right. Okay, we'll come back to you for a little bit. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, obviously, the shayla is going to be, what's the definition of salty meat, and what's the definition of wine right from the press? Okay, so that's our next little visit. So we'll say, this is the fascinating halacha. It's not awesome. All part of our sugya. Erev Tisha B'Av. So Erev Tisha B'Av, we'll say sugya of seconds, right? Remember again.
Yeah, I mean, I have requested
2 times a year, you have sugya of seconds, right? 2 times a year. One before Tisha B'Av, one before Yom Kippur, but of course, they are worlds apart, right? They're worlds apart. The sugya of seconds before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Seudah. It's Mamish Yom Tov Seudah. Right? It is a celebratory Seudah, excited for the cleansing and the tshuva that's about to come. It's interesting, even though when you talk about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it is almost excited for that upcoming opportunity to Mamish cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'Av, Seudah of seconds is a mourning meal, right? M-O-U-R, right? A mournful meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us in the restrictions on that meal. So therefore, the Gemara says, Erev Tisha B'Av, Lo Yochel Adam Sheitaf Shin. A person should not eat two cooked foods. After Sugya of seconds, you can't have 2 different cooked foods. Lo Yochel Basar Lo Yishteh Yayin. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. No. Aval, listen to this. Ochel Basar Maliach V'Shosi Yayin Hito. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tisha B'Av? Salted meat. You want to have pizza at your Sugya of seconds? You can. Interestingly enough, you can have salted meat or you can have salted meat and you can have wine. If there's any left in the belt. Right? So you can have salted meat and you can go ahead and drink wine right from the press. Here's the list. I'm going to say, what does that show you? That shows that these items